Chapter 1. Jinling. Under the blazing sun, the earth sizzles. The shimmering, distorted heat waves rising from the ground make it seem as though the asphalt is melting. The cicadas chirping from the trees lining the streets sound lethargic, as if drained by the oppressive heat. Such sweltering weather easily induces drowsiness. Within an office building in Jiangning District, numerous employees take advantage of their lunch break, reveling in the cool embrace of air conditioning while resting their heads. On their desks, ate tea that moment. In a corner workstation by the window, Chun Yi suddenly lifted his head, his gaze darting around with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Surveying the familiar yet foreign company, he swiftly redirected his attention to the time displayed in the bottom right corner of his computer screen. August 8th, 2024, 12:24 p.m. Reborn. Chun Yi murmured to himself. Having endured a zombie apocalypse and fought to survive in a hellish world for 5 years, only to succumb to hunger and illness, he found himself inexplicably reborn. Amidst his astonishment, a sense of urgent pressure enveloped him, weighing upon his heart like a colossal stone. For only 3 hours remained until the outbreak of the zombie virus. Even after 5 full years, Chun Yi recalled vividly that at 3:25 p.m. on August 8th, he had just spent over 10 minutes idling in the company restroom. Upon stepping out, he witnessed a colleague who had been casually chatting in the corridor just moments before suddenly scream and bite through another colleague's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth. A global catastrophe quietly descended. 0.90% of the population became infected, transforming into bloodthirsty zombies, leading to the swift collapse of human civilization. Upon his return to life, Chun Yi harbored no grand ambitions or lofty ideals. He merely wished to survive in the impending hell on Earth and to live as well as possibly the very least, to exist as a human being rather than as a rat or cockroach scurrying through the sewers, perpetually on edge, scavenging for scraps, and barely enduring. Though he possessed neither an awakened system nor an alternate space, the very act of rebirth constituted a tremendous advantage. Foreknowledge and the hard-won experience of 5 years in the apocalypse. Releasing a long, deep breath to quell the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Chun Yi's fingers danced quickly over the keyboard, locating an exceptionally detailed map of the country online. After downloading the map, he hurried to the copying room, printing more than 10 copies in rapid succession. In the apocalypse, electronic devices would soon become obsolete. A map, being of such paramount importance, was infinitely more reliable in paper form than stored on a phone or computer, and far easier to carry. Just as he was neatly folding the maps to tuck into his pocket, a soft, gentle voice called from behind. "Xiao Chun, you seem in quite a rush. What good stuff are you printing?" At the sound, Chun Yi turned to see the speaker, Wang Lin, their department supervisor, standing with her arms crossed and a smile on her face as she regarded him. Wang Lin possesses an unremarkable appearance, yet her demeanor is commendable. She often extends her care to the company's newcomers, embodying the image of a warm-hearted elder sister. However, Chun Yi is acutely aware of the duplicitous facade she presented at the onset of the zombie outbreak. Like the majority, he presumed it to be merely a tumultuous disturbance. Despite the chaos being excessively bloody and terrifying, he believed it would ultimately subside, confident that the government would intervene. Thus, instead of fleeing the city at the first opportunity, Chun Yi chose to take refuge on the rooftop of their office building with a few surviving colleagues, relying on the water from the water tower and the scant supplies scavenged from within the building to endure. Wang Lin was among them. Initially, everyone maintained a good spirit, displaying unity in their designated roles. However, as the supplies dwindled and the government's rescue efforts lagged, anxiety began to permeate the group. During one such expedition for resources, Chun Yi inadvertently witnessed a heated argument between Wang Lin and a female colleague. The quarrel attracted zombies, and in the ensuing panic, Wang Lin suddenly turned and maliciously shoved her companion into the horde. The catalyst for this betrayal? Merely a single packet of instant noodles. Wang Lin's sinister grin as she pushed the woman remains etched in Chun Yi's memory, illuminating many truths for him. The apocalypse serves as a mirror, violently stripping away the masks from people's faces, exposing their innermost selves. When confronted by Wang Lin's inquiry, Chun Yi remained silent, casting her a meaningful glance. The intensity of his gaze unnerved Wang Lin, as if he could peer into the depths of her soul. "Chun Yi," she began, but before she could finish, he swiftly exited the copy room, hurrying towards the outside of the company. With only 3 hours having passed since the outbreak, every moment was crucial for him. There was no time to squander on a woman like Wang Lin. The office building where Chun Yi worked is situated in a high-tech industrial park in Jiangning District, surrounded by numerous supportive enterprises, including second-hand car dealership. Upon hastening out of the building, the searing sun instantly enveloped him. Make tea this hour. The sun was at its zenith, and within mere seconds, the exposed skin felt a prickling sting. As he surveyed the industrial park, he noticed a conspicuous absence of pedestrians, with even the vehicles on the road appearing sparse. Though the sunlight was harsh, a sense of exhilaration filled Chun. With the lack of people and vehicles significantly eased his escape from the city, a welcome revelation. After scanning his surroundings, he approached a row of shared electric scooters parked by the roadside and fumbled for his phone. Having not used his phone in nearly 5 years, he found himself somewhat clumsy as he attempted to operate it once more. After a frantic struggle to unlock and scan, Chun-Yi mounted the scooter and sped toward the second-hand car dealership. On his journey, he maneuvered the scooter with a vigor reminiscent of riding a motorcycle. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the dealership. The used car dealership is of moderate size, and in addition to the indoor showroom, a diverse array of second-hand vehicles is. Parked outside, I pushed open the showroom door. A refreshing blast of cool air greeted me. The hall appeared rather desolate, with a middle-aged bald man reclining in a chair, dozing off. Seemingly stirred by the noise, the bald man opened his eyes, glanced at Chun-Yi from head to toe, and lazily inquired, "Are you looking to buy or sell a car?" Without unnecessary banter, Chun-Yi got straight to the point. "I wish to purchase a vehicle and off-road model with substantial horsepower, under 80,000 kilometers and ready for immediate pickup." Following the outbreak of zombies, countless abandoned vehicles had rendered the nation's road network utterly obsolete. Sedans and sports cars, once revered, had become entirely worthless off the highways, inferior even to a bicycle. Only robust and powerful off-road vehicles could still be of use for buying a new car. Chun-Yi had not entertained the thought, primarily due to the considerable distance to the 4S dealership and the cumbersome paperwork that could jeopardize his time constraints. Though second-hand cars are often riddled with faults, they offer convenience and expediency, and he had no expectations of longevity. Upon hearing his requirements, the bald man's eyes sparkled with interest, and he promptly sprang from his chair. This was a prime opportunity. In an instant, the bald man labeled Chun-Yi in his mind. With the rise of short videos online, the inner workings of various industries have gradually been brought to light, resulting in fewer and fewer unsuspecting victims. Seizing this rare chance, the bald man was unwilling to let it slip away. He enthusiastically retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Chun-Yi, and smiled. "What do they call you, handsome?" Chun-Yi glanced at the cigarettes before declining, his tone indifferent as he retorted, "Do you have what I'm looking for?" "Aha!" The bald man awkwardly withdrew the cigarette and boasted, "Of course. Not to mention the entirety of Jinling, at least in Jiangning, there's no other dealership with more second-hand cars than mine. Let me show you the vehicles, and Xiao Wu, please prepare a cup of tea for our guest." With that said, the bald man led Chun-Yi deeper into the showroom. The bald man was quite adept. He began by introducing several off-road vehicles, openly discussing their flaws and issues, such as having undergone major repairs, engine problems, or having been submerged in water. Accompanied by a sincere demeanor and tone, an uninformed buyer might easily be deceived into thinking he was a rare gem of honesty. After the introductions, the bald man smacked his lips and shifted gears. "Brother, I also have a 2015 Land Rover Range Rover European spec diesel with less than 60,000 kilometers in excellent condition with no issues that I just acquired it yesterday. The owner is in urgent need of money, so the price is exceptionally low, only 420,000. After such a lengthy build-up, the main event had finally arrived. Chun-Yi silently scoffed inwardly, yet maintained a composed facade as he inquired, "May I take a look?" Seeing that he had taken the bait, the bald man walked on with feigned difficulty, saying, "To be candid, this is a mortgaged vehicle. The owner is temporarily absent from Jinling, so the transfer might take 3 days." Chun-Yi was well aware of the murky depths of the second-hand car market. Without connections in this realm, an ordinary person purchasing a used vehicle would inevitably fall prey to deception. Among the most treacherous traps are mortgaged cars. The owners of these vehicles are almost invariably those who have ceased payments or fled, rendering the transfer of ownership impossible. Second-hand dealerships possess only the right to use the mortgaged vehicle, not the right to sell it. The tricks employed by car dealers are largely similar. They first dangle a mortgaged vehicle priced significantly below market value as bait. Once a customer bites, they claim that the transfer cannot be completed immediately, then affect a generous demeanor, suggesting that the customer pay a partial deposit and take the car for now, promising to facilitate the transfer when the owner returns that AS for the vehicle being driven away. The dealer remains unperturbed. After all, the car is likely equipped with numerous tracking devices, and the dealer usually has connections that could lead to the customer being intercepted by waiting traffic. Police within days, resulting in the vehicle being reclaimed. Before long, the car would reappear in the dealer's possession. Soon, the two arrived at the Range Rover. The entire vehicle was black, exuding an imposing presence, and due to its extended length, the interior space appeared particularly vast. To be honest, Chun-Yi had originally intended to acquire a modest used SUV, but unexpectedly found himself pleasantly surprised. In terms of condition, the bald man had indeed not lied. This Range Rover was nearly in pristine condition. Most importantly, this model was equipped with a diesel engine. Diesel Range Rovers, while less comfortable than their gasoline counterparts, possessed numerous advantages, making them more suitable for a post-apocalyptic scenario. Firstly, they are fuel-efficient, capable of traveling over 1,000 kilometers on a full tank. Secondly, they boast significant horsepower and formidable off-road capabilities. Thirdly, and most crucially, the diesel engine structure is simpler. It lacks ignition systems and a plethora of extraneous electronic devices, resulting in a far lower failure rate compared to gasoline engines, thus ensuring greater reliability. Moreover, a simpler construction means repairs can be conducted swiftly and conveniently. After inspecting the vehicle, Chun-Yi's expression reflected satisfaction as he stated, "3 days is too long, I cannot wait. Is it possible for me to drive it away today?" He was acutely aware of the pitfalls, yet with the impending apocalypse looming just over 2 hours away, none of it mattered. The bald man continued his charade, appearing conflicted for a moment before decisively stating, "Seeing that you are a straightforward fellow, I want beat around the bush. Hey, race the deal. You pay an 80,000 deposit, we'll sign an agreement, and you can take the car whenever you wish. They'll notify you for the transfer once the owner returns. How does that sound?" Agreed. Chun-Yi did not hesitate for an instant, nodding in affirmation. Money was inconsequential, it would soon become worthless. The bald man moved swiftly, seemingly anxious that Chun-Yi might reconsider. The agreement was signed and the deposit paid in less than 10 minutes. As Chun-Yi drove the Range Rover out of the dealership, the bald man's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. It was indeed remarkably smooth. Without expending much effort, the transaction was completed in less than half an hour, yielding a profit of 80,000. However, the ease of the process caused the bald man to harbor some doubts. Upon reflection, he recalled that there were over 20 hidden trackers in the vehicle, some cleverly concealed. Unless the entire car was dismantled, locating them would be impossible. With the trackers, he could retrieve the vehicle at any time, and the agreement he had just signed was cleverly manipulated to deter any potential trouble from the other party. With this thought, a smile returned to the bald man's face. After driving a low speed for a while to familiarize himself, Chun-Yi pressed the accelerator. As he reveled in the roar of the diesel engine, a satisfied smile graced his lips. While the European-spec diesel variant lacked in comfort, prioritizing comfort in a post-apocalyptic world would be a display of folly. A few minutes later, the Range Rover pulled into a gas station. Taking advantage of the refueling pause, Chun-Yi purchased 2 50-liter fuel canisters, filling them with diesel and storing them in the trunk for future needs. With that settled, it was time to procure supplies. Rather than heading directly to the supermarket, Chun-Yi visited 7 or 8 bookstores, ultimately acquiring 3 volumes. The first was a Barefoot Doctor's Handbook, remarkable for its focus on symptoms rather than causes. It offered straightforward remedies, addressing ailments in a direct manner. For every condition, the book provided 3 different treatment methods: traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, and Western medicine. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone who could read could use this book to heal and save lives. The second volume, A Friend to Dual-Use Talents, encompassed a vast array of knowledge, from aerial combat and tank ambushes to landmine identification, alongside agricultural, irrigation, civil engineering, and machining skills. The third book, The Militia Training Manual, was even more impressive by following the training methods outlined within. One could swiftly assemble a combat-ready unit. These 3 tomes could be deemed the sacred texts of the apocalypse, enabling the rapid revival of civilization even in the aftermath of nuclear warfare. Though it took Chun-Yi over an hour to locate these volumes, he deemed the effort worthwhile, especially the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook, which served as a talisman of sorts in the bleakness of the world. Next, Chun-Yi drove to a nearby large supermarket. His procurement goals were clear. Upon entering the supermarket, he pushed his cart directly to the section for compressed biscuits. He purchased dozens of packets, along with a selection of dark chocolate and jerky. For instant noodles, bread, and pre-cooked rice items of lesser significance, didn't even spare them a glance. The food Chun-Yi procured was modest, and together with bottled water, only filled a single shopping cart. In fact, in the 1 or 2 months leading up to the outbreak, food supplies have been remarkably abundant. 90% of the global population instantaneously transformed into zombies, while the remaining 10% swiftly diminished amidst the initial chaos, leaving perhaps fewer than 5 true survivors. With such a scant number of individuals, how much sustenance could they possibly procure? The true trials commenced 3 months after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. At that juncture, the power grid had long since collapsed, devoid of air conditioning or refrigeration, rendering the vast majority of food items expired, spoiled, and utterly inedible. After securing provisions and ravaging the local pharmacy for an assortment of medications, vitamins, gauze, and alcohol, Cheney accelerated his vehicle away from the city without a moment's pause. At precisely 3:01 p.m., a black Range Rover came to a gradual halt along a roadside in the suburbs. Cheney alighted from the vehicle and strode into a humble eatery nearby, stating, "Owner, I would like a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, with extra duck blood, please." "Certainly," came the enthusiastic reply from within the establishment. Before long, a steaming bowl of aromatic duck blood vermicelli soup was placed before him on the table. Indeed, to squander precious minutes of escape time indulging in a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup is a rather imprudent decision. Yet, Chun-Yi remained undeterred, grasping the spoon and gently sipping the broth. The soup was rich and fragrant, imbued with a hint of the unique flavor of duck entrails. As the warm liquid slid down his throat, tears welled up in Chun-Yi's eyes. After 5 long years, he finally savored that familiar taste once more. The weather was sweltering, and the establishment lacked air conditioning, with only an old ceiling fan lazily oscillating overhead, soon leaving him drenched in sweat. As he finished the last spoonful of soup, Chun-Yi let out a long sigh of contentment, his expression radiating profound satisfaction. Chun-Yi rose and inquired, "Boss, how much is it?" "10 yuan," replied the middle-aged proprietor, gesturing towards the QR code affixed to the wall. Chun-Yi took out his mobile phone, scanned the code, and promptly transferred all the remaining funds from his bank card. Ding! The Alipay notification chimed, indicating a deposit of 68,421 yuan. In the next moment, a crisp electronic jingle echoed through the small shop. The middle-aged proprietor was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard, but upon realization, he hastily exclaimed, "Young man, you have made a mistake. This bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup is not worth such a sum." Chun-Yi smiled faintly and turned to leave. As the apocalypse loomed, he was uncertain whether this boss would succumb to becoming a zombie, nor could he ascertain his own fate of survival. Chun-Yi only hoped to provide his adversary with one final moment of surprise just before the descent into hell. Upon returning to the vehicle, he glanced at the time on his phone, 3:20 p.m. Only 5 minutes remained until the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Seated in the driver's seat, he opened his contacts, locating his parents' phone number. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose not to dial. In his past life, after fleeing the city, Chun-Yi had wandered back to his hometown in Huizhou. When he joyfully opened the door to his home, he was met by his parents, who had already succumbed to the transformation into zombies. Calling them now would only serve to deepen his sorrow without any practical benefit. He picked up the fruit knife he had just purchased from the supermarket and methodically began to remove its packaging. The knife was not long. Its blade measured merely 8 centimeters and was quite slender, only slightly thicker than his index finger. The weakness of zombies lies in their brains, and delivering a blow to the head is the most effective means of dispatching them. However, the human skull is exceptionally tough and without firearms. Attempting to cleave open a zombie's cranium with sheer force is a formidable challenge. Thus, piercing the brain through the eye socket proves to be both efficient and expedient. Standard fruit knives have blades that are too wide, allowing only the tip to penetrate the eye socket, while the remainder of the blade would become lodged against the bone. In contrast, this particular fruit knife was slightly narrower than the eye socket, allowing it to fit perfectly, and its 8-centimeter length was sufficient to obliterate a zombie's brain. This was knowledge he had nearly paid for with his life in his previous existence. After unwrapping the packaging, Chun-Yi retrieved a 1-meter-long steel pipe and securely attached the fruit knife to one end using iron wire and PVC tape. Subsequently, he wrapped several layers of PVC tape around the other end of the pipe to enhance grip, preventing slippage from sweaty palms or blood on the steel. Chun-Yi's movements were swift and deft. Within a mere 2 or 3 minutes, he had fashioned a DIY short spear. Upon completing this task, he grasped the spear and slowly closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse. Time ticked by, each second stretching into eternity. As the vehicle's air conditioning emitted a refreshing breeze that caressed his cheeks, suddenly, a series of violent car collisions echoed from a distance. Almost immediately, a high-pitched and anguished scream erupted from a nearby shop. This cry pierced the stillness like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. In the next moment, a cacophony of sounds ensued: screams, shouts, pleas for help, roars, and explosions intertwined, creating a symphony of despair heralding the end of days. The apocalypse had arrived. Chun-Yi opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the car. As soon as he alighted, a series of suppressed and agonized howls echoed in his ears. Following the sound, he beheld a stooped figure slowly emerging from the fly-infested establishment. The unfortunate proprietor had transformed into a zombie. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, with the veins that once lay hidden beneath his skin now grotesquely protruding on his face, resembling sinister black centipedes. The capillaries in his eyeballs had completely burst, rendering them a vivid crimson. Accompanied by a series of beastly roars, strings of drool dripped from the corners of his mouth, akin to a vengeful specter. Upon catching sight of Chun-Yi, the proprietor lunged at him with the ferocity of a shark sensing blood, emitting a chilling shriek. Puff! Chun-Yi suddenly raised his hand, driving the fruit knife at the end of the steel pipe precisely into the left eye of the zombie boss, the blade completely penetrating the eye socket. Immediately, his right hand, gripping the steel pipe, trembled slightly, causing the fruit knife to sway and thoroughly mush the zombie's brain. In truth, the combat capability of an individual zombie is quite feeble. Even a zombie that has undergone one evolution merely exhibits increased strength and agility. Essentially, zombies are nothing more than mindless beasts. What is truly terrifying, however, is the horde of the undead, a vast, seemingly endless tide of corpses. When faced with millions of these undead, any solitary weapon proves futile. Perhaps only a tactical nuclear weapon could make a difference. After dispatching a zombie with nonchalance, Chun-Yi turned away with an expression of indifference. His true purpose for lingering here was the district police station across the street. Fortunately, the sweltering weather resulted in a scarcity of pedestrians on the road. At this moment, those mutated zombies were temporarily trapped within the buildings. Furthermore, as this area is suburban, the police station typically does not boast a substantial force, at most a dozen officers. Excluding those on leave, the number of personnel present would not exceed 10. 10 individuals. At worst, equates to merely 10 zombies, and Chun-Yi holds confidence in his ability to handle them. This confidence is what emboldens Chun-Yi to take such risks. As he approached the police station, a cacophony of commotion erupted from within, punctuated by one or two chilling screams. However, the tumult soon subsided into silence. Chun-Yi gripped the steel pipe firmly and strode into the hall, where his gaze was immediately drawn to two zombies squatting on the ground, ravenously devouring a corpse. Crimson blood spread across the floor, and the corpse's abdomen had been gnawed open, revealing a grotesque display of colorful entrails that churned the stomach with revulsion. The sound of footsteps caught the attention of the two zombies, who abruptly lifted their heads, their crimson eyes fixated on Chun-Yi. In the next instant, one of the zombies lunged forward, its mouth agape, dripping with blood and fragments of flesh. With precision, the spear pierced the zombie's eye, twisting sharply before being swiftly withdrawn. Striking the moving zombie's eye was no simple task. It demanded a certain level of skill and impeccable timing. In his previous life, Chun-Yi survived for 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world, dedicating himself predominantly to the practice of wielding a self-made spear. Over the span of 5 years, he had honed his skills to perfection, achieving muscle memory that was second nature to him. After all, a misjudged thrust could very well lead to his own demise. At that moment, another zombie was squatting nearby, voraciously consuming its meal. Upon seeing Chun-Yi approach briskly, it lifted its head and emitted a series of guttural roars, seemingly warning him like a ferocious beast guarding its prey. What awaited it was the sharp tip of the spear. After dispatching the two zombies in the hall, Chun-Yi did not recklessly advance further. Instead, he wielded his spear and struck the surface of a desk with great force. The resounding thuds echoed loudly throughout the hall. Accompanying the cacophony of sounds, 3 zombies surged forth from 2 offices along the corridor, responding to the commotion. Observing this, Chun-Yi swiftly retreated behind a large office desk, utilizing it as a shield. The first zombie collided directly with the desk. Before it could ascend onto the surface, Chun-Yi thrust his spear with precision. Just as he dealt with the first zombie, the other 2 lunged at him, their ferocious impacts forcefully pushing the heavy desk back by more than a meter. Chun-Yi did not anticipate the formidable strength of the 2 zombies, as he was pushed backward by the office desk, stumbling and falling onto the ground. As he lay there, he observed the 2 zombies climbing atop the desk, and with quick reflexes, he drove his spear forcefully into the eye socket of the zombie on his left. The other zombie seized the opportunity and lunged at him from the desk. Fortunately, his reactions were swift. He decisively abandoned the spear, rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack. Rising to his feet, Chun-Yi yanked the spear back and thrust it fiercely at the zombie on the ground. Phew! Having narrowly resolved the threat of the three zombies, he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and exhaled a sigh of relief. There was no time to rest. He swung the spear down onto the desk, creating a resounding noise. After waiting for a full minute and seeing no zombies emerge, Chun-Yi stepped towards the corridor leading to the main hall. The corridor was short, flanked by several offices. The door to the first office stood ajar, and upon entering, Chun-Yi headed straight for the desk, rifling through the drawers one by one before hastening towards the adjacent office. The door to this office was closed, and he tested the doorknob, discovering it was locked. Taking a step back, he delivered a powerful kick to the door. After 3 vigorous kicks, the fourth strike sent the door crashing inward. Chun-Yi did not enter immediately. Instead, he paused outside the door, observing for a moment. The office was modest in size and devoid of windows, casting a somewhat dim light. Rows of metallic shelves were meticulously arranged with numerous files, resembling an archive room. Upon witnessing this, Chun-Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he still took a step inside. After casually surveying the surroundings, just as he was about to depart, a faint and urgent sound of breathing reached his ears. Chun-Yi paused, his hands gripping the short spear tightly as he moved toward the source of the sound. Navigating past rows of metallic racks, he soon discovered a trembling figure huddled in the corner, appearing far from the visage of a zombie. Just as he was about to inquire, a voice, laced with desperation and tears, suddenly pierced the air. "Please don't kill me. I beg you. Don't take my life." Chun-Yi gazed down at her, inquiring, "Have you been scratched or bitten?" "Ah?" The woman's bewilderment at this unexpected question momentarily stunned her, but she soon regained her composure and shook her head. Upon hearing her response, Chun-Yi lowered the short spear he held. The infection speed of the zombie virus is alarmingly rapid. Once one is clawed or bitten by a zombie, transformation can occur in as little as a few minutes, or at most, within 7 to 8 hours. If she were indeed injured, for the sake of his own safety, Chun-Yi would not hesitate to end her life. The woman appeared to be in her 30s. Of ordinary appearance, clad in casual attire, leaving her affiliation with the organization uncertain. Sensing that Chun-Yi posed no immediate threat to her, she cautiously lifted her gaze and asked, "Are you sent by the Municipal Bureau?" "No, I'm merely passing through." Upon finishing his words, Chun-Yi turned to leave. Noticing his departure, the woman hastily rose and followed him, inquiring, "Wait, how is it outside now?" Chun-Yi replied without turning his head, "It's quite dangerous." As they approached the door of the archives, the overwhelming scent of blood wafting from the direction of the hall caused the woman's complexion to pale. In that moment, she gained a deeper understanding of Chun-Yi's words about the danger. Following closely behind him, she weakly remarked, "The riot should come to an end soon. After all, the government wouldn't abandon us." "Indeed," he responded, "our government's efficiency is quite commendable, and with the Fangzhou military district not far from here, I believe things will settle down in a few days." "Ah, yes, you're right," she replied, attempting to reassure herself with her own words. Chun-Yi, however, merely offered a perfunctory response to her rambling. Before long, he had thoroughly searched through all 4 offices, yet he failed to find what he sought. After taking such significant risks and wasting precious time that could have been spent escaping, his expression turned grim. At that moment, the woman finally grasped the situation. Her face tensed as she asked, "You are looking for a gun, aren't you?" Chun-Yi remained silent, acquiescing to the situation. The woman's gaze was conflicted. Yet upon noticing the conspicuous bloodstains on the short spear in his hand, she gritted her teeth and said, "The firearm is not here. It is in the armory adjacent to the hall. Today, Deputy Wang is on duty, and the key to the armory is in his possession." Chun-Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What is Deputy Director Wang like?" The woman replied candidly, "He is approximately your height, slightly balding and somewhat plump." Chun-Yi was uncertain whether the woman was affiliated with her organization, which is why she refrained from inquiring earlier. Now that the woman had taken the initiative to speak, it was evident that she had a request. With this thought in mind, Chun-Yi fixed her gaze upon her, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips as she asked, "What is it that you wish for me to assist you with?" In response, the woman, her expression filled with hope, replied, "I intend to remain here, awaiting rescue. Could you possibly spare me some food?" It was apparent that this woman held a profound confidence in the government, believing that this calamity was merely temporary, and that normalcy would soon be restored. Thus, she resolved to take refuge within the organization for a period of time. In truth, at the onset of the zombie outbreak, the majority shared a similar mindset. Even in her past life, Chun-Yi had believed the same. However, no one could have fathomed the magnitude of the disaster. With 90% of the population infected and transformed into zombies, it signified an instantaneous collapse of governments and military forces worldwide. Seeing that the woman's request was not unreasonable, Chen Yi nodded and said, "No problem, I will bring you some shortly." If this woman were to ask her to take her away, Chen Yi would unhesitatingly decline. Their encounter was fortuitous, and escorting a stranger on the run would only serve to create an additional burden, introducing a myriad of uncertainties. Having endured an apocalyptic world, she had developed a profound understanding of human nature. Now, Chen Yi firmly upheld the belief in Xuanzi's theory of inherent human evil. At birth, human nature is fundamentally malevolent. "I shall await you in this office," the woman stated. The events that had transpired mere moments ago cast a significant shadow over her psyche. She could hardly muster the courage to venture out alone for food, let alone to step into the hallway. As Chen Yi stepped out of the office, the woman hurriedly closed the door behind him. Returning to the hall, his gaze swept across the 6 lifeless bodies before he swiftly approached the one slumped over the desk. Chubby and bald, it had to be the one. Placing the short spear on the table, Chen Yi began rummaging through the pockets of the deceased. Just then, he noticed a slight movement from the gnawed corpse on the floor behind him. Its fingers twitched, followed by its arms, and it suddenly sat up. With blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings, upon spotting Chen Yi, the zombie opened its mouth to emit a silent scream and slowly rose to its feet, advancing toward him step by deliberate step. As the zombie moved, its abdomen quivered ominously, as if its insides were about to spill out at any moment. At that moment, Chen Yi flipped the entire body over and finally discovered a large set of keys attached to the belt at its waist. Just as he yanked the keys away, a long shadow appeared on the floor out of the corner of his eye. In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind rushed past him. Acting on instinct, Chen Yi turned around to find a bloodied figure lunging at him. Bang! The tremendous force propelled him backward, slamming his back against the edge of the desk, sending a piercing pain straight to his forehead. Fortunately, 5 years of struggling to survive in the apocalypse had honed some instinctive reactions within him. As he turned, his right leg shot up, curling in front of him, perfectly positioning his knee to meet the oncoming zombie. Glancing at the gaping wound in the creature's abdomen, he realized that the assailant was none other than the previously gnawed corpse. Damn it! How could it transform after being so badly mauled? It was utterly absurd. Cursing silently, Chen Yi extended his hands to firmly grasp the zombie's wrists, preventing himself from being scratched, while using every ounce of strength in his right knee to push upward. Yet, this zombie weighed at least 150 to 160 pounds and possessed immense strength. When a person exerts explosive power, their body instinctively holds its breath, rendering them unable to speak. Once they open their mouth, that pent-up energy escapes, and the explosive force dissipates. To be honest, even if he did call for help, the woman hiding in the office would likely not dare to come to his aid. The zombie, with its putrid, gaping maw, aimed to tear into its prey beneath it. However, due to Chen Yi's knee pressing against his chest, a certain distance remained between the two. A standoff ensued between the man and the corpse. Yet, this impasse was merely temporary, for Chen Yi was on the verge of giving in, his face flushed crimson and the veins in his neck bulging ominously. The zombie, seemingly endowed with inexhaustible strength, struggled with increasing fervor, its grayish-green nails narrowly missing Chen Yi's arms on several occasions. Gradually, his knee was forced downwards, narrowing the space between their heads 10 centimeters, 8 centimeters, 4 centimeters. With each anguished roar from the zombie, a putrid stench surged forth. As the distance diminished, Chen Yi could even discern the remnants of vegetables caught between the creature's teeth. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the courtyard, moving with remarkable speed. Within mere breaths, it had burst into the hall, lunging fiercely at the zombie. Chen Yi felt a lightness wash over him, and in a surge of joy, he swiftly seized the short spear from the table. It was only at that moment that he discerned the remarkable savior before him was none other than a German shepherd. This dog stood as tall as a man, boasting a robust physique. The German shepherd exhibited remarkable intelligence, seemingly having undergone professional training. After subduing the zombie, it opted not to immediately rend its flesh, but instead clamped its jaws onto the hem of the zombie's pants, engaging in a relentless tug-of-war. The zombie reached out to grasp the dog, yet it nimbly evaded the grasp. As the zombie struggled to rise, the German shepherd lunged once more, firmly seizing the pant leg and bringing it crashing down. What a splendid dog! Chen Yi let out an exclamation of admiration and swiftly advanced, thrusting his spear fiercely into the zombie's eye. After dispatching the creature, he collapsed onto the ground with a thud, gasping for breath. The brief standoff of merely 10 seconds had drained all his strength. As he relaxed, a searing pain surged through his back once more. He reached behind to assess the damage and felt relieved to find it was merely a scraped surface with some muscular strain. Confirming that no bones were injured, Chen-Yi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He then turned to the German shepherd beside him and said, "Thank you, my friend." The dog sat there, barking twice in response. Thus, man and dog sat on the ground, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Chen-Yi dared not linger for too long, as those zombies were merely temporarily confined within the house, and no one could predict when they might burst forth. After a brief respite to regain some strength, he rose and exited the hall. Observing his retreating figure, the German shepherd hesitated for a moment, glancing at the disarrayed corpses in the hall, but eventually rose to follow him. Chen-Yi paid no mind to the dog following behind him as he made his way to the armory. Although referred to as an armory, it was merely a small room adjacent to the main hall. Nevertheless, the room boasted remarkable security, featuring 2 doors, the second of which was a reinforced steel grille. Without a key, breaching this entry was nearly impossible. Upon unlocking a drawer, 2 sleek black Type 92 pistols immediately came into view. Grasping one of the pistols, Chen-Yi gently traced the pentagram on the grip, and a wave of reassurance surged within him. After such perilous risks, it was finally within his grasp. His quest for firearms was not aimed at combating zombies, as he humbly acknowledged his inability to achieve a precise headshot. For any wound that did not strike the head, there was little distinction for the undead. Furthermore, ammunition was a pure consumable. Each shot fired diminished his supply, and replenishing it proved exceedingly difficult. Therefore, when it came to handling zombies, a short spear in his possession was far more effective than a pistol. The reason he dared to seek out firearms was to confront other humans. In this apocalyptic world, men were far more terrifying than the undead. The ammunition in the armory was stored separately from the firearms, residing in another drawer. There were a total of 4 cardboard boxes, one of which had been opened, revealing the gleaming bullets within. Chen-Yi performed a simple mental calculation and realized he had over 200 rounds of ammunition, which could last him quite a while if used sparingly. He was not entirely unfamiliar with firearms. After all, he had handled them during military training in university and had even fired live rounds at targets. In his previous life, he had also used makeshift firearms on several occasions. After loading 2 magazines of the Type 92 pistols with bullets and engaging the safety, he secured them at his waist. He then picked up a short spear, grabbed the remaining ammunition, and dashed towards the yard's exit. At that moment, several zombies began to appear sporadically on the street, and it was evident that more would soon emerge. He tossed the ammunition and spear onto the passenger seat and was about to enter the vehicle when he suddenly noticed that a German shepherd had followed him all the way, now sitting beside him with its head tilted in curiosity. Observing this, Chen-Yi tentatively opened the rear door and called out to the dog, "Get in, pup." Initially, he had only meant to give it a try, but to his surprise, the German shepherd actually understood him. With a graceful leap, it effortlessly jumped into the car. Chen-Yi felt a surge of joy. He had struck gold. This bold venture not only yielded a firearm, but also fortuitously included a police dog. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, a canine companion could prove far more valuable than a mere weapon. Most importantly, Chen-Yi found himself more inclined to trust a dog than a human. After shutting the car door, he drove into the courtyard of the station, retrieving a third of his provisions and water from the trunk to offer to the woman inside the room. Had it not been for her voluntary disclosure, he would have never uncovered the location of the gun. Even if he had eventually found it, it would likely have consumed at least 1 or 2 hours of his time. In the early days of the apocalypse, food was plentiful. Thus, Chen-Yi regarded this exchange as an immense profit. "I have traversed mountains and seas and navigated through throngs of people. Everything I once possessed has swiftly dissipated like smoke." Beneath the scorching sun, the sleek black Land Rover glided along the highway. The somber melodies of Pu Shu's voice wafted through the cracks of the car window, carried away by the rushing wind into the distance. With one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, Chen-Yi deftly unwrapped a package of dried beef with the other. After popping a piece into his mouth, he retrieved a larger chunk and offered it to the passenger seat. In the next moment, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth opened wide, snatching the dried beef and chewing with hearty relish. To be honest, had it not been for this German shepherd's assistance in the hall of the station, the outcome would have been quite uncertain. One cannot entirely blame Chen-Yi for his oversight. After all, he never anticipated that the corpse, nearly reduced to 2 halves, could still undergo a transformation into a zombie. Yet, such is the nature of the apocalypse, fraught with unexpected twists and peril. The highway occasionally presented vehicles involved in accidents, through the windows of which the silhouettes of zombies could be discerned. Fortunately, the number of abandoned cars on the road was minimal, primarily because Chun-Yi had chosen a lesser-known national highway, steering clear of congested routes. Additionally, the sweltering heat, soaring to 40 degrees, provided a significant deterrent. Woof woof. After finishing the dried beef, the German Shepherd barked twice at Chun-Yi and raised a paw to tap on the window. Do you want me to roll down the window? Woof woof. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow and pressed down the window of the passenger seat. As the window slid open, a sweltering gust of wind rushed into the vehicle. The German Shepherd eagerly thrust its head out of the window, squinting its eyes slightly and grinning widely, reveling in the exhilarating rush of the wind. Observing this, Chun-Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This dog certainly possessed a charming personality. Moreover, judging by its adept actions, it seemed this creature had enjoyed many such joyrides before, perhaps finding the heat outside unbearable. A few minutes later, the German Shepherd let out a sneeze and pulled its head back into the car. However, it soon extended its head out of the window once again to relish the breeze. At that moment, approximately 100 meters ahead, a staggering man stumbled into the middle of the road, one hand raised high, waving frantically. As the distance closed, Chun-Yi did not reduce his speed. Instead, he pressed the accelerator hard, hurtling towards the man. The man's expression changed drastically, and he scrambled back to the roadside in a panicked retreat. The Range Rover roared past, and the gale it produced flung gravel into the man's face, causing him pain. Through the rearview mirror, Chun-Yi saw the man's face contorted with resentment, his mouth moving in silent curses directed at him. In response, Chun-Yi merely scoffed. This fellow, with one bloodied arm likely bitten by a zombie, was fortunate he hadn't been left behind entirely. Even if the man were uninjured, Chun-Yi would not have stopped. Indeed, in a world where the population had dwindled, human resources held significant value. However, the truth remained that to accept survivors and form his own team or faction, stability was a prerequisite. At such a time, he would have ample opportunity and patience to carefully select those he deemed worthy. During this flight for survival, Chun-Yi preferred to be a solitary wolf rather than encumbered by a pack of ticking time bombs. An hour later, the sight ahead caused him to frown slightly. A massive truck, several meters long, had overturned, completely blocking the road. A bloodied zombie was half leaning out of the truck's window, howling and struggling to crawl out, seemingly trapped by its lower half. Gradually decelerating, Chun-Yi surveyed the situation on both sides of the highway before deftly steering the wheel. Hold on tight, pup. In the next moment, the Land Rover Range Rover surged off the highway, careening towards the adjacent farmland. The V6 diesel engine roared like a ferocious beast, its immense torque propelling the vehicle effortlessly over the ridges of the fields. This was precisely why Chun-Yi had chosen a high-powered off-road vehicle. Had it been an ordinary sedan, he would have found himself utterly helpless. The comfort of the diesel Land Rover was already lacking, and now, as it raced through the fields, Chun-Yi felt an overwhelming jolt with each bump. In contrast, the German Shepherd in the passenger seat appeared particularly exhilarated. After circumventing the blocked road, Chun-Yi navigated the vehicle back onto the national highway, speeding in the direction of Yangzhou. As time passed, the blazing sun in the sky gradually tilted westward, casting a golden glow. Along the way, it became increasingly evident that the number of wandering zombies was on the rise. Chun-Yi intended to reduce his speed, beginning to pay attention to suitable spots along the roadside for an overnight stay. In a post-apocalyptic world, driving at night is far from a prudent choice. Unless faced with an emergency, it is wisest to seek a secure location to rest for the night. At 6 in the evening, Chun-Yi ultimately selected a modest gas station as his refuge for the night. The gas station was rather small, featuring only 2 fuel pumps, and there were no vehicles in sight. Given the size of such an establishment, it could accommodate a maximum of 2 employees, essentially 2 zombies. Furthermore, the gas station's remote location was evident. After surveying the area, Chun-Yi noted that there were no sizable villages within a mile, just a scattered few houses, making it an ideal spot to spend the night. As he drove into the gas station, Chun-Yi exited the vehicle without turning off the engine, preserving precious moments for ignition in case of unforeseen circumstances. Upon opening the passenger door, his German Shepherd swiftly leaped out. Once on the ground, the dog scanned the surroundings cautiously, its nose twitching incessantly, before barking twice towards the convenience store of the gas station, seemingly alerting Chun-Yi. With a menacing roar, 2 zombies clad in gas station uniforms burst through the glass doors of the convenience store. Upon spotting Chun-Yi, they immediately charged at him. The German Shepherd crouched slightly, resembling a cannonball, and with lightning speed, lunged at the foremost zombie. The immense force of the dog knocked the zombie to the ground. Chen stepped forward, thrusting his short spear fiercely towards the second zombie. With a satisfying thud, the spearhead pierced precisely into the creature's eye, causing a slight twist that resulted in its instant demise. Meanwhile, the German Shepherd continued to engage in a relentless struggle, preventing the other zombie from rising again. Chen-Yi approached, raising his hand to deliver the final blow. With the harmonious cooperation of one person and one dog, the two zombies were effortlessly dispatched. Chen-Yi gently stroked the fluffy head of the German Shepherd, smiling as he encouraged, "Well done." He could manage to confront two zombies simultaneously on his own, though it was quite taxing. However, with the assistance of this loyal canine, the task became remarkably effortless. The German Shepherd, delighted by this affectionate gesture, eagerly nudged its head against Chen-Yi's hand. "Please keep watch outside," he said, patting the dog's head before stepping into the convenience store with a short spear in hand. This breed of dog possesses a high intelligence, particularly trained police dogs, which are even more astute and capable of understanding simple commands. True to form, upon hearing his instruction, the German Shepherd refrained from following him inside and instead settled in a crouch, its keen eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Given that the zombie outbreak had only occurred a mere 2 hours prior, the electrical systems were still operational. As Chen-Yi entered the convenience store, a refreshing blast of cool air from the air conditioning greeted him. Yet, he was acutely aware that within a few hours, the global power grid would likely succumb to failure. The convenience store was modest in size, with 2 rows of shelves displaying an array of beverages and snacks. Further inside, there was a narrow restroom and a storage room. The storage area was cluttered with various items, including a foldable bed tucked in the corner, presumably for employees to rest during night shifts. Suddenly, a cacophony of motorcycle engines roared from a distance, growing ever closer. Almost simultaneously, the German Shepherd's bark echoed, alerting Chen-Yi to the impending presence. Chen-Yi furrowed his brow, drew his firearm, disengaged the safety, and swiftly exited the convenience store. When it comes to confronting adversaries, the deterrent power of a gun far surpasses that of a short spear. Upon leaving the store, he observed 3 motorcycles racing towards the gas station. In no time, the trio of motorcycles arrived at the gas station, aligning themselves in a neat row before Chen-Yi. The German Shepherd once again crouched down, baring its teeth and adopting a posture ready to strike, letting out a series of low growls from its throat. There were 5 individuals in total, 3 men and 2 women. The other 4 donned helmets, obscuring their faces. Among them, one man seated on the back of a motorcycle was unhelmeted. He was unmistakably the injured man who had previously sought his help in the middle of the road. Although the injured man did not recognize Chen-Yi, a flicker of indignation crossed his eyes upon sighting the black Range Rover. Chen-Yi cast a cold gaze upon them, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "This gas station is occupied. You should seek another location." Upon hearing this, the rider carrying the injured man lifted his helmet's visor, revealing a rather fierce countenance, and frowned as he retorted, "Hey, there's no need to be so domineering. You don't appear to be affiliated with this gas station. Why should we be compelled to go elsewhere?" The woman seated behind him on the motorcycle immediately chimed in, "Exactly. This is a critical time. Resources should be shared among all. Furthermore, with so many supplies at the gas station, there's no way you could consume them all by yourself." Chen-Yi said coldly, "Once I leave, you may take whatever you wish from here. However, for now, that is not permissible." Upon hearing this, the fierce young man who had spoken earlier scoffed. "What if we choose not to leave? I do not wish to repeat myself," Chen-Yi declared, drawing a gun and directing it towards the 5 individuals. What a joke. Scaring someone with a toy gun. Suddenly, a gunshot resounded, interrupting his thought. In an instant, the entire gas station fell into a profound silence. The fierce-looking youth stared at the ominous muzzle, swallowing hard, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and trepidation. It was a real gun. At this moment, Zhang Yu found herself momentarily stunned. As dusk approached, she had finally discovered a suitable gas station for the night and felt a sense of relief. Little did she expect that the station would be occupied and that they would be driven away. Before she could utter more than a few words, the opposing party had resorted to gunfire. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu removed her mask, revealing her delicate features. She slowly raised her hands to signify her lack of hostility and then inquired gently, "May I ask when you plan to depart?" "Tomorrow morning," Chen-Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu continued to inquire, "The sky will soon darken. It is perilous to proceed further. Shall we set up camp on the opposite side?" Do as you wish, just refrain from stepping into the gas station, Chen Yi said, a tone of impatience evident in his voice. Zhang Ye nodded in acknowledgement and was about to depart on her motorcycle when Chen Yi suddenly cautioned, "Be wary of that ailing individual." Previously, he had merely suspected that the man had been bitten by a zombie, but now, upon their second encounter, he was almost certain. The man's complexion was ashen, with veins faintly visible beneath his skin. Bloodshot eyes were evident, and he occasionally swallowed, all signs indicating an imminent transformation into a zombie. Chen Yi's perplexing statement momentarily stunned the crowd, prompting them to turn their gaze towards the injured man, who appeared utterly bewildered. However, noting Chen Yi's lack of intention to elucidate, they suppressed their curiosity and rode their motorcycles away from the gas station, heading towards the desolate land across the road. As they observed their departing figures, Chen Yi commanded, "Dogsy, keep a close watch on them. Bark, bark." The German shepherd responded, obediently sitting in place and fixating on the group. Turning off his motorcycle, Chen Yi entered the convenience store's restroom, intending to take a shower. In this post-apocalyptic world, maintaining personal hygiene held equal importance. Opposite the gas station lay a stretch of barren land, relatively flat, and not far off was a small river, which could serve as a makeshift campsite. Having parked the motorcycle, Zhang Ye immediately inquired, "Li Mao, do you know that person?" "Yes." Li Mao weakly nodded, recounting the events that transpired on the highway with embellishments. Upon hearing his tale, a fierce-looking man expressed his outrage. "Damn, that's absolutely outrageous." "Indeed. How could there be such a person?" Not only did they refuse to stop and offer assistance, but they even attempted to run someone down, another woman remarked, removing her helmet to reveal her long, teal hair. This distinctive hair color, combined with her somewhat delicate features, rendered her exceptionally youthful and vibrant. A young man with Korean-style curls scoffed, "Ha! In a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. There's no need to get worked up over such individuals." Yet Zhang Ye remained silent, instead contemplatively glancing at Li Mao's injured right arm and asking, "How are you feeling now?" Li Mao candidly replied, "I think I might have a slight fever. My chest feels heavy." "A fever?" Zhang Ye furrowed her brows slightly. It could be that the wound has become infected, leading to inflammation. With that, she instructed the fierce-looking man, "Xiao Ma, you and I will go to the gas station and see if that person has any anti-inflammatory medication." "I won't go." Ma Chaojie decisively shook his head in refusal. Having just been humiliated by the other party, he was unwilling to comply. Seeing this, Zhang Ye reorganized the plan. "All right, then Xiao Ma and Xiao Lu will gather firewood, while Lin Lin and I will head to the gas station. Li Mao, you stay here and rest." Clearly, among the five of them, only Li Mao had joined later, while the other four were already familiar with one another, with Ma Chaojie and the others looking to Zhang Ye for guidance. In light of this arrangement, neither Ma Chaojie nor Lu Changong voiced any objections. On the contrary, Chen Lin seemed less agreeable, trailing behind Zhang Ye and quietly murmuring, "Sister Zhang Ye, I think we shouldn't go. That person must have some psychological issues. They might even be a fugitive." A normal person, when encountering someone in need, wouldn't react by attempting to run them over. Zhang Ye paused, turned to her, and said, "You've graduated for 2 years now. Why do you still behave like an inexperienced youth, believing everything others say? Yet he just fired at us." Chen Lin retorted, "That was merely a form of self-defense on his part. The manner in which he executed it might be somewhat unacceptable to us." Zhang Ye interjected, "Let us consider this. What would have transpired if he had been unarmed?" Chen Lin paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding, "Well, he might have been soundly beaten by Ma Chaojie. After all, he was but one individual, while we are 5. Gazing towards the gas station ahead, Zhang Yu continued her analysis. "You witnessed the 2 corpses of the zombies as well. The fact that he managed to single-handedly eliminate them indicates remarkable skill. With a firearm in his possession and accompanied by a German shepherd, it is highly probable that he is affiliated with the military or police force." Chen Lin was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is Li Mao lying?" Zhang Ye nodded. "There is a possibility." And the vague warning from the other party left me feeling quite unsettled. Therefore, I intend to seek clarity. Sister Zhang Ye, you are truly remarkable." Chen Lin gazed at Zhang Ye, her eyes reflecting admiration. Zhang Ye reached out and gently tapped Chen Lin's fair forehead, smiling as she said, "You ought to watch fewer mindless romance dramas. One must not view issues from a singular perspective. It is essential to embrace a more multifaceted approach." The cool water cascaded over him, washing away the oppressive heat and eliciting a soothing sigh of relief. After a quick refreshing shower, Chen Yi donned his clothes and began preparing dinner for himself and his dog. The convenience store offered a limited selection of food consisting solely of instant noodles, processed snacks, and some vacuum-sealed cooked items. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly more palatable than compressed biscuits. First, he attended to the dog's dinner. Chun-Yi hesitated to feed the dog instant noodles, so he unwrapped a pack of compressed biscuits, soaking them in water until they expanded. He then added 2 marinated eggs and tore dried beef into small pieces to mix in. Surprisingly, although it might not be visually appealing, it emitted an enticing aroma. Moreover, it contained the necessary nutrients, albeit slightly salty for the dog, who would likely need to drink considerable water afterward. He carried the bowl outside and called out, "Dog, it's time to eat." Upon seeing the bowl, the German Shepherd snorted, nudging it with its paw, seemingly unimpressed. Observing this, Chun-Yi gave its head a light slap and remarked, "How can you be so picky? You're fortunate to have food at all." It is said that police dogs enjoy a splendid diet, well balanced with both meat and vegetables. However, in this apocalyptic era, this meal was quite sumptuous. Other police dogs would likely be struggling even to find scraps. The German Shepherd whimpered a couple of times in resignation but ultimately acquiesced to reality. It devoured the food with remarkable speed, finishing within 2 minutes. Once it had eaten, Chun-Yi promptly opened a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the bowl. Indeed, the dog immediately began to lap at the water in small sips, just as he was about to turn and head to the convenience store for his dinner. He noticed 2 figures approaching the gas station. The dog, which had been drinking, suddenly darted forward, racing towards the 2 women and assuming an aggressive stance, its ferocity apparent. Should Chun-Yi give the command, it would spring into action without hesitation. While Zhang Ye managed to maintain her composure in the face of the imposing German Shepherd, Chen-Lin, on the other hand, faltered and instinctively took a step back, a glimmer of panic flickering in her eyes. Chun-Yi furrowed her brows slightly and coldly remarked, "It seems you have disregarded my words entirely." Zhang Ye hastily clarified, "That is not our intention. It is merely that our companion has sustained an injury and developed an infection, resulting in a bit of a fever. We were hoping to inquire if you have any spare anti-inflammatory medication." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi impatiently responded, "It matters not what that patient consumes." This statement only deepened Zhang Ye's perplexity, and with a sincere expression, she implored, "I understand that you are a principled individual, outwardly aloof yet warm-hearted, for otherwise you would not have previously cautioned us. Could you kindly enlighten me on his condition? I would be immensely grateful." Chun-Yi remarked, "There is no need for flattery. That fellow has been bitten by a zombie and will soon succumb to the affliction." Zhang Ye countered, "But do we not possess antibodies? Although the zombie outbreak has only just commenced hours ago, some astute individuals, after navigating the initial chaos, have begun to form insights. With nearly 90% of humanity transformed into zombies, the sheer magnitude indicates that the virus is airborne. The concentrated surge of infections within a brief time frame suggests that these individuals had been infected for some time, merely in the latent phase prior to the outbreak. By this logic, it can be inferred that the entire global population has been infected with the virus. Clearly, those of us who remain unaltered possess the antibodies that confer immunity to the virus." Chun-Yi glanced at her with unexpected surprise. It was rare to encounter someone so astute. He patiently elucidated, "Indeed, we possess only the primordial antibodies. Once the virus induces pathological changes within the human body, it undergoes a secondary evolution, transforming into a strain that is transmitted through the bloodstream. The primordial antibodies prove ineffective against the evolved virus." This revelation drained the color from Zhang Ye's face. She had always believed that the antibodies within their bodies rendered them completely immune to the zombie virus. Despite the terrifying nature of the undead, she clung to a sliver of hope. However, upon learning of the virus's capacity for secondary evolution and the ineffectiveness of their antibodies, a shadow of dread enveloped her heart. This implication meant that should she be scratched or bitten by a zombie, she too would succumb to becoming one of them. Zhang Ye's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Biting her lip, she finally spoke, "These are merely your conjectures, are they not? Logically speaking, the zombie virus only erupted this afternoon. A pathological and structural analysis of the virus would require, at the very least, several days to yield results. Therefore, by common reasoning, your explanations should be considered mere hypotheses." Yet, the myriad of behaviors displayed by him made Zhang Ye ponder the unsettling possibility that his assertions might indeed hold some truth. Chun-Yi gazed at her with profound meaning and said, "You are an astute individual. Whether my words are mere conjecture or not, you must have an inkling. If you wish to preserve your life, hasten back and eliminate that man. Remember, you must shatter his skull." "Thank you." Zhang Yi cast a deep glance at him, expressed her gratitude, and then turned to leave. As he watched the two depart, Chun Yi revealed a mischievous smile. He had conveyed everything he needed to, and in their fleeting encounter, he had acted with utmost benevolence. Whether she chose to believe him or how she would handle the situation was of no consequence to him. This woman was indeed a rare intellect, but whether others shared her discernment remained uncertain. Tonight, in the desolate expanse, a dramatic spectacle was sure to unfold. Ah, human nature. Chen Yi's dinner was quite sumptuous. A bowl of instant noodles, 2 marinated eggs, and a braised pork knuckle. The vacuum-sealed delicacies were indeed delectable, yet regrettably, their preservation was limited. Following the collapse of the power grid, in temperatures soaring to 40 degrees Celsius, they would spoil within a mere 3 to 4 days. After finishing his meal, Chen Yi retrieved a bottle of Wang Laoji from the refrigerator, relishing the rare coolness it offered. Once he had finished the drink, he took advantage of the remaining electricity and the abundance of resources at the convenience store to continue his preparations. His first priorities were ammunition, maps, and those 3 books, for their significance far outweighed that of mere sustenance. Chen Yi procured a plastic bag, meticulously sealing all the items within to safeguard them against moisture. He then connected his phone to the charger, allowing it to replenish its energy. Although the device was largely inoperative, it could still serve as a flashlight, thus retaining some utility. After completing these tasks, he rummaged through the storage room and retrieved a hose, attaching one end to the bathroom faucet while dragging the other end outside the convenience store, where he thoroughly washed the Land Rover Range Rover. The afternoon spent with the vehicle left him quite pleased. Its off-road capabilities were formidable, effortlessly conquering inclines and traversing through water. The spacious interior offered ample room for supplies, even serving as a temporary abode. Thus, he took special care with this vehicle. Once he finished washing the car, Chen Yi glanced at the panting dog, its tongue lolling out in the heat, and decided to give it a bath as well. As a long-haired German shepherd, the dog was particularly sensitive to heat. When the cool water cascaded over its body, rather than retreating, it exhibited signs of enjoyment. By the end of the wash, the dog was playfully frolicking with Chen Yi. After finishing the bath, as Chen Yi prepared to fetch a towel to dry the dog, it stood still, vigorously shaking itself, sending droplets flying everywhere. Well, that saved him the trouble of drying off. Stowing away the hose, Chen Yi resumed transporting supplies to the vehicle. During his earlier search in the storage room, he had serendipitously discovered a considerable stash of rice and barrels of cooking oil. It seemed to stem from a promotional event at a gas station, where they often offered rice and oil as incentives for cardholders, a common practice across gas stations nationwide. He refrained from taking too many cooked or processed foods, mindful of the challenges of preserving them in high temperatures. After all, it was impractical to run the air conditioning in the vehicle around the clock. Without it, the interior would swiftly transform into a steamy sauna in such weather. He managed to load 6 bags of vacuum-sealed rice, which could be stored for a couple of months. He also gathered a substantial quantity of bottled water and various beverages, recognizing the necessity of clean drinking water, especially during the summer months. Additionally, he collected several packs of cigarettes. Previously, Chen Yi had never smoked, but since the onset of the zombie outbreak, he had become an ardent smoker. In this post-apocalyptic world, mere survival was a formidable challenge, let alone the prospect of leisure. Thus, lighting a cigarette and reminiscing about the past amidst swirling smoke became his solitary indulgence in these dire times. As night fell at 7 o'clock, the sun dipped below the horizon, ushering in darkness. The freshly bathed German shepherd patrolled like a lion surveying its territory, pacing back and forth at the gas station while occasionally glancing at the desolate land across the road. Inside the convenience store, with some respite, Chen Yi unwrapped a pack of Haili cigarettes, lighting one before slowly unfurling a map. His gaze traversed the map until it settled on a vast expanse of mountainous forest to the northeast, Chabai Mountain's uninhabited region. Here lies the pure land that Chen Yi yearned for until his last moments in his previous life. If one were to assert that a sanctuary still exists within the realm of the zombie apocalypse, it would undoubtedly be the uninhabited region of Chabai Mountain. The designation of this area as a pure land is not a baseless fantasy, but rather a conclusion drawn from his 5 years of struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. To discover a locale suitable for prolonged habitation, 3 essential criteria must be fulfilled: safety, resources, and potential for development. Primarily, safety takes precedence. The northeastern region of China is characterized by its vast land and sparse population, with a total populace of nearly 29 million across 3 provinces. One should not be deceived into thinking this is a considerable number. The combined area of these provinces spans an impressive 780,000 square kilometers, resulting in an astonishing average of 11,736 square meters per person. This figure pertains solely to the total population. When accounting for those who have migrated or sought employment elsewhere, the actual number in the three provinces likely falls below 80 million. In stark contrast, the diminutive city of Jinling already boasts a resident population exceeding 10 million. Such comparisons vividly illustrate the relative emptiness of the northeastern provinces. Fewer inhabitants imply a reduced number of zombies. Based on past experiences, zombies are particularly vulnerable to extreme cold. It is not that they perish from freezing, rather, the harsh conditions significantly impair their mobility. Presently, Chen-Yi perceives the zombies as rather feeble, easily managed with just a short spear against 2 or 3 at a time. However, in 6 months, they will undergo a secondary evolution, particularly accelerating in areas close to nuclear power plants, where radiation is most potent. Following this evolution, their strength and speed will be greatly enhanced, rendering them more formidable adversaries. Thus, it is imperative to rely on the frigid environment to impose limitations on them. Moreover, seeking refuge on an island surrounded by water is not a viable option either, as the evolved zombies show no fear of water, although they cannot swim. There is always the possibility of zombies being swept onto an island by the current. Of course, the situation is different for remote islands at sea. Nevertheless, the primary concern with such islands is the availability of fresh water. Should a subterranean water source be present, matters would be much simpler. However, the absence of such resources could lead to dire circumstances. Secondly, resources are vital. After 3 months, food supplies in supermarkets, malls, and homes will gradually spoil and become inedible. At this juncture, self-sufficiency becomes the only recourse. The fertile black soil of the Changbai Mountain uninhabited area speaks volumes about the potential for agriculture. Adding to this, the desolate region is abundant in resources, teeming with a plethora of flora and fauna, and an inexhaustible variety of berries and wildlife, ample enough to sustain one until the time for cultivation and harvest arrives. Whether through farming, hunting, or gathering, mastering any one of these skills guarantees survival against starvation. Should one find themselves utterly inept in all three, Chen-Yi recommends that remaining in the city and awaiting demise may be the wiser choice. Ultimately, there lies the matter of development. Humans are inherently social creatures, and in a post-apocalyptic world, seeking solace and companionship becomes the ultimate refuge. At that stage, whether in establishing one's own faction or a team, the necessity for resources is undeniable. The Changbai Mountain Wilderness boasts rich mineral resources, making it an ideal base for those aiming to rekindle civilization in the aftermath of chaos. Thus, it is no surprise that Chen-Yi designates the Changbai Mountain Wilderness as a pure land, the ultimate destination of his flight. However, a pressing dilemma confronts him: route selection. The most ideal path would naturally lead eastward, tracing the coastline, passing through Rock City, and entering Lushuan via Lianyan Port. From there, he would venture through Rizhao and Jiaozhou, ultimately reaching Yintai City, followed by a boat ride across the Bohai Strait, landing directly at Dalian. This route deftly circumvents several densely populated urban centers while ensuring the shortest distance. Yet, it is fraught with peril, as it necessitates traversing 3 nuclear power stations. The nuclear plants at Yintai and Dalian are nearly unavoidable. In the event of a zombie outbreak, these facilities would undoubtedly face catastrophic failures, while explosions may be unlikely. Nuclear leaks are inevitable. Should a leak occur, the zombies within a 30-kilometer radius of the power stations would likely undergo accelerated secondary evolution. By the time Chen-Yi passes through, he would very likely confront these evolved monstrosities, exponentially increasing the danger. An alternative route would involve forsaking the maritime path entirely, opting for a land route that cuts straight through Shandong Province, then continues along the coastline northward, passing through Liaoning Province to ultimately reach his destination. Compared to the previous route, this option completely avoids all nuclear power stations, yet it nearly doubles the distance required, necessitating passage through Tianjin, a bustling coastal metropolis. One could also choose to circumvent Tianjin and Beijing. However, this would add several hundred kilometers to the journey, introducing countless uncertainties and perils. Each route presents its own merits and hazards, and the decision lies in Chen-Yi's hands. Under a starry night sky, with the chorus of frogs and insects serenading the air, 3 motorcycles are arranged in a triangular formation near a small river, a roaring campfire blazing at their center. Absent the irritating mosquitoes, this would indeed be a splendid camping experience. For individuals gather around the fire, munching on bread and biscuits while engaging in a spirited quarrel. Sister Zhang, just because that kid uttered a statement of dubious veracity, you've tied up Li Mao. I cannot concur with that. Ma Chaojie took a bite of bread. His tone resolute. Lu Changdong, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, given that Li Mao is in such a dire state, binding him seems rather inhumane. The voices of the four resonated loudly, unreservedly, near Li Mao. In truth, there was no need for discretion. At that moment, Li Mao had succumbed to unconsciousness. His complexion even more pallid, his body occasionally convulsing involuntarily. Chen Lin, who had been quietly nibbling on a biscuit, timidly interjected, "What if? I'm just saying. What if that guy's words hold some truth?" "Huh?" Ma Chaojie scoffed, retorting in a local dialect, "Chen Lin, have you lost your mind? Who can take such a person seriously? Even a sow could climb a tree." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin immediately bristled, raising her brows and asserting, "Ma Chaojie, who are you talking to? I said what if. In the current circumstances, isn't it prudent to exercise caution? Regardless, I oppose binding Li Mao." Ma Chaojie, with a stiff neck, declared emphatically, "Then you can stay awake tonight, watching over him. If I must, then so be it." Listening to their quarrel, Zhang Ye felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. A matter that should have been straightforward, merely restraining Li Mao's hands and feet, had devolved into a prolonged dispute. It could not be said that Ma Chaojie and Lu Changdong were entirely in the wrong. Compassion and a willingness to assist others are commendable traits. However, the reality had shifted. Moreover, she had discerned that Ma Chaojie's adamant opposition stemmed not from genuine sympathy for Li Mao, but rather from a disdain for Chen Yi. Opposing for the sake of opposition. This was a quintessential example of a headstrong youth, fixating solely on surface appearances, easily swayed by emotions. Conversely, Lu Changdong's stance was indeed rooted in humanitarianism. After all, he was the first to propose escaping with Li Mao. When Lu Changdong initially suggested taking a stranger along in their flight, Zhang Ye's immediate reaction was to refuse. They knew nothing of who he was or his character. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Changdong's resolute gaze, coupled with Ma Chaojie and Chen Lin's unanimous agreement, she felt compelled to suppress her discontent for the sake of team harmony. After all, they were merely fellow members of the same club. While they recognized one another, their relationships were hardly intimate. The reason the other three implicitly regarded her as their leader was simply due to her charisma and wisdom, along with being a few years older, which had momentarily granted her authority in this makeshift group. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ye gently remarked, "Xiaoma, let us not speak in haste. One must harbor no ill will, yet remain vigilant. As Lin Lin wisely pointed out, exercising caution is never a fault." The words rendered both individuals momentarily subdued. However, the expression on Ma Chaojie's face clearly betrayed his dissatisfaction. Subsequently, Zhang Yu continued to orchestrate the situation. "Tonight, we shall take turns on watch, each for 3 hours. Arm yourselves well, and should any situation arise, raise the alarm immediately." This was a makeshift solution, yet for the sake of the small team, it was the only recourse available. Were she to insist on binding Li Mao, the likelihood of this temporary alliance disintegrating would be exceedingly high. Casting a glance at the brightly lit gas station across the way, Zhang Ye let out a silent sigh. It dawned upon her why Chen Yi, despite his capabilities, armament, and vehicle, chose to operate alone. Accompanying a group of inept allies was far less preferable than embarking on a solitary escape. As the clock struck 9, fatigue began to envelop the group. An afternoon fraught with harrowing escapades had nearly drained their physical strength, leaving their spirits equally weary. The three of them reclined on waterproof mats, teetering on the brink of slumber. The first night shift for Chen Lin was specially arranged by Zhang Ye to take care of her. The advantages of the inaugural night shift were numerous. After enduring 3 hours, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she could peacefully slumber until dawn without interruption. Observing the convenience store across the road, a flicker of envy crossed Chen Lin's eyes. It was equipped with air conditioning, snacks, and cold beverages, and most importantly, it spared her from the torment of those wretched mosquitoes. Snap! Chen Lin slapped her arm, and a mosquito's lifeless body along with a streak of crimson appeared in her palm. Soon, a small red bump emerged on her fair arm, accompanied by an intolerable itch. The mosquitoes by the river were particularly numerous. Although she had previously applied mosquito repellent, its efficacy was rather mediocre. At that moment, The lights of the gas station across the way suddenly extinguished, plunging it into darkness. Has the power gone out? Chen-Lin was momentarily taken aback. But soon a malicious grin spread across her face. However, in the next instant, her smile was swiftly replaced by irritation, for within those brief seconds, 2 more mosquito bites had erupted on her leg. How exasperatingly itchy. Chen-Lin, in a state of agitation, scratched her head a few times before casting a wary glance at Li Mao, who lay across the campfire. Noticing that he remained in a deep stupor, she discarded the fruit knife she had wielded for protection and turned to rummage through her backpack for mosquito repellent. In the next instant, Li Mao, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. His crimson irises glimmered with a feral intensity as he swiftly rose to his feet, emitting a beastly roar before lunging toward Lu Changdong, who was closest to him. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the night sky, startling both Zhang Ye and Ma Chaojie from their slumber. Chen-Lin trembled in fear and turned her head, her complexion instantly paling. Before her lay Li Mao, who had been unconscious but now resembled a feral beast, hunched over Lu Changdong, viciously biting his nose. Crimson blood flowed incessantly, cascading down his cheek. Zhang Yu felt a chill wash over her limbs. The worst possible scenario had unfolded. Li Mao had truly transformed into a zombie and had bitten Lu Changdong. Among the 3, Ma Chaojie was the first to react, rushing forward to deliver a powerful kick to Li Mao. His imposing stature allowed him to send Li Mao sprawling. However, at that moment, Lu Changdong let out an even more agonizing scream. His nose was gone, brutally severed by Li Mao, leaving behind 2 gaping, bloody holes. His previously handsome visage now appeared grotesque and horrifying. Ugh! Witnessing this gruesome scene, Chen-Lin felt her stomach churn and involuntarily retched. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ye hurried over to drag Lu Changdong away. Even Ma Chaojie, despite his usual lack of intelligence, understood that Li Mao had succumbed to zombification. In a panic, he drew a 30-centimeter-long watermelon knife from his waist, his expression tense as he stared down the imminent threat. The sound of flesh being chewed echoed ominously in their ears. With a few ravenous bites, Li Mao opened his bloodied mouth, now filled with mangled flesh, and lunged toward Ma Chaojie. Barking ensued. Chen Yigong lay down in the storage room when the sound of a German shepherd's bark echoed from outside the convenience store. Activating the flashlight on his phone with one hand while gripping a gun in the other, he swiftly exited the storage room. Standing at the entrance of the convenience store, he beheld a scene of chaos unfolding in the vacant lot across the way. A sardonic smile crept across Chen Yigong's face. There is a saying that aptly applies: good words cannot persuade a doomed ghost. 3 individuals should be more than capable of dealing with an unevolved zombie. Provided they can conquer their inner fears and employ a modicum of skill, even a woman could manage it. Yet, it was evident that this group lacked experience. As Chen Yigong observed Ma Chaojie wielding a watermelon knife and striking fiercely at the zombie's neck, he could already foresee the impending disaster. The turmoil in the vacant lot persisted. Ma Chaojie wore an expression of ferocity as he swung the watermelon knife with great force at the zombie's neck. However, in the next moment, his demeanor shifted. Contrary to his expectations, the knife did not sever the zombie's neck but became lodged within it. In the films and games he had previously encountered, it appeared remarkably effortless to decapitate a person. Yet, through first-hand experience, he realized the task was far from simple. The watermelon knife struck the neck, eliciting no reaction from the zombie, which instead became incited by its ferocity. Panic surged within Ma Chaojie as he gripped the knife handle tightly and attempted to withdraw it. Before he could swing again, the zombie lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Ah! Ma Chaojie cried out in agony, his eyes wide with terror. In a flurry of panic, he discarded the watermelon knife and unleashed a flurry of punches at the zombie's head. However, the zombie remained undeterred, suddenly exerting force and tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Ma Chaojie found his own ferocity awakened. He grasped the zombie's shoulders and hurled it away with all his strength. Ironically, it was sent tumbling in Chen-Lin's direction. Bang! The flung zombie collided with Chen-Lin, knocking her to the ground. The zombie, disregarding everything else, perceived the food before it and lunged for her delicate, fair neck. With a sickening splatter, blood gushed forth. Chen-Lin opened her mouth in terror, but as blood surged into her trachea, she could only emit a series of choking sounds. The entire series of events transpired in the blink of an eye, too swiftly for Zhang Yu to react. She had just settled Lu Changdong when she lifted her gaze, only to witness Chen-Lin's throat being severed by a zombie. At that moment, Ma Chaojie made an utterly unexpected move. He turned and dashed towards the motorcycle. swiftly starting it and speeding away. He simply fled. Zhang Ye suddenly laughed, bending down to pick up the watermelon knife from the ground, and slowly approached the zombie from behind. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, she observed Chen Lin's eyes gradually losing their luster. The zombie paid her no heed, indulging in its lavish feast. The watermelon knife was raised high and brought down forcefully against the zombie's neck. One strike, two strikes. In that instant, Zhang Ye resembled someone chopping wood, delivering blow after blow to the zombie's neck. After 3 consecutive strikes, the zombie's head was finally severed, its filthy and grotesque visage rolling aside. Kicking the zombie away, she gazed at the life that had completely faded from Chen Lin, a flicker of sorrow flashing in her eyes. Lin, I'm sorry for not taking better care of you. Among the 4, Zhang Ye and the other 2 were merely members of the same club. In contrast, she and Chen Lin had known each other for a long time, even being alumni of the same university. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ye turned around, gripping the watermelon knife as she slowly approached Lu Changdong. Lu Changdong, who had been moaning softly while clutching his wound, was startled by this scene. He shuffled backward, attempting to muster an awkward smile. Sister Zhang, it's not my fault. Zhang Ye brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. Her graceful and intelligent visage, illuminated by the firelight, exuded an enchanting charm. As she walked, she spoke softly. Xiao Lu, you have a decent character, though you tend to be a bit soft. Having compassion is not a flaw, but unfortunately, you lack the intellect to match it. We are acquainted, which is somewhat of a fate. I believe you wouldn't wish to become a zombie. Allow me to assist you. Lu Changdong swallowed hard. No. Sister Zhang, please don't trouble yourself. Zhang Ye smiled gently. It's just a small matter, truly. Sister Zhang, there are exceptions to every rule. Perhaps I might possess an immunity to the evolved zombie virus, don't you think? Sister Zhang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have unilaterally decided to bring Li Maolong to flee. But Chen Lin's death has nothing to do with me. It was Ma Chaojie who pushed the zombie towards her. Zhang Ye retained her smile, yet her gaze was unusually frigid. Suddenly, Lu Changdong raised his right hand and hurled a handful of gravel towards her. Zhang Ye paused momentarily, instinctively lifting her hand to shield herself from the debris. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Changdong rolled to his feet and fled. In truth, what he ought to have done was to retaliate with resolve. After all, Zhang Ye was merely a woman, her physical prowess inferior to that of a young man like him. Although she wielded a fruit knife in a life-and-death struggle, victory was not entirely out of reach. It can only be said that Zhang Ye had seen through the natures of Ma Chaojie and Lu Changdong too clearly, one a fool, the other a coward. Zhang Ye swiftly closed the distance, raising her hand to strike. The blade sliced through his thin t-shirt, cutting into his back. Lu Changdong staggered, initially feeling little more than a tingling sensation and warmth spreading across his back. However, it was not long before a wave of excruciating pain surged from his back to his brain. Help! Help me! Lu Changdong dared not halt his flight, sprinting towards the gas station while shouting loudly. The gas station was not far from the desolate land, separated only by a road. Soon, Lu Changdong dashed into the gas station, but the price he paid for this escape was 2 additional knife wounds on his back. Cheney stood silently in front of the convenience store, turning a deaf ear to Lu Changdong's cries for help, instead taking great pleasure in this unfolding drama. Having already lost a significant amount of blood from a severed nose, he now faced further wounds. The combination of physical exertion and additional injuries hastened his blood loss. As he stumbled into the gas station, Lu Changdong felt his legs give way, collapsing onto the ground. Before he could rise, a chilling flash of steel passed behind him. A sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed in the stillness of the night, followed by a splatter of crimson. Moments later, tranquility returned once more. Zhang Ye, breathing heavily, wiped the blood that had splashed onto her cheek with the back of her hand and inquired, "Where are you headed?" "North." Chen Yi gazed intently at Zhang Ye, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Intelligent, rational, decisive, and most importantly, ruthlessly pragmatic. Such individuals, provided they are not overly beset by misfortune, can endure for a considerable duration in a post-apocalyptic world. The events of this evening were not reflective of her capabilities, but rather indicative of a lack of experience. After all, transitioning from civilization to desolation necessitates a period of adaptation. Upon hearing his thoughts, Zhang Ye breathed out. "May I accompany you?" Her words conveyed, "May I accompany you?" rather than "Will you take me with you?" While seemingly synonymous, the two phrases are fundamentally opposed in meaning. The former implies companionship, while the latter suggests subservience. This distinction epitomizes her astuteness. Chen Yi smiled faintly and remarked with profound significance, "Let us see if you can keep up." Furthermore, he added, "Welcome to the apocalypse." Zhang Ye nodded, clearly perceiving the underlying meaning of his words, and silently turned to walk towards the wasteland. The following day, the early morning sun cast its gentle rays. Chen Yi rubbed his face and slowly sat up. Last night, he had enjoyed a remarkably deep slumber, although he had awakened once in the middle of the night. It paled in comparison to his past experiences of waking 5 or 6 times. The primary contributor to his restful night was the German shepherd outside, who had diligently kept watch throughout the night. With the power cut, the water had ceased to flow as well. Chen Yi emerged from the storage room and twisted open a bottle of mineral water, splashing a bit on his face. The refreshing droplets invigorated him, shaking off the fatigue. He wiped his face with his t-shirt and cast a glance at the barren land before him. There, Zhang Ye leaned against her motorcycle, dozing off, while the 2 corpses that had previously occupied the wasteland had vanished without a trace. Breakfast, akin to the previous night, was swiftly consumed by him and his dog. After which Chen Yi started the vehicle and departed from the gas station. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for delay. He needed to reach the uninhabited region of Changbai Mountain before the onset of winter, locate a suitable shelter for the harsh season, and gather as many supplies as possible to endure the first winter of the apocalypse. The winter in Changbai Mountain was no trivial matter. It was cold and prolonged, with temperatures plummeting to as low as -40 degrees Celsius. A late arrival would lead to dire circumstances. The Land Rover roamed along the national highway, while the German shepherd nestled in the passenger seat, enjoying the cool air of the air conditioning, appearing utterly content. Suddenly, it lifted its head, alert and attentive. A buzzing sound of a motorcycle resonated from behind. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a motorcycle approaching from a distance. As it neared the Land Rover, the motorcycle slowed down, closely tailing them. Witnessing this, Chen Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. Engaging with an intelligent individual certainly had its advantages. Last night, Zhang Ye had subtly expressed her desire to become his companion. Chen Yi's response had been that it was essential to first ascertain her qualifications. Until he formally accepted her, he would offer no assistance. Her ability to keep pace would depend solely on her own merit. After all, he sought a companion, not a burden. As they journeyed, they passed several villages. Fortunately, most of these settlements were situated some distance from the road, and by the time the zombies from the villages lumbered onto the highway, they could no longer see the tail lights of their vehicle. Approaching midday, the Land Rover entered a small town. The town was of moderate size, with the majority of buildings lining the roads, resulting in a considerable number of zombies wandering the streets. Chen Yi squinted slightly, gripping the steering wheel tightly, while his right foot pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a roar, the engine erupted, and the black Range Rover surged forward like a roaring beast. In such a rural town, hesitation was not an option. To hesitate would result in the vehicle being halted by the tide of the undead. The fate of being stopped amidst the horde was all too clear. At this moment, the sound of the car's thunderous engine drew the attention of the zombies lining the highway. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, they shrieked in unison and charged forward. Additionally, from the houses flanking the road, and even from further afield, more zombies poured out, converging towards the highway. Zhang Ye, trailing behind, quickly grasped the situation before her. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decisively chose to accelerate, maneuvering her motorcycle closely behind the Range Rover, with barely 5 meters between them. It was a perilously bold decision. Such proximity at such speed meant that if the vehicle in front were to suddenly stop for any reason, her motorcycle would not be able to brake in time. Even with a helmet, the likelihood of a fatal outcome was high. Yet, Zhang Yi was certain that Chen Yi would not stop. To do so would mean certain death. Thus, she decided to take the gamble. Bang! As a zombie collided with the Range Rover, it was violently propelled away, akin to a ragdoll, crashing heavily into the distance. Following closely were the second and third zombies. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds resounded as the car's windows gradually became stained with blood. Initially, Chen Yi harbored concerns that the relentless collisions might cause the vehicle to halt. However, propelled by the immense torque of the V6 diesel engine, the Range Rover continued to bulldoze forward. The continuous impacts caused the vehicle to shudder, and Chen Yi gripped the steering wheel with determination, striving to maintain control. He paid no mind to Zhang Ye behind him. They had only just begun, and the journey ahead would only grow more arduous. If she could not surpass this trial, it was clear she was unworthy to accompany him. Bang! With the last zombie sent flying, Chen-Yi finally broke free from the encirclement of the horde. Through the rearview mirror, he could see that zombies continued to emerge from either side of the road, gathering on the highway and shrieking as they pursued. After a considerable distance, once the vehicle had escaped entirely, the zombies came to a halt, their crimson eyes reflecting confusion. After a brief moment, the tide of the undead gradually dispersed, and the town returned to its eerie silence. Having burst forth from the town, Chen-Yi drove for approximately 3 kilometers before veering off the road and finally stopping the car beside a small river. After a morning of relentless driving, he felt undeniably fatigued. Even in civilized times, driving for several consecutive hours could induce weariness, let alone in this apocalyptic era. Moreover, the windows were smeared with blood, severely impairing visibility. Most crucially, this blood harbored a significant amount of the zombie virus. If not promptly cleaned, the air conditioning system of the vehicle may allow contaminants to infiltrate the interior. Although the mutated virus is primarily transmitted through blood, it is wise to exercise caution. Pushing open the car door, Chen-Yi stepped out and glanced at Zhang Ye, who was perched upon her motorcycle. "How do you feel?" he inquired. Zhang Ye removed her helmet, revealing a radiant face glistening with perspiration, her form accentuated by the snug fit of her riding attire. Riding a motorcycle in such weather is certainly far from pleasurable. Beyond the searing sun overhead, even the wind rushing towards her is scorching. Retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, she raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It's quite exhilarating, far more thrilling than riding the mountain bike before." Chen-Yi smiled gently, stating, "This is merely the beginning. The true excitement lies ahead. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to it." As Zhang Ye spoke, she twisted off the cap of her bottle and took a generous gulp. In her haste, water trickled down the corner of her mouth, cascading onto her delicate, fair neck before disappearing into her collar. "I hope you can maintain your optimism," Chen-Yi remarked, before opening the trunk and retrieving a small bucket to commence washing the car. Zhang Ye maneuvered her motorcycle beneath the shade of a tree, perching herself sideways on the seat while munching on a biscuit, silently observing Chen-Yi as he busied himself with the task. With each bucket of water poured, a mixture of blood and flesh seeped from the crevices of the car's front. The recent collision with an abundance of zombies had caused the front bumper to bend inward, with several cracks appearing on the left side. Such occurrences were far from isolated. They were likely to recur throughout their journey. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to modify the front of the vehicle, for if this relentless crashing continued, components such as the radiator and condenser would inevitably sustain damage. Upon completing the car wash, Chen-Yi prepared lunch for the German Shepherd. Once again, it consisted of compressed biscuits softened with water, accompanied by dried beef and braised eggs. Unfortunately, although there was rice in the vehicle, starting a fire to cook would be an extravagant use of time. Under the shade of the tree, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, quietly shared their midday meal. Chen-Yi leaned against a tree, nibbling on a compressed biscuit while examining the map spread across his lap. Ideally, they would reach Rock City before nightfall. In the pre-apocalyptic era, a drive from the outskirts of Jinling to Rock City would have taken merely 3 hours. However, the current situation was far from ideal. The highways were impassable, leaving only national and county roads as options, inevitably leading to a much longer detour. Given the complex road conditions, vehicles were strewn across the landscape every few hundred meters, and occasionally they encountered overturned trucks blocking the way, making it difficult to exceed a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Despite Chen-Yi having ridden for the entire morning, he had barely covered 100 kilometers. A flicker of curiosity sparkled in Zhang Ye's eyes as she glanced at the map in Chen-Yi's hands. His preparations exceeded her expectations, and it seemed his objectives had been clear from the outset. She was eager to learn their ultimate destination, yet she refrained from asking, sensing the need for discretion. As the heat intensified, appetite waned, especially when faced with the unremarkable taste of compressed biscuits. Nonetheless, Chen-Yi compelled himself to finish the biscuits. After downing a bottle of mineral water, he stood up, brushing himself off, and made his way toward the Land Rover. Observing this, Zhang Ye hurriedly packed her backpack and donned her helmet once more. Soon, the two set off again. Although the temperature had slightly decreased, it still soared to 38 degrees. Compared to the morning, the afternoon sun was more relentless. After 2 continuous hours of riding, Zhang Ye felt waves of dizziness, with sharp pains radiating from her temples. She recognized these as early signs of heat stroke. The Land Rover ahead continued to speed on, showing no signs of stopping. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Ye gradually slowed her motorcycle and yanked off her helmet. Despite its commendable ventilation and heat dissipation, the full-face helmet felt akin to a steamer atop her head. Once freed from its confines, she felt a surge of vitality. Although she didn't remove her snug riding suit, which appeared thick but was actually designed for summer riding and boasted excellent breathability and moisture-wicking properties, she quickly rummaged through her backpack for a bottle of mineral water. Upon unscrewing the cap, she poured the slightly warm water over her head, rejuvenating her senses. After finishing the remaining half bottle in one go, Zhang Ye discarded the empty container and revved the throttle, pursuing the Land Rover ahead. Riding without a helmet was perilous, yet at that moment, she prioritized her immediate needs. A perceptive individual, she had sensed early on, through both personal encounters and online information, that the government and military had likely collapsed amidst the zombie outbreak. The so-called rescue would never come. Therefore, she had chosen not to remain in the city but swiftly gathered a few acquaintances, including Chen Lin, to escape the urban confines. Zhang Ye understood that as a woman in this dire world, she needed to band together for survival. The events of the previous night had underscored the significance of having a reliable companion. However, her trust in Chen Yi was not unconditional. A thread of caution lingered in her heart. After all, they had only known each other for a single day, exchanging barely a dozen words. In truth, Chen Yi was observing her behavior, just as she was scrutinizing him. Companionship, after all, is a mutual endeavor. At 3 in the afternoon, the sweltering summer weather became increasingly unpredictable. One moment the sun blazed overhead. The next, dark clouds gathered ominously. The clouds thickened and loomed lower, the heavy atmosphere quickening their heartbeats, while the rising humidity made breathing laborious, heralding the arrival of a torrential downpour. Soon, large raindrops began to fall, gradually intensifying until the entire world was enveloped in a shroud of relentless rain. Amidst the deluge, the car windows were rendered a mere blur. Even with the windshield wipers set to their utmost level, it proved utterly futile, as visibility dwindled to less than 5 meters. Chen Yi furrowed his brows, activated the vehicle's hazard lights, and brought the car to a halt by the roadside. The deluge was relentless, rendering it impossible to continue driving. He could only wait for the rain to lessen before setting off again. Summer storms arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly, and he held on to the hope that this tempest would soon subside. Meanwhile, the German shepherd in the passenger seat remained unperturbed, blissfully slumbering. At that moment, Zhang Ye was braving the torrential rain, struggling to push her motorcycle towards a row of trees by the roadside. The rare coolness brought by the downpour was a fleeting relief, but prolonged exposure to the rain would inevitably siphon away her body heat, leading to a fever, a cold, or even pneumonia. The intensity of the rain was overwhelming, and the sparse foliage of the roadside trees offered little shelter. Time trickled by, and the heavy rain showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it intensified. As she gazed out, the entire sky appeared as a vast, white expanse. Zhang Ye's riding gear was excellent at wicking away moisture, which also meant it absorbed water readily. At that moment, she felt as if she were encased in a heavy, waterlogged garment, and a chill coursed through her body. Just then, a Land Rover Discovery nearby honked twice, seemingly to alert her, before slowly moving forward. Without hesitation, Zhang Ye pushed her motorcycle back onto the road and followed suit. Under the curtain of rain, a black car and a motorcycle crept along like tortoises. With her helmet on, Zhang Ye's vision was obscured, rendering everything indistinct. Fortunately, Chen Yi kept his hazard lights flashing, the rhythmic red glow guiding her onward. After traveling a short distance, a gravel-strewn fork in the road appeared ahead. A glimmer of joy flickered in Chen Yi's eyes as he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle onto a fork in the road. After traversing approximately 200 meters along the gravel path, a series of houses gradually emerged into view. He felt little concern about being besieged by zombies, primarily due to the seemingly modest size of the village. Although visibility was hindered, he estimated that there were at most a mere dozen households. Moreover, the torrential rain muffled all sounds, effectively obscuring the zombies' line of sight. Chen Yi did not venture deeply into the village. Instead, he drove directly into a courtyard. Grasping a short spear, he stepped out of the vehicle. In an instant, a torrential downpour drenched him completely. Zhang Ye lowered the kickstand of her motorcycle and swiftly approached his side. A fleeting glance at the watermelon knife in her hand prompted Chen Yi to remain silent as he strode toward the house. The front door was firmly shut. Chen Yi grasped the handle and pushed, but the door did not budge. This type of door was exceedingly robust, and it would likely prove quite challenging to force it open. This way, at that moment, Zhang Ye's voice pierced through the curtain of rain. Chen Yi turned to see Zhang Ye opening a window. After a brief glance, she nimbly climbed inside. Observing this, Chen-Yi quickly followed suit, leaping through the window. The room was a bedroom, simply arranged with only a wardrobe and a bed, accompanied by a solitary electric fan. An air conditioner hung on the wall, draped in a layer of gauze, accumulating a considerable amount of dust. It was evident that this was the chamber of an elderly person. In such sweltering weather, only aged individuals, for various reasons, would hesitate to turn on the air conditioning. In contrast, the younger generation would revel in the comfort of an air-conditioned room around the clock. A low growl echoed from outside the bedroom. In the next moment, a trembling zombie appeared at the doorway. Noticing that Chen-Yi showed no intention of intervening, Zhang Ye brandished a watermelon knife, ready to advance. "Use this," Chen-Yi suddenly interjected. Zhang Ye paused momentarily, then discarded the watermelon knife, accepting the crude short spear instead. Wiping the rain from his face, Chen-Yi casually remarked, "The zombie's weakness lies in its brain. You have 30 seconds. The strength of a zombie is closely linked to the physical condition of the infected prior to their transformation. Among them, the weakest are infants and the very elderly. Of course, this pertains to the initial infected zombies. Those that have undergone a second evolution are entirely different, particularly the infant zombies, which prove to be the most troublesome. Their small stature and remarkable speed can pose a significant challenge, even for Chen-Yi. The zombie before them was not particularly formidable, making it an ideal target for a novice to hone their skills. Zhang Ye understood well that Chen-Yi would not intervene to assist her. His sole intention would be to grant her a swift end should she suffer injury. This was Zhang Ye's first encounter with a zombie alone, yet instead of fear, a morbid excitement surged within her. She was astute. Upon hearing Chen-Yi's guidance, she quickly grasped the necessary course of action, combining the elongated blade of the fruit knife at the tip of her spear. With unwavering determination in her gaze, she fixed her beautiful eyes on the approaching zombie. As the creature charged toward her, Zhang Ye took a deep breath, gripping the short spear tightly and standing her ground. When the zombie was within 2 meters, she lunged the spear sharply toward its right eye. Crack! The blade collided with the zombie's brow, producing a dull thud. The strike had missed. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Ye retreated to create distance and raised her spear once more. Her second attempt also went awry, the blade striking the bone beneath the eyelid. The zombie let out a howl, swinging its arms as it continued its advance. Zhang Ye leaned back slightly, narrowly evading the creature's grasp, and thrust the spear forward once again. Thud! This time, the sharp fruit knife precisely pierced the eye socket, the blade fully embedded within. The zombie staggered momentarily before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Breathing heavily while gripping her short spear, Zhang Ye found that mere seconds had nearly exhausted her strength. A warm hand landed on her shoulder, and Chen-Yi's voice resonated beside her. "Well done." As she watched Chen-Yi's departing silhouette, a subtle smile crept upon Zhang Ye's lips. Clearly, her performance had garnered recognition, and he was beginning to accept her. After dispatching the zombie, the two meticulously searched the house, confirming there were no other undead present. Chen-Yi then opened the living room door, allowing the German shepherd from the car to enter. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ye pushed her motorcycle into the living room. The rain was torrential, and its cessation was uncertain. She feared that leaving the motorcycle in the yard would result in water damage to the ignition switch or dampen the spark plug. With the living room door securely shut, the deluge was effectively barred from entry. In the next moment, they simultaneously began to disrobe. In this post-apocalyptic world, falling ill was undoubtedly their greatest dread, even if it were merely a slight cold. As her riding attire was shed, a vast expanse of delicate snow-white skin emerged in the dimly lit living room. Previously concealed beneath her riding gear, it was surprising to see that she was quite plump. Noticing Chen-Yi's gaze, Zhang Ye confidently wiped the droplets from her body, playfully asking, "Not bad, right?" "Not at all," Chen-Yi replied, nodding as he caught sight of her well-defined waist. After wringing out the rainwater from his t-shirt and shorts, he casually draped his clothes over a chair and strode toward the kitchen. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the gas canister beneath the stove. A gentle shake revealed that it was still over half full. It seemed they could indulge in a warm, hearty meal tonight. Chen-Yi turned and approached the refrigerator, extending his hand to open the upper compartment. The contents were sparse. Aside from a few pickled vegetables and some noodles, only 2 plates of moldy leftovers remained. This was quite typical for an elderly individual living alone in the countryside, as one cannot expect to store an abundance of ingredients in the refrigerator. Whenever a dish was desired, a simple trip to the vegetable garden would suffice, rendering refrigeration unnecessary. However, in the lower freezer compartment, he discovered a considerable assortment of cured meats, sausages, cured pork, salted duck, salted fish, and even salted pig's trotters. Although the power had been cut off the previous night, the ice in the freezer required time to melt, preventing a rapid rise in temperature. Moreover, the preserved items were inherently long-lasting, even without refrigeration. They could remain unspoiled for 7 to 8 days. "I'll take care of it," Zhang Ye's voice chimed from behind. At that moment, she was clad in a vintage white shirt paired with military green trousers, her long hair cascading down her back in a ponytail. Indeed, a quintessential ensemble reminiscent of an elderly gentleman. Yet, surprisingly, this somewhat rustic attire exuded a distinct charm when worn by her. "Then I shall leave it to you." Chun Yi clapped his hands, rising to relinquish the kitchen to Zhang Ye, while he commenced the grim task of disposing of the zombie corpses. As they were to spend the night here, it was inconceivable to leave the bodies within the confines of the house. He hefted the corpses and unceremoniously cast them out of the bedroom window. Subsequently, he began to search the house for anything of utility. After a brief search, he uncovered only a few candles and a plate of mosquito coils. The remaining items were of no use to him at present. It was evident that Zhang Ye was no stranger to the kitchen, her movements deft and practiced. Soon, delightful aromas wafted through the air. By the time Chun Yi returned to the living room, he discovered 2 plates of dishes adorning the dining table, scrambled eggs with chives and garlic leaves sautéed with cured meat. Observing the vibrant greens on his plate, Chun Yi casually inquired, "Where did the chives and garlic come from?" Zhang Ye explained, "I noticed some vegetables growing in the corner of the yard when I came in." She continued, "Just a moment, the meal will be ready shortly." As they conversed, a faint scent of burning began to permeate the air, wafting towards them. Zhang Ye, a touch embarrassed, remarked, "This method of cooking rice is rather difficult to control." Lacking electricity meant the rice cooker was rendered useless. Thus, Zhang Ye had resorted to removing the inner pot from the rice cooker, filling it with water and rice, and placing it directly on the gas stove. She had intended to seize this opportunity to demonstrate her culinary prowess, yet things had not gone as planned. "It's all right." Chun Yi waved his hand dismissively, displaying a complete lack of concern. They were in flight, not on a leisurely vacation. Having a warm meal was already a significant blessing. In his past life, Chun Yi had once risked his life against 2 or 3 second-stage evolved zombies for a single bag of instant noodles, the expiration date of which he had no idea about. "All right, it's time to eat." As Zhang Ye brought the inner pot of the rice cooker to the table, Chun Yi took a bowl, filling it generously, and then added a piece of scrambled eggs with chives before setting the bowl aside to cool. Observing this, Zhang Ye couldn't help but inquire, "Is that for the dog?" "Yes." Upon seeing him nod, Zhang Ye quickly interjected, "Dogs can't eat chives." "Why not?" A flicker of confusion crossed Chun Yi's eyes. To be honest, he was unaware that dogs should not consume leeks. He vaguely recalled that the dogs in his rural hometown seemed to eat anything, sharing whatever their human companions consumed, remaining lively and healthy without any issues. Zhang Ye patiently explained, "Leeks contain a certain compound that can induce vomiting and acute enteritis in dogs. In severe cases, it can even lead to bloody urine." As he stuffed a piece of leek and scrambled eggs into his mouth, Chun Yi inquired curiously, "Are you a veterinarian?" "No," she replied, shaking her head. "I merely had some experience from raising dogs in the past." Rising from her seat, she added, "There are still plenty of eggs left. I will fry a portion without leeks." In less than 2 minutes, she returned to the living room, presenting a plate of golden scrambled eggs. By this time, the meal had cooled considerably. Chun Yi mixed the scrambled eggs with his rice and placed it before the dog. Seemingly enticed by the aroma of the scrambled eggs, the German shepherd devoured it eagerly without hesitation. Zhang Ye prepared a bowl of rice and handed it to Chun Yi, saying, "If possible, it's better to give it some dog food." She understood well the considerable assistance a police dog could provide. Without her prompting, Chun Yi had already intended to procure some dog food for his companion. This German shepherd was his first partner, and he would not skimp on its needs. However, he had not encountered a pet store during their journey today, so he could only temporarily make do with what was at hand. Zhang Ye's culinary skills were merely average. Yet Chun Yi found the meal delightful. Aside from the duck blood vermicelli soup he had enjoyed the previous afternoon, this was the best meal he had savored in nearly 2 years. The unique salty aroma of the cured meat, combined with garlic leaves, was incredibly appetizing. The scrambled eggs with leeks were also quite good, accompanied by a serving of homemade pickles from the previous owner. The two of them remained silent, engrossed in their meal, with only the soft sounds of chewing echoing in the living room. After putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Chun Yi wore an expression of utter satisfaction. He had consumed 3 bowls of rice, while even Zhang Ye had partaken of 2, leaving the 2 plates of dishes completely empty. Searching through his pants pocket, he unearthed a pack of cigarettes, relieved to find that they had not been soaked by the rain. He took one out and lit it. Observing this, Zhang Ye gently said, "Could you please pass me one as well?" Chen Yi tossed the cigarette box aside. Clumsily lighting a cigarette, he took a puff, only for Zhang Ye to succumb to a fit of coughing. Observing her awkward motions, Chen Yi inquired, "Is it your first time smoking?" "Yes," Zhang Ye nodded, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowing as the smoke enveloped her. An air of silence enveloped them. In the past, Chen Yi was not inherently taciturn. However, following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, he had spent the majority of his time in solitude, devoid of conversation partners. Over time, he had grown increasingly reticent. Ultimately, one cannot remain detached from their community for too long, lest they regress into a primal state. After a moment, Zhang Ye broke the silence and asked, "By the way, I don't know your name." "Chen Yi, and you?" Zhang Ye, discarding the remaining stub of her cigarette. Zhang Ye rose to retrieve a towel and began to wipe down the motorcycle. Outside, the torrential rain persisted, and as dusk approached, the light within the room dimmed further. Lighting a candle, Chen Yi took out the map from his pocket. Fortunately, he had sealed it in a plastic bag the previous night. Otherwise, it would have been utterly ruined by the rain. Spreading the map on the table, he resumed his analysis of the escape route. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to take the first route, along the coastline into Lu Province, then by sea directly to Dalian. Although this path would lead him past 2 nuclear power plants, it was preferable to the alternative. The winter in the Chambai Mountain wilderness arrived early, with temperatures dropping in late September and snow beginning in October. If he were to take the other route, based on his current pace, it was likely he would arrive at the Chambai Mountain wilderness only to find it already buried under heavy snow. Furthermore, a longer journey inherently brings more variables and dangers. Additionally, the process of nuclear leakage requires time, even in the event of an external power failure. The diesel generators and UPS within a nuclear power plant can sustain operations for a limited duration. It is only when the diesel fuel and UPS energy are depleted that the coolant begins to gradually rise in temperature, leading to a phenomenon known as loss of cooling. Once this occurs, core meltdown becomes inevitable, ultimately resulting in nuclear leakage. This process may extend for approximately a month. As long as one acts with sufficient swiftness, it is not impossible to traverse the 2 nuclear power plants, Smoke and Lotus, before a nuclear leak transpires. Of course, Chen Yi himself lacks a deep understanding of these matters. He merely gleaned a rudimentary awareness from a survivor he encountered during his previous life, who had worked at a nuclear facility. After polishing her motorcycle, Zhang Ye cast a glance at the map, suppressing her curiosity. She was acutely aware that although today's torrential rain had brought the 2 of them closer together, there remained a considerable distance before Chen Yi could fully accept and trust her. Setting down the towel, Zhang Ye rummaged through the room and discovered a mop and steel nails, proceeding to craft her own short spear. After having previously used Chen Yi's spear, she had realized that a watermelon knife was utterly ineffective against zombies. Before long, the short spear was completed. Zhang Ye simply cut the mop handle to a length of over a meter and affixed the steel nail to one end. Though it appeared exceedingly rudimentary, its effectiveness was commendable. In confronting zombies, the paramount objective is to achieve a quick kill. Entanglement only heightens the risk of injury. She wielded the spear, practicing a few thrusts, then drew a circle the size of an eyeball on the wall. Standing 2 meters away, she repeatedly lunged the spear towards the small circle. At that moment, Chen Yi, having mapped out the route for their journey the next day, lifted his gaze and beheld the scene before him. After observing for a while, he could not refrain from commenting, "Practicing like this, even a year would yield no results." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye halted her movements, her gaze fixed on him in confusion. Chen Yi pointed to the small circle on the wall and remarked, "The wall remains stationary, yet the zombies do not." "Thank you." Zhang Ye expressed her gratitude earnestly and proceeded to create a mobile target once more. She drove a nail into the wall and subsequently suspended a string from it, with a coin affixed to the lower end of the string. A gentle pull would cause the coin to sway back and forth incessantly. As she swung her short spear repeatedly, Chen Yi saw a reflection of his former self within her. Essentially, they were of the same ilk. "Your posture is incorrect. Do not stand so rigidly, as it hinders your strength. Slightly lower your body and secure your feet firmly. Do not rely solely on the strength of your arms, for they will tire quickly. Instead, learn to harness the power from your waist to propel your arms." He continued, "Pay attention to the frequency of the coin swing. Zombies are merely mindless beasts, and their movements are not overly complex. Listening to Chun Yi's guidance, Zhang Yi continually adjusted her stance, her heart brimming with gratitude. These techniques were the key to survival in a world ravaged by chaos. After practicing for over an hour and feeling a throbbing ache in her arms, she paused her training. She understood the principle of moderation well, recognizing that mastery was a gradual process that could not be rushed. In front of Chun Yi, Zhang Yi removed her clothing once again, using a towel to wipe away the beads of sweat on her skin. Noticing Chun Yi's gaze, she suddenly inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend? A girlfriend?" A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Chun Yi's eyes as he replied, "There was once someone. But I discovered she was stealing my bread, so I had to send her away." "Is that all?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. "Indeed." Chun Yi nodded. He ended the relationship due to his girlfriend's infidelity with bread. Frankly speaking, Zhang Yi found it somewhat absurd. Yet, the expression and tone of Chun Yi conveyed an undeniable gravity to the notion that such a betrayal was unforgivable. She sensed that there was a story behind it. However, Chun Yi clearly preferred not to delve deeper and countered with a question, "What about you?" Zhang Yi replied candidly, "I just got divorced 6 months ago." Upon hearing this, Chun Yi inquired with keen interest, "Did you cheat, or was it him?" "We were incompatible," Zhang Yi responded with a calm demeanor. Chun Yi chuckled in silence. Divorced individuals often say such things. Zhang Yi cast him a sidelong glance and explained, "It was initially an arrangement by our parents, devoid of affection. After marriage, he found me overly assertive, and our arguments became frequent, prompting me to suggest the divorce." "And your parents?" "They are unfortunate. They have transformed into zombies." "What about yours?" "Likewise." For a moment, the living room fell into silence once more. The candle was slender and burned quickly. As the last candle was about to extinguish, Chun Yi slowly stood and said, "It is getting late. We should retire." In this apocalyptic world, there were scarcely any recreational activities, and aside from retiring early, there was little else to occupy one's time. Sharing a bed was out of the question. Neither Zhang Yi nor Chun Yi was inclined to it. In his previous life, he had encountered many women of various kinds, and had shared the bed with quite a few. If he desired companionship, after the ordeal concluded and stability was achieved, he could take his time to choose. At this moment, however, the allure of a reliable companion was evidently far greater than that of a woman. Zhang Yu sensibly took a blanket and settled on the living room sofa, leaving the bedroom for him. Although the corpse had been disposed of, a faint metallic scent of blood still lingered in the bedroom. Chun Yi had grown accustomed to the presence of the German shepherd that followed him into the bedroom, and only then did he feel at ease enough to gently close his eyes. The following day, the torrential rain had ceased without notice, and the early morning sun filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon Chun Yi's face. Slowly opening his eyes, he caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the living room, where he discovered Zhang Yi already bustling about in the kitchen. Upon seeing him, Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, "Why don't you freshen up? Breakfast will be ready shortly." Chun Yi nodded and opened the door to the living room. The morning air was remarkably fresh, infused with a subtle scent of earth. After greedily inhaling a few breaths of the invigorating atmosphere, Chun Yi made his way to the well in the yard, drawing up a bucket of water. The rainstorm from the previous day had rendered the well water somewhat murky. Disregarding the leaves floating on the surface, he bent down to wash his face. The icy water jolted him awake, banishing any remnants of sleep. He opened the trunk of his car and retrieved a brand new set of toothpaste and a toothbrush. After completing his morning routine, he returned to the living room just as Zhang Yi had finished preparing breakfast. The meal consisted of noodles, adorned with 2 poached eggs and sprinkled with green onions. The soy sauce broth exuded a delicate fragrance. Taking a sip, Chun Yi jested, "It seems your husband lacks a discerning palate." Zhang Yi smiled gently and corrected him, saying, "It's my ex-husband." Chun Yi did not immediately begin to eat the noodles, but instead turned his gaze toward the German shepherd. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Yi proactively explained, "Its meal is also prepared. It is merely too hot and has been left to cool in the kitchen." Upon hearing this, Chun Yi picked up his chopsticks and began to consume his breakfast with great enthusiasm. Swiftly finishing the noodles, he rose and made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a bowl to place before the German shepherd. Lowering his head to sniff, the dog first consumed the boiled egg in the bowl, and after reluctantly taking a couple of bites of noodles, he ceased eating. Unfortunately, the salty meat contained excessive sodium, which could lead to skin ailments in dogs if consumed in excess, and Zhang Yi dared not offer it to him. Witnessing this scene, Chun Yi pondered that he would need to procure some dog food today. Otherwise, the dog's nutrition would be insufficient over time. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, Chunyi started the car and slowly drove out of the yard. Once back on the road, the journey of escape resumed. The weather today was pleasant. Although the sun remained scorching, the clouds drifting across the sky provided a welcome shade to the ground. At 4:30 in the afternoon, a black Land Rover Discovery came to a gradual stop by the roadside. Lowering the car window, a hand emerged from within and waved a couple of times. Observing this, Zhang promptly rode her motorcycle forward. Upon reaching the car window, she lifted her visor and inquired, "What's the matter?" "In front is Guangnan County. I intend to head into the town. You should take this detour around the town and wait for me ahead. If I have not emerged by 6 o'clock, you may proceed on your own." Before Chunyi could finish his words, Zhang interrupted, saying, "I will accompany you." Upon hearing this, Chunyi fixed his gaze upon her eyes and solemnly replied, "Have you thought this through? The county is teeming with at least tens of thousands of zombies. Once we are surrounded by a horde, the outcome is all too clear." Zhang met his gaze unwaveringly and retorted, "What do you think are my chances of surviving alone?" "Quite intriguing," he mused. Chunyi smiled faintly, closed the car window, and drove towards the county town. As she watched the Land Rover slowly fade from sight, Zhang took a deep breath, pressed down on the accelerator, and quickly followed suit. From her observations over the past 2 days, she discerned that Chunyi was an exceptionally cautious individual. Such a person would never act recklessly. Thus, she was gambling. She wagered that Chunyi would not foolishly rush into the county town to meet his demise, believing he had meticulously crafted a plan. If she lost this gamble, the outcome was all too clear. However, should she win, she would swiftly earn Chunyi's trust. Despite her outward display of strength and rationality before him in recent days, she was, after all, a woman. No one knew how many times she had awakened in fright during the nights of the past few days. Each awakening bore down on her with a weight of helplessness and uncertainty, suffocating her. She yearned desperately for a companion, someone trustworthy. Thus, upon seizing this opportunity, she unhesitatingly chose to gamble with her life. A few minutes later, towering buildings came into view. The county town lay shrouded in an eerie silence, with wisps of faint black smoke rising from various points within. In the hours following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, gas leaks would inevitably lead to massive explosions and fires. Fortunately, due to the torrential rain yesterday, the county town was spared from being engulfed in flames. In the wake of the apocalypse, remaining within the city was the most foolish decision one could make, without exception. Did they truly believe that danger stemmed solely from zombies? Gas leaks were merely the tip of the iceberg. A series of disasters would ensue once chemical plants, firework factories, steel mills, and others were left unattended. Even if one were to miraculously evade one calamity after another, what would happen 3 months later when food began to spoil? With no maintenance, the urban drainage and sewage systems would be compromised, ultimately leading to a complete breakdown. A few minor rainfalls would suffice to unleash underground sewage upon the city streets, transforming the entire area into a breeding ground for pathogens. These were lessons learned through blood in Chunyi's past life. The Land Rover showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it accelerated, barreling straight towards the county town. Zhang, trailing closely behind, felt a jolt of apprehension race through her. She had anticipated that Chunyi would choose to disembark as they neared the county town, stealthily making his way inside on foot. Though encountering zombies along the way was unavoidable, as long as they refrained from making excessive noise, they could avoid attracting hordes of the undead. To her surprise, he boldly drove into the county town. One could easily deduce that the noise of a diesel Land Rover would undoubtedly draw a swarm of zombies. Had he lost his mind? A flicker of fear crossed Zhang's eyes, yet at that moment, she could only grit her teeth and press on. Boom. Virum. The roar of a diesel Land Rover and the growl of motorcycles shattered the silence of the county town. The wandering zombies, aimlessly meandering through the streets, lifted their heads, drawn to the sound. In the next moment, hundreds, if not thousands, of them surged towards the vehicle. Zhang's complexion turned ashen as she beheld the overwhelming horde surrounding her. With more zombies continuously emerging from within the town, their numbers were steadily escalating. A tide of the undead. During their recent days of escape, they had traversed several small towns and encountered a few zombie waves. However, those previous hordes were merely a few hundred at most, nowhere near the scale of the impending onslaught. Zhang had little concept of numbers. She could not ascertain whether the horde before her numbered in the thousands or tens of thousands. All she knew was that wherever her gaze fell, It was filled with an unending sea of zombies. Faced with this deluge, despair gripped her heart. As for resistance, that was a laughable notion. Even with a mere broken spear in hand, the situation seemed hopeless. Even if equipped with a heavy machine gun, it would be futile against such an overwhelming multitude. What did it mean to face thousands of zombies? Even if they were akin to stationary pigs, it would take days and nights of relentless slaughter to make a dent. Hoo. Despite the helmet she wore, the cacophony of countless roars filled her ears. Zhang clenched her teeth, striving to steady her trembling hands as she maneuvered the motorcycle closely behind. The Land Rover continued to speed ahead, seemingly oblivious to the zombies surging from all directions. As the vehicle neared the horde, Chen Yi abruptly swerved the steering wheel. The Land Rover crashed through the guardrail and onto the sidewalk, sending several zombies flying before coming to a halt with a screech in front of a rain gear store. Stay in the back and remain silent. After issuing a stern warning to his companion, Chen Yi grasped the spear and turned off the engine before disembarking. At that moment, the discipline of the police dog became evident. The German Shepherd immediately nestled into the backseat aisle, lying low and motionless. Just as he closed the car door, a female zombie lunged at him with a terrifying shriek. Chen Yi reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick as the zombie momentarily staggered. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly thrust his short spear, precisely piercing the eye socket, resulting in an instant demise. Retrieving the spear, he grasped the zombie by its hair and dragged it into the rain gear shop. From disembarking the vehicle to slaying the undead, and subsequently pulling the creature into the store, his movements flowed seamlessly, without the slightest pause. Upon entering the rain gear shop, Chen Yi leaped, grasping the overhead rolling shutter and yanking it down with force. Observing his entrance into the store, Zhang Yi decisively hit the brakes, nimbly dismounting her vehicle to push the motorcycle towards the pursuing zombies, then darting toward the shop. Just as the shutter descended, Zhang Yi executed a roll, narrowly slipping into the sanctuary of the store. With a resounding thud, the shutter sealed shut, plunging the interior into darkness. Ha! The sound of Zhang Yi's heavy breaths echoed within the confines. In that moment, she could distinctly feel her heart racing, adrenaline surging through her veins, propelling her into a heightened state of exhilaration. Although she had experienced mountain biking and skydiving from great heights, none of those so-called extreme sports could compare to the fleeting thrill of those recent seconds. She had barely escaped being trapped outside the shutter. Had she failed to enter, she would have been overwhelmed and reduced to a mere pile of bones by the encroaching horde. Yet, she bore no resentment towards Chen Yi. In his position, she too would have unhesitatingly pulled down the shutter. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a cacophony of violent impacts reverberated. The shutter trembled, emitting a series of agonizing creaks. What are you standing there for? Did you truly believe that a single rolling shutter could withstand the onslaught of so many zombies? The voice of Chen Yi echoed in Zhang Yi's ear, pulling her back from her thoughts. Upon regaining her senses, she turned to look. Through the gap of the rolling shutter door, she observed Chen Yi swiftly donning a raincoat. At that moment, Zhang Yi's mind was plagued with countless uncertainties. She was acutely aware that a mere rolling shutter could not withstand the onslaught of so many zombies. It would not be long before the frenzied horde crashed through. Moreover, this rain gear shop was exceedingly small, devoid of any alternate exits, and lacked even a single window. It appeared to be a dead end, a predicament of utter despair. Even if the shop concealed heavy machine guns and an abundance of ammunition, she doubted her chances of survival. Despite her myriad of doubts, Zhang Yi's actions were not sluggish. Mimicking Chen Yi, she picked up a raincoat and slipped it over herself, then donned rubber gloves. Suddenly, a faint squelching sound resonated, akin to a knife piercing flesh. She beheld Chen Yi wielding a short spear, using the sharp blade of a fruit knife to slice open the abdomen of a female zombie. Moments later, Chen Yi crouched down, his gloved hands delving into the gaping wound. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched him extract entrails and intestines from the zombie's belly. In an instant, a potent stench of blood mingled with the odor of viscera filled the shop. The next moment, Chen Yi triumphantly draped the intestines around his neck. The blood on his hands smeared across his raincoat. Ugh! Over the past 2 days in this apocalyptic world, she had witnessed her fair share of gruesome scenes and considered her tolerance quite robust. Yet, at this very moment, Zhang Yi felt her stomach churn violently, unable to suppress a wave of dry heaving. Casting a glance at her, Chen Yi said flatly, "If you want to survive, do as I do." Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of impact persisted. The rolling shutter was severely deformed, with gaps appearing where it pressed against the walls, and these openings continued to widen. Zhang Yi swallowed hard. Forcing down the turmoil in her stomach, crouched, and reached into the zombie's abdomen. The slick texture sent shivers down her spine, suppressing her body's discomfort. She grasped an intestine and yanked it forcefully. Before long, the raincoats they wore transformed into garments drenched in blood, with intestines and entrails hanging around their necks. With a resounding crash, the rolling shutter finally succumbed to the pressure and burst open. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A horde of zombies surged into the shop, shrieking in hunger. Chen stood quietly in place, resembling a statue, her gaze calmly fixed upon the zombies that surged in. Zhang Yi struggled to suppress the urge to flee, closing her eyes as she stood beside Chen. At this point, whether they ran or not, death was inevitable. Thus, she chose to place her faith in Chen. The horde of zombies flooding into the store was not particularly large, merely a dozen or so, yet outside, countless more stood densely packed. As the zombies rushed into the shop, they charged towards both Chen and Zhang Yi. They drew closer, ever nearer. However, a bizarre occurrence transpired. Upon reaching the two, the zombies seemed to disregard them entirely, brushing past without acknowledgement. The relentless tide of zombies flowed in, with the two women standing firm like rocks amidst the waves. Feeling their shoulders being jostled, Zhang Yi kept her eyes tightly shut, her expression devoid of emotion, yet the tremors of her eyelashes betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Within mere seconds, the cramped rain gear shop was filled to capacity with zombies. Unable to find prey, these frenzied creatures gradually descended into confusion. Was this the end? Zhang Yi slowly opened her eyes, only to be met by a grotesque and repulsive visage, a zombie standing barely 10 centimeters from her face. Its blood-red eyes roamed over her incessantly. Zhang Yi clenched her teeth, striving to suppress any sound. After a moment of scrutiny, the zombie appeared to lose interest, slowly turning to exit the rain gear store. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi felt a quiet sigh of relief wash over her. At that moment, Chen Yi's teasing voice reached her ears. Is this the thrill you were hoping for? Quite exhilarating, isn't it? Zhang Yi recognized the playful jab, a reference to her words from the previous afternoon. Shooting Chen Yi a glare, she grasped his arm. Her legs felt weak. Without his support, she feared she might collapse to the ground. There was little she could do. The roller coaster of emotions, teetering on the brink of life and death, was overwhelmingly intense. After several deep breaths, she sensed a flicker of strength returning to her legs. Observing the remaining zombies wandering aimlessly about the store, then glancing down at the blood and entrails staining her raincoat, Zhang Yi began to form a tentative hypothesis, whispering, "Do the zombies consider us their companions?" A glimmer of admiration flickered in Chen Yi's eyes as he nodded and remarked, "Zombies possess limited vision. They primarily rely on their auditory and olfactory senses." Upon hearing this, a wave of euphoria surged within Zhang Yi. Noticing the spark in her gaze, Chen Yi swiftly deduced her thoughts and sneered, "I advise you to abandon that notion. Such a method should only be employed in dire circumstances." "Why?" Zhang Yi inquired, perplexed. Moments ago, she had indeed contemplated numerous possibilities, such as utilizing this approach to render herself immune to the threat posed by zombies in the future. Chen Yi raised his hand, delicately manipulating the viscous blood upon his rubber gloves, and softly remarked, "The zombie virus is transmitted through blood, similar to snake venom. Theoretically, when one's gastrointestinal tract and oral cavity bear no wounds, both hemolytic and neurotoxic snake venoms could be ingested without consequence. Yet, can you assure that there is not a single wound upon your entire body, even the most minute? If you cannot guarantee such, it would be prudent to refrain from this practice, lest you ultimately succumb to the zombie virus. Moreover, accidents often occur unexpectedly. What if you were to inadvertently mingle among zombies, only to be caught in a torrential downpour? Or perhaps a zombie might tear away your raincoat." After listening to Chen Yi's explanation, Zhang Yi was drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, this method appeared alluring at first glance, yet upon deeper contemplation, the dangers became apparent. After all, the blood and entrails smeared upon one's skin are rife with the zombie virus. A careless encounter with even the slightest wound could result in infection. There was another reason Chen Yi refrained from mentioning. The evolved zombies possess heightened olfactory senses. Unless one can completely mask their own scent, they can easily be discerned. Once the majority of the zombies outside had dissipated, Chen Yi finally stepped out of the rain gear shop, with Zhang Yi closely following, never straying far. Though the zombies currently showed no interest in them, she felt a constant tension within her, fearing that one of them might unveil their disguise and lunge forth with a terrifying roar. As they traversed through the tide of corpses, she experienced a surreal disorientation. mingling fear with a morbid thrill. Chen Yi appeared remarkably composed, his gaze sweeping continuously across the shops lining the streets. His visit to the county town had a singular purpose: to procure dog food for his German shepherd. As for other supplies, they were deemed unnecessary at this moment. After meandering through 2 streets, he still had not encountered a pet store. With the sun gradually descending towards the horizon, Zhang Ye took the initiative to speak. This county town seems rather substantial. Perhaps we should split up in our search. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. All right, let us reconvene at the rain gear shop in 1 hour, regardless of whether we find anything. Okay, Zhang Ye responded. Turning to head down the eastern street, the setting sun bathed the county town in a golden glow, draping it in a shimmering veil of light. The streets were teeming with wandering zombies, an air of desolation permeating the atmosphere. This was the county town of the apocalypse, a veritable paradise for the undead. Blood and entrails on the raincoat attracted swarms of flies, buzzing incessantly around Chen Yi. At that moment, a subtle sensation of being watched caused him to furrow his brow. Someone was observing him. Although Guannan County ranked low within the province, it was undeniably a significant county in comparison to those beyond its borders. With a resident population exceeding 600,000 and accounting for the inhabitants of surrounding villages, there were at least 100 to 200,000 people residing in the county town. Based on these figures, it was reasonable to deduce that the number of survivors currently within the town was at least 1,000. Thus, the feeling of being watched was not unexpected. As he continued on his way, Chen Yi had sensed this feeling several times before. However, those instances had been fleeting. This time, however, it lingered for an extended period. It seemed the observer had recognized his difference from the zombies. Slightly lifting his head, he swiftly scanned his surroundings, and his gaze suddenly fixed. Across the street, on the 4th floor of a residential building, a woman was perched at the window. The distance was too great, and the glass reflected too much light for him to discern her features clearly. The woman held an A4 sheet of paper against the window, upon which 3 large letters were inscribed in bold black watercolor: SOS. Observing this, Chen Yi chose to ignore her, retracting his gaze and continuing forward. The woman, witnessing this, vanished momentarily from view only to reappear, still holding the A4 paper aloft. However, the message had changed. Do not go to East Street. It is dangerous. Disappointed, the woman saw Chen Yi not raise his gaze again as he hastened onward. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated through the silent street. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly darkening. Gunfire. The sound emanated from the very street chosen by Zhang Ye. Shedding his rubber gloves, Chen Yi retrieved his handgun from his waist, disengaging the safety before hastening towards the source of the gunfire. The moment Zhang Ye opted to accompany him into the county town, Chen Yi had already accepted her presence in his heart. The zombies on the eastern street were few, likely drawn away by the commotion he had previously caused. As he approached the street from which the gunfire originated, Chen Yi slowed his pace, pressing himself against the wall as he neared the corner. Peering around cautiously, he caught sight of Zhang Ye. However, she appeared particularly disheveled at that moment. Her short spear seemingly vanished. Approximately 50 meters behind her, 3 burly men were in relentless pursuit. The leader, a man with a peculiar hairstyle, brandished an oddly shaped firearm in one hand while loading bullets with the other. Once the ammunition was secured, the man raised his weapon, aiming it directly at the fleeing Zhang Ye and pulling the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar. A plume of smoke erupted from the muzzle. Simultaneously, a series of sharp, crackling sounds echoed in the air ahead. Chen Yi immediately discerned that the individual before him wielded a makeshift firearm. This contraption, which he had also employed in his previous life, was ingeniously fashioned from a nail gun and a steel pipe, with the ammunition consisting of small steel balls. Due to its improvised nature, the gun emitted an exceptionally loud noise, often audible from several hundred meters away. Such a weapon lacked precision, with an effective range barely exceeding 20 meters. Beyond that distance, success relied solely on chance. However, it appeared that Zhang Ye's fortune was decidedly lacking. With a muffled groan, her right leg buckled, nearly causing her to collapse. Grappling for support against the wall, Zhang Ye scanned her surroundings before limping into a clothing store, dragging her injured leg behind her. The 3 men pursuing her remained relentless, undeterred by the incessant onslaught of zombies that momentarily hindered their advance. Yet, they swiftly dispatched the undead and surged into the clothing store. These 3 men were well prepared, sporting metal plates strapped to their chests and thick protective gear on their necks and exposed arms. effectively guarding against zombie bites and scratches. Their weapons, dark and formidable, were handcrafted iron spears. While their movements in combating the zombies appeared somewhat clumsy in Chen Yi's eyes, the fierce aura they exuded was unmistakable. Chen Yi's gaze was grave, hesitating to pull the trigger immediately. It was only after 3 men rushed into the clothing store that he observed for a while, ensuring there were no other pursuers before quietly slipping inside. The clothing store was spacious, encompassing 3 stories in total. The sheer scale suggested that numerous zombies likely lurked within, which was precisely why Zhang Ye had opted to take refuge here. Upon entering the store, he was greeted by rows of clothing racks. Chen Yi slightly bent down, concealing his body behind a clothes rack, and cautiously made his way into the store. Turning a corner, he beheld 3 men besieged by 7 or 8 zombies near the staircase. The sounds of their struggle attracted more zombies from the 2nd and 3rd floors, who came rushing down. The 3 men fought valiantly while retreating, ultimately finding refuge behind the cash register. The cash register, a robust and high-arched table, served as a barricade against the encroaching zombies as they wielded their iron spears with fervor. In a fleeting moment, 2 zombies were struck in the eyes and fell lifelessly to the ground. As the number of zombies surrounding the cash register diminished, the pressure on the trio lessened considerably. The man with a buzz cut swung his spear with determination, his tone icy as he declared, "Damn it, I must kill that bitch." A young man to his left, adorned with a tattoo resembling shrimp lines on his neck, pondered aloud, "Brother Chang, something about that woman seems off. The zombies appear disinterested in her." At this, Brother Chang paused in surprise. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed true. The zombies that had pursued them on the street appeared utterly indifferent to the woman, even as she passed by them, while they lunged aggressively toward the 3 men instead. Realizing this, Brother Chang raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting that this woman possesses the ability to confuse the zombies?" The stout man on the right scoffed. "Why speculate? Once we capture that woman, we can simply ask her." "True enough." Brother Chang chuckled, thrusting his spear into yet another zombie's eye socket. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, hidden behind the clothes rack, noticed that no more zombies were descending from the staircase. He understood he could wait no longer. Emerging from his concealment, he lowered his head slightly, concealing his pistol behind his back, and charged toward the bar with a fierce shout. The trio remained oblivious to Chen Yi's unusual behavior, as 5 or 6 zombies still obscured their line of sight. Soon, with their combined efforts, the zombies surrounding the cash register were vanquished, and the air became thick with the scent of blood. Casting a glance at Chen Yi, who stood a few meters away, Brother Chang gestured toward the tattooed youth, saying, "There is one left, Xiaoyu, you handle it. Time is of the essence. We must capture that woman and return swiftly." However, the tattooed youth did not move, his gaze fixed uncertainly on Chen Yi. "Brother Chang, why does this zombie resemble that woman, both clad in raincoats?" At his observation, the others finally noticed that the zombie before them wore the same raincoat as the woman. The raincoat was also stained with blood, and the neck bore entrails and internal organs. Just then, Chen Yi suddenly lifted his head, his handsome face displaying a chilling gaze directed at the 3 men. In the next instant, he raised his right hand and decisively pulled the trigger. Brother Chang had sensed something amiss when the tattooed youth alerted him, but regrettably, it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding gunshots echoed within the clothing store. A total of 8 shots rang out, causing Chang and his companions to collapse one after another. The immense recoil left Chen Yi's hand tingling. Chen Yi had previously harbored concerns regarding his marksmanship, prompting him to position himself within a mere 5 meters of the cash register. Yet, even under such advantageous circumstances, he still missed the target with 2 shots. One must not underestimate the difficulty of hitting a person with a handgun from such a short distance. Target practice and real combat are entirely disparate experiences. During practice, one has ample time to adjust their stance and meticulously aim through the alignment of the sights. However, in the throes of actual combat, the situation is often perilous, leaving little time to draw the weapon and fire, let alone to make adjustments and aim carefully. Furthermore, any slight tremor or tilt while holding the gun can result in the bullet veering drastically off course from the intended target. Chen Yi once encountered a news story that remains vividly etched in his memory. A police officer, confronted by a robber, discharged his firearm 7 times. Yet only 2 shots struck the assailant, one in the arm and the other in the thigh, while the remaining 5 rounds went astray. Astonishingly, this officer was less than 3 meters from the perpetrator. 3 meters, 7 shots, and only 2 hits. The marksman was a trained professional. Such a scenario may evoke disbelief, even a sense of overconfidence, as if one might excel under similar circumstances. However, this is the grim reality of gunfights. Though 3 individuals lay incapacitated, Chun-Yi remained vigilant. For the adversaries were armed as well. Gripping his firearm, he cautiously approached the cash register. Upon reaching it, he quickly peered inside. The leader, Brother Chong, had been struck in the neck and lay lifeless. The other 2 had been hit in the chest and abdomen, writhing on the ground in agony. Despite wearing metal plates on their chests, at such close range, they provided no protection against the bullets. Vivid crimson blood pooled beneath them, staining the floor. Upon seeing Chun-Yi, the young man with the slender build glared fiercely, struggling to rise. He managed to retrieve a makeshift firearm from Brother Chong's corpse. Trembling as he began to load it. Bang! The gunfire echoed again, and the young man faltered, collapsing to the ground. The remaining assailant, clearly lacking the strength to resist, gasped for breath, struggling to survive. Retrieving his handgun, Chun-Yi strode purposefully to the cash register, bending to pick up an iron spear from the ground. He thrust it forcefully toward the assailant's head. With a sickening thud, the spearhead penetrated the eye socket, driving straight into the brain. After ensuring the threat was neutralized, Chun-Yi examined the iron spear in his hand. It was a steel tube over a meter long, with a sharply welded tip. This weapon was impressive. The tip affixed securely, far superior in quality to the makeshift short spear he had crafted himself. After all, no amount of wire and tape could compare to a proper weld. As for the makeshift firearm, Chun-Yi regarded it with disdain. It was utterly useless, loud, smoky, and akin to a firecracker. It would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Moreover, its accuracy was abysmal. It might suffice for hunting birds, but relied solely on luck when aimed at a person. Zhangya, Chun-Yi called, brandishing the iron spear. Receiving no response, he hastened toward the staircase, ascending to the 2nd floor. There, he found the shoe section, shelves lined with an array of footwear. Zhangya, he called again. Chun-Yi called out once more, I am here. The next moment, Zhangya's feeble voice echoed from a short distance away. Hastening towards the source of the sound, he discovered Zhangya slumped in a corner, her complexion pallid, with a piece of cloth wrapped around her lower right leg. Blood seeped through, staining the makeshift bandage crimson. We must leave. This place is not safe. Chun-Yi extended his hand, intending to assist Zhangya. A mere glance at the 3 men's attire revealed that they were undoubtedly backed by a formidable faction. The gunfire that had just erupted would certainly have attracted the attention of their allies. In this unfamiliar territory, remaining here would likely lead to misfortune. Moreover, Zhangya's wound required urgent care. Unexpectedly, Zhangya shook her head and, with a wry smile, said, You should leave. I may have been infected by the zombie virus. Hearing this, Chun-Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, Were you bitten by a zombie? No. Zhangya pointed to the zombie blood smeared on her raincoat. Explaining with a complex expression, the bullet passed through the raincoat and must have been contaminated by the zombie blood. Chun-Yi, with an air of calmness, remarked, Not necessarily. I believe it would be prudent to observe for a while. Once we ascertain that you are indeed infected, I shall accompany you. In that moment, Zhangya found herself at a loss for words, her heart a tumult of emotions. Faced with Chun-Yi's statement, she was uncertain whether to feel touched or indignant. With Zhangya leaning on him for support, the 2 gradually made their way downstairs. Stealing a glance at his profile, Zhangya suddenly inquired, Am I now your companion? Sort of, came the unexpected reply. This response took Zhangya by surprise, prompting her to ask with genuine curiosity, What does sort of mean? Either it is or it isn't. Chun-Yi solemnly stated, What I mean is that a true companion is one who can survive. If, unfortunately, one becomes a zombie due to illness, they are merely a corpse. Zhangya cast him a sidelong glance. Chun-Yi, are you always this blunt when speaking to women? Would you believe me if I spoke falsely? Chun-Yi retorted. I would not, Zhangya replied, unable to suppress a laugh. Chun-Yi understood that she was concealing the fear within her. Even the strongest individuals would likely feel trepidation upon learning of the potential to contract a virus that could transform them into the living dead. The terror of life and death looms large. The fear of mortality is inscribed deep within our very genes. Outside the clothing store, a considerable number of zombies had gathered, drawn by the earlier gunfire. That makeshift firearm was louder than firecrackers, its report audible even from 2 streets away. Unless the zombies were deaf, it was implausible for them to remain oblivious. Upon exiting the clothing store, Chun-Yi chose not to retrace his steps back to the rain gear shop along the same street, but instead opted to veer towards the street from which he had come. Something felt amiss. At that moment, Zhangya voiced her concern. Without her prompting, Chun-Yi had already sensed the anomaly. The surrounding zombies seemed to be intentionally or inadvertently closing in on them. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the reason and softly remarked, "It is the blood on your calf that has attracted their attention." Although the raincoats they wore were smeared with a considerable amount of zombie blood, which masked the scent of Zhang Ye's wound, it still piqued the interest of the nearby undead. It was akin to catching a whiff of food from one of their own. Fortunately, these zombies appeared merely curious and did not launch an attack. With a swift kick, Chen Yi toppled a zombie that had approached too closely, and he supported Zhang Ye as they hastily exited the street. As the sun dipped below the horizon, twilight began to settle in. Upon returning to the previous street and passing by the residential building, Chen Yi instinctively glanced up. Indeed, he once again spotted the woman peering out from the window. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the woman seemed astonished. After glancing at the limping and visibly weakened Zhang Ye, she promptly bent down to pick up a sheet of A4 paper and a pen, swiftly inscribing a line of text before pressing the paper against the window. "I am a doctor." "A doctor?" Chen Yi paused momentarily, sensing an unusual tension in the air. Zhang Ye, following his gaze, turned to look. "Let us go," she urged, tugging at Chen Yi's sleeve. As he turned back to her, he noticed her expression was resolute. Chen Yi hesitated. "Are you sure? What if she is indeed a doctor?" Zhang Ye scoffed. "I refuse to believe she is a doctor." Chen Yi nodded, choosing silence. He understood that Zhang Ye wished to spare him from unnecessary peril. After casting one last glance at the woman beyond the window, he assisted Zhang Ye and swiftly vanished into the street. Upon returning to the rain gear shop, darkness had already enveloped the sky. By this time, the horde of zombies near the shop had dispersed, leaving only a few scattered remnants. Ignoring these creatures, Chen Yi guided Zhang Ye into the convenience store adjacent to the rain gear shop. The store was in disarray, its shelves nearly bare, with only a meager supply of food and water remaining. After a thorough inspection and confirming the absence of zombies, he removed the raincoat from Zhang Ye and cast it aside in a corner. Once he ensured Zhang Ye was settled, Chen Yi hastily exited the convenience store. Arriving beside the Land Rover, he opened the rear door, only to be greeted by a low growl. "It's me, buddy." Recognizing the familiar voice, the German Shepherd immediately ceased its growling, rising from the aisle of the back seat, panting and gazing at him with a look of indignation. "I apologize for your discomfort." Ruffling the dog's fur, Chen Yi beckoned it to exit the vehicle. To ensure the dog's safety earlier, he had locked all doors and windows, causing the interior to become stifling under the sweltering heat. Given that the German Shepherd was particularly sensitive to heat, it was likely parched by now. Opening the trunk, Chen Yi swiftly retrieved a first aid kit, then secured the vehicle before returning to the convenience store. As the shutter descended, darkness enveloped the interior of the store. Chen Yi retrieved his phone from his pocket and activated the flashlight feature, transforming it into a makeshift lantern. "How do you feel?" Chen Yi, as he removed his raincoat, inquired. "How are you?" Zhang Ye responded weakly. "I am managing, though the wound is somewhat painful. Otherwise, I am well." "That's good to hear." Chen Yi spoke as he retrieved a bottle of medical alcohol from the first aid kit. After uncapping it, he poured some onto his hands and meticulously cleansed them. Only then did he crouch down to unwrap the bandages around Zhang Ye's calf. Along their journey, the wound had bled profusely, and the bandages were thoroughly soaked in crimson. The amount of blood loss was significant, indicating that the steel ball bullet had likely struck an arterial vessel. As he rolled up her pant leg, Chen Yi dipped a cotton swab into the alcohol and gently cleaned the wound. The opposite side of the calf wound remained intact, suggesting that the steel ball had not penetrated through but was lodged within. Under these circumstances, one could only hope that the bullet had not compressed any nerves or blood vessels. If it were merely within the muscle, the impact would not be too detrimental. After applying Yunnan Baiyao, Chen Yi re-bandaged the injury with medical gauze. He dusted off his hands and stood up, looking down from his elevated position as he inquired, "Now, please explain what transpired." "I found a pet shop at the end of East Street, but I was also targeted by someone. He was armed with a crossbow and intended to take me to their camp. I seized an opportunity to kill him, but then 3 others appeared. What followed was the scene you witnessed." Though Zhang Ye did not elaborate in detail, the demeanor of her assailants must have been exceptionally vile. Otherwise, given Zhang Ye's rational nature, she would not have engaged in conflict, let alone resorted to murder. One could infer the nature of those individuals from the ornate tattoos adorning their bodies and their behavior. Had Zhang Ye not resisted and been taken to the camp, her fate would have been dire. In a world unraveling amidst an apocalypse, where civilization has collapsed and moral and legal constraints have vanished, many have revealed their true natures. There were still some provisions in the convenience store, which the three of them, a man, a woman, and a dog, managed to cobble together for dinner. Perhaps due to having been confined in the car earlier, the German Shepherd was particularly affectionate, remaining close to Chen-Yi and occasionally nudging his leg with its head. "Bind me up," Zhang Ye requested, having finished her bread. Chen-Yi nodded, procuring a length of rope to securely bind her hands and feet. Subsequently, he dismantled some furniture, igniting a pile of kindling within the shop. Bathed in the warm, orange glow of the flames, the two sat in silence, exchanging no words. Time slipped away quietly. After an indeterminate interval, Zhang Ye suddenly spoke. "Chen-Yi, could you enlighten me as to your ultimate destination?" Zhang Ye had long been curious about his intentions. In seizing this moment, she finally voiced her inquiry. Chen-Yi replied truthfully, "The Chambai Mountain Wilderness." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye pondered for a moment and remarked with appreciation. "That is indeed a wise decision. It is truly a splendid place." Indeed, Chen-Yi expressed his sentiments with a sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, during the second year of struggling in the apocalypse, he yearned to visit that place, yet he never accomplished it before his demise. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, he chose to remain in the city, awaiting rescue, thus missing the optimal opportunity for escape. By the time he came to his senses, the zombies had undergone a second evolution. At that juncture, mere survival had become exceedingly arduous, let alone traversing a distance of over 1,000 kilometers. Zhang Ye, lost in thought, remarked, "The summers in Jinling are sweltering. I have long wished to witness the snow on Chabai Mountain. If I were to unfortunately transform, it would suffice to take my ashes to Chabai Mountain. That would be too troublesome. When you depart tomorrow, just incinerate the convenience store along with my remains." Chen-Yi paid her no heed, glancing at the time on her phone, 8:23. Nearly 3 hours had elapsed since her injury, considering the virulence of the zombie virus. Even those who exhibited a slower onset of symptoms should have begun to show signs by now. Activating the flashlight on her phone once more, Chen-Yi approached Zhang Ye. She gently pried open her eyelids, directing the phone's beam into her eyes. The scare bore several blood vessels, yet markedly different from the signs of infection. It resembled the congestion caused by poor sleep quality. In contrast, during infection, the capillaries in the sclera would rupture, akin to conjunctivitis. After inspecting her eyes, Chen-Yi then assessed her complexion. It appeared somewhat pallid, yet there were no visible traces of veins beneath the skin. Nonetheless, exercising caution, Chen-Yi refrained from immediately unbinding her hands and feet, intending to observe a while longer. Unexpectedly, this action led Zhang Ye to misconstrue her intentions. A bitter smile flickered at the corners of her mouth as she took a deep breath, then resolutely stated, "Chen-Yi, grant me a swift end." Chen-Yi cast a peculiar glance at her, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Are you certain? Shall we not wait a little longer?" "No need to wait," Zhang Ye replied, shaking her head. It was evident that this girl, despite her intelligence, had fallen victim to her own cleverness. Chen-Yi found it quite intriguing and inquired, "Do you have any last words or unfulfilled wishes?" He was eager to discover what Zhang Ye would articulate at such a moment. In times like these, individuals often reveal their innermost thoughts. As one approaches death, their words tend to embody goodness. None. Zhang Ye pondered carefully before shaking her head. Chen-Yi expressed his astonishment. "Do you not wish to say anything? Perhaps regretting accompanying me into the county?" Zhang Ye responded in a melancholic tone. "Regret is not what I feel. Rather, I am somewhat contemplative about the unpredictability of life. To think I did not perish in the tide of corpses, but instead succumbed to a steel bullet. It is quite amusing when one reflects on it." This echoed Chen-Yi's earlier sentiment that surprises often arrive unbidden. With that, she slowly closed her eyes, awaiting the conclusion of her existence. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no response came. Zhang Ye furrowed her brow slightly and could not resist the urge to open her eyes. What met her gaze was Chen-Yi's teasing expression. Being astute, she quickly realized she had been played. However, rather than anger, a surge of exhilaration welled up within her. Sighing deeply, Zhang Ye felt her body go limp, devoid of any strength. Within mere hours, she had traversed the precipice of life and death multiple times, and even she felt as though her heart could not bear the strain. After a considerable pause, she finally found her voice, hoarsely requesting, "Please untie me." To be on the safe side, further observation was necessary. Chen-Yi shook his head. Even a corpse nearly devoured could undergo mutation, leaving no room for carelessness. "I need to use the restroom," Zhang Ye said softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. This presented a dilemma. It was hardly acceptable to allow her to soil herself. Rising, he untied the ropes binding her hands and feet. Zhang stood unsteadily, limping toward the corner. Noticing this, the German shepherd curiously followed her. Moments later, Zhang Ye's irritated voice emerged from the corner. "Chen, could you please make it stop staring at me?" In response, Chen shrugged. "It's a female, just like you. What is there to be embarrassed about? I'm just not accustomed to it. You will grow accustomed to it. Soon you shall be companions. So it is best to cultivate a bond now." Zhang fell silent. Before long, the sound of trickling water could be heard. When Zhang returned from the corner, Chen promptly retied her hands and feet. Lighting a cigarette, he casually inquired, "Do you have children?" "No." "Is your husband unable to?" "He is my ex-husband." Zhang corrected him again, explaining, "I do not particularly desire children, primarily because I believe that having a child irrevocably alters one's life, which has often been a source of conflict between him and me." The two engaged in light conversation, and after another hour, Chen performed another examination. Seeing no signs of mutation, he finally untied her. Subsequently, he rummaged through the convenience store, eventually uncovering several cardboard boxes, which he spread on the ground to serve as a makeshift bed. "It is getting late. We should rest," he urged. Chen greeted softly and was the first to lie down on the cardboard. No sooner had he settled than the German shepherd rushed over, curling up beside him. A wave of unpleasant odor immediately assaulted his senses. The smell was secondary. The primary issue was that this creature was akin to a furnace. The convenience store was already stifling, and now it felt even hotter, rendering sleep utterly impossible. Disgustedly, he pushed the dog away, but it soon returned, burrowing back next to him. Lying on her back beside Chen, Zhang gradually closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. At last, she could relish a peaceful slumber. Time drifted by, and Chen slowly opened his eyes. Darkness enveloped him, save for a sliver of dawn that crept in through the gap between the roller door and the floor. The dog had vanished from his embrace, presumably having sought a cooler spot, as it now lay contentedly on the floor nearby. Sitting up, Chen turned to glance at Zhang. She faced away from him, curled up, seemingly still asleep. Having lost considerable blood from her injuries the previous day, he refrained from disturbing her. He rose and rummaged through the shelves, retrieving a bottle of mineral water. After a brief wash, he consumed the remaining half bottle without hesitation. Today, he must acquire dog food. He could not afford to squander any more time here. The sounds of his morning routine roused the German shepherd, which, after a grand yawn, trotted over to Chen. Seeking affection, Chen gently patted its head, offering comfort. "Just endure a little longer. After today, there will be delicious food." The German shepherd let out a soft whimper, resembling a spoiled little girl. Retrieving a bag of bread from the shelf, the duo quickly resolved their breakfast. After finishing the bread in hand, Chen tilted his head back and gulped down a bottle of mineral water, then called out, "Wake up, it's time to rise." However, Zhang remained unresponsive. "Zhang?" Chen called out once more. Noticing the lack of response, he could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Approaching Zhang, he crouched down beside her and gently nudged her shoulder. The moment his palm made contact with her skin, he sensed something was amiss. She was burning hot. He instinctively pressed his hand against her forehead. Even without a thermometer, he could ascertain that her temperature had undoubtedly exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. Such a high fever poses a grave danger for adults. Although the steel pellet lodged in her calf did not carry the zombie virus from the raincoat, it was evident that it had triggered a bacterial infection within her body. Activating the flashlight on his phone, Chen rummaged through the medicine cabinet and retrieved several bottles of antipyretics, ultimately selecting a capsule of ibuprofen. Compared to the extended-release capsules, the soft gels provide a swifter reduction in fever. Gently patting her cheek, Chen called out, "Zhang, wake up." Zhang emitted an unconscious groan, slowly opening her eyes. Squinting at Chen before her, she weakly remarked, "Chen, am I going to turn into a zombie?" It appeared that the fever had muddled her thoughts. Chen, without unnecessary words, instructed, "Open your mouth and take the medicine." Zhang, in a daze, complied, swallowing the capsule. After offering her some mineral water, Chen proceeded to remove her motorcycle jacket. He picked up a piece of gauze, moistened it, and gently wiped her forehead, armpits, palms, and the insides of her thighs. While attending to the soles of her feet, Chen took special care to observe the wound. Indeed, he noted a pronounced swelling surrounding it. This was due to the bacteria carried by the steel ball, which had led to an internal infection and inflammation, resulting in a high fever. Half an hour later, the combination of medication and physical cooling quickly reduced Zhang Ye's fever. Yet, Just as Cheney began to breathe a sigh of relief, her temperature surged once more. This is troublesome. Cheney furrowed his brow, gazing at the wound. The primary reason for his persistent high fever was that steel ball. Unless the source of infection was eradicated, even if the fever subsided today, it would inevitably recur tomorrow. The longer the delay, the greater the peril. However, the dilemma was that all these operations and speculations had nearly exhausted Chun Yi's medical knowledge. Even with the barefoot doctor manual, he found himself at an impasse. After all, the book merely detailed symptomatic treatments and omitted surgical procedures. Even if it did, Chun Yi would not dare to attempt it. It was a common trope in films where a protagonist is shot, and a side character casually retrieves the bullet with a pair of tweezers. Such scenarios were utterly ludicrous. Allowing an ordinary person to perform surgery would be nothing short of a disaster for the patient. Suddenly, Chun Yi recalled the woman behind the window. Although she was suspected of deceit, he decided to take a gamble. With this thought in mind, he prepared to rise, only to have a hand suddenly grasp him. Turning his head, he found Zhang Ye's beautiful eyes fixed upon him. "Don't go." She was far too astute, having anticipated his intentions. Gently patting the back of her hand, Chun Yi smiled and jested, "As the leader of the team, I must treat everyone equally. I would venture into the county to find dog food for Guzi. How much more so for you to seek a doctor?" At his words, Zhang Ye slowly released her grip, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. "Guzi, stay here and take good care of her." After gently rubbing the German shepherd's head and issuing his command, Chun Yi donned his raincoat once more. The moment he pulled open the roll-up door, he heard Zhang Ye's faint admonition from behind. "Chun Yi, come back soon." Lowering the roller shutter, Chun Yi cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Noticing nothing amiss, he swiftly made his way toward the street he had visited yesterday, relying on his memory. Chun Yi soon arrived at the street where the woman resided. Glancing up, he found no sign of her at the window. After searching the vicinity for a moment, he quickly located the entrance to the residential complex. Compared to other neighborhoods in the county, this one was undoubtedly more upscale. The landscaping and decorations were exquisite, and both the main gate and various apartment buildings featured electronic access controls. However, for Chun Yi, these security measures were mere formalities. The electronic gates automatically opened during a power outage, designed to facilitate escape and rescue in the event of emergencies such as earthquakes or fires. Though the gates appeared closed, they could be easily pushed open with a gentle nudge. Within the complex, many zombies wandered aimlessly. Upon Chun Yi's arrival, they merely cast a glance in his direction before returning to their previous distractions. Finding the building where the woman lived, Chun Yi ascended the stairs to the 4th floor. Unsure of her exact room, he knocked on each door in succession. However, after completing a round of knocks, he received no response. Just as he prepared to knock again, he faintly heard a cautious female voice from behind the 3rd door. "Who is it?" Stepping forward briskly, Chun Yi replied, "You saw me yesterday." Silence enveloped him as it seemed she was observing him through the peephole. After a brief pause, the door creaked open from within. Chun Yi did not enter immediately. Instead, he swiftly glanced around the room through the crack of the door. Noticing that only a woman was present, he then slipped into the room. As he entered, she promptly closed the door. At that moment, both were assessing one another. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Though her features were unremarkable, she exuded an aura of scholarly refinement. She was clad in a nightgown, evidently having awakened only recently. Chun Yi straightforwardly inquired, "Are you a doctor?" "Indeed," the woman nodded. Chun Yi felt a surge of joy and continued to inquire, "Are you able to perform surgical operations?" The woman replied timidly, "I am a dentist." "A dentist? Judging by your demeanor yesterday, you must possess considerable intelligence. I shall not beat around the bush. My companion is injured and in dire need of surgery. In return, I can assist you in escaping from this county." Chun Yi slowly drew a pistol from his waist, then abruptly shifted his tone to a frigid demeanor. "However, if you are deceiving me, you shall bear the consequences of your actions." Upon seeing the dark handgun, the woman trembled slightly and hurriedly explained, "I am not deceiving you. I truly am a dentist. While I am capable of performing minor procedures, I am not equipped for major surgeries." After providing a brief overview of the surgical situation, Chun Yi fixed his gaze intently upon her. The woman retorted, "Does the injured party have any pre-existing medical conditions? For instance, heart disease or renal insufficiency?" Chun Yi shook her head and replied, "I am not certain about this, but the persistent high fever and swelling at the wound site are concerning." Upon hearing this, the woman fell into deep contemplation, clearly analyzing the patient's condition. Although dentistry and surgery are distinct fields, Addressing certain fundamental ailments is still within reach. After a moment of reflection, she mused. If it is merely a matter of extracting the steel ball from the calf, I should be capable. However, I am unaware of the specifics of the patient's situation. Thus, I cannot guarantee a 100% success rate, nor can I ensure the safety of the patient. Such is the prudence of a physician. Even in the case of the most minor procedures, a doctor would never boldly assure a flawless outcome. The most critical factor is that the man before her is armed. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would transcend mere medical disputes. There is a high likelihood of dire consequences. Therefore, she must exercise utmost caution. Chun-Yi was well aware that it was somewhat unreasonable to expect a dentist to perform a surgical operation, so he spoke up, "Do your utmost." The woman replied with a solemn expression, "Of course." Chun-Yi nodded and said, "All right, prepare yourself, and I shall escort you outside." The woman remained still. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "If I may be so bold, is the substance you have applied on yourself zombie blood?" "Indeed," he replied. "How intriguing. It seems she is a doctor. She likely deduced this after observing Chun-Yi through the window yesterday." Upon receiving his confirmation, a flicker of astonishment danced in the woman's eyes as she marveled. They can actually differentiate their kind through the scent of blood. This indicates that the virus has altered their olfactory cells. Truly remarkable. Currently, the only known viruses capable of modifying human genes are retroviruses. However, retroviruses require an extensive duration for such changes, and the effects are minimal at best. Chun-Yi coldly remarked, "What? Do you aspire to win this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine?" The woman momentarily froze, her expression faltering as she awkwardly replied, "I apologize. It was merely a professional curiosity." "You must have a raincoat at home, right?" "Indeed." The woman nodded vigorously. Chun-Yi fell silent, turning to open the door and exiting the room. In a short while, he returned, but this time he bore the lifeless body of a zombie in his hands. "Mom, who is this uncle?" A tender child's voice echoed in the room. Chen Ishuan turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, revealing a timid little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, standing in the living room. His curious eyes fixed upon him. Upon hearing the noise, a woman hurriedly emerged from the storage room. Her expression tense as she cast a glance at Chen Ishuan before gently explaining, "Uncle is a friend of Daddy's, come to take us to find him. Little one must behave, or Uncle won't take us to find Daddy." Upon hearing that they were to search for his father, the little boy promptly responded, "Uncle." Little one is very obedient. Ignoring the boy, Chen Ishuan's gaze shifted to the woman as he pointed to the corpse on the floor and instructed, "You have 5 minutes. I shall wait for you outside." With that, he turned and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Standing in the corridor, Chen Ishuan lit a cigarette. The presence of a child made little difference to him. He had merely promised to assist the woman in escaping the county, without any commitment to accompany her in her flight. The existence of a child, in fact, rendered it easier for him to exert control over her, alleviating concerns about potential sabotage during the procedure. Before he had finished his cigarette, the door swung open. A strong metallic scent of blood rushed forth as the door was opened. A doctor's tolerance for the smell of blood far exceeds that of the average person, which is precisely why Chen Ishuan had allowed her to handle it herself. The woman emerged from the room, leading the little boy, both of them seemingly fully equipped for the occasion. Their faces were meticulously concealed by masks, clad in raincoats, and their hands adorned with thick rubber gloves. Even in areas where the raincoat failed to provide coverage, they were wrapped in layers of cling film. One must admit that, being a doctor, she demonstrated remarkable attention to detail and caution, in an effort to shield her son from the gruesome sight. The woman had even taken the precaution of placing a blindfold over the boy's eyes. "Let us go." Chen discarded his cigarette and was the first to make his way towards the corridor. Picking up the child, the woman followed closely behind him. As they descended the stairs, the woman suddenly spoke, "By the way, do you have any surgical instruments?" "No," he replied. Chen shook his head. The woman softly explained, "Not far from the community, there is a dental clinic owned by a friend of mine. They possess surgical instruments, and the environment is more suitable for performing operations. If it is convenient for you, you may take the injured person to the clinic. Of course, if it is not feasible, then it is perfectly all right." After a moment of contemplation, Chen nodded and replied, "All right." In the corridor, numerous zombies roamed. Despite her mental preparation, the woman felt a shiver of fear as she walked among them. Conversely, the little boy in her arms, oblivious due to his blindfold, wore a cheerful expression. Perhaps to mask her own trepidation, the woman initiated conversation, "My name is Li Yan. And yours?" However, Chun-Yi ahead did not respond. Observing this, Li Yin fell silent, trailing behind him in quietude. They swiftly exited the residential complex, and under Li Yin's guidance, soon located the dental clinic. Through the glass doors, as she observed the zombies wandering within, Chen-Yi instructed, "Wait for me outside for 2 minutes." "All right," Li Yin nodded in agreement. Grasping an iron spear, Chen-Yi pushed open the door and entered the clinic. With the guise of a raincoat, dispatching the zombies became remarkably effortless. In a short span, he neutralized all 5 zombies inside the clinic. Waving his hand towards her, Li Yin hurriedly embraced the child and entered the clinic. Upon entering, she immediately shed her raincoat along with that of the little boy, discarding them in a distant corner. Subsequently, she rummaged in her pocket for a small bottle of alcohol gel and applied it to her hands. At that moment, the little boy had removed his blindfold and stood there rubbing his hands together, looking up at her with a pitiful expression. "Mommy, I'm so hungry. When can we eat?" Hearing her son's words, Li Yin's heart ached. Since noon the previous day, all the food at home had been consumed. This dire situation was what compelled her to take the risk of seeking help from a stranger at the window. With no other options, they would starve to death without assistance. She had also attempted to venture out for food, but encountered a zombie in the hallway, nearly getting scratched. Turning to Chen-Yi, Li Yin pleaded, "Could you spare me a little food? Just a bit. My child hasn't eaten for almost a day." "Wait," was all Chen-Yi said before he turned and exited the clinic. In the early days of the apocalypse, food was not scarce. The crucial factors were courage and capability. For Chen-Yi, sustenance was abundant and easily accessible at any moment. In stark contrast, for survivors like Li Yin, acquiring food was exceedingly difficult and perilous. As Chen-Yi re-entered the clinic, he carried a bag in his hand. He casually tossed the bag onto the sofa in the lounge and instructed, "I am going to fetch the injured. You all wait here." "All right." Li Yin nodded eagerly. After casting a lingering glance at her, Chen-Yi turned and exited, pulling down the rolling shutter behind him. He held no concern that the other party would seize the opportunity to flee with their son if they truly possessed such audacity. They would not be languishing at home in hunger. The convenience store had encountered no mishaps. Everything was as usual. The German shepherd faithfully remained by Zhang Ye's side, only approaching Chen-Yi upon his return. The sole predicament lay in Zhang Ye's current condition, which was alarmingly poor. The persistent high fever left her in a daze. Her lips cracked and pale. "Stay here, good dog." Chen-Yi could no longer afford to delay. After giving a brief word to the German shepherd, he wrapped her wound in a plastic bag. Then, draping a raincoat over her, he scooped her up and rushed towards the clinic. Along the way, his frantic dash attracted the attention of numerous zombies. Fortunately, the zombie blood on the raincoat continued to serve its purpose to those undead eyes. Chen-Yi merely appeared as a somewhat peculiar member of their kind. Had he been confronted by the second evolution of zombies, he would have never dared to act so recklessly. "Open the door," Chen-Yi gasped as he stood before the clinic's entrance. Instantly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from inside. And in the next moment, the roll-up door was pulled open. "Come in quickly," Li Yin called out, and as soon as Chen-Yi stepped inside, she swiftly pulled the door shut once more. Urgently, she instructed him to remove their raincoats. At this point, Li Yin was fully in her element, directing Chen-Yi to strip off both their raincoats before seizing a can of disinfectant spray to douse them both. After thoroughly spraying from head to toe, she beckoned Chen-Yi to carry Zhang Ye into the treatment room. In a dental clinic of this scale, there were no surgical rooms. However, once the dental chair was reclined, it could be somewhat repurposed as an operating table. The treatment room was devoid of windows, shrouded in darkness. Relying entirely on the light from their phones, Li Yin felt a sense of helplessness. She was thrust into a situation for which she was unprepared. It was one thing for a dentist to perform surgery, but the conditions were patently dire. Although it was merely a minor procedure, she understood all too well that the woman's survival hinged almost entirely on luck. Suppressing her swirling thoughts, Li Yin meticulously examined Zhang Ye's condition and stated solemnly, "In her current state, surgery is out of the question. We must first bring down her fever." Chen-Yi explained, "I have administered medication and physical cooling." Yet there was little effect. The fever quickly recurred. "What medication did you give her?" "Ibuprofen soft capsules," Chen-Yi replied honestly. In response, Li Yin elaborated, "Although this medication reduces fever swiftly, its effects are not sustained, often leading to a relapse. You stay here. I will fetch some additional medicine." With that, Li Yin hurriedly exited the consultation room. Upon her return, she carried a substantial bag of pharmaceuticals. Meeting Chen-Yi's gaze, she smiled lightly. "Fortune smiled upon me. My friend has a comprehensive selection of antibiotics." Mixing the antibiotics with saline solution, Li Yin somewhat clumsily inserted the intravenous needle into Zhang Ye's arm. Mom, what's wrong with this auntie? At that moment, a little boy stood at the doorway, clutching a bag of teddy bear cookies, his curious eyes blinking. Li Yin gently replied, Auntie is unwell, and Mommy is helping her get better. Be a good boy and play by yourself for a while, okay? MMM. The little boy nodded earnestly. After calming her son, Li Yin turned to prepare for the upcoming procedure. As the saline and antibiotics slowly infused into the vein, Zhang Ye's breathing gradually steadied, and her furrowed brow began to relax. After several minutes, the fever subsided. Both Li Yin and Chen Yi let out a silent sigh of relief, especially Li Yin, who had been alarmed several times when she observed Chen Yi reaching for the gun at his waist. In truth, Chen Yi had contemplated such an action. If Zhang Ye's fever persisted, he would have had no choice but to end her suffering from the agony of illness. In his previous life, Chen Yi had succumbed to pain, fully aware of its torment, despair, and helplessness. Fortunately, the antibiotics proved remarkably effective, successfully combating the bacteria within her body. Once the saline bag was emptied, it was evident that Zhang Ye's complexion had improved significantly. Observing this, Chen Yi inquired, Can we proceed with the surgery? Li Yin hesitated for a moment, then cautiously replied, Perhaps. She had initially intended to suggest further observation, as typically surgery would not be performed until 7 days after the fever subsided. However, reconsidering the current situation, she realized they could not wait that long. Chen Yi continued to inquire, What do you need me to do? Assist me in holding the lamp and hand me the instruments. All right. Thus commenced the surgical procedure with mere exchanges of words. There was no sterile operating room, no shadowless lamp, no pharmacist, and even the lead surgeon was merely a dentist. Yet in this apocalyptic world, this was the utmost that Chen Yi could achieve. Zhang Ye's survival hinged partly on Li Yin and partly on fate. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, such a minor surgery might not have taken even 10 minutes. However, at this moment, the two were anxiously occupied for over half an hour. Found it, Li Yin exclaimed softly, cautiously grasping the steel ball with the surgical tweezers. Clang! The steel ball landed in the tray, producing a crisp metallic sound. Li Yin's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, also descended with the steel ball. With the first half of the surgery successfully completed, all that remained was to suture the wound and continue the intravenous infusion. The latter half was now left to luck. There was no choice. Without a sterile room, the wound had been exposed to the air for an extended period, and no one could predict the risk of infection from other bacteria or viruses. Although she had sprayed the entire clinic with disinfectant and alcohol several times prior, it was still far from being sterile. After suturing the wound, Li Yin, forcing herself through fatigue, hung the previously prepared intravenous infusion. Observing Zhang Ye on the operating table, Chen Yi inquired, When will she wake up? She should regain consciousness once the effects of the anesthesia wear off. In truth, Li Yin was uncertain when Zhang Ye would awaken. The dosage of anesthetic during surgery is a matter of precision, typically calibrated by a pharmacist based on the duration of the procedure and the patient's specific condition. In this case, Li Yin had relied entirely on instinct to determine the dosage, hence, the notion of leaving the outcome to fate. Casting a glance at Chen Yi, Li Yin's lips moved slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. At that moment, Chen Yi spoke, You should rest for a while. All right. Call me if anything arises. Li Yin nodded and turned to exit the clinic. The recent surgery had drained nearly all her mental energy. Imagine the difficulty of searching for a steel ball the size of a grain of rice within the muscle of a calf, illuminated only by the light of a mobile phone. Chen Yi, are you there? A weak voice emerged from the dim clinic, belonging to Zhang Ye. Yes, he replied. Chen Yi nodded gently, reaching out to touch her forehead. Very well, the temperature is normal. Zhang Ye spoke with concern. It seems my legs have lost all sensation. At her words, Chen Yi found it somewhat amusing and explained, The anesthetic hasn't completely worn off. It will feel better in a little while. Oh. Zhang Ye finally relaxed. Moments later, she spoke again. Chen Yi, what is it? Thank you. Gazing into her eyes, Chen Yi replied with a hint of indifference. What I seek is not mere gratitude. After all his efforts and the risks he had taken, he desired not just a verbal acknowledgement but a loyal companion. Zhang Ye sensed the underlying meaning in his words and managed a faint smile. I understand, but I still wish to express my thanks. Suit yourself. With that, Chen Yi stood and called for Li Yin. After inquiring about Zhang Ye's condition, Li Yin nodded, stating, Her condition is temporarily stable. As long as there are no setbacks before tomorrow, she should be fine. Please rest well. After giving Zhang Ye a brief admonition, Chun-Yi and Li Yin exited the examination room. Returning to the clinic's lobby, Chun-Yi sat on the sofa, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and took a large gulp. Observing the somewhat awkward Li Yin before him, he inquired, "Are there any pet shops in the county?" "Pet shops?" Li Yin lowered her head slightly, contemplating. "It seems there aren't any." "None." At her response, a cold flicker crossed Chun-Yi's eyes, and he replied with a sardonic smile. "Are you certain?" Just yesterday, Zhang Ye had explicitly mentioned finding a pet shop on that street to the east. Now, Li Yin claimed there were none. As a true local, she should be intimately familiar with the county. Even if she had never owned a pet, she would undoubtedly know the general location of a pet shop. Li Yan's expression grew flustered as she stammered. "Well, there seems to be one. But I don't know where it is." Chun-Yi's mind raced with thoughts, and he swiftly deduced the reason behind Li Yan's deception. "Li Yin, do you believe I am somewhat too easy to manipulate?" "And no," Li Yin stammered, startled by the coldness in his tone, which sent a shiver down her spine. The way he gazed at her made her feel as though she were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses to mask her inner turmoil, she responded truthfully, "The pet shop is located on East Street. Please elaborate on the circumstances surrounding East Street." Chun-Yi slightly reclined, settling into a comfortable position on the sofa before lighting a cigarette. Li Yin organized her thoughts and began. East Street is an old thoroughfare in the county, rife with pawnshops and debt collection agencies. Even before the zombie outbreak, East Street was rather chaotic. Aside from a few legitimate pawnshops, the majority of the small pawnshops and debt collection companies were run by idle members of society. To put it bluntly, they were merely a group of ruffians banding together to make a living. After the outbreak, the surviving ruffians on East Street united to form the Heavenly Path Alliance, seizing control of the county hospital located there. Chun-Yi inquired, "Haven't you always stayed indoors? How could you possibly know all this?" "It was the neighbor upstairs who informed me," he replied. "He possesses a certain audacity and ventured out in search of his wife the very day after the zombie outbreak. Over the past few days, the ruffians on East Street have been indiscriminately seizing people, regardless of age or gender. Just yesterday morning, I witnessed with my own eyes as they apprehended 2 individuals. Quite intriguing," he remarked. Chun-Yi squinted slightly, exhaling a ring of smoke. "The act of capturing someone indicates that the adversary has recognized the significance of population in the apocalypse. It seems there is an astute individual among that group of ruffians. However, it is regrettable that they faltered at the very first step. Even if all subsequent decisions were impeccable, it would avail them nothing. Much like constructing a house. If the foundation is flawed, no matter how exquisite the structure, it is rendered futile. The essence remains the same. Escaping the urban confines is paramount. Nearly 90% of the populace is concentrated in urban areas, which have transformed into a paradise for the undead following the outbreak. Even if the Heavenly Path Alliance manages to resolve the food crisis in 3 months, what then shall be done about the impending zombie tide? Zombies do not operate as perpetual motion machines. They too require sustenance to replenish their expended energy. When all consumable beings in their vicinity are exhausted, driven by primal instinct, zombies will gradually converge, forming a colossal tide. This tide will sweep through urban areas, searching for any possible nourishment. Once the urban environment is entirely devoid of sustenance, the tide will extend its reach to more distant territories. Much like locusts, they will devour one region before flocking en masse to another. In his previous life, Chun-Yi witnessed the largest scale of a zombie tide, which was the conglomeration of zombies from 3 cities, totaling over 20 million. That scene is indelibly etched in his memory, boundless and infinite, stretching beyond the horizon. Even if the Heavenly Path Alliance miraculously withstands the initial wave of the tide. Half a year later, when the zombies undergo their second evolution, the outcome of annihilation remains unchanged. This is precisely why Chun-Yi feels compelled to venture into the uninhabited regions of Changbai Mountain. Without the frigid environment to inhibit the zombies' movements, it would be impossible to withstand the tide. Returning to the present, Chun-Yi chuckled lightly. "Are you afraid I will venture to East Street in search of a pet shop? If I were to be unfortunate enough to be captured by the Heavenly Path Alliance, there would be no one left to assist you in escaping the county, would there?" Realizing her intentions had been uncovered, Li Yin awkwardly explained, "I am merely looking out for your well-being. After all, they are numerous, and you are but one. You need not worry about that. I assure you, if I say I will help you escape the county, I will certainly fulfill that promise." The relationship between him and Li Yin was merely a fair transaction. As for the pet shop, it was essential for him to visit. And he also intended to deliver some gifts to the Heavenly Path Alliance. After all, had it not been for their interference, Zhang Yu would not have been injured, and he would not have squandered so much time in the county. With this in mind, Chun Yi instructed, "Fetch me paper and a pen. I need a layout of East Street." "Understood," Li Yin nodded, swiftly making her way to the cashier. Before long, she returned with a rudimentary map of East Street, highlighting the county hospital and the pet shop. Observing the simplistic map in his hands, Chun Yi suddenly inquired, "Do you know where I might find a shop that specializes in fireworks?" "Fireworks?" Li Yin paused, then replied, "I believe there used to be one on Southgate Street, but I haven't been there in quite some time. I am unsure if it still exists." Chun Yi inquired, "Is it far from here?" "Not far," came the reply. "Walk 50 meters along this street, then turn right and continue for approximately 300 meters. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chun Yi fell silent. By noon, after finishing 2 bottles of water, Zhang Yu felt considerably rejuvenated, even regaining her appetite. However, her right leg, recently operated on, still rendered her unable to stand. At 6 in the evening, the sun gradually dipped toward the horizon. The roller shutter of the dental clinic was pulled open from within, and a figure stepped outside. After lowering the shutter once more, Chun Yi glanced around, then briskly made his way towards Southgate Street. Following the route indicated by Li Yin, he soon arrived at Southgate Street. Throughout his journey, Chun Yi remained exceedingly cautious. He was not afraid of encountering the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Rather, he was concerned that an early encounter might alarm them. Should they discover him prematurely, the small gift he had planned for tonight would likely be rendered impossible. Nevertheless, he did not come across any members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance along the way. Perhaps it was nearing dusk, or perhaps the loss of 4 members yesterday had made them more vigilant. As he traversed Southgate Street, Chun Yi quickly located the fireworks shop. He had harbored some apprehensions on his way there. After all, fireworks are highly flammable and explosive, and the chaos caused by a zombie outbreak could easily ignite them. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The shop appeared unscathed, indicating that no mishaps had occurred. Upon entering the store, Chun Yi bypassed the extravagant fireworks displays and directly selected a large bundle of firecrackers and a square box of salute rockets. These 2 types of fireworks shared a common trait. Once ignited, they produced a particularly loud and enduring sound. Initially, Chun Yi had intended to find a larger bag to carry more fireworks, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a handcart in a small storage room. This was a splendid find. With this contraption, he could transport a greater quantity of supplies back home. By the time he finished loading the fireworks, the sky outside had begun to darken. Chun Yi sat quietly in the shop, patiently awaiting the arrival of night. At 7:30, the dark curtain enveloped the sky entirely. At this moment, the entire county town was plunged into darkness, with only the shimmering starlight faintly illuminating the blurred outlines of buildings. Sensing the opportune moment, Chun Yi pushed his cart out of the fireworks shop. The zombies continued to wander the streets, seeking anything edible. Their diet was indiscriminate. Any form of flesh, even severely decayed corpses, was fair game. However, they did not engage in cannibalism, preserving a trait common to most animals. Due to the pervasive darkness, the cart inevitably collided with several zombies along the way. By the time he reached East Street, Chun Yi estimated he had bumped into at least dozens of them, his palms tingling from the repeated impacts. Upon arriving at East Street, Chun Yi exercised greater caution. The pet shop stood diagonally across from the county hospital, approximately 50 meters away. Stationing himself at the corner with the cart, he scrutinized the hospital ahead. Despite the pervasive darkness enveloping the county, certain rooms within the hospital still emanated bright light. This was understandable, as hospitals were equipped with backup generators to prevent sudden power outages. The hospital's main entrance was firmly shut, and the surrounding parking lot's walls had been reinforced. Particularly, the large gate was obstructed by a towering truck. After observing for nearly half an hour, Chun Yi withdrew his gaze, somewhat overestimating the gang's vigilance. There were no lookouts, no night patrols. Not even a soul guarding the entrance. How absurd. Pushing the cart into the pet shop, Chun Yi unloaded the firecrackers and fireworks, transporting them in multiple trips to the outer gate of the county hospital. Once arranged and the fuses tied together, he retrieved a lighter and ignited the fuses. Having completed this task, Chun Yi sprinted away. In the next instant, flames erupted. The deafening crackle of the firecrackers resonated through the silent night, echoing throughout the county town. The sounds of firecrackers and fireworks intertwined with the vast starry sky, creating an absurd atmosphere. Chun Yi initially estimated that this round of firecrackers would attract zombies from several hundred meters around. However, the effect exceeded his expectations. A cacophony of growls surged from all directions. The collective sound of countless zombies running coalesced, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Illuminated by the firecrackers' glow, a dense tide of corpses surged forth, rushing towards the county hospital. Witnessing this, Chen-Yi couldn't help but exclaim internally, "My goodness! Could it be that all the zombies in the county have been drawn here?" The scale of the undead tide rendered the small hospitals nearly defenseless. As for the fate of the Heavenly Path Alliance, he preferred not to contemplate it. The gift had already been delivered. In the pet store, Chen-Yi activated his phone as flashlight and began rummaging for dog food. Having never owned a dog, he was unaware of which brands were preferable. Thus, he collected 2 bags of each brand. He also did not overlook various cans and nutritional pastes. When he observed that the cart was piled high, nearly reaching his waist, he paused his efforts. Such an abundance of dog food would suffice for a German Shepherd for 2 to 3 months. As he prepared to push the cart out of the pet store, a scene before him momentarily stunned him. The undead horde had already invaded the county hospital, and the parking lot was teeming with frenzied zombies, with the most densely packed area forming several meters high human ladders. Crucially, the entire street was utterly blocked by zombies, with more continuously pouring in. There was no escape. Should he dare to venture outside now, he would be instantly engulfed by the surging tide of corpses and trampled into a pulp. Pulling down the roll-up door, Chen-Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and silently lit a cigarette. With no alternative, he could only wait for the horde to disperse. In the sweltering summer, the most exasperating aspect was not the scorching sun that could parch one dry, but the omnipresent mosquitoes, ever elusive and impossible to eradicate. Before he could finish a single cigarette, his face had already been bitten several times. In desperation, he rose to search for mosquito coils within the pet store. As the coils were ignited, the irritating buzzing finally ceased. Leaning back in a recliner, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he awoke once more, the outside had returned to a profound silence. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the time on the screen. 12:32. 5 hours had elapsed since the undead tide assaulted the hospital. Rubbing his face, he donned rubber gloves and slowly opened the roll-up door. The hospital and street still harbored numerous zombies, yet in comparison to the previous overwhelming tide, they had nearly diminished by half. Pushing the cart, Chen-Yi chose not to return to the clinic, but rather made his way to the convenience store. Upon opening the trunk of his Land Rover Range Rover, he neatly arranged the bags of dog food. He was grateful for the spaciousness of the trunk. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many items. Once finished, Chen-Yi took a box of deep-sea fish canned food and a bag of dog food, and he pulled open the convenience store's roll-up door. The interior was pitch dark and utterly silent. "Dog," Chen-Yi gently called out. In the next moment, a shadow darted forth. Whimper, whimper, the German Shepherd approached Chen-Yi, emitting a plaintive whine. Having been confined all day, parched and famished, it immediately began to act affectionately upon seeing Chen-Yi. "All right, no need to be dramatic. Let me show you what delightful treat I have procured." Ruffling the dog's fluffy head, Chen-Yi opened the can. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Not only the dog, but even Chen-Yi found it hard to resist swallowing. Truth be told, it did indeed smell delectable, and merely inhaling it was enough to whet one's appetite. It seemed that this dog food could be consumed by humans as well. The notion briefly flickered in Chen-Yi's mind before being forcefully suppressed. There was no scarcity of food at present, and it was not yet time to contend with the dog for sustenance. Sensing the familiar scent, the German Shepherd became utterly exhilarated, bounding about with uncontainable energy. "Sit!" Chen-Yi let out a soft exclamation. Upon hearing this, the German Shepherd promptly settled down, its eyes brimming with anticipation. As he opened the dog food and poured it into the bowl, he mixed in a tin of deep-sea fish. When he presented the bowl to the German Shepherd, it immediately devoured the meal with great enthusiasm. A generous portion of dog food, along with the tin, was swiftly consumed. Chen-Yi, concerned that it might choke, hurriedly twisted open a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the food bowl. After consuming the dog food, the German Shepherd delicately lapped at the water. Gently patting its head, Chen-Yi admonished, "Stay here and behave well. I shall return for you at dawn." The German Shepherd whimpered softly, clearly expressing its discontent. Being a female, she was somewhat more affectionate compared to her male counterparts. Nevertheless, as a police dog, her obedience was remarkable. After voicing her displeasure, she remained dutifully in the convenience store. With the county overrun by zombies, Chen-Yi could not bring the dog along. The moment she dared to step outside, she would be besieged by countless undead. Not only humans, but dogs too constituted a primary source of sustenance for the zombies. Having reassured the German Shepherd, Chen-Yi made his way to the dental clinic. He knocked on the roll-up door, and after a brief moment, a cautious inquiry came from within. "Who is it?" "It's me." Recognizing Chen-Yi's voice, the door was pulled open from inside. Since his departure, Li Yin had been on edge, not out of concern for Chen-Yi's safety, but rather because if he were captured by the Heavenly Path Alliance, no one would be left to lead her and her child out of the county. In her perspective, her relationship with Chen-Yi was merely transactional. They were not well acquainted. Selfishness is an inherent trait of humanity. Pulling down the roll-up door, Chen-Yi inquired, "How is she?" Li Yin responded honestly, "She is recovering quite well. The high fever has not returned." Chen-Yi nodded and instructed, "You should rest now. We shall depart early tomorrow." "All right," Li Yin responded, embracing the little boy as she reclined on the sofa. Having previously slept for a few hours in the pet shop, he was not feeling drowsy at the moment. Furthermore, with a stranger sharing the same roof and the German shepherd absent from its watchful vigil, he hesitated to succumb to slumber. Chen-Yi remained vigilant regarding Li Yin. One could never predict the actions of this seemingly timid woman, especially in light of her earlier deceit. Seated comfortably on a chair behind the cash register, Chen-Yi propped his legs on the counter and lit a cigarette. With access to the internet and a mobile device, staying awake became a simple and pleasurable endeavor. Yet, at this moment, it transformed into a torment. Once he finished his cigarette, Chen-Yi retrieved a map from his pocket, using his phone for illumination as he meticulously studied the route for the following day. They were currently situated in Guangnan County, less than 80 kilometers from the urban area of Lianyun Port. The first nuclear power station along their route was located in Lianyun Port. If they wished to expedite their journey, the quickest path would be to head diagonally towards the coast, traversing Lianyun Port along the shoreline straight to Shandong Province. With a stroke of luck, they might reach Shandong before dusk the following day. However, Chen-Yi was unwilling to take such a gamble. Although the zombie outbreak had only persisted for a few days, logically, even if a nuclear leak were to occur, it would typically take at least a month to manifest. Yet, what if unforeseen circumstances led to an earlier release? The apocalypse was rife with unpredictability. Thus, Chen-Yi resolved to continue inland tomorrow, circumventing Lianyun Port. The threat posed by the nuclear station was merely one concern. They also faced the complication of needing to navigate a maritime route. The availability of a vessel posed its own challenges, as did the expertise of its captain. Operating a boat was entirely different from driving a car, especially now that both internet and satellite signals were non-functional. Without a seasoned captain well-versed in maritime navigation at the helm, they might find themselves not only failing to reach Dalian, but potentially drifting into neighboring countries. For now, they could only proceed step by step. With the aid of his cigarette, Chen-Yi managed to endure until dawn, as the faint morning light filtered through the slats of the rolling shutter. He rose to awaken Li Yin and Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was fortunate. Her surgery had been successful, and she had not been infected by airborne viruses or bacteria during the procedure. After resting for a full day and night, she appeared revitalized, though her mobility remained somewhat hindered. By the time Chen-Yi assisted Zhang Ye out of the examination room, Li Yin and her son were already fully equipped and prepared for their journey. "Let us go," Chen-Yi greeted and pulled open the roller shutter door. The fireworks and firecrackers from last night had been so captivating that they drew all the zombies from several nearby streets. Along the way, there were hardly any zombies in sight. "Get in," Chen-Yi called out as he released the German shepherd from the convenience store and opened the car door. The dog promptly leaped into the passenger seat, barking twice at him, seemingly urging him to start the car quickly. Casting a glance at the motorcycle lying on the ground, Zhang Yu expressed her regret. "What a pity, that was my favorite bike." With that, she limped into the vehicle. The spacious Range Rover, especially in its extended version, comfortably accommodated 3 people in the back seat. He turned the ignition, and the diesel engine roared to life. Gripping the steering wheel, Chen-Yi maneuvered the car swiftly out of the county town. Li Yin glanced back at the county with a complex expression. Once they had completely left the town, Chen-Yi inquired, "Where do you want to go?" Daihezhuang, Li Yin responded without hesitation. It was evident that this woman had long desired to escape the county and had already found her destination. Chen-Yi continued to inquire, "Where's the location?" "If you proceed along this road, you will arrive in approximately 5 kilometers. Noticing that the destination aligned with his own route, he nodded silently and resumed driving. A few moments later, the Range Rover came to a gentle halt by the roadside. The door swung open, and Li Yin stepped out, cradling a small boy in her arms. "Thank you." She earnestly expressed her gratitude to Chen-Yi before taking her son's hand and walking towards the fork leading to the village. Through the car window, Chun-Yi watched as the figures of Li Yin and her child gradually receded into the distance. Zhang Ye seemed poised to speak, but ultimately refrained. Perceiving her unusual demeanor, Chun-Yi chuckled lightly. Are you wondering why I didn't bring them along? Zhang Ye replied softly. After all, she is a doctor, although merely a dentist. Her presence would be more advantageous than detrimental. In this apocalyptic era, the significance of a doctor is nearly equivalent to that of sustenance. This fact is well understood by both of us. Chun-Yi explained. I offered her an opportunity, yet she failed to cherish it. The moment Li Yin chose to lie for her own selfish reasons, Chun-Yi resolved to abandon the thought of fleeing with her. A dentist is not worth such a perilous risk. In contrast, Zhang Ye is different. She is astute, rational, decisive, and possesses a ruthless edge. Her prior injuries in the county were not her fault. She simply fell victim to the shortcomings of the weaponry. Had she possessed a firearm at that time, the outcome might have been drastically altered. Individuals like Zhang Ye are not only suited to accompany him during his escape, but can also be nurtured as a cornerstone of the team once stability is achieved. If one merely wishes to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, then adopting the guise of a solitary wolf is the optimal choice. However, to live with refinement and a touch of elegance, relying solely on solitary endeavors, is utterly impractical. Establishing one's own base and cultivating a personal faction is the rightful path. As power accumulates and the number of rescued survivors grows, it becomes essential to have a trustworthy individual to assist in shouldering the burdens of management. It was precisely due to these multifaceted considerations that Chun-Yi tacitly permitted Zhang Ye to accompany him. Zhang Ye's performance along the journey has not disappointed him. In just a few days, she has shown remarkable growth. Once a youthful heart, eager to traverse the world with a sword and witness its splendor, now finds itself domesticated. The girl who once tugged at your heartstrings has quietly vanished. The setting sun casts its golden rays, enveloping the earth in a desolate aura. A black Land Rover races down a rural path, its rear window ajar, allowing the melodious voice of Su Wei to mingle with the sight of a dog's head poking out. The German Shepherd has few interests, and enjoying the breeze is currently its sole delight. Even under the scorching sun, it revels in the experience. The passenger seat reclined, Zhang Ye lies comfortably, her long, slender legs draped over the dashboard. However, the bandage wrapped around her right calf detracts from her overall allure. Turning her head, Zhang Ye couldn't help but voice her annoyance. Chun-Yi, could you possibly change the song? Listening to the same few tracks repeatedly must bore you. Having something to listen to is already a blessing. Being picky is unnecessary. Chun-Yi cast a sidelong glance at her and scoffed. Indeed, one should not indulge excessively in food. Huh, do you think I wouldn't prefer to change? The car's audio system is limited to these few songs. Where else could I possibly find alternatives? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye remained unfazed, merely suppressing a smile. It had been 3 days since they departed from Guangnan County, and they were now situated within the borders of Shandong Province, less than 100 kilometers from Rizhou City. Zhang Ye had been recovering well after her surgery. The wound had formed a scab, and she was now able to walk short distances. Suddenly, the Land Rover Range Rover screeched to a halt, the tires grinding against the asphalt with a jarring, nerve-wracking sound. Zhang Ye's expression shifted, her gaze alert as she inquired, "What is happening?" Chun-Yi solemnly remarked, "I believe I just glimpsed a patch of watermelon fields by the roadside." Watermelon? Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as she involuntarily swallowed. Since the onset of the zombie outbreak, they had not tasted fresh fruit. In this weather, indulging in a sweet and juicy watermelon would be an exquisite delight. "Stay in the car. I will go take a look," he instructed before stepping out. This stretch of road was quite remote, devoid of any visible zombies. On either side, vast expanses of rice paddies and vegetable fields stretched out. Initially, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, so he was uncertain whether it was indeed a watermelon field. However, as he approached, his heart filled with joy. Before him lay the watermelon field, each small section covered with a thick layer of dry straw, with a few large watermelons pushing through the straw, revealing their rounded forms. Watermelons. Chun-Yi licked his parched lips and swiftly entered the melon field. Casting a glance around, he crouched before the largest watermelon, brushing aside the dry straw. He raised his middle and index fingers and gently tapped on the watermelon. The sound that resonated, thud, 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 elicited a slight grimace from Chun-Yi. Despite its impressive size, it turned out to be an unripe melon. Rising to his feet, he hastened towards another sizable watermelon. This time, the dull thuds that emanated indicated that it was fully ripe. Not wishing to be overly greedy, He selected 3 large watermelons and cradled them one by one back to the cart. Looking at the trio of hefty watermelons, each weighing several pounds, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Zhang Ye's eyes as she inquired, why not pick a few more? Just to satisfy a craving. Chen Yi closed the car door and restarted the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu cast a profound glance at him. The phrase too much of a good thing is well known to all, yet few can restrain their inner greed. This is also what Zhang Yu admires most about Chen Yi. As the sun gradually sank in the west, heralding the approach of evening, Chen Yi slowed the car, beginning to search for a place to spend the night. Soon, a small village by the roadside captured his attention. The village perched upon the dam of a reservoir, with a scattered arrangement of a dozen simple houses. He estimated that the number of zombies would not exceed 30. 30 zombies may sound like a considerable threat, yet in reality, they would not confront such a multitude directly. With a swift maneuver, seizing one of the houses and utilizing some obstacles to barricade the door, they could easily deal with these zombies. Moreover, the rural population consisted largely of the elderly and children, with nearly 90% being left behind. When these elderly individuals succumbed to the transformation into zombies, their combat capabilities were significantly diminished, if not utterly feeble. The sole threat they posed lay in the zombie virus they carried. Observing Chen Yi steer the car towards the village, Zhang Ye instinctively prepared herself without needing any prompting. As they drew closer to the village, the roar of the engine attracted the attention of several zombies. With a press of the accelerator, they sped forward, colliding with a few zombies rushing towards them, and came to a halt in front of a house with its door wide open. Chen Yi swiftly exited the vehicle, gripping a short spear while maintaining vigilance. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye released the German Shepherd from the back seat and, alongside the canine, hastened into the house. Observing the zombies continuously surging from various corners of the village, Chen Yi remained composed, thrusting the spear decisively into the eye socket of one zombie. He then lifted his foot, delivering a powerful kick to another zombie that lunged at him. Seizing the moment of the zombie's brief pause, he withdrew his spear and pierced its eye with precision. However, this delay allowed more zombies from the distance to rush forth. The interior of the house was secure. At that moment, Zhang Ye's voice echoed from behind. Upon hearing her, Chen Yi promptly retreated inside. As he entered, Zhang Ye immediately pushed a dining table against the door, barricading it. Through the days of collaboration, their synergy had grown increasingly harmonious, maximizing the utility of the German Shepherd. With its keen sense of smell, the dog could swiftly ascertain whether any zombies lurked within the house. Moreover, with the dog's assistance, Zhang Ye could eliminate zombies more efficiently. Bang! The leading zombie collided directly into the table, and before it could clamber atop, a steel spear swiftly pierced its eye, penetrating its brain. The doorway was narrow, accommodating at most 2 individuals simultaneously. Thus, while the number of zombies outside appeared overwhelming, in reality, only 2 at a time posed a threat to them. The duo steadfastly braced against the table, their short spears continuously stabbing, retracting, and repeating the mechanical motion. Not far away, within a 2-story villa, a young man and woman crouched by the window, observing the battle unfold. Upon witnessing Chen Yi effortlessly dispatch 2 zombies, the young man could not suppress an exclamation. Wow, this guy is incredibly fierce. The girl beside him hesitated. Yang Chun, should we go help? In response, the young man, named Yang Chun, replied with a peculiar expression. Have you lost your mind? There are so many zombies. How can we assist? Besides, how do we know they are good people? What if they turn on us? So, we just watch? Of course not. Yang Chun chuckled, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes as he analyzed. There must be plenty of food in that vehicle. Now that all the zombies in the village are attracted to these 2, we can quietly sneak over and grab some food. Gao Yi hesitated. Isn't it wrong to steal from them? Yang Chen scoffed. We're on the brink of starvation. Who cares about that? If these 2 die, all the supplies in the car will be wasted. Listening to her boyfriend's flawed reasoning, Gao Yi stubbornly shook her head. Noticing her reluctance, Yang Chen suddenly had a brilliant idea, pulling out his wallet. How about this? We'll leave some money in the car, so at 1 tea count is stealing. Buying food with money is reasonable, right? Fine, okay. Gao Yi hesitated for a moment, feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at her stomach, before ultimately nodding in agreement. The number of zombies surrounding the house dwindled, yet the pile of corpses on the ground continued to rise. Despite this, the zombies outside exhibited no signs of fear, charging towards the house like frenzied beasts, trampling over the bodies of their own kind. At that moment, Chen Yi and Zhang Ye were oblivious to the 2 rotund figures stealthily making their way towards the Range Rover. Quickly, As the zombies became fewer, Yangchen, filled with trepidation, turned and urged softly. Gao Yi gritted her teeth, striving to suppress her fear, and closely followed her boyfriend. Her disheveled hair clung to her face, drenched in sweat as it streamed down her body. For safety's sake, they had donned thick down jackets and cotton coats, layering a sweater beneath. This way, even if they were unfortunate enough to be bitten, they would remain unscathed. The downside was their movements were somewhat clumsy, and it was exceedingly hot. The engine of the Range Rover roared to life, and hearing its rumble brought a flicker of joy to Yangchen's heart. He quickly lowered his voice and asked, Gao Yi, you have a driver's license, right? Let's drive the car away. No. Gao Yi immediately shook her head in refusal. The very thought of stealing was already tormenting her conscience. The idea of driving away someone else's vehicle was beyond her moral reach. Moreover, she had only recently obtained her license and was still in the novice phase, gripped by fear. While she could manage a training car from driving school, the prospect of maneuvering such a large off-road vehicle was far too daunting. Seeing his girlfriend's resolute expression, Yangchen could only pout and abandon the thought. Gently opening the trunk, he was elated to discover it brimming with supplies. Most importantly, there were 3 large watermelons. Hurry, grab more. As he lifted a bag of rice, he suddenly noticed several cans tucked away in the trunk. Snatching a few cans, he handed them over to his girlfriend without looking back, saying, These are good. We'll have meat for dinner. Gao Yi glanced at the can in her hand and softly cautioned, Yangchen, this appears to be dog food. Damn. Even dogs eat better. Yangchen muttered under his breath, discarding the can and quickly rummaging for chocolate and jerky. Before long, both of them were laden with food. Casting a glance at the 3 watermelons, Yangchen's eyes flickered with hesitation. At that moment, Gao Yi's sudden exclamation startled him. He turned to see a shadow lunging towards him. Bang! A tremendous force abruptly knocked him to the ground, his occiput striking the earth with a resounding thud, causing him to grimace in pain. When Yangchen regained his composure, he realized that the assailant was none other than a German shepherd. At that moment, the dog had its forelegs firmly pinned on his shoulders, its massive maw agape, revealing a jagged array of teeth that seemed poised to sever his throat at any moment. Yangchen swallowed hard, paralyzed with fear. Chun Yi stepped over the towering pile of corpses at the entrance and approached the 2 individuals with a smile that danced between amusement and disdain. You lack the courage to slay the zombies, yet possess the audacity to pilfer my belongings. We did not steal anything. We paid for it, Gao Yi interjected. Standing beside him, her voice tinged with indignation. Casting a glance at the few banknotes peeking from the edge of the trunk, Chun Yi retorted, Did I consent to sell to you? Gao Yi's face flushed crimson, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of embarrassment. Zhang Ye limped over to Chun Yi's side and inquired, What is the situation? 2 thieves have been caught by the dog. Chun Yi simply explained, withdrawing the gun from his waist and handing it to Zhang Ye, instructing, I leave this in your capable hands. I shall take a bath first. With that, he picked up a watermelon and turned to step into the neighboring courtyard. Observing the dark handgun in her grasp, Gao Yi's complexion turned ashen. Slowly disengaging the gun's safety, Zhang Ye smiled and said, Sister, do not be afraid. Let us engage in a game. The victor shall enjoy a feast of watermelon, while the vanquished shall have to consume bullets. One advantage of rural life is that nearly every household with a courtyard possesses a well. Drawing a bucket of refreshing well water, Chun Yi luxuriated in a bath. Upon finishing, he procured a plastic bag, placing the watermelon and a stone within, securely fastening it before sinking it into the well. In his childhood, when rural life was impoverished and refrigerators were a luxury, this method was employed to preserve watermelons. Watermelons chilled by well water are delectable, far surpassing those stored in a refrigerator. As Chun Yi exited the courtyard, he beheld a young man laboriously dragging a corpse to a distant clearing. A German shepherd squatted nearby, its keen eyes fixated on him, resembling a vigilant overseer. The young woman remained rooted in place. After casting a glance at Chun Yi, she called out to the young man, Yangchen, cease your efforts. Murder is a crime. I do not believe they would dare to shoot. In response, Yangchen cast a complex glance at his girlfriend, silently lowering his head while continuing to drag the lifeless body. Witnessing this scene, Gao Yi's eyes flashed with disappointment. Biting her lip, she turned to Zhang Ye, asserting, I admit we should not have stolen your belongings, but I have already apologized and am willing to make amends. Your actions are excessive. Zhang Yu feigned indifference to her words, expressing interest as she remarked, Your young boyfriend has already moved half the body. Do you believe he is eager for watermelon, or does he wish for your demise? This couple was amusing, one a pure-hearted maiden, the other a cunning rogue. As a punishment for their thievery, Zhangya intended for them to temporarily serve as free labor, imparting an unforgettable lesson. Of course, she could have simply killed them. But who would then dispose of the accumulating corpses at the door? Who would cleanse the vehicle? Gao Yi's gaze flickered, her expression shifting continuously. Upon noticing that the pile of corpses at the doorway was diminishing, she gritted her teeth, seized the plastic bucket on the ground, and sprinted toward the nearby courtyard. When she reappeared, she carried a bucket brimming with water. Zhangya's smile remained unfaltering as she cautioned, "Sister, ensure it is thoroughly clean. Should any dirt be discovered during inspection, you shall be deemed the loser." As Gao Yi commenced washing the vehicle, Yang Chun felt a surge of urgency. Damn it! That witch! With a silent curse, he hastened his steps in dragging the body. Under the looming threat of death, the two raced against time, engaged in a clandestine contest. Yet, washing a car proved to be far less arduous than hauling a corpse. After all, a lifeless body weighed at least 100 pounds and needed to be dragged several dozen meters to an open space. As Yangchen perspired profusely while dragging the final body, a jubilant cheer resonated in the air. "I'm done," Gao Yi exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Hearing this, Yangchen shot her a venomous glance, his hands slackening as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He had long since exhausted his strength, relying solely on a primal instinct for survival. Now, upon realizing his defeat, he lay there like a puddle of mud. The resentment in his gaze stilled Gao Yi momentarily. However, recalling how Yangchen had unhesitatingly gone to drag the bodies, her feelings of shame dissipated. Zhangya slowly approached Yangchen, her tone icy. "I'm sorry. But you've lost. As the loser, only bullets are left for you to consume. Please, don't kill me," he implored desperately. It was Gao Yi. "She incited me to steal. I only intended to help you all." Yangchen was not Gao Yi. He was acutely aware that these two were far from innocent. Their ease in dispatching 20 or 30 zombies and the wealth of supplies in their trunk spoke volumes. In this apocalypse, those who dared to drive recklessly were no mere amateurs. Thus, when Zhangya mentioned feeding him bullets, she was not jesting. She genuinely intended to kill him. Gao Yi, upon hearing her boyfriend's words, was filled with disbelief, her last shred of guilt evaporating entirely. Furious tremors coursed through her body as she exclaimed, "Yangchen, you were the one who insisted on stealing. You were the one who wanted to drive away the car. Now you shift the blame onto me. I must have been blind to have chosen you. Gao Yi, do not slander me. Are you not a man for your actions?" Just then, Zhangya suddenly broke into a smile, her voice softening. "I was merely joking. We are law-abiding citizens. How could we possibly commit murder?" This remark left Yang Chun momentarily stunned. Upon regaining his composure, an overwhelming ecstasy surged within him, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Is that really true?" "Of course not." Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly. With the safety off, Zhangya did not even glance at Yang Chun's lifeless body as she turned and walked towards the house. Had they merely attempted to steal some food, she would have administered a slight punishment to teach them a lesson. However, upon hearing that they intended to escape with their vehicle amidst the chaos, a murderous intent ignited within her. Passing by the Range Rover, she noticed Gao Yi standing there in a daze. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Aren't you leaving? Surely, you don't wish to indulge in watermelon, do you?" Although Yang Chun's previous words had infuriated Gao Yi, it was merely anger. Witnessing the death unfold before her eyes, the intense shock rendered her mind blank. Ugh! Gao Yi stifled a retch, hastily covering her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. Struggling to suppress the tumult in her stomach, she shook her head at Zhangya and swiftly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Zhangya shook her head and chuckled softly. A woman of such frailty would not survive long in a post-apocalyptic world. There was no need to waste a bullet on her. Limping over to Chenyi, Zhangya offered him the gun. Chenyi did not take the gun, instructing, "You keep it. I have another." Upon hearing this, Zhangya playfully toyed with the firearm in her hands and jested, "Aren't you afraid that I might shoot you while you're asleep?" Chun-Yi curled his lips and retorted, "Stop rambling. Hurry up and prepare the meal." Upon the mention of cooking, Zhangya instantly perked up and commanded, "I just spotted a patch of vegetable garden to the east. Go take a look at what's growing there and bring back plenty." "All right," Chenyi nodded, grasping a small bucket as he made his way towards the vegetable patch. Alas, a full week had elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, and without refrigeration, even the cured meats had begun to spoil and mold. The only sustenance available was the produce from the rural garden. Before long, he returned with a bucket brimming with vegetables. The household they had chosen to assist lacked a gas stove, relying instead on a traditional earthen fire pit. Zhang Ye, still nursing an injury to her calf, was unable to manage alone, prompting Chen Yi to lend a hand with the flames. As the fire blazed, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, a futile effort, indeed. However, the earthen stove had its merits. It provided intense heat, allowing for swift cooking. In no time, Zhang Ye had prepared 2 dishes and a soup, while rice simmered in another pot. At this moment, darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings. Chen Yi activated the flashlight function on his phone, propping it against the table to serve as a makeshift lantern. Fortunately, having a car allowed him to charge his phone while driving. Otherwise, they would have had to rely on a bonfire for illumination during the night. Tonight's meal consisted entirely of vegetarian dishes: braised eggplant, stir-fried water spinach, accompanied by a silky gourd and egg soup. Although devoid of meat, Chen Yi and Zhang Ye savored their bowls with exceptional delight. In the sweltering summer heat, these freshly cooked vegetables proved to be more appetizing than lavish meats. After consuming 2 generous bowls of rice and a substantial serving of soup, Chen Yi let out a contented sigh. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he produced a cigarette and lit it. A post-meal smoke was one of the few pleasures he could indulge in during this harsh world. Casting a glance at the perspiration trickling down his face, Zhang Ye chuckled lightly. What is the point of washing up so soon when you'll just have to do it again later? This cursed weather. Chen Yi exhaled a puff of smoke in annoyance. He vaguely recalled that in his previous life, the high temperatures in the southern regions persisted until late October. He wondered if the northeastern areas were similarly affected by the heat. If the winter in Chabai Mountain could be delayed, it would be advantageous for him, as it would afford him ample time to gather supplies for the winter. Once Chen Yi finished his cigarette, Zhang Ye stood up, extending her hand playfully. Come on, help me bathe and change. Smack. The response was a playful slap. Feeling a slight sting on her peach-like rear, Zhang Ye shot him a glance, raising an eyebrow. What is this? Have you finally succumbed to the urge to lay hands on me? Chen Yi let out a cold laugh, remarking, have you not noticed the scent emanating from yourself? Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. What of it? There are men who specifically seek out the worn socks of high school girls online. Chen Yi was momentarily rendered speechless. In the midst of their banter, the two of them made their way to the adjacent courtyard. Chen Yi first drew the chilled watermelon from the well, and after nearly an hour, it should have thoroughly cooled. Next, he filled a bucket with water and took a refreshing shower. Although Zhang Ye's wound had scabbed over, she still refrained from contacting water, fearing the risk of reinfection. Moving a bamboo chair, she stripped off her clothes and sat down, carefully wiping her body from head to toe with a towel dipped in the cool well water. As she disrobed, Chen Yi prudently turned off his phone's light. In the darkness, only the faint outline could be discerned by starlight. While he often joked with Zhang Ye, a certain level of respect was paramount. After all, Zhang Ye was a companion, not a subordinate, and certainly not a mere servant. After washing away the beads of sweat from his body, Chen Yi proceeded to bathe the German Shepherd. Although he had jested about Zhang Ye's scent, it was the dog that truly carried the strongest odor. Those who have owned dogs know that during summer, they emanate a potent, musky scent. Dogs lack sweat glands and do not perspire, but they do secrete a layer of oil. Under high temperatures, this oil ferments, resulting in an unpleasant aroma. Moreover, this creature had a penchant for snuggling against him at night. Without a bath, restful sleep was utterly impossible. The German Shepherd stood there, relishing the moment. Once the bath was complete, it shook vigorously, sending water droplets flying in every direction. Dog, you're going to drench me. Zhang Ye, just finished drying herself, was splashed anew. And in exasperation, she gave the dog a light smack on the head. What woof? Why are you barking? What woof woof? The Milky Way adorned the night sky with its resplendent brilliance. A gentle evening breeze, imbued with the essence of summer, swept across the lake, rustling the treetops and playfully tousling her hair. Chen Yi and Zhang Ye sat comfortably on the hood of a Land Rover, each cradling half a watermelon in their hands. The watermelon, chilled in well water, was refreshingly sweet, neither too icy nor harsh on the teeth. In such sweltering weather, a bite felt like the fulfillment of all desires. As a member of the team, the German Shepherd naturally received its share as well. Chunks of watermelon were placed in a bowl, and the dog lay contentedly on the ground, occasionally indulging in a piece, its face a portrait of bliss. Were it not for the pervasive scent of blood in the air and the towering heap of corpses nearby, Zhang Ye might have believed she had returned to a civilized era. Savoring the succulent watermelon, Zhang Ye suddenly inquired, Chen Yi, have you ever contemplated what life will be like in the future? No. he replied. Chun Yi shook his head gently and murmured, survival is the priority. The path of escape had only just commenced, and the true peril lay ahead. Even for Chun Yi, who had been reborn. Uncertainty loomed over whether he could reach the uninhabited region of Chabai Mountain alive. I have contemplated our future life, Zhang Ye said, slightly raising her chin as she gazed at the star-studded sky, softly whispering, we shall retreat to the uninhabited area of Chabai Mountain, cultivating the land, tending to crops, chopping wood for our horses, and indulging in leisurely pursuits such as hiking and hunting. When winter descends, we will nestle in our cozy abode, brewing a pot of steaming coffee, engaging in conversation, and immersing ourselves in books. Indeed, women often indulge in fantasies, and Zhang Yu was no exception, despite her strong demeanor. However, her astuteness lay in revealing her sensitive side only occasionally before Chun Yi, while maintaining a resolute and ruthless demeanor, capable of shooting and killing with casual ease in the presence of others. Chun Yi shook his head and remarked, it is too idealistic. Surviving in Changbai Mountain is certainly within our capabilities, but to live as comfortably as you envision requires more than just the two of us. I understand, Zhang Ye nodded, her expression tinged with melancholy. Having finished the watermelon, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, returned to their dwelling. The smoke from the mosquito coils wafted through the air, effectively eliminating the buzzing nuisances within. After instructing the German shepherd to stand guard for the night, the two settled into bed and gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Chun Yi and Zhang Yu rose early, having gone to bed at an earlier hour. After a refreshing wash and a delightful meal of vegetable porridge, they set forth once more with their canine companion. In the small villa, Gao Yi leaned against the second-floor window, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions as she watched the black car slowly depart from the village. Although Yangchen had perished, the zombies that plagued the village had been nearly eradicated. At the very least, she no longer had to worry about hunger, for the food supplies of the 10 or so households in the village were sufficient to sustain her for a considerable time. Gao Yi mused that perhaps this was the universe's compensation for her. In the passenger seat, Zhang Ye slightly bowed her head, her beautiful eyes intently fixed on the map in her hands. After a brief moment, she lifted her gaze and asked, do you intend to bypass the urban area of Rizhou City and travel through Jiazhou to Yantai? Of course, came the affirmative reply. Chun Yi nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Ye said solemnly, Chun Yi, I have noticed that you have fallen into a misconception. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi responded with keen interest. What misconception? We are not necessarily required to take a boat from Yantai to reach Dalian, although the maritime route from Yantai to Dalian is indeed the closest. What if we cannot find anyone to operate a boat in Yantai? Chun Yi immediately comprehended her meaning and retorted, have you considered that if we travel by boat from Rizhou, we would have to navigate a considerable detour around Shandong province? The sea route may not necessarily be safer than the land route. Should we encounter an unforeseen incident at sea, we would find ourselves without an escape. Zhang Ye pondered for a moment and suggested, I believe a compromise could be reached by advancing along the coastline. We should endeavor to find someone capable of piloting a vessel before we reach Qingdao. An experienced captain is an issue we cannot evade at this juncture. Zhang Ye's reasoning was indeed sound. What if they could not locate a skilled sailor in Yantai? Casting a glance at her injured right leg, Chun Yi elucidated. These considerations have crossed my mind previously, yet I ultimately chose to abandon them. If you were not injured, we might have attempted it. However, you have yet to recover, and your mobility is compromised. Recklessly venturing into the urban area of Rizhou would not be a prudent choice. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of self-reproach flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. Sensing her unease, Chun Yi chuckled softly. Do not dwell too much on it. In this apocalyptic world, surprises abound. Plans are perpetually outpaced by changes. We can only proceed one step at a time. Zhang Ye remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Initially, when a friend urged me to purchase a yacht, I found it uninteresting and declined. In retrospect, I truly regret that decision. Otherwise, we would not be entangled in the issue of finding a captain now. A yacht? Chun Yi was taken aback, raising an eyebrow and exclaiming, goodness. I didn't expect you to be a genuine heiress. From Zhang Ye's previous demeanor, Chun Yi could surmise that her family background was quite affluent. After all, indulging in motorcycles and various extreme sports requires a substantial financial foundation that ordinary individuals cannot afford. However, he had not anticipated that Zhang Ye was so wealthy. A yacht is an extravagant possession that one would not dare to approach without a fortune exceeding hundreds of millions. Admittedly, certain inexpensive small yachts may not be prohibitively priced, costing only several hundred thousand. Many individuals might muster the courage to acquire one. Yet, the expenses associated with ownership, such as docking fees, maintenance costs, and management fees, can easily amount to a minimum of 200,000 annually, even if one were to purchase a yacht and leave it unused. The fixed cost of merely mooring it at a harbor would still exceed several hundred thousand each year. It is a quintessential case of being able to afford the purchase but not the upkeep. Noticing his peculiar expression, Zhang Yi smiled coyly and jested, "It's not that extravagant. But I certainly have enough to support you." Chen Yi shook his head with a chuckle, preparing to make a jest, when suddenly a deafening noise erupted nearby. Bang! Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, the Land Rover Range Rover thrashed like a wild beast, causing the two passengers and the dog within to sway uncontrollably. Once he regained his composure, Chen Yi gripped the steering wheel firmly with both hands, gently pressing the brake with his right foot. Under his deft control, the Land Rover finally came to a steady halt by the roadside. "A flat tire?" Zhang Yi inquired, still shaken. "Indeed," he replied. Chen Yi nodded with a hint of melancholy. Although he had long anticipated the possibility of a flat tire, the moment it actually occurred brought a sense of disappointment. "Is there a spare tire in the vehicle?" "There should be, I believe." Chen Yi was somewhat uncertain. Nevertheless, this luxury Range Rover, valued at over $1 million, ought to be equipped with a spare tire. He cautiously stepped out of the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings. The stretch of road was rather secluded, with a village situated to the left, distanced by at least 700 or 800 meters from the road. Releasing his German Shepherd to stand guard, Chen Yi first examined the condition of the tires. The deflated tire was located on the right front side, completely flat with a sizable crack approximately 10 centimeters in length. If it were merely punctured by a nail, it might have endured a bit further. However, in its current state, the tire was utterly beyond repair and required a replacement. Opening the trunk, he began to unload rice, oil, and other provisions from the vehicle. Typically, a spare tire is found beneath the trunk's base. Damn it! As Chen Yi lifted the trunk's base, he couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. It wasn't that there was no spare tire. Rather, the manufacturer had blatantly failed to provide one. The base held only 2 small compartments containing a manual air pump and tire repair fluid. A car costing over $1 million yet devoid of a spare tire worth a few hundred? The greed of capitalists is truly infuriating. What's wrong? Hearing his exclamation, Zhang Yi stepped out of the car. Chen Yi spoke with a tone of frustration. "This car is not equipped with a spare tire." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi could not help but reveal a bittersweet smile. In this desolate area, devoid of any nearby village or shop, where could they possibly find a spare tire? After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yi instructed, "I will go ahead to see if there is a tire repair shop. You and Guzzi wait for me here." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. "It seems we have no other choice." Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from behind. Chen Yi and Zhang Yi turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixated on the horizon where, in the distance, a jeep was approaching steadily from behind. Zhang Yi swiftly drew her pistol from her waist, deftly disengaging the safety. As the vehicle drew nearer, a frown creased her brow as she inquired, "Should we take action first?" "No need to rush," came the calm response. Chen Yi slightly shook her head, signaling her to conceal the firearm. Upon noticing this, Zhang Yi comprehended and retreated beside the vehicle, cautiously extending only half of her body while firmly gripping the gun with her right hand, concealed behind the car. Should the situation turn dire, she would be prepared to fire without hesitation. The jeep drew nearer, gradually decelerating as it approached the Range Rover, eventually coming to a halt beside it. The passenger window slid down, revealing a dark-skinned face. "What's the matter, buddy?" "A flat tire," Chen Yi replied lightly, his gaze surveying the interior of the jeep. Inside the vehicle sat 5 individuals, a woman behind the wheel, 2 elderly people in the back seat, and a little girl of around 7 or 8. They appeared to be a family of 5. Noticing Chen Yi's scrutiny, the 2 elders offered him a smile, albeit with a hint of caution in their eyes. In response, the man shook his head with a chuckle and remarked, "That truly is unfortunate. Is there a spare tire in the vehicle?" "No," came the reply. Chen Yi shook his head and replied, "There is no need to trouble you, my friend. We can manage on our own." Noticing the coldness in his tone, the man remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. "How about this? I'll drive ahead and see if I can find a tire repair shop nearby. If I do, I'll turn back and bring it to you." With that, the jeep slowly roared to life and soon vanished from sight. Zhang Yi inquired, "What do you think? It feels a bit odd. We should remain vigilant." Anyone capable of navigating the apocalypse with their family in a vehicle is certainly not to be underestimated. Yet, Their excessive friendliness strikes me as peculiar, leaving me somewhat uncertain. 5 years of harrowing experiences in a post-apocalyptic world had instilled in him a habitual caution. When encountering strangers, he instinctively categorized them as harboring malevolent intentions, gradually refining his understanding of their character through careful observation. Initially, he intended to approach alone, but upon meeting this unfamiliar individual, he chose to exercise caution and wait a little longer. Moments later, the rumble of the engine echoed once more. To his surprise, the Jeep had indeed turned back. Chun-Yi furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang, who immediately understood, retrieving her gun and resuming her previous stance. Before long, a Jeep came to a halt before them. The man inside opened the door with a grin, exclaiming, "I must say, my friend, you were quite fortunate. Having traveled less than 3 kilometers, you've already stumbled upon a tire repair shop." With that, he popped open the trunk and dragged out a tire. "Here's a 275/45 or 21 tire. Will it suit your vehicle?" Gazing at the pristine tire, Chun-Yi was momentarily taken aback. This fellow had indeed procured a tire for him. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he assessed the man's intentions, observing his caution. The man chuckled wryly. Being wary is commendable. The world has changed, and one can scarcely discern whether they are encountering a friend or a foe. Chun-Yi retorted, "Then why do you still dare to assist us?" "Hey," the man replied with a sly grin, boasting, "do you really think I'm a soft-hearted fool who helps everyone? Is your German Shepherd a police dog, by any chance?" Chun-Yi inquired with keen interest, "How did you discern that?" The man, having served as a reconnaissance soldier prior to his discharge, recounted that during his time, the unit had trained several military dogs for several days. While ordinary individuals may fail to recognize the distinction, he could effortlessly identify the unique demeanor of professionally trained military dogs and police dogs. Their gait, posture, and even their gaze starkly contrast with that of ordinary pet dogs. The man elaborated, "What leads me to conclude that yours is a police dog is the more rigorous training regimen associated with military dogs. Furthermore, to maintain aggression, only male dogs with superior stamina and vitality are typically selected, while female dogs are rarely chosen. Additionally, since your companion has been concealing half of her body behind the vehicle since we laid eyes on each other, she must be holding a firearm, I presume? Thus, I surmise that you two belong to the military or police system." His astute observations startled both Chun-Yi and Zhang. Such remarkable perceptiveness. Exposed, Zhang boldly stepped out from behind the vehicle. Casting a glance at the firearm in her grasp, the man's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain as he remarked, "The Type 92 police version, suitable for scaring off adversaries, but utterly ineffective against zombies and prone to jamming." Chun-Yi chuckled softly. "It's already fortunate to possess a firearm. Who has the luxury to be choosy?" Indeed, the man nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. "So, do you now believe in me?" "Of course." Zhang Yi responded with a slight smile, yet she still clutched the gun firmly. The man, unfazed, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Do you have any tools in the car?" "I could lend a hand." "Actually, I don't." "Ah, but fortunately, I do." The man replied, retrieving a jack and a wrench from the trunk. With assistance at hand, Chun-Yi swiftly replaced the tire. After dusting off his hands, he produced a cigarette and offered one to the man. "Care for a smoke?" "Absolutely." The man accepted the cigarette and expertly lit it. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, Chun-Yi glanced at the elderly and children in the vehicle, reflecting, "Brother, you are indeed fortunate." The man, discerning the undertone of Chun-Yi's remark, offered a wry smile and explained, "These are the family members of my comrade. My parents didn't survive and turned into zombies. By the way, I still don't know your name." "Wang Chonghu, and you?" Chun-Yi, after introducing himself. Wang Chonghu inquired, "Are you also on your way to the Bohai Bay shelter after hearing the broadcast?" Chun-Yi was taken aback. "A shelter in the Bohai Bay? You haven't heard?" Wang Chonghu, with a hint of surprise in his expression, explained, "The radio has been broadcasting about it for the past few days, stating that our government has established a shelter in Bohai Bay for capable survivors to make their way there as soon as possible. I assumed you had also heard the broadcast and were planning to go." Chun-Yi shook his head and said, "We shall not venture there." The instant he heard this news, the first thought that flashed through his mind was that it was a fishing radio station. In his previous life, he had endured 5 years in the apocalypse and had never heard of the government establishing any shelters. In fact, at the onset of the apocalypse, both the government and the military had entirely collapsed. Instead, numerous factions, masquerading under the guise of the government, incessantly lured survivors through radio broadcasts. The promotional strategies of these fishing stations were fundamentally the same, portraying the shelters as paradisiacal sanctuaries. However, when survivors truly sought refuge there, their fates would be utterly tragic. Those with a modicum of luck might find themselves toiling as laborers in these shelters. Although the work was arduous, it provided at least a meager meal, barely allowing them to scrape by, and offered some semblance of security. Conversely, those less fortunate faced dire consequences, with men often becoming cannon fodder. While the fate of women was even grimmer. In his previous life, Chen Yi had navigated through several shelters, and he was well aware of the grim realities within. Wang Chenghu, not being a fool, noticed his silence and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is there something amiss with that radio station?" Chen Yi shook his head and said, "I am uncertain, but I believe it is wise to exercise caution." He had not heard the content of that radio station, thus he could not ascertain its authenticity. All he could do was urge his companion to be vigilant. After all, this was merely the onset of the apocalypse. And it was conceivable that the message might originate from surviving government officials, establishing a sanctuary in collaboration with military districts. However, to be frank, even if it were indeed a government-established refuge, Chen Yi would still refrain from going. The tide of corpses, faced with millions, especially those zombies that had undergone secondary evolution. No sanctuary could withstand them unless fortified by natural barriers. I have harbored doubts as well, yet there is no alternative. Wang Chenghu glanced at the jeep, sighing. Initially, I intended to keep them hidden in the village, but after a few days of contemplation, I realized that this could not continue indefinitely. The children are still young. They must eventually attend school, right? Even if not for education, they at least need companions to play with. Otherwise, they risk becoming dull-witted. Moreover, the two elderly individuals are advanced in years. What if they fall ill? Thus, upon hearing the broadcast from the radio, I decided to investigate. This was an unavoidable course of action. A person can choose to be a lone wolf, and with Wang Chenghu's capabilities, Chen Yi believed he could survive for quite some time alone. However, when it comes to family, especially with children, it becomes a different matter. Humans are social creatures, and a child separated from their community for too long may indeed become, in a sense, foolish. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Wang Chenghu inquired, "What are your plans?" Chen Yi replied, "We are preparing to head to the northeast." Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu pondered, the northeast is vast and sparsely populated. It certainly is a commendable destination. At that moment, the zombie outbreak had only just begun a little over a week ago, and many had yet to comprehend the nature of the zombies or the terror of the undead hordes. Thus, Wang Chenghu did not feel particularly alarmed by the notion of traveling to the northeast. Chen Yi merely smiled, offering no explanation. Once he finished his cigarette, he retrieved a large watermelon from the trunk and handed it over, saying, "Had it not been for your assistance, I would have expended considerable effort to locate the tire. There is nothing of great value in the car, so I thought a watermelon would be a delightful treat for the little one." Wang Chenghu was about to politely decline, but upon witnessing the longing in the little girl's eyes, he accepted the watermelon and nodded, saying, "Well then, I shall refrain from being overly formal. By the way, we plan to make a trip to Jiaozhou first. If it aligns with your route, we could accompany each other for mutual support along the way." "Sounds good." Chen Yi nodded in agreement. The two returned to their vehicles, with the two SUVs proceeding down the road in succession. Zhang Ye, seated in the front passenger seat, glanced at the jeep ahead and remarked with a light chuckle, "Are you smitten?" Chen Yi replied calmly, "Let's observe a bit longer. A professional scout is worth cultivating. Beyond his personal abilities, I value his identity even more. In case we encounter other soldiers in the future, it would facilitate conversation and camaraderie." "Which unit are you from?" "Buddy, the 2nd Artillery Corps." "Wow, impressive. And you?" "I'm from the Tank Battalion." Friendships among soldiers can flourish rapidly, even across different units, often blossoming in just a few exchanged words. In the long run, Wang Chenghu could even serve as an instructor, aiding in the training of soldiers. However, Chen Yi remained skeptical of Wang Chenghu's words, harboring a persistent wariness. Thus, he agreed to travel together, intending to observe closely. Meanwhile, upon returning to the jeep, Ding Shui eagerly inquired, "So, are they military police?" "It's hard to say." Wang Chenghu shook his head and explained, "These two are quite vigilant. I tried to engage them in conversation, but they were evasive. However, their calm demeanor when I mentioned the radio broadcast indicates they have a clear objective. The sudden appearance of that broadcast in the Bohai Bay shelter feels off. The guy earlier also warned me to be cautious." At the mention of the radio, A flicker of concern crossed Ding Chui's eyes as she hesitated. Brother Wang, should we still go? Wang Chonghu waved his hand. No rush. We still have quite a distance to Jiaozhou. I'll gather more information over the next few days. If their destination seems worthwhile, we can follow them. At that moment, Wang Guodong from the back seat spoke up. Tiger, don't feel burdened. Whatever decision you make, we will support you. In these past years without Yangzi, you've been the one managing things for us. To us, you're like our own son. Sun Hoxia chimed in. Yes, Tiger, if it weren't for you, we might not have made it this far. You can proceed without worry. Even if it costs us dearly, we won't utter a word of complaint. Hearing the elderly couple's words, Wang Chonghu quickly responded, Auntie, please don't say that. Yangzi is my brother. Regardless of the circumstances, I will take care of you both. At that moment, the little girl glanced at the watermelon, licking her lips. Godfather, when can we eat the watermelon? Haha. Wang Chonghu laughed heartily, turning around to affectionately ruffle the little girl's nose, indulgently saying, Our little princess is craving a treat. Godfather will cut the watermelon for you right away. Ding Chui shot a glare at the little girl, intervening, Brother Wang, don't spoil her. She already snuck a drink while you were away. Her little belly is already full. We'll save the watermelon for later this evening. At 3 in the afternoon, the lead jeep suddenly slowed down. Chun Yi pressed the brake pedal, gradually bringing the vehicle to a halt. Lowering the window, he leaned out and inquired, What happened? Wang Chonghu opened the car door. His countenance darkened as he replied, The bridge is completely blocked. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi pushed the door open and swiftly advanced a few steps. Approximately 200 meters ahead stood a bridge, now entirely obstructed by a multitude of stranded vehicles, including several semi-trucks and box trucks. Beneath the bridge, the river surged with ferocity. Even from such a distance, the sound of rushing water could be faintly discerned. One could only imagine the tremendous flow of this river. It seems that we must take a detour. Chun Yi tossed a cigarette to Wang Chonghu, then lit one for himself. He retrieved a map from his pocket and unfurled it on the hood of the car. Wang Chonghu, with a cigarette clamped between his lips, leaned in to glance at the map and exclaimed, My friend, this map is remarkably detailed. Such meticulousness is essential for ensuring one's escape. According to the map, this river is named Fudong River, with its upstream source originating from Rizhao Reservoir. Aside from this bridge, there are 4 additional crossings available. However, 2 of these are expressways, which Chun Yi promptly dismissed. The remaining 2 bridges are situated quite a distance from their current location, near Rizhao Reservoir, approximately 50 kilometers away. Chun Yi spoke. It seems we shall have to spend the night at the Rizhao Reservoir. Let us hasten there before darkness falls. With that, Wang Chonghu discarded the remains of his cigarette and swiftly returned to the jeep. Once back in the vehicle, Zhang Yao inquired, Is the road ahead blocked? Completely obstructed. We must take a detour, came the response. Chun Yi gently pressed the accelerator, steering towards the Rizhao Reservoir. As dusk settled at 7 o'clock, 2 vehicles approached the reservoir. The Land Rover Range Rover led the way, crossing the dam and entering the courtyard of an office building that served as the management center for the reservoir. Observing the eerie silence of the courtyard, Chun Yi extended his hand out of the car window, gesturing towards the jeep behind him. It's too quiet, Zhang Yi remarked, her expression grave as she drew her handgun. Logically, the commotion caused by their 2 vehicles should have alerted any zombies within the office building. Yet, there was not a single undead in sight. This left only 2 possibilities. Either the zombies inside had consumed all available food and dispersed in search of sustenance elsewhere, or the building had been preemptively occupied by others. Stay in the car, he instructed briefly before disengaging the safety on his firearm and stepping out of the vehicle. Behind him, Wang Chonghu brandished a crowbar, hastening to his side with a wary demeanor. Is anyone there? Chun Yi shouted towards the office building, but no one responded. Observing this, he released the German Shepherd from the back seat. Upon landing, the dog twitched its nose a few times, displaying a look of confusion, as if it wished to vocalize a warning, yet was somewhat uncertain. Chun Yi called out once more, Is anyone inside? The only response he received was an eerie silence. Let's go inside and take a look, Wang Chonghu remarked, leading the way towards the office building. Chun Yi and the German Shepherd followed closely behind. The first-floor hall was in disarray, the polished marble floor marred by extensive patches of dried, darkened blood. Upon entering the hall, the German Shepherd's demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting an aggressive stance as if facing a formidable adversary, baring its teeth and barking wildly. Woof, woof, woof. The fierce barks of the German Shepherd echoed throughout the hall. Chun Yi furrowed his brow slightly. This was the first time he had witnessed the German Shepherd behave in such a manner. Previously, when encountering zombies and survivors, the dog would merely emit a couple of gentle barks to alert Chun-Yi. Yet at this moment, its barking was particularly sharp and piercing. Chun-Yi even discerned a hint of fear in its bark. What could possibly instill such terror in a German Shepherd? Wang Chonghu lowered his voice and said, "There is something peculiar about this building. Should we consider finding another place to spend the night?" Casting a glance at the darkening sky, Chun-Yi decisively replied, "Retreat." Despite the fact that this office building was the only structure within several kilometers, he resolved to seek an alternative location. The eerie atmosphere of the building, coupled with the German Shepherd's frantic reaction, left him feeling unsettled. "All right." Wang Chonghu nodded in agreement, just as the two men and a dog prepared to turn away. A sudden gust of wind swept up behind them. Chun-Yi's pupils suddenly constricted as he swiftly turned around, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The piercing gunfire echoed through the hall. Despite firing 5 shots, he failed to hit his target, only catching a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before him. What on earth was that? Wang Chonghu reacted just as quickly, immediately turning around. Yet he too could not discern what was attacking them. Swallowing hard, he gripped the crowbar tightly, his vigilant gaze scanning the hall incessantly. "We must leave at once." Chun-Yi had a vague inkling of what was unfolding and promptly signaled for Wang Chonghu to exit the hall. However, it was evident that the adversary was unwilling to let them escape. In the next moment, a shadow darted through the dimly lit hall once more. This time, the target of the assault was Wang Chonghu. Having previously served as a scout, despite being retired for several years, his instincts remained sharp. With remarkable agility, Wang Chonghu grasped the crowbar and swung it with great force towards the shadowy figure. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the impact resonated. The shadow was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, the two men finally discerned the nature of their assailant, an infant, barely less than a year old. More precisely, it was an infant zombie. After being struck, the zombie's face was a gruesome sight. Its left eye had completely burst, and a viscous, crimson fluid mixed with unknown substances oozed slowly from the socket. Yet, this injury appeared to have no effect on the infant zombie. It lay on the ground, bearing its mouth filled with tiny, sharp teeth, emitting a series of feeble growls, while its other blood-red eye fixated intently upon them. Wang Chonghu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this a zombie? It seems quite different from those we encountered before. In a vast forest, one can find all sorts of creatures." Chun-Yi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with gravity. A second evolution, baby zombie. This was troublesome. Based on his experiences from a past life, zombies typically began their second evolution after 6 months. However, the baby zombie before him had inexplicably evolved ahead of schedule. Chun-Yi's gaze was firmly fixed upon the infant zombie, and he whispered softly, "Its speed is exceedingly swift. It must be dealt with here. Otherwise, if it escapes the hall, those in the vehicle will be in peril." At this moment, it was too late to consider retreating. Wang Chonghu nodded and said, "I will attempt to divert its attention. You should fire your weapon." With that, he cautiously took a step to the left. Indeed, the last remaining eye of the infant zombie followed his movement intently. Chun-Yi firmly gripped the firearm, aligning his aim with precision before pulling the trigger. Bang! The shot went awry, the bullet striking the floor a meter away from the infant zombie. Wang Chonghu was momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain his remarks. "My friend, your marksmanship leaves much to be desired." Chun-Yi found himself at a loss. The illumination in the hall was excessively dim, and the target was remarkably small in size. Chun-Yi proposed, "Why don't you give it a try? Give it to me." Wang Chonghu extended a hand. At that moment, the infant zombie sprang into action. Gliding across the smooth floor like a gecko, it rapidly ascended towards Wang Chonghu. The speed was astonishing. He bent slightly at the waist, and with a sudden force, brought the crowbar crashing down. The crowbar struck the floor, sending a shower of sparks flying. The agile infant zombie deftly evaded the crowbar and lunged at his thigh, its jagged little mouth wide open, poised to bite down fiercely. Alarmed, Wang Chonghu's heart raced, but there was no time for a response. Just as the bite was about to connect with his thigh, a gust of wind echoed through the air. Crack! With a swift kick, Shen sent the infant zombie flying several meters, as if he were merely striking a soccer ball. "Thank you," exclaimed Wang Chonghu, startled and drenched in cold sweat, his heart still racing. "Here is your gun." Taking advantage of the moment, Chun-Yi handed him the gun while he himself seized the crowbar. He could no longer afford to hesitate. If they did not eliminate this infant zombie, they would all perish. Meanwhile, the German shepherd beside them was anxiously barking. Observing this, Chen commanded, "Dog, go outside." At this juncture, the dog was of no assistance. Rashly advancing could lead to unintended harm. Upon hearing Chen Yi's order, the German shepherd whimpered twice, clearly reluctant, yet ultimately complied and exited the hall. The infant zombie's advantages lay in its remarkable speed, although its strength had increased considerably. It still paled in comparison to that of an adult man. If fully armed, Chen Yi would find a mere infant zombie to be no challenge at all. However, at this moment, neither of them bore any protective gear. Should they be caught or bitten by the infant zombie, even the slightest wound could prove fatal. Moreover, the infant zombie enjoyed a distinct advantage as the sun was on the verge of setting, plunging the hall into increasing darkness. In stark contrast to the spacious courtyard outside, the hall appeared considerably constricted, with desks and various furnishings obstructing their line of sight, simultaneously providing ample hiding places for the infant zombie. Crucially, they were unable to lure the infant zombie into the open courtyard. Should it escape outside, Zhang Ye and the elderly, women, and children within the jeep would be in grave peril. Although the second-generation zombies lacked intellect, they were significantly more cunning than their unevolved counterparts. It seemed that sensing a greater threat from Wang Chenghu, the infant zombie's single eye remained fixed intently upon him. "Hey, kiddo," Chen Yi called out and stepped forward, drawing the immediate attention of the infant zombie. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Chenghu gripped his gun tightly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Whoosh! The infant zombie sprang into action, crawling swiftly along the ground with its hands and feet. Bang! 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 Wang Chenghu fired 3 shots in quick succession, but all missed their target. The infant zombie's speed was simply too formidable. However, those 3 shots altered the trajectory of its movement. Instead of lunging at Chen Yi, it was forced to change direction and swiftly disappeared behind the office desk. "Old Wang, your marksmanship leaves much to be desired." Chen Yi made a jest, yet his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the desk. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu could not help but curl his lip in disdain. "You are aiming at a stationary target, while I am faced with a rapidly moving one. How can they possibly be compared?" The speed of this infant zombie was such that, not only he, but even the shooting instructor from his unit would likely be at a loss. While he harbored such thoughts, Wang Chenghu was also astonished by Chen Yi's psychological resilience. In this dire situation, he, an experienced scout, felt an overwhelming tension. Yet his counterpart still possessed the composure to jest. As the light in the hall continued to dim, Wang Chenghu spoke with gravity. "We must devise a plan to swiftly neutralize this creature. Otherwise, once night falls completely, we shall find ourselves in grave peril." Weighing the crowbar in his hand, Chen Yi replied in an even tone, "This time, you shall serve as the bait." "Understood." Wang Chenghu nodded in agreement, stepping forward to take aim at the desk before firing a shot. With the crack of the gunfire, a shadow leapt forth from behind the desk, hurtling towards Chen Yi with alarming speed. Wang Chenghu quickly lowered his weapon to avoid inadvertently harming Chen Yi. Chen Yi's gaze was grave as he slightly bent his body, poised to seize the opportunity for a lethal strike. However, just as the infant zombie was within a mere 2 meters of him, it suddenly pivoted and leaped into the air, its target unmistakably Wang Chenghu. This fellow had audaciously employed a ruse of misdirection. The infant zombie shot forth like a cannonball, moving with a swiftness akin to lightning. At this moment, Wang Chenghu demonstrated the combat prowess of a seasoned scout. He stood resolute, unflinching, raising his weapon with deliberate haste. At that instant, the infant zombie, suspended in midair with no means to evade, presented the perfect opportunity for a kill. Just as the creature was about to pounce upon him, he decisively pulled the trigger. Click. The anticipated shot to the head did not materialize. Instead, the ominous sound of a jam echoed forth. Damn! Wang Chenghu's pupils constricted, a visceral threat of death surged from the depths of his being. It was too late to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the infant zombie lunged toward him. Closer. Ever closer, that grotesquely terrifying little face became increasingly vivid. Suddenly, the infant zombie's movement faltered, as if time itself had been suspended, frozen midair. A dark crowbar pierced through its head from behind, the immense force even breaching the infant zombie's forehead and revealing the sharp tip of the tool. Blood intermingled with brain matter dripped slowly from the point. Panting heavily, Wang Chenghu stared in disbelief at the infant zombie before him, drenched in a cold sweat from the shock. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Chen Yi, who wielded the crowbar, then wiped the sweat from his brow and rasped, "I told you this gun was unreliable. It keeps jamming." Indeed, Chen Yi smiled faintly. waving the crowbar in her hand as if discarding refuse, flinging the infant zombie's lifeless body to the ground. "Here you go." Wang Chenghu, his face contorted in disdain, thrust the handgun into Chen Yi's embrace, secretly resolving never to wield the Type 92 firearm again in his lifetime. With a click, Chen Yi secured the safety and cheerfully tucked the handgun back into her waistband. Wang Chenghu lowered his gaze to examine the infant zombie, his expression filled with astonishment. "What on earth is this? It is entirely different from the zombies we've encountered before. It moves with the swiftness of a ghost. And have you noticed? This creature appears to possess greater intelligence." Chen Yi casually explained, "It is said that zombies can evolve. This creature must have undergone some form of evolution." "Evolution?" Wang Chenghu was taken aback and promptly inquired, "Where did you hear that?" "I once encountered a doctor who discussed this topic with me. He speculated that the zombie virus could alter human genetics. For instance, their sense of smell is far more acute than ours, allowing them to identify their kind through scent. As time progresses, zombies will be increasingly transformed by the virus." Chen Yi's words were a blend of truth and falsehood, successfully deceiving Wang Chenghu. What was the situation inside? Just then, a voice filled with concern echoed from outside the hall. It was Zhang Ye. Upon hearing the gunfire earlier, she had realized that Chen Yi and the others were in peril. In order to avoid distracting them, Zhang Ye had resolutely held back her voice. It was only after the hall returned to a semblance of calm that she dared to inquire. "Rest assured, we are unharmed." Upon concluding his remarks, Chen Yi added a note of caution. "Please refrain from entering just yet. I need to conduct one more inspection." At these words, Zhang Ye's anxious heart finally settled. The individuals in the jeep exhaled a collective sigh of relief, having been startled by the sudden gunfire moments earlier. "Dog, come in." Chen Yi called the German shepherd back inside. Together with Wang Chenghu, they meticulously searched the entire office building and confirmed the absence of any remaining zombies before granting Zhang Ye and the others access. The office building, comprising only 3 stories and a mere 7 or 8 offices, was soon thoroughly examined. By the time they completed their inspection, the clock had struck 8 in the evening. Initially prepared to nibble on some compressed biscuits, they were pleasantly surprised to discover a small kitchen in the courtyard. Given the remoteness of the area, devoid of any buildings for several kilometers, it was hardly surprising that takeout delivery was out of the question, necessitating self-catering. Although the gas canister in the kitchen was running low, it sufficed for preparing a meal. With rice and oil transported from the vehicle, Ding Chui and her mother-in-law busied themselves in the kitchen. Chen Yiza and Wang Chenghu dismantled some tables and chairs to use as firewood, igniting a bonfire in the hall. As the flames gradually flickered to life, the warm orange glow dispelled the darkness, bringing light and a sense of solace to the hearts of those present. Humanity's fondness for fire is etched within our very genes. Before long, Ding Chui entered the hall, carrying a large basin of food. The dish, a hearty stew of cabbage and vermicelli, was infused with the aroma of cured meat, captivating the senses, though it was but a single dish. Its ample portion embodied the essence of northeastern cuisine. Setting the basin upon the desk, Ding Chui invited, "The meal will take a moment longer. Please, help yourselves." "All right." Chen Yi, not one to be overly sentimental, indeed felt the pangs of hunger. A few individuals gathered around the office desk, and Chen Yi picked up a pair of chopsticks, sampling a mouthful of vermicelli. To his surprise, the flavor was quite delightful. The sweetness of the cabbage harmonized beautifully with the savory richness of the cured meat, proving to be exceptionally appetizing. After swallowing the noodles, Chen Yi inquired with curiosity, from where did this cured meat originate? Previously, he had brought along some salted provisions for the journey, but within a mere few days, the heat had caused those items to spoil and decay. With no choice left, Chen Yi had reluctantly discarded them all. Wang Chenghu, slurping the vermicelli, mumbled an explanation. "I have a portable refrigerator in my Jeep, stocked with plenty of cured goods." Chen Yi raised his thumb in approval. The car refrigerator is indeed a marvelous invention. Had he not been constrained by time after his rebirth, he would have certainly acquired one. At this moment, Wang Chenghu proposed, "My friend, shall we indulge a bit?" "Absolutely. Let's indulge." Chen Yi smiled and nodded, subtly signaling to Zhang Ye with a glance. Zhang Ye promptly returned the look, indicating her understanding. Upon receiving his consent, Wang Chenghu immediately set aside his bowl and chopsticks, striding out of the hall with purpose. Soon, he returned, carrying a bottle of Maotai. Subsequently, he rummaged beneath the water dispenser and produced several disposable paper cups. As he poured the liquor, he jested, "In the past, this wine was beyond my reach. Who would have thought it would become as common as cabbage now?" Wang Guodong, well versed in the ways of alcohol, couldn't help but swallow hard at the enticing aroma. Wang Chonghu demonstrated remarkable restraint, pouring only 2 ounces of liquor into each cup, while declaring, "In these extraordinary times, let us indulge a little tonight. We shall savor it properly when the opportunity arises." After settling back into his seat, Wang Chonghu raised his glass and proclaimed, "My friend, I toast to you. If it weren't for your assistance earlier, I would have already met the Grim Reaper." Such words were indeed an acknowledgement. "Without your help, my fate would have been dire." Chen Yi raised his paper cup, gently clinking it against his companion's, and took a small sip. The wine, upon entry, was exquisitely smooth. As it slid down his throat, it transformed into a fiery sensation, spreading warmth throughout his being, enveloping him in a comforting glow. One cannot deny that alcohol is indeed a marvelous elixir. With each sip, the invisible weight pressing on Chen Yi's heart began to dissipate significantly. After a few rounds, Wang Chonghu opened up, regaling tales of his past experiences in the military. "It's not just boasting. I was quite the prominent figure in my unit. Had it not been for my academic setbacks, I would have been promoted to officer long ago." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Isn't it possible to take the officer exam in the military now? It seems you simply didn't succeed." At this, Wang Chonghu's face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, his complexion was already dark, rendering the change nearly imperceptible to others. Taking another sip from his cup to mask his awkwardness, Wang Chonghu deftly shifted the topic, asking, "Brother, what exactly did you do for work before?" This question had plagued him throughout the day. If he were to say that Chen Yi belonged to the military or police system, he could not detect any of the distinctive demeanor associated with such backgrounds. Yet, to claim he was an ordinary person seemed implausible, especially considering Chen Yi's formidable psychological resilience, which was far beyond that of an average individual. Chen Yiru candidly replied, "I was merely a laborer before. My friend, this is rather uninteresting." Wang Chonghu, with an air of skepticism, smacked his lips, clearly unconvinced. "Indeed, just a laborer." Chen Yi retrieved a cigarette, shared it with the 2 individuals, and lit one for himself, explaining, "I tend to have a rather juvenile disposition. I often indulge in watching zombie films and frequently engage in discussions with some rather silly online acquaintances about how to navigate a post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps due to my extensive viewing of such movies, I find that when confronted with actual zombies, I am surprisingly unafraid." Upon hearing his explanation, Wang Chonghu suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. A survival enthusiast, indeed." Chen Yi expressed his surprise. "Oh, Lao Wang, you are aware of Survival Maniac?" Wang Chonghu smiled with a sense of pride. "Of course, my friend knows everything." Zhang, standing nearby, cast a knowing glance at Chen Yi, her expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. Survival Maniac? What a farce. She did not even trust the punctuation in Chen Yi's explanation. She vividly recalled their first encounter when he had brandished a gun at the slightest provocation, his eyes reflecting a chilling disregard for life, akin to that of a defiant lone wolf. Initially, Zhang Ye had speculated about Chen Yi's true identity, special police officer, murderer, or perhaps a madman. However, after the harrowing experience in Guangnan County, her curiosity about his past had waned. Regardless of his former identity, he was now a trustworthy companion. Their meal extended for a full half-hour. 2 liang of liquor was hardly excessive, especially for robust men like Wang Chonghu and Wang Guodong from Shandong province, for whom this amount was merely a trifle. "Let's eat some watermelon," Wang Chonghu declared, cigarette in mouth, as he sliced open the substantial watermelon under the eager gaze of the little girl. Weighing over 10 pounds, it was ample for their group. Holding a generous slice of watermelon, Wang Chonghu sat beside Chen Yi and proposed, "Shall we take turns keeping watch tonight?" "No need, one is sufficient," Chen Yi remarked, glancing towards the German shepherd beside him that was busily gnawing on a watermelon. "Oh, I almost forgot about that." Wang Chonghu slapped his forehead and chuckled, at last. "We can enjoy a good night's sleep tonight." After finishing the watermelon, they realized, rather unconsciously, that the time had slipped to 9:30. At this hour, fatigue had set in for everyone. In this post-apocalyptic world, devoid of entertainment, they had adopted an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine, inadvertently establishing a biological clock that rendered them drowsy past 9 o'clock. Chen Yi closed the iron gate of the courtyard, and Wang Chonghu, feeling somewhat uneasy, fetched a chain to secure the glass door of the hall from the inside. After extinguishing the bonfire in the hall, everyone returned to their offices. Naturally, there were no beds in the offices, but there were plenty of sofas. Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu collaborated to move the sofas from the 2nd and 3rd floor offices down. By placing two sofas together and laying a soft mattress atop, they fashioned a makeshift bed. Lying next to Chen Yi, Zhang Ye whispered, earlier, while preparing the meal. I tried to extract some information. From their tone and the casual topics discussed, it is evident that they are not family with Wang Chenghu. Yet their bond is undeniably close. Thus, Wang Chenghu must not have been dishonest. Chen Yi nodded, the alcohol rendering him pleasantly tipsy, enveloping him in a state of lightness. In the adjacent office, a sofa bed accommodated two elderly individuals, while Ding Chui and her child rested on another couch. As for Wang Chenghu, he intended to make do with the desk for the night. In the darkness, Ding Chui inquired curiously, Brother Wang, is that Chen Yi truly a survivalist? What a ridiculous notion, Wang Chenghu scoffed. His words are nothing but empty rhymes, devoid of truth. Really? Ding Chui gasped, quickly lowering her voice. Should we still align ourselves with them? Of course, why wouldn't we? Wang Chenghu chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, although that fellow may not speak honestly, he harbors no malice towards us. Ding Chui speculated, could he be a fugitive? At this, Wang Chenghu, emboldened by the drink, teased, what? Do you expect him to turn himself in? I'm discussing something serious here, he continued, only to find Ding Chui both exasperated and amused by her daughter's godfather, whose chatter never ceased. With a more serious demeanor, Wang Chenghu declared, he is likely not a fugitive. He seems quite knowledgeable about zombies. I suspect he might be affiliated with some secretive government agency. Brother Wang, your conjecture is rather far-fetched, she replied. In truth, pondering his identity is futile. The world has changed. Throughout our journey, we have seen no sign of government or military presence, suggesting that the nation may have collapsed. Wang Chenghu sighed softly, continuing. My sole desire now is to ensure your safety and survival. Survival, he reiterated, is our foremost priority. Everything else is mere distraction. A heavy silence fell over the office. After a considerable time, just as Ding Chui was about to speak, she was interrupted by the rhythmic sound of steady snoring emanating from the desk. Observing this, she swallowed her words, holding her daughter tightly and gently closing her eyes. The following day, the faint morning light filtered through the window, casting a soft glow upon Chen Yi's face. Gradually awakening, he blinked in confusion before pushing aside the arm that lay across his chest with a hint of disdain. No wonder I had nightmares all night. It felt as though a stone were pressing down upon me. Zhang Ye let out an involuntary murmur, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth as she opened her eyes. This girl was quite amusing, resembling a child as she slept, leaving drool in her wake. Meeting Chen Yi's gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly as she explained, I prefer sleeping on my stomach, which makes me prone to drooling. Casting a glance at her rabbit, Chen Yi curiously asked, doesn't sleeping on your stomach feel uncomfortable? Yawning, Zhang Ye flicked her hair and replied, it didn't used to. As my bed at home was custom-made, but lately I've been waking up with some discomfort. Wealth is indeed a blessing, allowing one to indulge in a specially crafted bed for a restful slumber. Stepping out of the office, the entire hall lay in tranquil silence, evidently indicating that Wang Chenghu and his companions had yet to rise. At this moment, dawn was just beginning to break. After unfastening the iron chain, Chen Yi and Zhang Ye pushed open the glass door. Initially, they had intended to take a refreshing shower, but alas, the courtyard lacked a well, and the water supply had long been halted. The two could only make do with the bottled mineral water from their vehicle for a brief cleansing. Presently, the sole source of solace was the temporary abundance of drinking water. Once depleted, they could seek out a nearby convenience store for replenishment. In high temperatures, bottled water and beverages possess a much longer shelf life than food. If stored in a cool, dark environment, they remain consumable even a year later. As long as the seals remain intact, even in a trunk akin to a steamer, they can endure for several months. Upon returning to the hall, Chen Yi and Zhang Ye settled at the desk, extracting their handguns. They meticulously disassembled the weapons into components and gently wiped them with a soft cloth. The previous day's encounter with Wang Chenghu served as a timely reminder. Firearms require regular maintenance, especially the Model 92, which is prone to jamming. Lacking gun oil, Chen Yi could only give them a cursory clean. Neither vegetable oil nor lard was suitable, as both solidify at low temperatures, potentially causing malfunctions. Even in the summer, this remains true. The impurities in vegetable oil and lard can accumulate within the chamber due to the heat generated when firing, leading to various complications. Do not inquire how Chen Yi came to this knowledge. It is born from the bitter lessons of a past life. With a creak, the office door swung open, revealing the silhouette of Wang Chenghu. Noticing Chen Yi and Zhang Ye already seated, He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, up so early? How did you sleep last night?" Chen Yi greeted with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Chonghu expressed his sentiments, saying, "Thanks to my brother, I finally enjoyed a good night's sleep. A few nights ago, I couldn't dare to close my eyes, as the slightest rustle would jolt me awake, leaving me to catch up on rest in the car during the day." After saying this, he cast an envious glance at the German shepherd, who was happily munching on its kibble. In this apocalyptic world, the assistance provided by a police dog is invaluable. As they spoke, Ding Shui and the others gradually emerged from the house. After freshening up, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law willingly entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today's meal consisted of white rice porridge paired with pickled vegetables. However, halfway through cooking, the gas ran out. Consequently, everyone gathered around the office desk to partake in a somewhat undercooked bowl of porridge. Once everything was tidied up, the two vehicles slowly exited the yard. Fortune seemed to be on their side today, as they encountered no further issues on the road and successfully crossed the Fudong River. In the passenger seat, Zhang Ye switched on the car radio, tuning it to AM 1239 as per Wang Chonghu's earlier suggestion. In the next moment, the car's audio system crackled to life, broadcasting intermittent messages. "Attention all citizens, please hurry to the shelter. Survivors unable to go outside temporarily, please stay at home and ensure your safety while awaiting rescue. The nation promises that no one will be abandoned." The signal seemed weak, resulting in a frustrating static interference. This message appeared to be pre-recorded, repeating continuously for 24 hours. After listening to it several times, they finally absorbed the entirety of the broadcast. Upon turning off the radio, Zhang Ye inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Chen Yi expressed his curiosity, remarking that it was not a fishing radio station. It seems that the refuge in the Bohai Bay has indeed been established by the government. The broadcast, both in its phrasing and the quality of the announcer, exhibits a profound professionalism, permeated with a distinct official flavor. Furthermore, the ability to construct such a vast sanctuary in just over a week can likely only be accomplished by the authorities. After all, the apocalypse has only just begun, and various factions are still in their nascent stages, with manpower barely reaching 100. Upon further reflection, it is evident that those fishing radio stations from his previous life only began to proliferate like mushrooms after a rain, 6 months into the zombie outbreak. Thus, he felt so assured. Hearing this, Zhang Ye seemed somewhat tempted and inquired, "Shall we go and take a look? Do you trust me?" Chen Yi did not answer, but posed a counter-question. "Of course, not going." "All right." Zhang Ye nodded, refraining from inquiring further. Casting a glance at her, a faint smile graced Chen Yi's lips. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed convenient. Had he been conversing with someone less intelligent, they would likely be questioning the rationale behind his decision. However, if they were truly dull-witted, Chen Yi would not have considered their company. The reason for not going was straightforward. In his previous life, over the span of 5 years, Chen Yi had never heard of any refuge in Bohai Bay. As one of the initial shelters constructed by the official government, it could not have gone unnoticed. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that the Bohai Bay refuge had perished in a remarkably short time. As midday approached, Chen Yi gradually brought the vehicle to a halt at the roadside for a brief respite. Stepping out of the car, he rubbed his aching back. After so many consecutive days of driving, his body was beginning to protest. The primary reason for this discomfort was Zhang Ye's injuries, which had yet to fully heal. Otherwise, they could have alternated driving and eased the burden significantly. Accepting the cigarette offered by Wang Chonghu, Chen Yi was about to speak when a timid little girl approached. Her innocent voice inquiring, "Uncle, may I play with the dog?" "No, it still needs to keep watch for us." Chen Yi decisively declined. Upon hearing this, the young girl pouted in grievance. Witnessing this scene, Ding Shui hurriedly approached, shot a stern glance at her daughter, and then, with a face full of apology, remarked, "I am truly sorry. Children often lack understanding." Wang Chonghu's demeanor prompted Chen Yi to silently nod in approval. Not bad. He discerned the gravity of the situation. Sensing Chen Yi's gaze, Wang Chonghu offered a wry smile and said, "Although I am quite fond of my daughter, I am still capable of recognizing what is truly important." Chen Yi smiled faintly and shifted the topic, saying, "Regarding the radio broadcast you mentioned, I have listened to it. What did you think?" Wang Chonghu immediately inquired. Chen Yi replied truthfully, "In my judgment, the shelter in Bohai Bay is indeed established by the official government." Wang Chonghu was momentarily taken aback. He had already harbored doubts about this suddenly emerged broadcast, and Chen Yi's previous warnings had further instilled caution in him. Consequently, Wang Chenghu had largely abandoned hope regarding the Bohai Bay shelter. Now, with Chen Yiru affirming its authenticity, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you certain?" "At least in my judgment, it is indeed a shelter established by the official government." A surge of elation welled up within Wang Chenghu, prompting him to suggest, "Since it is true, what are we waiting for?" However, as he spoke, he suddenly noticed Chen Yiru observing him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Chenghu inquired, "What's wrong?" "We are not going." Chen Yi exhaled a soft ring of smoke, the swirling mist enveloping him in a unique nonchalance. He had no intention of deceiving Wang Chenghu. The truth was simply the truth, and falsehoods were mere fabrications. Rather than allowing any future resentment to fester within the other, it was preferable to lay everything bare in this moment. The refuge in Bohai Bay was indeed authentic. Yet he had no desire to go there. The choice was now in Wang Chenghu's hands. Wang Chenghu was no fool. His seemingly simple demeanor was but a facade. At this moment, his mind raced with a multitude of questions, as if countless threads were entangled in confusion. Observing this, Chen Yi gently patted his shoulder and chuckled. "Do not rush to a decision. There remains a considerable distance to Jiaozhou." With that, he turned and returned to the vehicle. Zhang Ye handed him a bottle of mineral water. Her curiosity piqued. "Aren't you concerned that he might bring his entire family to the Bohai Bay refuge? After all, the government still holds significant weight in the public's perception. When it rains, a mother must marry. Can you truly intervene?" Chen Yi calmly twisted open the bottle cap and tilted his head back, gulping down a generous mouthful. Wang Chenghu was merely a fleeting episode in their journey of escape. While Chen Yi indeed recognized the potential in him, he was not indispensable. To speak candidly, a retired reconnaissance soldier hardly warranted his concern. If he was willing to accompany them, so be it. If not, then it was of no consequence. Had it not been for the assistance in procuring tires that alleviated their immediate predicament, Chen Yi might not have even entertained the thought of enlisting him. Zhang Ye stretched languidly, her graceful figure fully revealed in that moment. Gazing into the distant sky, she murmured to herself, "I truly wish we could reach Changbai Mountain soon. This sweltering summer heat here is suffocating." Their lunch consisted of compressed biscuits. The hard and dry texture coupled with the oppressive heat left them devoid of appetite. Yet, both Chen Yi and Zhang Ye nearly compelled themselves to consume a piece. After downing another bottle of mineral water, Chen Yi could distinctly feel a slight fullness in his stomach. At that instant, the urgent barking of a German shepherd pierced the air from outside the vehicle. Chen Yi's motion of drinking water came to an abrupt halt. Through the car window, he beheld a horde of zombies that had emerged along the roadside, their numbers estimated to be at least in the thousands. In that moment, these undead creatures surged towards them like ravenous beasts. "Get in the car, Dogsy." Chen Yi greeted the others. As the German shepherd leaped into the back seat, he swiftly exited the vehicle and shut the rear door. Meanwhile, Wang Chenghu and the others hastily climbed into the car. With no time to fasten their seatbelts, Chen Yi ignited the engine and pressed down hard on the accelerator. The diesel engine roared to life with a thunderous growl. Two vehicles surged forward, racing along the highway. Where did all these zombies come from? Chen Yi furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of perplexity passing through his eyes. They had deliberately steered clear of cities and towns, even opting for rural paths to avoid larger settlements. As for the horde of zombies, logically speaking, its scale should not be so diminutive. In Chen Yi's previous life, he had witnessed hordes beginning with at least several 100,000. Furthermore, the formation of such hordes did not occur with such swiftness. Initially, the undead would scour urban areas, only gradually expanding outward once the cities were utterly devoid of sustenance. In the passenger seat, Zhang Ye interjected, "Look at the clothing of those zombies." Clothing? At her prompt, Chen Yi swiftly glanced into the rearview mirror. There, he beheld a mass of zombies congregating along the roadside, a dark and ominous throng that completely obstructed their retreat. Moreover, these zombies were clad in the uniforms of various factories. Factories, and not just one. In his hasty survey, Chen Yi noted 5 or 6 distinct styles and colors of work attire. This indicated the presence of an economic development zone nearby. Most critically, deducing from the positions and directions from which these zombies had emerged, it was highly likely that this economic development zone lay just ahead. A single factory could employ hundreds to even thousands of workers. Even the smallest economic development zone within rural jurisdictions typically housed at least 7 or 8 factories, suggesting that this zone had amassed no fewer than 10,000 zombies. However, it was now too late to turn back. Chen Yi took a deep breath. his right foot firmly pressing on the accelerator, and commanded, "Please keep an eye on the situation on both sides of the road." Zhangya nodded, stowing away the map. Her gaze intently fixed on the path ahead. Creak. Just as they rounded a bend, Chani abruptly slammed on the brakes. Zombies. A dense throng of them, sprawling across the hills and valleys. Initially, Chun-Yi had intended to accelerate through the economic development zone before the zombies could fully assemble, much like he had navigated through those small towns before. However, he had underestimated the scale of the economic development zone. Ahead loomed a dark mass of zombies numbering at least tens of thousands. Not only the highway, but even the farmland flanking it was teeming with the undead. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun-Yi yanked the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator with force. Roar. The Land Rover Range Rover let out a thunderous growl as it surged off the road. Behind them, the Jeep followed closely. Both vehicles were off-roaders, equipped with four-wheel drive and powerful diesel engines. Even in the muck of the fields, they could still race ahead. Bang! The Range Rover collided with 5 or 6 zombies in quick succession, effortlessly soaring over the ridges, continuing its gallop across the farmland. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tens of thousands of zombies charged from all directions, forming an immense net. At this moment, if the vehicle were to be cornered, the outcome would be death. Chun-Yi was acutely aware of this as he pressed the accelerator to the floor with his right foot, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands. The diesel engine roared incessantly, transforming the Land Rover Range Rover into a ferocious beast, careening through the throngs of corpses. Zhangya clutched the handrail above the car door, striving to steady herself while her gaze swept the surroundings in search of the optimal escape route. This was the tacit understanding they had cultivated over the past few days. Often, there was no need for Chun-Yi to utter a word. Zhangya instinctively knew what she ought to do. Mud, intermingled with the blood of the undead, splattered against the car windows, obscuring their view. In that moment, looking out through the glass, they were surrounded by zombies from all directions. Suddenly, Zhangya spoke up. "Chun-Yi, at 9 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi hesitated not for a moment, swiftly turning the vehicle towards the southwest and racing away. They had no idea how many zombies they had plowed through. But ahead, the view suddenly widened. They had finally broken free from the encirclement of the undead. Well done. Chun-Yi smiled appreciatively, acknowledging the invaluable role of a reliable teammate during a crisis. Zhangya let out a sigh of relief, a glimmer of joy dancing in her beautiful eyes. However, before they could revel in their moment of happiness, a jarring sound emanated from beneath the vehicle, sending a chill down their spines. Suddenly, the Range Rover shuddered violently, and under the darkening expression of Chun-Yi, the fuel gauge plummeted rapidly. After traveling a few dozen meters, it ultimately rested at 0. Almost immediately, the engine emitted a series of strange noises and began to release plumes of white smoke. It was all too clear that the fuel tank beneath the chassis had been ruptured, resulting in severe engine damage. Indeed, mere moments later, the Range Rover came to a complete halt, lifeless. Chun-Yi secretly cursed under his breath and decisively commanded, "Abandon the vehicle." Without hesitation, Zhangya pushed open the door and exited the car. Behind them, a relentless horde of corpses continued their pursuit, with the nearest batch scarcely 100 meters away. "Quick, gather the supplies." Grasping a short spear, Chun-Yi first released the German Shepherd from the back seat before proceeding to open the trunk. Meanwhile, Zhangya swiftly stuffed a medical kit into her backpack, followed by several packets of compressed biscuits and bottled water, before securing her pack. A glance at the 2 barrels of diesel in the trunk filled Chun-Yi with a sense of relief. He had intentionally purchased extra diesel, and now it was proving to be fortuitous. He seized one of the barrels and shook it vigorously, then opened the other barrel and poured its contents into the trunk. Instantly, the pungent aroma of diesel wafted into the air. Although Zhangya was puzzled, her intelligence prevented her from inquiring further. Based on her understanding of Chun-Yi, she knew he would not engage in meaningless actions. The guttural growls of the zombies grew increasingly pronounced in their ears. At that moment, Zhangya's voice broke through, urging, "How much longer? The zombies are closing in." All set. Chun-Yi forcefully hurled the diesel barrel to the ground, retrieving a lighter to ignite the fuel. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted within the confines of the trunk. Suddenly, a sickening sound echoed behind him, the blade piercing flesh. Turning around, he beheld Zhangya. Her spear plunged into the eye socket of a zombie. "Run." With a swift kick, he toppled an approaching undead, grasping Zhangya's arm as they fled. Although Zhangya's leg injury had yet to heal, she set aside her discomfort, gritting her teeth and striving to keep pace with Chun-Yi. They found themselves at the edge of a field, with a dense forest looming not far ahead. Behind them, Thick smoke billowed into the air. The horde paid no heed to the roaring flames of the vehicle. As if fueled by inexhaustible vigor, they surged toward the pair. As they sprinted through the fields, Zhanya could not resist casting a glance back. That fleeting moment sent a chill coursing through her body, her scalp prickling with fear. A dark tide of zombies surged toward them, the closest one barely 2 meters away. In the face of life and death, an adrenaline-fueled strength surged within Zhanya, propelling her feet to move even faster. Yet, as time wore on, her breath became increasingly labored, each inhalation a struggle, as if flames consumed her lungs. The wound on her calf throbbed with relentless agony, sending sharp jolts through her nerves. Stealing a glance at Chen Yi beside her, she could not help but inquire. "Chen Yi, why has tea exploded yet?" "Diesel is not gasoline. It won't ignite that quickly. Hold on a little longer." At this moment, Chen Yi was also enduring great distress, relying solely on the will to survive. Once they abandoned the vehicle, a human could not outrun the zombies. Enhanced by the virus, the undead possessed remarkable stamina, capable of temporarily surging their physical abilities through sheer exertion. Stimulated by the scent of food, they resembled tireless machines. At that instant, Zhanya let out a soft cry, her right leg buckling, and she collapsed to the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The zombie trailing closely behind emitted an excited roar and lunged forward. A dark short spear glinted menacingly in the sunlight, piercing through the zombie's eye socket and driving forcefully into its brain. After dispatching the creature, Chen Yi swiftly withdrew the spear, and with a rough tug, he hoisted Zhanya off the ground. The force was considerable, causing her arms to ache painfully. Yet, at that moment, gratitude filled her heart. However, this brief delay allowed the pursuing zombies to close the gap. With a sudden clap, a pale hand reached out from behind, seizing her backpack. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi shook his shoulder, the spear switching deftly between his hands as he decisively abandoned the backpack. The two of them supported each other and sprinted another 100 meters. But Zhanya's legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. "I can't go on. You must hurry." A bittersweet smile crossed her pale face, her tone resolute. Just as he hesitated, a thunderous explosion erupted. A fireball shot into the sky, as if a sun had suddenly appeared on the ground. The zombies within a 20-meter radius of the Range Rover were instantly engulfed by flames, transforming into a sea of fire. Car parts scattered like bullets. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the horde, creating a 300-meter vacuum. Even Chen Yi staggered backward from the force. The ground trembled violently, and Zhanya, who was sitting on the ground, was unexpectedly lifted slightly into the air. The horde momentarily halted, as if the play button had been paused. In the next moment, all the zombies turned their heads in unison, racing toward the source of the explosion. "Run!" Chen Yi once again helped Zhanya to her feet and swiftly entered the thicket. Turning back to glance at the distant inferno, Zhanya swallowed hard and could not restrain her curiosity. Did you bury explosives in the vehicle? She was aware that diesel could explode, yet she had never anticipated the magnitude of the blast, which far exceeded her expectations. "No, this is simply how diesel detonates." Chen Yi shook his head and casually explained. Compared to gasoline, diesel is actually quite safe under normal circumstances. Even if you were to toss a lit cigarette into a barrel of diesel, it would not ignite. It is only when the temperature of the diesel reaches 60 degrees that a flashback may occur. Earlier, Chen Yi had attempted to ignite the diesel with a lighter, which took a considerable amount of time, over 10 seconds. Despite diesel's safety, should an explosion occur, its power would equate to that of 10 times the weight of TNT. A 50-liter barrel, after being vigorously shaken and then sealed, when subjected to intense heat, can produce such explosive force, which is entirely within the realm of normality. If gasoline were mixed in, the effect would be even more dramatic. In the dense forest, the trio, 2 individuals and a dog, moved swiftly through the underbrush. Although the zombies were momentarily drawn by the explosive commotion, this distraction would not last long. It would not be long before they returned to their usual state. Thus, they needed to vacate the area promptly. As they continued, Chen Yi suddenly inquired, "What has become of Wang Chenghu and the others?" "I don't know," Zhanya replied, shaking her head. "It was too chaotic earlier. I lost track of when they fell behind." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi fell into a contemplative silence. The forest was vast, interconnecting several undulating peaks. After nearly an hour of trekking, they finally paused, resting against a tree. Zhanya sat down and opened her backpack, retrieving 2 bottles of mineral water. After twisting off the cap, Chen Yi gulped down several mouthfuls, then inquired with concern, "How is your wound?" Zhang Ye frowned and said, "It seems to have torn again. Let me take a look." Drinking the last remnants of water from the bottle, Chen Yi crouched down and rolled up Zhang Ye's pant leg. He noticed that the bandage wrapped around her wound was once again stained with blood. With nimble fingers, he carefully unwrapped the bandage, revealing that the previously scabbed wound had reopened and bright red blood was oozing from the gash. Fortunately, the amount of blood loss was not significant. As Chen Yi spoke, he retrieved a medical kit from his backpack and carefully cleansed the surface of the wound with iodine. After applying Yunnan Baiyao, he meticulously rebandaged it with fresh gauze, silently observing Chen Yi's diligent efforts. Zhang Ye felt a warm current surge within her heart and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. You have saved me once again." Chen Yi raised his head and teased, "What? Do you wish to devote yourself to me?" Zhang Ye smirked and replied, "Sure, as long as you don't mind the sin I carry. I am ready at any moment." "Perhaps it's better to reconsider," he responded. Chen Yi decisively rejected the notion. In a post-apocalyptic world, especially during the sweltering heat of summer, one must not harbor overly idealistic views of a beautiful woman. A delicately fragrant beauty simply does not exist in such dire circumstances. As for the notion of glistening with a radiant glow, one should abandon such dreams. No matter how stunning a woman may be, the perspiration that accumulates under the relentless sun will inevitably ferment throughout the day, resulting in an equally unpleasant odor. If this beauty happens to suffer from any gynecological afflictions, it could easily induce nausea. Do not inquire how Chen Yi came to this knowledge. Zhang Ye, however, fared relatively well. She was able to bathe occasionally and change her undergarments while staying with Chen Yi. In stark contrast, those women who chose to hide within the confines of the city were far less fortunate. Once the water supply was cut off, bathing became a distant luxury, and even the most basic drinking water had to be rationed. In such oppressive heat, one can only imagine the stench that would accumulate after a week. Should anyone still find such conditions tolerable, Chen Yi could only express his admiration with a thumbs up. Truly, a warrior. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Zhang Ye gazed wistfully in the direction of their escape, lamenting that Range Rover was quite impressive. What a pity. Chen Yi had grown accustomed to the situation. Smiling nonchalantly as he remarked, "There is nothing to lament. The fact that the vehicle has endured until now is quite commendable, having successfully fulfilled its purpose." After saying this, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, twisting off the cap and pouring some into his palm. Upon noticing this, the German shepherd eagerly approached, delicately lapping up the water from his hand. In such sweltering heat, after running for so long, the dog was parched and drank nearly half the bottle before pausing. Gently stroking the dog's head, Chen Yi began to assess their supplies. In his backpack, aside from the first aid kit, there remained only a single bottle of mineral water and 3 packages of compressed biscuits. This constituted all their possessions at present. In the face of urgency, Zhang Ye had only managed to pack these essentials. Chen Yi's backpack indeed contained a considerable amount of water and provisions, yet they were regrettably abandoned during his flight. Fortunately, the map, ammunition, and those 3 books had always been kept close at hand, remaining intact in his pocket at this moment. After resting for a few minutes, Chen Yi rose and said, "Let us proceed. Time is of the essence, and we must find a place to spend the night before darkness falls." Zhang Ye responded, struggling to stand, using her spear as a makeshift cane as she limped behind Chen Yi. Chen Yi had no intention of climbing the mountain. Thus, the two merely traversed the dense forest along its base. The underbrush was quite challenging to navigate, overgrown with weeds and shrubs. Chen Yi took the lead, wielding a short spear to clear the dense underbrush ahead. Summer is the season when snakes are most active, and in such circumstances, a single bite from a venomous serpent could spell disaster. Zhang Ye followed closely behind, while the German shepherd remained vigilant at their side. Abandoning their vehicle and venturing into the thicket, the dog reveled in its newfound freedom, exuberantly darting back and forth, leaping joyfully. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi couldn't help but smirk. Silly dog. With no dog food or canned meals left, it would have to wait for scraps. As dusk approached, they finally emerged from the woods. Before them lay a vast expanse of lake at the foot of the mountains. The golden rays of the setting sun danced upon the water's surface, reflecting a dazzling brilliance that seemed to enshrine a golden gem amidst the mountains. Yet, at that moment, neither of them had the heart to appreciate the breathtaking view. Zhang Ye's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, and she pointed, exclaiming, "Chen Yi, there's a house over there." Following her gesture, they spotted a building situated to the northeast, adjacent to the lake. At the entrance of the yard stood a wooden board resembling a signboard. However, it was too far to discern the text upon it, though he surmised it must be a farmhouse. "Let us take a look," he suggested. A roof over their heads would undoubtedly be preferable to sleeping rough in the wilderness. After navigating through countless thickets, they finally arrived at a dirt path. The path twisted and turned, disappearing into the dense forest on one end, while the other led directly to the building. After walking approximately 500 meters, the house came into clearer view, and the sign in front of the yard became legible: Songya Lake Farmhouse. Glimpsing two vehicles parked in the yard, Chini drew his handgun from his waist, disengaged the safety, and chambered around. At that moment, the farmhouse was enveloped in eerie silence. Woof woof. As they approached the yard, the German shepherd barked a warning. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of growls, 7 or 8 zombies charged out from the yard. Upon seeing the two humans and the dog, the zombies' crimson eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed forward. Chun-Yi holstered his handgun and gripped his spear firmly, standing his ground. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. In no time, 8 lifeless bodies of zombies lay strewn across the ground. After shaking the blood from his spear, Chun-Yi stepped into the yard first. It was spacious, with a grove of bamboo flourishing to the left. The verdant bamboo, combined with the antique architectural style, alongside the mountains and lake, evoked a sense of tranquility reminiscent of plucking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence. I leisurely gazed at the southern mountains. "Are you from the rescue team?" Just then, a timid female voice called down from above. Looking up, they saw a head peering cautiously out from a third-floor window, her expression one of wariness. "Indeed." Zhangya smiled gently, her exquisite and elegant features momentarily catching the other person's attention. Yet, beneath her smile lay a hint of mockery. "Why are there only the 2 of you in the rescue team?" The girl furrowed her brow slightly, her vigilance unyielding. Zhangya raised an eyebrow. "How many more do you desire?" The girl hesitated, then pressed on. "What about the creatures outside?" "They have all been dealt with," Zhangya replied nonchalantly, stepping towards the well. The well was equipped with an old-fashioned hand pump, and after a few presses, cool water began to flow from the faucet. She cupped her hands to catch the water, refreshing her face. The coolness of the well water invigorated her, dispelling the heat. And she couldn't help but emit a contented sigh. The girl upstairs, observing this, felt a pang of longing. She had not washed her face in nearly a week. Not one to be easily deceived, she thought to herself that even if she had not seen the so-called rescue team, they should at least be clad in uniforms, right? One was dressed in tight motorcycle attire, while the other wore a casual t-shirt and pants, their disheveled appearance akin to that of scavengers. The only respectable sight was perhaps the German shepherd, which seemed to be a search and rescue dog. At this moment, Chun-Yi had thoroughly inspected the entire yard, confirming there were no other zombies or survivors. Casting a glance at the girl upstairs, he spoke coldly. "You have 30 seconds to come down from the upper floor." His icy gaze and tone made the girl shudder involuntarily. Chun-Yi did not articulate the consequences, yet the young girl understood all too well. The still fresh blood on the opponent's spear spoke volumes. In the next moment, the girl's head vanished from the window. Soon after, 2 women emerged from the hall, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Apart from the girl who had peered out moments earlier, the other woman with short hair appeared slightly older, akin to Zhangya. After appraising them briefly, Chun-Yi inquired, "Are you 2 the only ones?" The girl answered candidly, "There's also an older man, but he is injured and currently unconscious." "How was he wounded?" Chun-Yi pressed. "A couple of days ago, we were utterly famished, and the uncle suggested searching for food. Unfortunately, he was scratched by those monsters and soon began to run a fever." "A couple of days ago? Has he not transformed after being bitten for so long?" Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi scrutinized the pair intently, gripping his spear as he led the German shepherd into the building. Seeing him enter, the short-haired woman exhibited a flicker of panic. The pressure emanating from him was overwhelming. Under his penetrating gaze, even breathing seemed a challenge. In contrast, Zhangyu exuded a far more comforting presence. With her graceful and elegant features, combined with an intellectual aura and a subtle smile gracing her lips, she felt like a breath of spring air. Gazing at Zhangya, the girl couldn't resist asking, "Sister, judging by your accent, you must not be from Lu province, right? Where do you think I am from?" Zhangya responded with keen interest, a knowing smile playing upon her lips. The girl's attempt at probing was rather clumsy, and she had also noticed the flicker of distress in the short-haired woman's eyes. "You sound a bit like someone from Jiang province." The girl tilted her head slightly, her delicate features and cherubic cheeks rendering her adorably innocent. At that moment, the short-haired woman interjected, "So, can we leave now?" Casting a glance at her, Zhang Yi nodded. Of course, you are free to leave at any time. Phew. The short-haired woman exhaled in relief, then hastily approached a white BMW X3. Sister. We'll take our leave now, the girl said with a smile, waving her hand as she followed closely behind. Just then, Zhang Yi's voice resonated behind them. I merely stated that you could leave. I did not say you could take the car. This is my vehicle. Why can't I drive it? The short-haired woman retorted. Turning back with a frown, Zhang Yi replied with an unruffled tone. Currently, this vehicle belongs to me. You. The short-haired woman suppressed her anger, arguing. The owner of the other car is deceased. You may use his vehicle. Zhang Yi's smile gradually faded, her warm gaze turning icy. I have asserted that both vehicles are mine. What if I insist on driving away? The short-haired woman glared at her, the turmoil in her eyes intensifying. Zhang Yi leisurely extracted the pistol from her waist, slowly disengaging the safety, and spoke in a calm tone. You may attempt it. The gun. As the dark muzzle pointed toward them, the two women froze, standing like statues in shock. Woof. Accompanied by the bark of a German shepherd, Chen Yi emerged from the hall, dragging with him a decaying corpse that reeked of rot. The body belonged to a middle-aged man, his form grotesquely disfigured. With numerous knife wounds marring his cheeks, neck, and abdomen, it was evident that he had met a brutal end by a flurry of blades. This is intriguing, Zhang Yi realized instantly upon seeing the corpse. Bang! Chen Yi raised his right hand, casting the lifeless body onto the ground. In the next moment, the short-haired woman's legs buckled, and she collapsed in a state of panic, pleading, I did not intend to do it. He sought to assault us. And that is why I took his life. Yes, it was an act of self-defense. Please believe me, I truly did not mean to kill him. Haha. The girl stared blankly at the corpse, suddenly erupting into a peal of laughter, as melodious as silver bells. While laughing, she stepped closer to the body, crouched down, and extended her delicate, pale fingers toward the abdomen of the corpse, saying, This was the first stab I delivered. My strength was insufficient, and I only managed to insert the blade halfway before it became lodged. Then, her finger moved to the bridge of the nose. This was the second stab. I intended to slice his throat, but he unexpectedly lowered his head. However, this turned out to be fortuitous, as it allowed me to strike several more times. This is the third stab. Blood splattered across my face, and I tasted it. It was not as sweet as I had imagined. This is the fourth stab. The girl continued to speak, lost in her own reverie, her eyes reflecting a rapturous delight, while her complexion gradually flushed, and her entire being trembled slightly. The short-haired woman, utterly horrified, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the girl. This was a psychopath, and she, astonishingly, had cohabited with this murderous lunatic for such an extended period. Chen Yi's expression remained unwavering as he gazed down at the young girl, inquiring, Have you finished speaking? The girl lifted her head, her innocent, wide eyes fixed on Chen Yi, returning to her earlier adorable and naive demeanor. She timidly replied, I have finished. Chen Yi disdainfully waved his hand and said, Once you're done, drag the corpse outside. The body had begun to decay and emit a foul odor, its stomach grotesquely distended, likely to burst within a couple of days. Maggots could be distinctly seen wriggling and crawling throughout the flesh. When he had opened the door moments ago, the stench nearly overwhelmed him. In such weather, leaving a corpse in the room after committing murder was an act of sheer folly. The girl, looking pitiful, pleaded, But I cannot lift it by myself. A sharp slap resonated through the courtyard. The force of Chen Yi's slap was immense, sending the young girl crashing to the ground. When she lifted her head once more, a vivid imprint of a red handprint marked her fair and delicate cheek, with drops of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Chen Yi spoke with an air of indifference, I will not repeat myself. The young girl obediently nodded, grasping the corpse's feet and laboriously dragging it toward the yard's exit. For someone of her petite stature, the weight of the body was indeed formidable. With gritted teeth, she painstakingly maneuvered the corpse inch by inch. The short-haired woman remained seated on the ground, her gaze vacant. In just a few brief moments, she had endured so much that her mind felt overwhelmed. First, the revelation of her own crime, followed by the shocking discovery that the seemingly innocent girl she had lived with for over a week was, in fact, a deranged killer. The duo before her, though their identities remained a mystery, exuded an aura far more terrifying than that of the psychotic girl. After a considerable pause, the short-haired woman finally regained her senses. She turned her gaze toward Chen Yi, her lips trembling as she stammered, Are you? Are you police? You may leave, he replied curtly. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Upon hearing this, The short-haired woman paused in surprise, then inquired, "Aren't you going to report this to the authorities?" "Report it?" It appeared that these two women were unaware of the events unfolding outside. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. This rural guest house was situated in a remote area, devoid of internet access and cellular signals, rendering them oblivious to the circumstances beyond their immediate surroundings. Chen Yi, weary of explanations, coldly declared, "Leave quickly before I change my mind." Thank you, thank you." The short-haired woman felt a surge of ecstasy, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Chen Yi pointed at her and commanded, "Leave the car keys." The short-haired woman promptly retrieved the keys from her jeans pocket, respectfully placed them on the ground, and hastily fled the courtyard, scrambling as if fearing that any delay might prompt her assailant to change her mind and end her life. Watching the figure of the short-haired woman vanish at the end of the road, a flicker of mockery danced in Chen Yi's eyes. She believed she had escaped from hell, unaware that the true inferno awaited her. Surveying her surroundings, Chen Yi expressed her satisfaction. "This place is quite suitable. I can take refuge here for a few days." The farmhouse lacked for food. Although the chickens, ducks, and other fowl had been devoured by the zombies, the vegetable garden still boasted a bounty of fresh produce. Should she crave meat, she could venture to the lake in search of fish or shrimp. Most importantly, the remoteness of this location provided a sense of security against zombie attacks. Truth be told, in the absence of a zombie horde, this would be an excellent survival base. Unfortunately, in the months to come, the onslaught of the undead would render every corner of the nation devoid of true safety. Zhang Ye, being astute, understood that Chen Yi's decision to rest here for a few days was influenced by her own injuries. Reflecting on this, she shook her head, insisting, "Don't worry about me. My leg injury is not severe. A night's rest will suffice." Chen Yi smiled gently, offering solace. "Do not overthink. Take this time to recuperate. The sharpening of the axe does not hinder the woodcutter." During this period, Zhang Ye had experienced rapid growth, increasingly proving to be a valuable ally. For instance, when surrounded by a horde of corpses, had she not swiftly identified the optimal escape route, he would never have managed to break free from their grasp. A mere 3 to 5 days in exchange for a healthy Zhang Ye seemed a worthy trade to Chen Yi. Furthermore, he indeed required some time to recuperate, preparing himself for the journey ahead. The bodies had already been dragged away. At that moment, a soft voice from the girl resonated behind him. Turning around, Chen Yi slightly furrowed his brows, about to speak, when Zhang Ye gently interjected, "Leave it to me." "All right." Chen Yi nodded, leading the German shepherd to the well, where he commenced bathing it. Zhang Ye waved at the young girl, chuckling softly. "What is your name, dear?" "Yang Yiran," the girl replied truthfully, behaving as obediently as a cherished pet. "How old are you?" 19. "How many people have you killed?" "Just one." Their exchange continued, with Zhang Ye's lips curling into a smile, her gaze warm and gentle, resembling that of a kindly elder. The girl, on the other hand, appeared as a student called upon in class, her demeanor a blend of unease and tension. Yang Yiran was acutely aware of the formidable presence before her. While she reveled in the morbid thrill of taking a life, the woman exuded an utter disregard for existence itself. She harbored no doubt that, should her performance fail to meet expectations, the woman would not hesitate to draw a weapon and end her life. Zhang Ye inquired further, "Why didn't you leave with your companions?" "Because my sister wouldn't let me," came the reply. Zhang Ye's smile deepened, her voice softening. "I do not appreciate clever children, do you understand?" At this, Yang Yiran felt a jolt of alarm and candidly shared her hypothesis. "Since even you have fled here in disarray, it must be perilous outside, right? Not only are there monsters here, but the entire country has likely succumbed as well?" Quite perceptive, Zhang Yu acknowledged, a glint of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. "May I accompany you?" Yang Yiran licked the blood from her lips, inadvertently glancing toward the well. At that moment, Chen Yi was busy lathering the German shepherd with soap. As his hands moved rhythmically, foam erupted from the dog's fur. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated his profile, casting an ethereal glow around him. The sting on her cheek throbbed, heightening Yang Yiran's senses and evoking a peculiar sensation within her. If she were to follow these two, it would likely be safer and undoubtedly more intriguing. "That depends on your performance," Zhang Ye remarked, rising to her feet and beckoning. "Come, lead me to the kitchen." "Oh." Yang Yiran nodded obediently, guiding Zhang Ye towards the kitchen in the courtyard. After finishing the bath for the German shepherd, Chen Yi found himself completely soaked as well. After all, expecting a dog to remain still during a bath was indeed a tall order, especially when, after the bath, it would shake off the water, leaving him drenched while the dog remained dry. Chani decided to shed his clothing and indulge in a refreshing shower. After his bath, he emerged into the hall with his bare torso, retrieving a short-sleeved shirt from the master bedroom on the first floor and subsequently slipping into a pair of comfortable flip-flops. A German shepherd followed him closely, stepping with a leisurely gait. The layout of the house resembled that of a guest house. The first floor served as the owner's residence, while the second and third floors had been converted into guest rooms. In a storage room on the first floor, Chun-Yi stumbled upon a compact diesel generator and a large barrel of diesel fuel, an unexpected stroke of fortune. Upon reflection, it seemed quite essential for a farm stay to be equipped with a generator. Given the remoteness of the area, any electrical issues could result in prolonged power outages, and finding someone to repair the lines could take considerable time. If such an incident occurred at night, guests would have to wait until morning. Without a backup generator, the overall experience for customers would be significantly impaired. Fortunately, these small diesel generators are relatively inexpensive, often available for just a few thousand yuan. After laboriously dragging the generator into the yard, he noticed, illuminated by the fading sunlight, that it appeared completely new, showing no signs of prior use. He then retrieved the engine oil and diesel, crouching down to set things in order. These household diesel generators are designed for simple operation. Overly complicated designs can render them inconvenient. The process begins with adding engine oil, followed by diesel fuel. Next, he connected the wiring to the battery and powered it on. Simple as that. The only slightly challenging aspect was integrating the generator into the household electrical system. However, this was no daunting task for Chun-Yi, who had operated far more complex generators in his previous life. He procured a converter, linked it to the generator, turned off the main power supply from the household circuit, and finally plugged the converter into a wall outlet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. Brushing the dust off his hands, Chun-Yi stepped into the living room and pressed the light switch on the wall. With a sharp click, bright illumination pierced the darkness. He had noted earlier that this particular diesel generator had a continuous power output of only 5 kW. Thus, it would not suffice to run heavy appliances like refrigerators or air conditioners, as such overload could potentially damage the generator. However, lights and fans would operate without issue. Where's the electricity coming from? Zhang Ye's voice, filled with surprise, echoed from the doorway. Chun-Yi pointed to the generator in the corner of the yard and explained, I just found a new generator in the storage room, so I put it to use. It's wonderful. Finally, I'll be able to enjoy a good night's sleep. Zhang Ye, placing a plate of smashed cucumbers on the dining table, agreed. The nights without air conditioning or fans had been unbearably difficult. Each evening, she would awaken multiple times, drenched in sticky sweat. Pinching a piece of cucumber and popping it into his mouth, Chun-Yi inquired, Are you planning to keep her? The cucumbers were crisp and delightful, complemented by minced garlic and fragrant vinegar, making them especially appetizing. Having already expended considerable energy today and only having consumed a packet of compressed biscuits at noon, his stomach now protested under the stimulating influence of the cucumbers. Zhang Ye nodded. She is quite an interesting little girl. Let us observe her for a while. Be careful not to get scratched, Chun-Yi remarked with a subtle smile, hinting at something. Don't worry. I have experience with pets, Zhang Ye replied, giving him a reassuring look before limping out of the living room. Seizing the moment before dinner, Chun-Yi rummaged through various rooms and successfully discovered several fans. He carried one into the living room, plugged it in, and pressed the switch. The blades gradually started to rotate, picking up speed, and a refreshing breeze enveloped him. What a relief. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran returned with several more dishes. As expected, the offerings were primarily stir-fried vegetables, but there was also an additional dish of salted duck eggs. While assisting Chun-Yi in serving the rice, Zhang Ye noticed Yang Yiran standing awkwardly and raised an eyebrow, saying, What are you standing there for? Come and eat. Oh. Yang Yiran quickly took a seat. The three of them held their bowls, silently enjoying their meal, the only sounds in the living room being the gentle clinking of chopsticks against bowls. Yang Yiran, who had seemingly been starving for days, devoured bowl after bowl, her slightly chubby cheeks reminiscent of a gluttonous hamster. As she finished her third bowl and looked to refill, Zhang Ye tapped her hand with her chopsticks, saying, If you want to die, keep eating. At this, Yang Yiran obediently set her bowl down. Gazing at the remaining food, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Despite having eaten 3 bowls, she still felt ravenous. However, Yang Yiran understood that Zhang Ye was looking out for her. After a prolonged period without food, suddenly gorging could harm her digestive system. In severe cases, it could even lead to sudden death. After finishing the soup in his bowl, Chunyi set it down and asked, "How much food and gas do we have left in the kitchen?" Zhang Ye replied candidly, "We have plenty of rice and oil, but not much gas. However, it doesn't matter. There's a traditional stove in the kitchen that burns wood." Chunyi nodded, lighting a cigarette to savor the rare moments of leisure in his day. "I will take a shower first," Zhang Ye announced as she rose and made her way to the master bedroom, retrieving a dress from the wardrobe. With her long, graceful legs, she strode towards the water well. As she departed, only Yang Yiran and Chun Yi remained in the living room, exchanging silent glances. After a brief pause, Chun Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, "What? Do you expect the dishes to leap into the water and wash themselves?" "Oh, right, I'll wash them now." Yang Yiran suddenly realized, quickly tidying the dishes on the table before hastening out of the living room. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, this girl could be quite formidable when provoked. When Zhang Ye finished her shower and returned to the living room, she found Chun Yi comfortably reclined on the sofa. A laptop, whose origins were a mystery, resting on his lap as his fingers danced over the keyboard. What could he possibly be looking at? Zhang Ye pondered, tilting her head slightly while drying her damp hair with a towel. Chun Yi replied without raising his head, expressing a desire to search for any available movies. "Have you found one?" he inquired. "Not yet, it remains locked," came the response. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye smiled subtly, sitting down beside Chun Yi. "Allow me to give it a try," she suggested. "Here you go." Chun Yi passed the laptop to her. After receiving the computer, Zhang Ye scrutinized it with her beautiful eyes. Then, her delicate and fair fingers swiftly danced across the keyboard. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, she astonishingly succeeded in unlocking it on the 4th try. Observing this, Chun Yi inquired with a hint of surprise, "How did you manage that?" "Quite simply," Zhang Ye replied. "The wear resistance of this piano finish keyboard is rather poor. One can discern the unlocking password by observing the wear on the keys. The most worn keys are likely the ones that comprise the password. Then, it's just a matter of trying combinations of those letters and numbers." Upon hearing Zhang Ye's explanation, Chun Yi gave a thumbs up and urged, "Let us see if there are any movies, or even anime would do. I advise you not to harbor too much hope. Nowadays, few people download movies on their computers. Most use software." "Actually, there are quite a few," Zhang Ye replied as she opened a small blue bird icon software and discovered a surprising number of films had indeed been downloaded. She casually selected a movie titled The King of Comedy, and the two of them became engrossed in watching it. It must be said that even after so many years and countless viewings, Stephen Chow's films remain entertaining. This is something that other comedies fail to achieve. Before long, Yang Yiran returned to the living room after washing the dishes. Noticing Zhang Ye and Chun Yi nestled together watching the film, she refrained from interrupting and quietly pulled out her phone from her jeans, searching for a data cable to connect it. A few minutes later, the crisp and melodious startup sound resonated. As expected, there was no signal and no network. It seemed the outside world had truly fallen apart. Yang Yiran sighed, her emotions tangled. With civilization collapsing, the silver lining was that no one would concern themselves with whether she was guilty of involuntary manslaughter. She bore no responsibility for that. Yet, the downside was equally significant. Her family had likely perished, leaving her uncertain about her future survival. She was neither insane nor neurotic. She merely derived a morbid pleasure from violence. Aside from that, she was no different from other normal young girls. No one wishes for death. Even ants cling to life, let alone humans. Contemplating this, Yang Yiran slightly lifted her gaze towards the sofa across from her. At that moment, her eyes met Chun Yi's. Startled, she quickly lowered her head and continued fiddling with her phone. Vaguely, she felt a familiar pain return to her cheeks, and her body began to warm slightly. I need to take a shower." Noticing her unusual state, Yang Yiran hastily stood up and excused herself from the living room. Seeing this, Chun Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this girl genuinely not all there? Or did my slap daze her?" Zhang Yu conjectured casually, perhaps she has Stockholm Syndrome. After all, enduring such upheaval can certainly lead to psychological issues. Stockholm Syndrome? Chun Yi jestingly inquired, "Is it contagious?" Zhang Yu couldn't hold back and was successfully amused by him. The following day, Chun Yi savored the rare pleasure of a leisurely morning. Aside from the fan's gentle whir, the primary reason for his indulgent slumber was last night's late-night movie, a rare source of entertainment in a world teetering on the brink of collapse. Once they resumed their journey into the unknown, such opportunities for diversion would likely vanish. Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran were still ensconced in their dreams. The two young women had miraculously unearthed an assortment of face masks and skincare products, chattering animatedly until the wee hours. Ah, women. Stepping out of the living room, Chun-Yi was greeted by the brilliance of a sun-drenched day, accompanied by the incessant chorus of cicadas. Armed with a disposable toothbrush and toothpaste he had scavenged from the storage room, he approached the well to freshen up. His German shepherd followed closely, its large, soulful eyes gazing at him with a hint of reproach, as if to ask, "What of my dog food, my canned meals, my nutritional paste?" Seeing this, Chun-Yi exhaled a sigh of foamy toothpaste, responding with resignation, "All the dog food and canned goods are gone. You'll have to make do for the next few days." The dog whined softly in reply. Having completed his morning routine, Chun-Yi retrieved his pistol and short spear, calling to his loyal companion before stepping out of the courtyard. They meandered through the agritourism area for over half an hour. To his surprise, the establishment boasted a plethora of attractions. Behind the buildings lay a sprawling peach orchard, and not far from the vegetable plots were 2 or 3 acres of strawberries and watermelons. It seemed designed to allow patrons the joy of picking their own produce. Additionally, by the lakeside, a small boat was tethered to the steps, flanked by tall poplar trees, each providing a fishing platform beneath their canopies. Honestly, this place was quite delightful, both in location and ambience. Nestled against the mountains by the lake, coupled with the potential for cultivation, it promised an abundance of sustenance. In the absence of the undead hordes, this would be an ideal sanctuary for survival. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chun-Yi discovered that Zhang Yu and Yang Yiran had risen. The two were busily engaged in the kitchen. Upon noticing his return, Zhang Yu smiled lightly. "Just a moment. Breakfast will be ready shortly." The morning fare consisted of egg noodles. Perhaps due to her recent dedication to cooking, Zhang Yu had honed her culinary skills. The simple bowl of egg noodles was extraordinarily fragrant. Once the dish was served, Yang Yiran did not lift her gaze. Even as the heat made her draw in sharp breaths, she clung to her noodles. Within mere minutes, the freshly prepared dish was devoured completely. At that moment, Yang Yiran, still craving more, delicately picked up the remaining fragments of noodle from the bottom of her bowl with her chopsticks, savoring every last morsel, and ultimately finished the broth as well. Chun-Yi found her appetite entirely understandable. Had he gone days without food, he would have consumed it even more swiftly. After leisurely finishing his noodles, he lit a cigarette and remarked, "In the coming days, please take the time to craft some arm and neck guards, and if possible, a few sets of chest plates as well." All right. As she journeyed forth, Zhang Yu transformed from a novice into a formidable presence. The number of zombies she has dispatched surely exceeds 80, if not 100. Thus, upon hearing the mention of arm and chest guards, she immediately grasped Chun-Yi's intentions. Previously, Chun-Yi had crafted a rudimentary version of arm guards, utilizing tape to bind thick towels around the forearm, providing a temporary shield against the onslaught of numerous zombies. However, this makeshift solution, while functional, lacked durability and was cumbersome to don and doff. With electricity available, along with ample materials and tools, he resolved to have Zhang Yu create several sets of robust and sturdy protective gear. After finishing a cigarette, Chun-Yi seized the car keys and exited the living room. In the courtyard rested 2 vehicles, a BMW X3 and a Cadillac XT6. Both were standard SUVs, offering slightly superior off-road capabilities compared to sedans. Nevertheless, having a vehicle was indeed a blessing, albeit a modest one. Upon opening the door of the BMW X3, a wave of stifling air rushed out. He paused momentarily, allowing the stale air to dissipate before entering the vehicle. Once he started the engine, the dashboard illuminated, indicating that all components were functioning properly. A glance at the fuel gauge revealed that the tank was still half full, sufficient to travel 200 to 300 kilometers. After turning off the engine, Chun-Yi rummaged through the interior, but unfortunately, he found nothing of value. The condition of the Cadillac was similar, yet he managed to uncover half a cigarette and a fishing kit in the trunk. With electricity at his disposal, he contemplated the possibility of modifying both vehicles. Notably, he deemed it essential to reinforce the front of the car, ideally welding several steel rods for added protection. Additionally, installing wire mesh on the windows was of utmost importance. The fragile tempered glass would offer little resistance against a horde of zombies. Acquiring materials was not an issue. The real challenge lay in the lack of tools such as welders and cutting machines. Turning his head, he noticed Yang still crouched by the well, scrubbing pots and washing dishes. "Come here," he called. Chen Yizhao waved to her. Upon seeing this, Yang Yiran immediately set down the half-washed dishes without a moment's hesitation and hurried over. "How far is the nearest town from here?" approximately 5 or 6 kilometers. Yang Yiran replied honestly. Chen Yi inquired, is it large? Yang Yiran shook her head, replying, not at all. It is merely a short street. Unless one happens upon a bustling market day, there are hardly any people around. After asking about the location and some details, Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, Yang Yiran returned to the well, resuming her task of washing dishes. Chen Yi maintained a sense of vigilance towards strangers, thus he did not entirely trust Yang Yiran's words. Instead, he unfolded a map and began to compare. The map in his possession was a satellite map of the province he had downloaded online after his rebirth. It comprised 12 sheets, 2 for each province. These maps encompassed all the provinces along the 2 routes leading to the desolate area of Chabai Mountain. Upon completing his comparison, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Chen Yi's eyes. Aside from a slight discrepancy in distance, the other information was largely consistent. The town was modest in size, which made it worth the risk to explore further. With this thought in mind, he swiftly made his way into the living room. There, he found Zhang Yu seated on the sofa, engrossed in a collection of fabrics and sewing materials, with several design sketches laid out on the coffee table. She appeared quite professional in her endeavors. Chen Yi straightforwardly stated, I intend to visit the nearby town. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu raised her head and inquired, do you need me to accompany you? No, I shall go alone. If all goes well, I should return by noon. All right, do take care. Chen Yi was about to turn away when he noticed Zhang Yu hesitating, seemingly at a loss for words. What is the matter? He inquired. Zhang Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, if it's not too much trouble, could you please bring me back a bottle of Fuyinjia? Fuyinjia? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze subtly descending. Sensing his scrutiny, Zhang Yu hastily clarified, I am fine, merely taking precautions against unforeseen circumstances. I understand. Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Due to inherent physiological differences, women are particularly susceptible to gynecological ailments. This is especially true in a post-apocalyptic world where bathing is infrequent and undergarments are seldom changed. Thus, illness becomes a natural consequence. In his previous life, Chen Yi had encountered numerous women who, to varying degrees, suffered from such conditions. I shall not take the German Shepherd. I leave it to you to keep an eye on that little one, he instructed. After ensuring he had all the necessary equipment, Chen Yi drove the BMW X3 out of the courtyard with a measured pace. The pristine white BMW X3 sped down the dirt road, stirring up a cloud of dust behind it. After traveling approximately a kilometer, the dirt road merged into a rural path. Upon entering the rural road, scattered zombies began to appear on either side. Drawn by the noise of the vehicle, they rushed forth with a cacophony of growls. However, by the time they reached the highway, the car had long since vanished from sight. A little over 10 minutes later, the BMW X3 approached the town. Chen Yi lightly pressed the brake and gradually brought the car to a halt by the roadside. Although the town was modest in size, it was home to at least several thousand inhabitants, and charging in recklessly would be akin to courting death. Thus, the old method was still the most prudent. He opened the door and stepped out, and immediately, 2 zombies lurking at the edge of the road lunged towards him. Chen Yi, wielding a short spear, advanced rather than retreating, boldly approaching the fray. Moments later, he was seen clad in a raincoat stained with blood and entrails, gradually making his way towards the quaint town. Upon entering, Chen Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. It was eerily desolate. The streets and the adjacent shops were nearly devoid of zombies. And even if there were any, they were but a sparse few. Either the zombies had wandered off in search of sustenance, or they had been lured away by some unseen force. Chen Yi leaned towards the latter, for the movements of the zombies were traceable. If food were indeed scarce, they would swarm away en masse. After all, zombies too require sustenance, and driven by instinct, they would undoubtedly seek nourishment elsewhere. As he traversed the street, Chen Yi's gaze continuously scanned the shops flanking him, searching for a target. Upon turning a corner, his steps faltered. Before him lay a dense mass of zombies, congregated outside a supermarket. The establishment was of moderate size, spanning 2 levels, with its glass windows entirely boarded from the inside. The entrance was firmly barricaded, and no matter how vigorously the zombies charged, they could not breach it. Clearly, there were survivors within, and a considerable number at that, for such an extensive effort could not have been accomplished otherwise. A faint crack echoed through the air. The sound was not loud, quickly drowned out by the cacophony of the undead's moans. Yet Chen Yi's keen senses detected it. It was the sound of an air gun. Raising his gaze slightly, he looked towards the second floor. Indeed, from the narrow crevice of a window on the left side of the second floor, a slender barrel protruded. In the next moment, the barrel quivered slightly. With a soft pop, accompanied by the muted gunfire, a zombie immediately fell backward. However, it was not long before the creature clambered back to its feet. Such is the nature of air guns. Their power is modest, and they typically fire steel balls or lead pellets. While effective for birds and rabbits, penetrating the tough skull of a zombie is utterly fanciful, unless one can manage to strike the brain through a vulnerable point such as the eyes. Using an air gun to dispatch a zombie would be less effective than simply hurling a stone from the window. Yet, it seemed the shooter had no true intention of exterminating the zombies, merely seeking a diversion out of sheer boredom. After firing a few more shots, the barrel retreated behind the window. Chun-Yi withdrew his gaze and continued his search for a target. Suddenly, he spotted a custom window and door shop across from the supermarket. Such establishments are typically operated by the owner, who personally crafts the windows and doors, undoubtedly equipped with welding and cutting machines. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the vicinity of the supermarket was congested with zombies, rendering passage impossible. After observing for a moment, Chun-Yi turned and departed. He returned to the previous street, where he swiftly discovered a small shop selling fireworks. Grasping 3 boxes of firecrackers, he made his way to a bunt shop at the end of the town. Producing a lighter, he ignited the fuses one by one before hastily fleeing the area. Whoosh! Bang! The sharp sound of the firecrackers resonated throughout the town. Soon, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, accompanied by a chorus of growls as thousands of zombies surged forth. Seizing the opportunity while the undead were distracted by the fireworks, Chun-Yi quickly dashed toward the street where the supermarket was located. Time was of the essence. It would not be long before the zombies returned, and he needed to act swiftly. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the second floor of the supermarket, wary of any survivors mistaking him for one of the undead and taking a shot at him. At that moment, the survivors within the supermarket were also drawn to the sound of the firecrackers, hastily opening the windows on the second floor. The abrupt figure of Chun-Yi naturally captured the attention of the survivors. How is there still a zombie lingering? Are you foolish? Clearly, that is a human. Was it he who set off the firecracker? It is possible. Hey, buddy, what are you up to? The cacophony of voices from the survivors reached Chun-Yi's ears. Yet he remained indifferent, resolutely striding into the window shop across from the supermarket. This establishment was modest in size, with several pre-made windows displayed at the entrance, and an assortment of steel and PVC boards piled within. Venturing further inside, he soon spotted a cutting machine and a welding machine. Approaching, he assessed the power of the welding machine. Fortunately, it was rated at 230A, and the 5 kW generator from the farmhouse should suffice to power it. He located a hand trolley in the shop and, with considerable effort, loaded the welding machine and cutting machine onto it, then gathered the welding pliers, mask, and rods, placing them all in a bag atop the trolley. After a thorough inspection to ensure nothing was left behind, he dusted off his hands and slowly pushed the cart out of the shop. As he emerged, the survivors on the second floor of the supermarket began to chatter once more. The group, comprising men, women, and children, crowded at the windows, easily numbering over 20. Hey, little brother, where did you come from? What's the situation outside? When will the army arrive? Hey, handsome, I'm talking to you. If you don't stop, I'll shoot. Chun-Yi filtered out the previous comments automatically, but upon hearing that last remark, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. He halted momentarily, swiftly turned around, and drew his pistol from his waist. With a smooth motion, he disengaged the safety and chambered around. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at the young man with the air gun, and Chun-Yi spoke with an icy demeanor. Stay put in the supermarket and do not bother me. I can lure the zombies away, but I can also lead them right into the supermarket. His frigid tone and gaze, coupled with the weapon in hand, rendered the survivors on the second floor speechless. After a brief silence, the blonde youth seethed. Who the hell are you trying to scare? Bang! The gunshot suddenly rang out, interrupting the youth's tirade. This shot effectively intimidated everyone present. Often, a single gunshot conveys more than a multitude of words. Retracting his gaze, Chun-Yi was preparing to turn away when a familiar voice reached his ears. Chun-Yi? Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi paused, his eyes swiftly scanning the group at the window until they settled on a man. Wang Chenghu. This man has somehow survived. At this moment, Wang Chenghu appeared considerably haggard, a stark contrast to his former self, which explained why he had gone unrecognized earlier. Moreover, Chun-Yi failed to spot Ding Chui and others among the crowd. It seemed that after parting ways with him yesterday, Wang Chenghu's escape had not gone smoothly. and it was highly likely that Ding Chui and the elderly and children had met their demise. However, this was clearly not the time for reminiscing. I will be waiting for you at the town's entrance. In 5 minutes, regardless of your arrival, I shall depart. With these words, Chen Yi pushed his cart and strode away briskly. As he watched his figure vanish at the end of the street, the other survivors turned their gazes towards Wang Chenghu. Passing by a large pharmacy, Chen Yi set down his cart and hurried inside. Soon, he emerged with a bag of feminine hygiene products in hand. In a year or two, this commodity would become as valuable as cigarettes among survivors. Cigarettes serve as an essential for men, while feminine hygiene products fulfill a similar necessity for women. In the aftermath of civilization's collapse, currency had naturally devolved into mere scraps of paper. The transactions between individuals returned to the primitive barter system. Although some factions had attempted to issue currency, without a robust regulatory body or sufficient credit backing, no survivors were willing to use it. After all, under the looming threat of the undead, any faction risked annihilation at any moment. In such circumstances, which survivor would dare exchange their resources for currency that could turn to worthless paper at any time? Ultimately, barter proved to be the most reliable method. Arriving at the town's entrance, Chen Yi discarded his raincoat aside. Lighting a cigarette, he waited in silence. He had given Wang Chenghu a mere 5 minutes. Once the time elapsed, he would leave without hesitation. Halfway through his cigarette, 4 rotund figures appeared on the street ahead. Despite their cautious steps, they were still detected by the keen senses of the zombies. With a series of growls, countless zombies surged towards them. Upon realizing the danger, the 4 figures immediately took off in a frantic sprint. Under the threat of death, each person seemed to embody the prowess of a sprinter. Even clad in thick cotton jackets, their speed remained impressive. Leading the charge was none other than Wang Chenghu. Run! With a casual greeting, Chen Yi discarded the cigarette in his hand and hurried towards the nearby BMW X3. Once Wang Chenghu and the others had assisted in loading the welding machine into the trunk, they swiftly clambered into the car. As Chen Yi settled into the driver's seat, he had no time to fasten his seatbelt and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The BMW X3 roared to life, quickly distancing itself from the dark horde of corpses behind. Inside the vehicle, a chorus of heavy breathing filled the air. It was not until they had completely left the town that Chen Yi cast a glance into the rearview mirror. Accompanying Wang Chenghu from the supermarket were 3 individuals, including the earlier mentioned young man with the air gun, a blonde youth. The other 2 were a middle-aged couple. Retracting his gaze, Chen Yi remained silent, awaiting an explanation from Wang Chenghu. As anticipated, after a brief moment, Wang Chenghu began to remove his cotton jacket and voluntarily spoke. These 3 friends are astute individuals. Upon learning of my departure, they expressed their desire to accompany me. This statement held truth. They were indeed clever. The fools had all remained in the supermarket, perhaps genuinely believing that its supplies were inexhaustible. With over 20 individuals, it would not be long before the food stockpiled within the supermarket was depleted. And then what? Among those survivors, there were certainly some who could foresee this eventuality, yet none possessed the courage or resolve to step out of their comfort zones. At least for the time being, they had a secure refuge and sufficient provisions. After all, the items in the supermarket had not yet been consumed, so they could afford to wait. This was a classic example of ostrich psychology. Subsequently, Wang Chenghu briefly introduced the 3 individuals. The blonde youth was named Qin Hao, said to be an enthusiast of both anime and military affairs. The couple's names were Yu Tairan and Hu Yun. Chen Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he meaningfully remarked, "Shall we not wait a little longer? What if the military and government aid arrives after a while?" In response, Yu Tairan let out a bitter smile, stating, "If there were indeed aid, it would have arrived by now. It has been 10 days, and there is still no restoration of the network. How could there be any assistance?" At that moment, Qin Hao, seated beside him, curiously inquired, "Brother Yu, I've always wanted to ask, what is the connection between aid and network signals?" Yu Tairan elucidated, "The connection is significant. Network signals are directly tied to electricity. Our nation possesses backup power with black start capability, primarily to respond to large-scale national disasters and sudden outbreaks of war. To put it simply, even if all our power stations were to cease operations, the hidden backup power facilities scattered across the country could initiate a black start and connect with one another. While this would not restore power nationwide, it could ensure that satellite bases and communication systems, such as the network, function properly." His explanation not only left Qin Hao stunned, but also prompted Wang Chenghu to express his confusion, asking, "Then why hasn't the network been restored?" That is precisely the issue. Yutairen replied, spreading his hands in resignation. Blackstart equipment can restore a small portion of power, but communication bases require human maintenance and repairs. The absence of network signal restoration indicates that the scale of this disaster is far greater than we had imagined, so much so that the government collapsed instantaneously, leaving no time or personnel to maintain the bases. Wang Chenghu inhaled deeply, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, Lao Zhang, you seem to know quite a bit from your previous work." "I'm merely an electrician, holding a position at the Municipal Power Supply Bureau," Yutairen humbly responded, casting a furtive glance at Chen Yi. His extensive discourse was intended to demonstrate his value. After years of navigating the system, his ability to read the room was far superior to that of a Na'vi individual like Qin Hao. The prior attitude Chen Yi exhibited towards Wang Chenghu indicated that Chen Yi held the reins of authority in this trio. The fact that Wang Chenghu had proactively explained further substantiated this point. Therefore, their fates rested not with Wang Chenghu, but with Chen Yi. Yutairen was acutely aware of Chen Yi's subtle intentions. With a slight smile, he glanced at Qin Hao and inquired, "And you, Huang Mao?" "Brother." "My name is Qin Hao," Qin Hao cautiously corrected him, then continued with flattery, "Brother, your movement when you turned and fired earlier was incredibly impressive. Get to the point." "Well, escaping is one reason, but primarily, I feel that being with you allows me to handle real firearms." Upon mentioning this, Qin Hao became animated, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Brother, you were using the old Type 92, right? The recoil is evident. The design of the return spring in the old Type 92 has some issues. This often leads to jamming during loading and significant muzzle rise. The improved version of the 92G is significantly better, featuring a double-stack magazine and a tri-spring recoil system that mitigates the recoil considerably. However, in comparison to the 92G, my utmost favorite remains the M1911. As he rambled on endlessly, Wang Chenghu, fearing that Chen Yi might unceremoniously kick him off the vehicle, hastily interjected, "All right. You may cease your chatter." Wang Chenghu was well aware of this individual's propensity for conversation. After discovering last night that he had previously served as a reconnaissance soldier, he had engaged him in discussion for the better part of the night. Qin Hao smacked his lips, still yearning for more. Yet, he was not a fool. Albeit somewhat juvenile, noticing Yutairen beside him casting meaningful glances, he promptly took the hint and fell silent. Chen Yi remained silent, and naturally, the others dared not speak. For a moment, the atmosphere in the vehicle turned somber. After several minutes, the dirt road leading to the farmhouse appeared ahead. With a creak, a jarring sound of friction echoed. Upon seeing Chen Yi suddenly halt the car, the three in the back seat, including Qin Hao, were momentarily taken aback. A sense of unease creeping into their hearts. Turning his head to survey the trio, Chen Yi slowly began, "We are all intelligent individuals here. I shall not beat around the bush. I am rather domineering, and my rules are absolute. On this journey of escape, every matter, great or small, falls under my jurisdiction. If any of you find this unacceptable, you are free to exit the vehicle now." Upon hearing this, Yutai and the others exchanged glances in silence. Observing their reaction, Chen Yi smiled lightly and said, "Very well. Since you have chosen to stay, you implicitly agree to abide by my rules. Should you err later, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Introducing himself, he added, "I am Chen Yi, and from now on, I shall be your captain." With that, he pressed the accelerator once more, turned the steering wheel, and drove onto the dirt path. The BMW X3 wound its way along the serpentine road, traversing through the dense forested mountains, ultimately arriving at the farmhouse courtyard. "Step out," he called, as he was the first to push open the door and exit. Zhangya and Yang Yiran had already heard the commotion of the car and emerged from the living room. Upon seeing Chen Yi, Zhangya's initial wariness began to dissipate. As she deactivated the safety on her handgun, preparing to speak, she noticed four unfamiliar figures emerge from the front passenger seat and the back. Wang Chenghu. Upon seeing him, Zhangya was momentarily stunned and instinctively inquired, "What about Ding Chui and the others?" Wang Chenghu offered a bittersweet smile, his tone laden with sorrow as he replied, "After we got separated yesterday, it wasn't long before our vehicle collided with a power pole and broke down. Ding Chui and the others did not escape." "My condolences," Zhangya sighed. In such dire circumstances, Wang Chenghu's survival was already a stroke of fortune. Even she and Chen Yi had faced peril at every turn. Had it not been for the 2 barrels of diesel in the vehicle, their escape would likely have been impossible. This was the apocalypse. No one knew if they would survive until dawn. At that moment, Qin Hao surveyed the surroundings and could not help but exclaim, "Brother, this place is truly remarkable. With mountains and water, it is simply a paradise on earth." Chun Yi sneered, "If you wish to stay, you may reside here for a lifetime." Qin Hao immediately recoiled, shutting his mouth. Casting a glance at the trio of Qin Hao, Zhang Ye inquired, "Chun Yi, who are they?" Chun Yi spoke candidly. "The newcomers are still in their probationary period." This statement startled Yu Tai and the other two. Probationary period. What if they failed to pass the evaluation? The outcome was all too evident. Chun Yi paid no heed to the reactions of the three individuals. After introducing them one by one, he briefly recounted the events that had transpired in the small town. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded and chuckled lightly, saying, "Fortunately, the rice has not yet been put on the stove. I shall go and prepare a few more dishes." Hu Yun, displaying her perceptiveness, promptly stepped forward and offered, "Allow me to assist." With Hu Jia eager to showcase her culinary skills, there was no objection. After Zhang Ye spoke, she led Hu Yun towards the kitchen. At that moment, Yu Tai Ran was captivated by the diesel generator. After observing it for a while, he approached Chen Yi and remarked, "Captain Chen, the wiring of the generator is rather unsafe and excessively wasteful of electricity." Chun Yi, with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely feigned, inquired, "Do you have a solution?" "It's a trivial matter," Yu Tai confidently assured. "Very well, then it shall be entrusted to you. Please find the tools yourself." "Understood." Yu Tai nodded enthusiastically and proceeded into the living room to commence his tasks. The couple's spirited demeanor greatly pleased Chen Yi. In contrast, Qin Hao stood nearby, looking somewhat dazed and at a loss. Approaching him, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and said, "Blondie, are you quite idle?" "Brother, my name is not Blondie." "It's Qin Hao," he corrected once more. "Very well, Blondie, go fetch the items from the trunk." "Oh." Qin Hao nodded helplessly, retracting his gaze. Chun Yi took out a cigarette and offered one to Wang Chonghu, then asked, "So, are you not heading to the Bohai Bay shelter?" "Not anymore," Wang Chonghu replied, igniting the cigarette and taking a deep drag, shaking his head resolutely. His earlier indecision stemmed from the responsibility of bringing Ding Chui and the others along. He had to consider more than just his own interests. Now, unencumbered, he felt free from those concerns. Chun Yi chuckled, "Do you trust me so readily? That is an official sanctuary." Upon hearing this, Wang Chonghu fixed his gaze upon him and replied earnestly, "I possess a certain self-awareness. You are more astute than I, and more knowledgeable about zombies. Since you choose not to go to the Bohai Bay shelter, there must be a compelling reason." "Aha! Now that is the hallmark of true intelligence." He patted Chen Yi's shoulder, and in a tone laced with mystery, Chen Yi said, "Trust me. You will be grateful for this decision in the future. In the coming days, keep a close watch on the three newcomers, especially that blonde one. We would prefer to have fewer people than to be burdened by incompetent fools." "Understood," Wang Chonghu replied. Not far away, Qin Hao was laboriously maneuvering the welding machine, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "Wait, are you supposed to say that behind my back? Saying it so loudly in front of me, is that really appropriate? Moreover, why focus specifically on me? Do I really resemble a fool?" Yu Tai Ran, however, exhibited considerable skill, quickly re-establishing the connections with just an electric pin. Once he and the blonde finished their tasks, Hu Yun had prepared lunch. The meal was identical to yesterday's, several plates of stir-fried vegetables accompanied by steamed salted duck eggs. Despite this, the three of them devoured it ravenously. Observing this, Zhang Ye inquired curiously, "Surely there is plenty of food at the supermarket?" Swallowing his mouthful, Qin Hao explained, "Sister, there is indeed an abundance of rice and oil at the supermarket, but without electricity, there are few items that can be cooked. After just 2 or 3 meals, we would exhaust nearly all the cookable provisions. I have been gnawing on bread and instant noodles for a week now. I am on the verge of losing my appetite." Years of dietary habits cannot be altered in mere days. Even a couple of days without white rice feels quite uncomfortable. After finishing lunch and resting briefly, everyone resumed their activities. Hu Yun joined Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran in sewing protective gear, while Chun Yi led Wang Chonghu and Yu Tai Ran in the yard as they examined vehicle modifications. Qin Hao glanced around and noticed he was the only one. Alongside the German shepherd, without any task, the two of them exchanged wide-eyed stares. After a while, he felt that if this continued, he would inevitably be left behind. Thus, Qin Hao hurried over to Chen Yi and asked, "Brother, what can I do?" Chen Yi glanced at the air gun slung across his back and commanded, "How about this? Take the dog and stroll around the nearby mountains, bring back some game. The past few days have been rather monotonous, and it would be delightful to enhance our meals with some wild delicacies. Without meat, one lacks the strength to work. Hunting? Qin Hao's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he saluted energetically, exclaiming, I assure you, I will accomplish this task. This mission was truly to his liking. Off you go. Chun Yi waved his hand and turned to the German shepherd, instructing, keep an eye on him. Woof woof, replied the dog, signaling its understanding. Qin Hao observed the vehicles in the yard, and with a tone of regret, Wang Chenghu remarked, what a pity, if only it were a diesel off-road vehicle. In a post-apocalyptic world, diesel vehicles are far superior to their gasoline counterparts. Beyond the remarkable off-road capabilities afforded by the high torque of diesel engines, the more significant advantage lies in the ease of acquiring diesel fuel compared to gasoline. Currently, due to power outages, gas stations are no longer a viable option. To procure fuel, one must siphon it from the tanks of other vehicles. The beauty of diesel is that one can readily find a large truck by the roadside, unscrew the auxiliary tank's cap, and swiftly collect a substantial amount, enough to propel a vehicle for 1,000 kilometers. In contrast, gasoline collection proves to be far more challenging, as gasoline vehicles are typically sedans or SUVs, equipped with internal filters and check valves in their fuel tanks. Thus, it is nearly impossible to siphon gasoline directly from the tank. The only alternative is to crawl beneath the vehicle and puncture the fuel tank, a process that is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also perilous. Gasoline is less stable than diesel. Violent movements, high temperatures, and sparks can ignite it, potentially causing explosions. Nevertheless, having a vehicle at all is a blessing. Chinese shook his head and chuckled, saying, if one were to be truly serious about it, armored vehicles and tanks would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Indeed, Wang Chenghu responded, feeling reassured. With a decisive wave of his hand, Chinese declared, let us get to work. Let us strive to complete this BMW X3 by this afternoon. Although the three of them were not professionals, the task at hand was simplified as it did not involve engine components, merely reinforcing the car's structure without concern for aesthetics. Thus, they were free to exercise their creativity. Material shortages posed no issue. Anything they required could simply be salvaged from the building. Soon, the yard was filled with the cacophony of cutting machines. On the road of escape, there were advantages to being a lone wolf, yet a team also possessed its own merits. With the assistance of Wang Chenghu and Yu Tairan, their progress on the modifications accelerated exponentially. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the task of altering the BMW X3 was accomplished. Had it been left to Chinese alone, it would have taken at least 2 days. At this moment, the BMW X3 was unrecognizable. The front had been fortified with a steel framework, resembling a beast ensnared by iron jaws. Both the windshield and windows had been reinforced with wire mesh, and even the sunroof had been sealed with metal plates, achieving a comprehensive and thorough reinforcement. While it no longer possessed its former elegance, the safety had been elevated to a significantly higher level. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, it no longer appeared unattractive. Instead, it exuded a distinct post-apocalyptic punk aesthetic. Captain, the mission is successfully completed. Just then, Qin Hao's voice broke through from behind. Turning around, Chinese beheld the disheveled figure of Qin Hao, his exposed skin sunburned yet his spirit seemingly undeterred, as he triumphantly raised the spoils of his endeavor. Chinese glanced around and discovered a remarkable bounty. A dozen great tits, a nearly 2-meter-long rat snake, and additionally, a large rooster. Upon spotting the rooster, Tairan expressed his astonishment. Are there still roosters on the mountain? I am unsure, Qin Hao replied, scratching his head in confusion. It seems this rooster is unafraid of humans. It approached me willingly. It must have been raised at a farm and fled to the mountains due to the zombies. Chun Yi explained a sentence and then encouraged, Huang Mao, well done. He. Qin Hao, who had received praise, stood there grinning foolishly. Wang Chenghu chuckled at last. We can indulge. After instructing Qin Hao to take the items to the kitchen, Qin Yi led them to the lakeside, where they joyfully took a refreshing bath. Observing the well-defined muscles on Chun Yi's body, Qin Hao enviously inquired, Brother, you must have trained specifically before, right? In due time, you will be the same, came the reply. Chun Yi expressed profoundly that in the apocalypse, anyone can forge a body of muscle through struggle and perseverance. Zhang Yi serves as a prime example of this transformation. Initially, her smooth and flat abdomen bore only a single outline of a defined waistline, yet now, on either side of it, the contours of her abdominal muscles are distinctly visible. The apocalypse serves as the ultimate gym. Chun Yi, with his impressive stature of 6 feet tall, showcased well-defined muscles after shedding excess body fat. While bathing, A few of them took the opportunity to wash their clothes as well. After wringing them out, they donned the damp garments, which quickly dried in the warm weather. On the way back, Chen-Yi casually picked several watermelons and some strawberries, knowing they would go to waste if left behind, ultimately benefiting the mountain creatures once they departed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Hu-Yun was already busy in the kitchen, with Yang assisting her. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, enveloping the courtyard. At 6 in the evening, an array of dishes was served on the dining table. Although the great tit bore a large name, it was only slightly larger than an ordinary sparrow. After plucking and gutting, there was hardly any meat. Marinated and fried, it made for an excellent accompaniment to drinks. The snake, on the other hand, was transformed into a savory soup, skinned, cleaned, and cut into sections. It was tossed into the pot with a few slices of ginger and 2 spoons of salt. No other seasonings were necessary, as the meat itself was exceptionally fragrant. These 2 dishes were more about flavor. For substantial sustenance, they relied on the magnificent rooster. The red braised chicken, simmered in a cast-iron pot over an open flame, elicited salivation from Chen-Yi and the others as it was presented, accompanied by several plates of stir-fried seasonal vegetables. It was nothing short of a banquet fit for royalty in the apocalypse. Qin Hao, swallowing hard, remarked, "I'm truly grateful to have followed Brother Wang out of the supermarket. This meal alone is worth every bit of it." Chen-Yi chuckled, "Old Wang. Last time we didn't drink to our heart's content. Let's truly indulge today. With these dishes, we must raise a glass." Wang Chonghu readily acquiesced. The farmhouse was not lacking in wine, with numerous boxes stacked in the storeroom. Selecting 2 bottles of Wuyangye, Chen-Yi beckoned everyone to take a seat. Yang Yiran, displaying keen insight this time, proactively assisted in pouring the wine. Not only Qin Hao and Yu Tairan, but even Hu-Yun received half a glass. When it was Zhang Ye's turn, she smiled and shook her head, saying, "I can't drink. My injury hasn't healed." The unhealed wound was just one reason. Another was the necessity for one of them to remain sober amidst the company. Until they had fully assessed these individuals, they would not lower their guard. Moreover, this served as an opportunity to observe the newcomers. To be candid, Hu-Yun's culinary skills far surpassed those of Zhang Ye. After all, before the apocalypse, Zhang Ye had lived a life of luxury, and it was unrealistic to expect her to cook every day. Her skills were already commendable. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere at the table became notably more vibrant. Qin Hao, clearly unable to hold his liquor, turned red after just 2 liang. At this moment, he suggested with a strained neck, "Brother, when can we seize an opportunity to raid the armed police force in the city? There are plenty of treasures there. And with a bit of luck, we might even acquire an armored vehicle." Chen-Yi cast a sidelong glance at him. "Are you really thinking of playing with real guns?" Upon having his little scheme exposed, Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly. "Hee, brother, you truly have a keen insight." Nevertheless, Qin Hao's words served as a reminder to Chen-Yi. Previously, just he and Zhang Ye had enough with 292 pistols, but now, with the increase in personnel, it was indeed necessary to procure more weapons. While short spears were the most practical against zombies, firearms were also essential. Nearly half a month had passed since the outbreak, and many factions had already begun to take shape. The forthcoming journey of escape was destined to be fraught with challenges. However, before acquiring firearms, it was imperative to tame this group of individuals. In Chen-Yi's view, the 5 people, including Wang Chonghu, were not particularly difficult to manage. A targeted approach would suffice. First and foremost was Wang Chonghu. Generally, those who have served in the military possess a strong sense of discipline and obedience. Although he had been a civilian for several years, the habits formed in the army would accompany a person for a lifetime. Gaining his recognition would yield a reliable companion. Next was Qin Hao, whose brash demeanor might suggest a lack of intelligence. In truth, such youthful exuberance is easily swayed by charisma. As for the couple Yu Tairan and Hu-Yun, they exuded a sense of shrewdness and sophistication, typical of those seasoned in bureaucratic environments. With individuals like them, recognition and charisma were of little consequence. They were pragmatic and clearly understood their desires. In an apocalyptic world, what did one desire? Simply the means to survive. As long as they believed that following Chen-Yi would enable them to endure in this hellish existence and thrive. Even if he were to drive them away with a stick, they would remain steadfast. Finally, there was Yang Yiran, who posed a bit of a challenge due to her psychological issues. However, since Zhang Yu expressed confidence in her ability to train Yang, Chen-Yi was content to refrain from worrying. The dinner that evening marked a commendable beginning. The meal stretched from 6 to 8 in the evening, concluding only then. Even Hu-Yun and Yang Yiran succumbed to intoxication, while Qin Hao fell asleep on the sofa halfway through. In this overwhelmingly oppressive apocalypse, opportunities for such indulgence were rare. Hence, everyone cherished the moment. Yu Tairan staggered to his feet, saying, "Captain Chen, I can't take it anymore. I'm heading back to sleep." Chen Yi chuckled softly. "Go on, get some rest." Upon hearing this, Yu Tai ran to assist Hu Yun, and the two of them stumbled their way to the second floor. As for Yang Yuran, she had long been taken back to her room by Zhang Ya. At this moment, only Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu remained at the dining table. Although both were quite flushed from drinking, their eyes retained a sense of clarity. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Yi casually inquired, "You mentioned wanting to make a trip to Jiaozhou?" "Indeed," Wang Chenghu nodded, taking a bite of his dish before elaborating. In the initial hours of the zombie outbreak, the internet and signals had not yet been disrupted. I received a call from my former platoon leader in the army. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "A recall of veterans?" Wang Chenghu shook his head and replied, "That was my initial thought as well, but it turned out otherwise. The old captain provided me with a set of coordinates and abruptly ended the call." "Are those coordinates located in Jiaozhou?" "Indeed." With a slow exhale of smoke, Chen Yi expressed curiosity. "What significance do those coordinates hold?" "I have no idea." "No idea?" Noticing the scrutinizing gaze in Chen Yi's eyes, Wang Chenghu offered a wry smile and explained, "It is not that I wish to withhold information. I genuinely do not know." After the call ended, I found myself puzzled for quite some time. I contemplated it extensively and concluded that the coordinates likely point to a clandestine underground base. The old captain's implication was that I should take my family there to seek refuge. "An underground secret base?" Chen Yi inquired. "Are there many such underground secret bases in the country?" "Not particularly," Wang Chenghu elaborated. "As far as I know, these secret bases can generally be classified into two categories. One type is defense research-oriented, encompassing underground Air Force bases, nuclear strike capabilities, and various research laboratories. This category constitutes the majority, while a small fraction consists of shelter-type bases primarily designed to accommodate nearby civilians. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi could not help but indulge in a reverie. If such bases existed in the Changbai mountain wilderness. Yet, in the next moment, he dispelled the fanciful thoughts from his mind. The concealment of these underground secret bases is exceedingly high. Without precise coordinates, locating them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Regaining his composure, he could not help but ask, "If that is the case, why didn't you go directly to the secret base instead of lingering over the Bohai base shelter?" "If that coordinate pertains to a shelter-type base, it would have been completely sealed by the third day of the zombie outbreak. Such shelters adhere to stringent procedural regulations and cannot be opened frequently. Once sealed, they can only be reopened when surface disasters conclude or supplies are exhausted." Wang Chenghu paused momentarily and continued, "Thus, I devised a dual plan, contemplating a visit to Jiaozhou first. If the underground base was irrevocably closed, I would then pivot towards the Bohai base shelter." "Indeed, a prudent decision," Chen Yi remarked. "Had I been in your position, I would have made the same choice. After all, one must not place all their eggs in one basket." Disposing of his cigarette butt, Chen Yi instructed, "Make sure to remember the coordinates of that base. It may prove useful for us in the future." "Understood." Wang Chenghu nodded, then turned serious, saying, "Chen Yi, I have decided to follow you. Now, can you disclose your destination?" Glancing at Qin Hao on the sofa, Chen Yi unfolded a map on the table, his finger resting on a mountain range in the northeast. Observing the spot where Chen Yi pointed, Wang Chenghu was momentarily taken aback, his brow slightly furrowing. "Hiss." After a moment, he took a deep breath, his expression gradually relaxing. Chen Yi appeared to smile enigmatically and remarked, "Have you figured it out?" Wang Chenghu raised his thumb in admiration and said, "I contemplated this thoroughly. Yet I could not conceive of a place in the country that surpasses this one." Chen Yi asked with a smile, "Are you at ease now?" "Haha. I feel much more settled," replied Wang Chenghu with a hearty laugh. "Still drinking?" At that moment, Zhang Ye's voice resonated. "I finished my drink. I recall there's still a chilled watermelon in the bucket, just the thing to sober up." As Chen Yi was about to rise, Wang Chenghu swiftly stepped out first. Before long, he returned to the living room, cradling a large watermelon. Once it was sliced open, the three of them embraced the fruit, indulging in its sweetness while engaging in casual conversation. Before they realized it, the clock struck 9. "I shall retire for the night," Wang Chenghu declared, discarding the watermelon rind as he stood up. Chen nodded slightly, his gaze following Wang Chenghu as he ascended to the second floor. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye tidied the dining table and inquired, "How was it?" Chen Yi softly remarked, I seized an opportunity and disclosed everything to him. Can he be trusted now? Yes, he can. Once Zhang Ye tidied the dining table and washed the dishes, the two returned to the master bedroom together. Although there were plenty of vacant rooms on the second floor, neither Chen Yi nor Zhang Ye broached the subject of separate sleeping arrangements. Being adults, many matters need not be explicitly addressed. Their hesitation to advance further stemmed solely from their mutual anticipation for the right moment to naturally unfold. Lying in bed, relishing the coolness brought by the fan, Chen Yi couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. "Good night," Zhang Ye's gentle voice whispered in his ear. "Good night." Chen Yi replied softly, gradually closing his eyes. A gentle drizzle enveloped the mountains and lakes, accompanied by ink-like dark clouds, creating a scene as beautiful as a painted scroll. The light rain swept away the summer heat, and with the caress of a mild breeze, it evoked an unparalleled sense of refreshment. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes and instinctively turned his head, only to find himself alone in bed. Zhang Ye had risen at some unknown hour. He stepped out into the living room, where he discovered Zhang Ye and Hu Yin seated on the sofa, each cradling a cup of tea, engaged in light-hearted conversation. After greeting them, Chen Yi braved the gentle rain and made his way to the well. After a brief wash, he felt invigorated and refreshed. Soon, Wang Chonghu and the others emerged from their rooms in succession, following a simple breakfast. The group divided into two factions. Chen Yi and his companions gathered to deliberate on modifications for their vehicle, while Zhang Ye led the two women in the continued crafting of protective gear. The creation of this gear was directly linked to their future safety, a fact well understood by Yang Yiran and Hu Yun. Thus, they approached the sewing with utmost care, occasionally offering their insights. The light rain did not linger for long. By 9 in the morning, it had ceased. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting brilliant rays across the landscape. Chen Yi and several others promptly brought the welding machine into the courtyard, commencing the modification of the Cadillac. As for Qin Hao, he was once again dispatched to hunt. The purpose of hunting was twofold: to enhance their meals and to serve a dual function of patrolling and vigilance. Naturally, Qin Hao eagerly accepted this task, shouldering his air rifle and stepping out with enthusiasm. However, less than half an hour later, he came rushing back into the courtyard, his expression fraught with tension. Breathing heavily, he anxiously exclaimed, "There are zombies." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and the others immediately ceased their activities, particularly Yu Tai, whose eyes betrayed a glimmer of alarm. Chen Yi inquired, "How many are there?" "Perhaps a few dozen," came the reply. "In which direction?" "Over there on the mountain. They will likely catch up with us soon." The direction Qin Hao indicated was precisely the dense forest from which Chen Yi and the others had fled 2 days prior. It was highly probable that it was a small portion of the horde from the factory in the development zone that had wandered over. Noticing the tense expressions on Qin Hao and the others, Chen Yi, with a light-hearted tone, teased, "Wang Mao, have you ever killed a zombie?" "No," Qin Hao stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he answered truthfully. In reality, he had struck at them with a knife and even shot at them with an air gun. Yet he had never truly slain a zombie. To him, these creatures were nothing but relentless monsters. Even after sustaining numerous stab wounds, they could still leap into action and sever a person's throat. "Take this," he said, handing over an item. Chen Yi bent down and picked up a steel pipe from the ground, handing it over. The pipe was over a meter long, one inch sharpened by a cutting machine. Although it was not as effective as a spear, it was sufficient for dispatching zombies. Upon receiving the steel pipe, Qin Hao wore a puzzled expression. Noticing this, Yu Tai ran to grab another steel pipe before Chen Yi could speak. The zombies' weakness lay in their brains. The most effective way to eliminate them was to pierce directly through their eyes into their skulls. As Chen Yi articulated this, he demonstrated the thrusting motion. In the midst of their conversation, the barking of a German shepherd echoed. Soon after, the characteristic growls of zombies could be faintly heard from a distance. Without needing Chen Yi's command, Wang Chonghu had already taken the initiative to close the iron gate of the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, a violent collision resonated. The two iron gates, under the relentless assault of the zombies, began to buckle inward, revealing a 10-centimeter wide gap. Yu Tai trembled slightly at the commotion. But fortunately, although the gate had opened a crack, it remained sturdy enough to hold for a while. At that moment, Zhang Ye and the others in the living room were also drawn to the noise and stepped outside. Hiss, hiss. A zombie pressed tightly against the gap, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a savage thirst. Upon seeing the few individuals in the courtyard, the zombie became even more agitated, violently battering the iron gate. Even as its face was battered into a bloody mess, it showed no sign of concern. With a swift motion, a steel spear pierced through the gap, accurately striking the zombie's eye socket. Chen Yi twisted it slightly before withdrawing the spear. As he pulled it out, the zombie immediately fell backward. However, another zombie quickly filled the void. Did you see that? It's that simple. After effortlessly dispatching a zombie, Chen Yi beckoned to Yu Tai and Qin Hao. You two come over. I leave these zombies to you. This was an excellent opportunity for the newcomers to gain experience, and he would not let it slip by. Only by having personally slain zombies could one truly be deemed a competent survivor in this apocalyptic world. Hearing this, although Yu Tai was gripped by immense fear, he clenched his teeth and tremblingly stepped forward. In contrast, Qin Hao, witnessing Chen Yi's nonchalant elimination of a zombie, felt his fear dissipate, replaced by a sense of eagerness. Approaching the doorway, as Qin Hao raised his short spear, bang! The zombie at the gap suddenly erupted in a frenzy, startling him. After enduring the harsh sun for over half a month, these zombies had become even more grotesque, their skin shriveled and purplish, crawling with various insects. And their blood-red eyes were both repulsive and terrifying. Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu remained silent, standing quietly to the side. Hiss. Qin Hao inhaled deeply, thrusting the steel pipe fiercely towards the zombie's eye. This attempt did not penetrate the eye. Rather, due to overwhelming tension and the zombie's erratic movements, it ended up lodged in its mouth. Thick, viscous blood sprayed from the zombie's mouth, with several droplets splattering onto Qin Hao's face, stifling the urge to vomit. He struggled to withdraw the steel pipe, aimed again, and thrust it towards the eye socket once more. With a squelch, the razor-sharp steel pipe pierced the eyeball, driving deep into the brain. The zombie at the doorframe froze, as if pressed by the pause button, motionless. Imitating Chen Yi's earlier actions, Qin Hao slightly twisted the steel pipe, his face alight with excitement. Wow, it's really that simple. In truth, the combat prowess of a single zombie is not particularly formidable. The key lies in overcoming one's own fear. Even a second-stage evolved zombie, in the presence of a fully armed adult, is destined for slaughter. What truly instills dread is merely the zombie virus they carry. Having gained this initial experience, Qin Hao's movements became significantly more adept, although his accuracy was not yet high. Often requiring several attempts to penetrate the eye socket, these were trivial matters. Practice makes perfect. After dispatching over a dozen zombies, Yu Tai ran, unable to remain idle. Spoke up, Shao Qin, take a break. Let me give it a try. Sure. Qin Hao reluctantly vacated his position. Surprisingly, despite the simplicity of the stabbing motion, it proved to be quite physically demanding. In just a few short minutes, he felt a dull ache in his arms. Yu Tai ran, having observed their ease, soon realized that thrusting the steel pipe into a zombie's eye socket was not as straightforward as it appeared. After several attempts, 7 or 8, he found himself unable to penetrate the eye socket, instead rendering the zombie grotesquely disfigured and even more terrifying. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yu Tai cast a furtive glance at Chen Yi, fearful that his lackluster performance might upset him. To his surprise, Chen Yi patted his shoulder reassuringly. Old you. Take your time. Don't rush. Everyone has their first time. Gratefully, Yu Tai nodded, and after several more thrusts, he finally succeeded in killing his first zombie. Having dispatched 5 or 6, his confidence surged. Just as he prepared to press on, he noticed a change in Chen Yi's expression, who suddenly seized his arm and pulled him back. Creak. The iron door emitted a mournful groan under the strain, under the relentless assault of the zombies. The 2 iron doors could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Boom. As the iron gate fell, the remaining dozen or so zombies surged into the courtyard in an instant. This sudden turn of events startled Yu Tai and the others, leaving them frozen in place, unsure of how to react. However, Chen Yi maintained an air of calmness, advancing rather than retreating, as he boldly confronted the zombies with a short spear. With a swift thrust, the obsidian spear glinted menacingly in the sunlight, piercing the eye socket of one zombie. Simultaneously, he raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending another zombie sprawling to the ground. With a rapid withdrawal of his spear, Chen Yi struck again, dispatching a second zombie. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, exuding a violent elegance. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Qin Hao and the others regained their composure, 4 or 5 zombies had already succumbed to Chen Yi's prowess. Wang Chenghu, though not as effortlessly graceful as Chen Yi, exhibited his own agility, showcasing a fierce tenacity. Regardless, the foundation of an armed reconnaissance soldier was evident. Once they gathered their wits, Qin Hao and Yu Tai joined the fray. Soon, only 2 or 3 zombies remained in the courtyard. Chen Yi insisted on leaving one alive. At that moment, Zhang Ye suddenly spoke up, hearing her words. Although Wang Chonghu felt perplexed, he complied with her command and knocked the last zombie down. As the creature struggled to rise, he delivered another kick. Observing this, Zhang Ye extended her spear to Yang Yiran and instructed, "You enjoy killing, don't you? Go and deal with that zombie." "But it's not human," Yang Yiran weakly protested. A resounding slap echoed through the air. In the next moment, a fresh crimson handprint reappeared on Yang Yiran's already bruised cheek. Zhang Ye gently caressed Yang Yiran's face and stated, "You have 30 seconds. If you exceed that time, I will kill you." Hu Yun's pupils dilated in shock, her heart pounding with fear. Until now, Zhang Ye had always presented herself as a gentle woman, her lips perpetually adorned with a smile, speaking in a kind manner. Yet at this moment, the coldness in her actions and tone shattered Hu Yun's previous perception of her. "Oh," Yang Yiran obediently nodded, taking the spear and slowly approaching the zombie. The fiery pain on her cheek incessantly stimulated her nerves, making her tremble and groan involuntarily. Watching the petite Yang Yiran inch closer to the zombie, Qin Hao felt a pang of sympathy and was about to speak up when he suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothing. Turning his head, he saw Yu Tairan signaling emergently. A shiver ran down Qin Hao's spine. The words he intended to say were swallowed back. Seizing the opportunity as the zombie rose, Wang Chonghu delivered a powerful kick to its knee. Crack! With a sharp crack, the zombie's lower leg grotesquely contorted. It let out a guttural roar, seemingly undeterred, dragging its broken left leg as it staggered towards Yang Yiran. "Be careful, don't get scratched," Wang Chonghu cautioned, retreating slightly. Uncertain of the relationship between Yang Yiran and Zhang Ye, he offered only a modicum of assistance. Yang Yiran glanced at him briefly, remaining silent. That fleeting look caused Wang Chonghu to furrow his brow. In her eyes, there was no trace of fear or panic. Instead, they brimmed with a fervent desire for slaughter and exhilaration. The zombie approached slowly, its foul mouth agape. Yang Yiran stepped back slightly to evade the zombie's flailing arms and then delivered a fierce kick to its fractured left leg. With a crack, the kick severed the zombie's leg completely. The creature lost its balance and collapsed onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yiran stepped forward, raising her short spear to deliver a brutal thrust. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed continuously. Rather than aiming for a swift kill, she relentlessly jabbed the spear into the zombie's chest, abdomen, and neck, all the while emitting a melodic, tinkling laughter. After a flurry of over a dozen stabs, the zombie was riddled with gaping wounds. In the final second of the 30-second countdown, Yang Yiran thrust the spear through the zombie's eye socket. With a satisfying moan, she licked her lips and cast a lingering glance at Qin Hao and Yu Tairan. Qin Hao swallowed hard, feeling a chill race down his spine. Previously, he had found Yang Yiran rather endearing, petite and charming, especially with her cherubic cheeks that invited a playful pinch. But now, all such thoughts had evaporated. She was a lunatic, a pervert. Forget it, the real world was too perilous. Perhaps the anime girls were more reliable. Regaining her composure, Yang Yiran stepped before Zhang Ye and declared, "Sister Zhang Ye, it's taken care of." Hu Yun discreetly shifted her position, instinctively distancing herself from Yang Yiran, whose earlier display had genuinely frightened her. Noticing the bloodstains on Yang Yiran, Zhang Ye instructed, "Go change your clothes." "Okay," Yang Yiran replied, heading into the living room. Just then, Chen Yi spoke up, "Huang Mao, I have a task for you. Drag the bodies outside and pile them up, then set them ablaze." "Sure, got it." Qin Hao nodded vigorously before laboriously dragging the bodies out of the courtyard. They needed to remain here for another 2 to 3 days. So the bodies had to be incinerated. Otherwise, in such weather, they would become a breeding ground for disease. At that moment, Yu Tairan was still in shock when he suddenly heard Wang Chonghu's call. "Old Yu, why are you dawdling? Come lend a hand." Turning his head, he found Chun Yi and Wang Chonghu once again engrossed in the task of modifying their vehicles, as if the earlier events had merely been a trivial interlude. Indeed, for them, it was just that. Here it comes. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within, Yu Taiyan strode forward with purpose. At noon, everyone gathered in the living room, silently partaking in lunch. The meal was modest, yet thanks to Hu Yun's culinary skills, a few plates of stir-fried vegetables were savory, accompanied by a particularly delectable dish of steamed salted duck eggs with chili. Qin Hao and his companions, however, seemed lacking in appetite, barely touching their chopsticks. Noticing this, Chen Yi could not help but chuckle. Feeling nauseous? Unable to eat? Hee. Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly, as if conceding to the observation. "I've slowly gotten used to it." Now that we have the means, we should eat more. Once we hit the road, we'll likely have to subsist on compressed biscuits. Wang Chenghu remarked, gesturing towards Yang Iran. Take a cue from her. You, a grown man, can't even match the psychological resilience of that young lady. Yang Iran paid no heed to their banter, swiftly finishing her bowl of rice before quietly refilling it. At this, Qin Hao could not help but internally scoff. You dare to call her a young lady? What a joke. In Zhang Ye's eyes, Yang Iran's predicament is hardly an issue. In a previous civilized society, it might have been grave, but now, in this apocalypse. Are you not relishing the thrill of killing? Go ahead. There are billions of zombies for you to slay until you feel numb, until you willingly grow weary of it. The reason Yang Iran experienced a morbid thrill from killing primarily stemmed from the challenge of transgressing taboos. In civilized times, murder was an act condemned by morals and law. Yet, when such taboos become a norm, they swiftly lose their allure. It is akin to thrusting a gaming-obsessed youth into professional competition. When a passion transforms into a job, its essence changes entirely. The sudden appearance of zombies that morning was akin to casting a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. Indeed, in the afternoon, 2 more waves of zombies were discovered. The second wave alone comprised hundreds, compelling even Hu Yun, who was largely regarded as part of the support crew, to pick up a steel pipe and join the fray. The consecutive waves of zombies triggered a slight shift in Yang Iran. Although her gaze still brimmed with a thirst for slaughter, the maniacal laughter that once accompanied it had dissipated. As Zhang Ye had anticipated, when killing becomes commonplace, even a necessary means of survival, its nature transforms. With a swift thrust, the spear glinted ominously as it pierced the eye socket of the final zombie. Chen Yi panted softly, withdrawing her short spear and shaking off the viscous blood from its tip. The expressions of those who had successfully fended off the zombies were void of joy. Not only Chen Yi, but even the inexperienced Qin Hao understood that this rural retreat was no longer safe. The movement patterns of the zombies resembled the cockroach effect. When one discovers a single cockroach in a room, it signifies that countless others lurk unseen in the shadows. Similarly, the emergence of zombies in a secluded area indicated that a sizable horde was gathering nearby, perhaps even a tide of the undead. At that moment, the once picturesque courtyard had transformed into a hellish scene. Scarlet blood stained the ground, and corpses lay scattered in disarray. The bodies and blood attracted countless flies and mosquitoes. Waving her hand to shoo away the buzzing insects, Chun Yi suddenly inquired, "How is the production of the protective gear progressing? 3 sets are still needed." Zhang Yi replied honestly, "Can we finish it tonight? If we push ourselves, it should be possible." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi nodded resolutely, declaring, "Then you all must exert yourselves tonight to complete the remaining protective gear. We shall depart tomorrow." Understood. The past few days of rest had significantly healed Zhang Ye's leg injury, allowing her to walk normally, though she was still unable to engage in strenuous activity for extended periods. Initially, Chun Yi had intended to stay a few more days until her injury was fully healed before setting out. However, it now seemed that such a notion was overly optimistic. Time was of the essence. Zhang Ye and the others returned to the living room to expedite the production of the protective gear, while Chen Yi, accompanied by Wang Chenghu and others, dragged the corpses out of the courtyard. With so many bodies, it would be impossible to incinerate them all by tomorrow. Thus, they resolved to leave early in the morning and simply pile the remains in a desolate area. Once the bodies were removed and the courtyard floor was washed, a pervasive stench of blood still lingered in the air. Suddenly, the cacophony of the cutting machine erupted, leaving no time for rest. Before nightfall, Chen Yi and his companions successfully modified the Cadillac. After a quick meal, Chen Yi lit a cigarette and spread the map on the table, collaborating with Wang Chenghu to devise their forthcoming escape route. Currently, they are less than 300 kilometers from Yantai. Even if they take a circuitous path along obscure country roads and county routes, they could reach their destination within 3 days at most. However, this represents the most optimistic scenario. In reality, arriving in Yantai within 7 days would be considered a stroke of great fortune. Nevertheless, prior to embarking on this journey, it is imperative to enhance their equipment. Chen Yi inquired, "Old Wang, are you familiar with the armed police force? Do you have any thoughts?" Wang Chenghu's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, Chen nodded and explained, "After all, along this journey, one must not only guard against zombies, but also against people." "That makes sense." Wang Chenghu concurred, and then whispered, "Which location are you planning to choose for action?" "This county," came the reply. Chen Yi's fingers gently tapped the map. He was certain he would not venture into the city. The risks were far too great. A smaller county town, however, might still present an opportunity for risk-taking. Following the direction of his finger, Wang Chenghu's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration as he stated with gravity, in a typical medium-sized county. The armed police unit generally comprises only a single mobile squad beneath it, while the remainder is tasked with duties at the detention center. The mobile squad consists of merely 1 or 2 reinforced platoons, and even then, they are not fully staffed. In the worst-case scenario, with 2 platoons at full capacity, that amounts to around 60 personnel. Excluding those on leave or assigned elsewhere, the maximum number of zombies would not exceed 40. Currently, with 7 individuals, they had sufficient manpower for the time being. One would divert the nearby zombies, another would drive the vehicle for extraction, one would stand guard, and the remaining 4 would infiltrate the unit. For individuals should be capable of handling 40 zombies, provided they were fully equipped and occupied advantageous terrain. As for why they wouldn't lure the zombies away from the armed police unit, the answer was straightforward. All firearm equipment was stored in the armory. Unless they obtained the key, forcibly breaching it was utterly impossible. After discussing some further details, Chun Yi waved towards Qin Hao, calling out, "Huang Mao, come here." At that moment, Qin Hao was assisting several women, but upon hearing Chen Yi's voice, he promptly made his way over. Chen Yi straightforwardly inquired, "Are you familiar with Wulian County?" "Well, somewhat," Qin Hao replied cautiously, uncertain of Chen Yi's intentions. "Do you know the exact location of the armed police detachment in Wulian County?" Typically, sensitive areas such as armed police forces and military districts are not marked on civilian maps. Even satellite imagery yields no information, as these locations have long been obscured. Upon hearing this question, Qin Hao's excitement surged. "Brother, are we finally getting involved with firearms?" Chun Yi furrowed his brow and asked, "Enough with the nonsense. Do you know where it is?" "Of course, it's right next to the detention center." Without needing further prompting from Chen Yi, Qin Hao promptly divulged the detailed address along with the surrounding circumstances. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu exchanged glances, both perceiving joy in each other's eyes. The location was even better than anticipated, situated on the outskirts of the county town beside the detention center. Devoid of residential complexes, and with only a scant few shops nearby. At this moment, Qin Hao was still in an excited state, eagerly inquiring, "Bro, do you think you could arrange a Type 10 sniper rifle for me? What are you dreaming about?" Wang Chenghu shot him a sidelong glance, responding with irritation. In a small county town, having an 88 sniper rifle is already pushing it, let alone a Type 10. Qin Hao, incredulous, replied, "Wasn't it said that it had already been updated? Why are they still using the antiquated 88 sniper rifle?" Wang Chenghu scoffed, "You military enthusiasts are so gullible. Even if there were updates, they would only be for the elite units in first-tier cities. It will be ages before such changes reach a small county town like this." Disheartened, Qin Hao's expression soon shifted back to excitement. An 88 sniper rifle is still better than a BB gun. At 11 o'clock that night, with the assistance of Chun Yi and his companions, the final 3 sets of protective gear were finally completed. Each set comprised 4 components: a neck guard, arm guards, a chest plate, and leg protection. As for the helmets, there was no urgency. They could procure some police-issued riot helmets when they visited the armed police unit the following day. These helmets were far more reliable than motorcycle helmets. They could withstand not only zombie bites, but also 5.8mm caliber handguns at close range. However, they would be ineffective against larger caliber firearms and rifles. Picking up a set of protective gear, Chen Yi attempted to don it. The gear was fastened with Velcro, which was sturdier and more convenient than using tape for binding. The Velcro also allowed for adjustable tightness, accommodating individuals of varying body types. The neck guard and arm guards were quite thick, likely impervious even to a German shepherd's bite. The chest plate, embedded with a metal sheet within the fabric, was not heavy but rather lightweight. While it might not stop a bullet, it would certainly suffice to fend off a zombie's grasp. After fully dressing, Chun Yi tested a variety of movements: running, jumping, and kicking. Following his trials, he smiled and praised, "The craftsmanship is commendable. It exceeds my expectations." The only drawback was the heat, but that was an unavoidable issue. In the grand scheme of things, feeling a bit warm was a trivial matter compared to preserving one's life. This night was unlike any other, prompting Chen Yi to organize a rotating night watch. 7 individuals were divided into 3 groups for the vigil. Chen Yi accompanied Qin Hao, while Wang Chenghu was with Yu Tairan, and Zhang Ye was accompanied by 2 women. In consideration of Zhang Ye, special arrangements were made for them to be in the first group. In a state of half-consciousness, the gentle sound of a door being pushed open echoed softly. Chun-Yi abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly reaching beneath his pillow to grasp his handgun. Bathed in the soft glow of the living room light, he recognized Zhang Ye at the door, and only then did the vigilance in his eyes dissipate. He sat up and inquired, "Has anything occurred?" "Nothing," Zhang Ye replied, her face etched with fatigue as she shook her head. "You should rest well." After imparting this advice, Chun-Yi donned a t-shirt and exited the room. He approached the well to splash his face with water, the coolness of it swiftly banishing the remnants of sleep. In the courtyard, the two iron gates that had earlier been toppled by zombies had been reinstalled, and a modified BMW X3 was deliberately positioned behind them. After patrolling the perimeter of the yard and confirming there were no issues, he returned to the living room. At that moment, Qin Hao was descending the staircase, yawning. Seated on the sofa, Chun-Yi produced a cigarette and lit it, asking, "Care for a smoke?" "I don't smoke." Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively. "Not smoking is quite good. Brother, were you a special forces soldier? What do you think?" "I believe you were. You looked exceptionally cool while dispatching zombies." "I wish I could be as composed as you." One advantage of keeping watch with Qin Hao was that the lad was quite the chatterbox, alleviating any potential boredom. Engaging in a carefree conversation, Chun-Yi effortlessly gleaned all the pertinent details about him, without the need for any elaborate techniques. At 3 a.m, Wang Chonghu and Yu Tairen arrived punctually to relieve them. After a brief exchange, Chun-Yi returned to his room. Just as he lay down, Zhang Ye coiled around him like a serpent, one arm draping across his chest. Chun-Yi curled his lip in disdain, dismissively pushing her arm away before slowly closing his eyes. When he awoke once more, the clock had already struck 7 a.m. Upon entering the living room, he found Hu Yun had prepared breakfast. After gathering around the dining table and enjoying a meal of egg noodles, everyone silently donned their protective gear. Last night, Chun-Yi had already briefed them on the plans for the following day. Following the trials of the previous day, although Yu Tai and the others still harbored a trace of apprehension, their nerves were considerably steadied. Those who had faced the undead undergo a profound transformation in their mindset. As they loaded rice oil and other supplies into the trunk, Qin Hao cast a glance at the diesel generator nestled in the corner of the yard, puzzled, and inquired, "Brother, why aren't we taking the generator with us?" Chun-Yi coldly remarked, "We are fleeing for our lives, not embarking on a leisurely outing. The noise from the diesel generator is far too loud. It could attract a host of unnecessary troubles. In the remote countryside, it's manageable, but in the urban area, it could draw the attention of zombies from several streets away." "Very well," Qin Hao acknowledged, realizing he had posed an exceedingly foolish question, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a thorough check, Chun-Yi inquired, "Have we gathered everything?" "Nearly. We have taken all that is essential," Wang Chonghu responded. "Let us depart." With a grand gesture, Chun-Yi swung open the door of the BMW X3. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yiran intended to open the door of the front passenger seat, only to find Zhang Ye gazing at her with a smile, pouting in dismay. She reluctantly abandoned the front seat and chose to squeeze into the back with the German Shepherd. Meanwhile, Wang Chonghu, accompanied by Qin Hao and another companion, settled into the Cadillac. As the roar of the engine reverberated, the white and black SUVs gradually exited the courtyard, racing along the earthen road through the dense forest. Once they entered the rural path, scattered remnants of the undead could be seen meandering in the distance. Chun-Yi pressed the accelerator, sending 2 oncoming zombies flying as he sped towards the county town. An hour later, 2 vehicles entered the outskirts of the county. "Disembark." After bringing the car to a halt by the roadside, Chun-Yi called out, gripping his short spear, and was the first to push open the door. After swiftly dispatching the nearby wandering zombies, Chun-Yi's expression grew serious as he reiterated everyone's tasks. "Lao Yu will divert the zombies. Hu Yun will be on standby with the vehicle, and upon hearing gunfire, drive immediately to the brigade's entrance. Huang Mao will maintain vigilance at the brigade's entrance, while the rest will accompany me inside. Is there any issue?" "I have one." Just as he finished speaking, Yu Tai raised his trembling hand. Chun-Yi inquired, "What issue?" "If I were to be discovered by a zombie after igniting the firecracker, what should I do?" He patted his shoulder and imparted his wisdom. "You would have approximately half a minute to flee for your life. If you wish to survive, it is prudent to run swiftly and seek refuge. Once the nearby zombies are drawn away by the sound of the firecracker, you can quietly return to the vehicle." Upon hearing this, Yu Tai ran a pale face. Observing his reaction, Chun-Yi chuckled. "How about this? Wang Chonghu can set off the firecracker while you accompany us inside." Yu Tai gave a sheepish laugh. "Let's skip that. I think setting off the firecracker is quite fine." "What a jest." to venture inside and confront dozens of mutated zombies among the armed police. The physical prowess of the armed police far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. And once transformed into zombies, their combat capability is at least 2 or 3 times greater than that of a typical zombie. In comparison, igniting the firecracker seems considerably safer. The firecrackers were procured from a small shop by the roadside during their journey. Yutai took a deep breath, grasped a large bag of firecrackers, and sprinted into the distance. After Chen-Yi and a few others returned to the vehicle, they waited in silence for a few minutes before the deafening sound of firecrackers erupted. With a whoosh and a bang, countless silhouettes of zombies emerged, rushing towards the source of the noise. Action! Chen-Yi pushed open the car door and sprinted towards the base of the detachment, with Wang Chonghu and others closely trailing behind. The firecrackers would not distract the zombies for long, so they had to act swiftly. Once those zombies returned, their escape would not be so simple. As they ran, Chen-Yi glanced at Zhang Ye's calves and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "Don't worry," Zhang Ye replied with a reassuring smile. Initially, Chen-Yi intended for Zhang Ye to handle the rescue operation. However, considering the imminent confrontation with the mutated zombies, numbering around 40 or 50 armed police, he ultimately decided it was best for Zhang Yu to enter alongside him. He still harbored a slight wariness towards Yutai and his companions, but Zhang Ye was different. He trusted her not to create complications in a crisis and felt secure having her at his back. Moreover, their teamwork was harmonious, leading to greater efficiency in dealing with the zombies. In the midst of their conversation, the 5 of them and a dog had already arrived at the front of the detachment. The iron gate stood firmly shut, and the guard post was deserted. Through the gaps in the gates, no zombies were visible, and the courtyard of the detachment was enveloped in a profound silence, a palpable sense of oppression weighing heavily upon them. Wang Chonghu's expression turned serious as he said, "I'll go in first." "Be careful," came the admonition. Chen-Yi advised. Wang Chonghu nodded, taking 2 steps back before charging towards the courtyard wall. As he approached, he utilized the momentum from his run to leap high, skillfully scaling the 3-meter-high wall with both hands and feet. Moments later, the iron gate swung open from within. Chen-Yi patted Qin Hao on the shoulder, instructing him, "Wang Mao, keep a vigilant watch here. As soon as you notice anything unusual, alert me immediately. Ensure the mission is accomplished." Qin Hao saluted and added, "Brother, don't forget my 88 sniper rifle." "Understood." Chen-Yi nodded in agreement. As he watched the 4 individuals and their dog enter the compound, Qin Hao removed the air rifle from his back, loaded it with steel pellets, and chambered a round. Although this weapon was merely a means of scratching the surface when it came to dealing with zombies, it still held a certain deterrent effect against other survivors. Frankly speaking, standing alone on an empty street could be rather unsettling. Yet, the thought of the impending acquisition of the 88 sniper rifle ignited a fervor within him. Within the compound, Chen-Yi advanced like a sharpened blade, closely followed by Yang Yiran and Zhang Ye, while Wang Chonghu and the German shepherd kept vigilant watch on either side. Casting a glance around the desolate courtyard, Wang Chonghu questioned, "Are there still survivors in the compound?" "It should be," Chen-Yi whispered softly. The area of the task force compound was vast. The 4 of them progressed along a shaded path until an office building came into view. To the right of the office building lay a sprawling expanse of verdant grass, where dozens of zombies clad in training uniforms were aimlessly wandering. Upon witnessing this, the 4 quickly crouched down, concealing themselves behind a flower bed. Zhang Ye lowered her voice and remarked, "It appears that the survivors should be within that office building." "Well, that may not necessarily be the case," Wang Chonghu countered, overturning the earlier assumption. Zhang Ye looked at him, her gaze filled with curiosity. Wang Chonghu quietly elucidated, "The armed police are not quite as you imagine. Aside from training, their most frequent tasks involve cleaning and weeding." "Weeding?" "Indeed, weeding," Wang Chonghu affirmed with utmost seriousness. "In truth, it is not solely the armed police. Many military forces also include weeding as part of their internal affairs." Chen-Yi spoke up. "Regardless of whether there are any survivors, these zombies must be dealt with, and we must swiftly locate the armory." Upon hearing this, Wang Chonghu gestured towards a row of houses to the left and proposed, "That area should be the cafeteria. If we block the entrance, we can easily eliminate these zombies. Let us go." Chen-Yi waved his hand and bent slightly as he made his way toward the cafeteria. Just a few steps in, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the unmistakable scent emanating from the patch of grass where the horde of zombies lingered. Chen-Yi's expression shifted dramatically, disregarding the need for concealment as he sprinted towards the cafeteria. Zhang Ye and the others, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. In the next moment, the zombies, previously meandering aimlessly across the grass, twitched their noses and suddenly, their crimson eyes glinted with a predatory gleam. They had caught the scent of food. In an instant, dozens of zombies surged forth. Truly, the armed police, who trained daily, had remarkable speed, even nearing that of second-stage evolved zombies. Fortunately, the cafeteria was not far, and Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu were the first to burst through its doors. As Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran entered, the two immediately pushed a heavy dining table to barricade the entrance. Bang! The lead zombie collided violently with the table, its upper body slamming against it due to the force of inertia. When it lifted its head, it was met with a sharp spear. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the zombie's eye socket, embedding itself deeply. Before Wang Chenghu could retrieve the spear, a second zombie lunged forward. The table was not tall enough, barely reaching waist height, sufficient to obstruct ordinary zombies, but offering little resistance against these formidable foes. The second zombie completely disregarded the table, leaping towards Wang Chenghu. Quick on his feet, Chen Yi deftly thrust the spear into the airborne zombie's eye socket. However, the tremendous inertia from the zombie's charge forced him to stumble back a couple of steps. Zhang Ye, who had been waiting nearby, promptly stepped forward to fill the gap. Thud, thud. The sound of blades sinking into flesh echoed relentlessly within the cafeteria. Even after securing the cafeteria and blocking the entrance, the battle remained exceedingly arduous, fraught with peril. Several times, they narrowly prevented zombies from breaching the cafeteria. Fortunately, clad in full protective gear, they managed to withstand the onslaught. After dispatching the last zombie, Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran, two women, collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, utterly devoid of their former composure. Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu were not faring any better, feeling utterly drained as if all their strength had been sapped. In the apocalypse, acquiring firearms was no simple feat indeed. There were numerous weapons within the armed police battalions and military districts, including not only guns but also tanks and artillery. The pressing question, however, was whether one dared to venture forth. Even a small county battalion faced such formidable challenges. One could only imagine the difficulties in larger military districts, often comprising thousands or even tens of thousands of personnel. Particularly troubling was the prospect of these zombies undergoing a second evolution, which would exponentially enhance their combat capabilities. Surveying the group, Chen Yi inquired, "Is anyone injured?" This question bore significant weight as it pertained to the safety of everyone present. Wang Chenghu and the others promptly began to check themselves, subsequently shaking their heads in unison. Observing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but exhale in relief. After a brief moment of respite, he commanded, "Time is of the essence. We must swiftly locate the armory." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye, seated on the ground, extended her hand towards him. Chen Yi helped Zhang Ye to her feet, and noticing Yang Yiran gazing at him with eager eyes, he extended his hand towards her, smiling. "Well done." During the recent skirmish, she had exhibited remarkable prowess, her fierce spirit even drawing admiration from Wang Chenghu. Grasping Chen Yi's broad palm, Yang Yiran effortlessly rose. After retrieving a short spear and inspecting her protective gear, the group navigated over the dining table and the fallen bodies to exit the cafeteria. The armory was not difficult to locate. For convenience, its position was not overly secluded. Soon, Chen Yi and the others fixed their gaze upon a dark building nearby that resembled a warehouse. Upon entering, they were greeted first by a duty room. Venturing further in, a substantial metal door loomed before them. Zhang Ye approached to inspect it, her expression darkening instantly. "What's wrong?" Chen Yi inquired, noticing her somber demeanor. Zhang Ye explained that the door was secured with a fingerprint lock. Given that this metal door relied on fingerprint recognition, the power outage meant it was irrevocably sealed. Unlike the access control at residential complexes, the armory would not unlock during a power failure. Rather, it would become completely locked down. This was a fundamental principle they were all aware of. Wang Chenghu furrowed his brow, pondering. Typically, such armories are equipped with emergency backup keys. At least, that's how it was in my former unit. His reasoning held merit. Without a backup key, what would happen in the event of an urgent mission during a power outage? Considering this, he directed, "I will accompany Wang Chenghu to the office building to search for the keys. You two can wait here or try to find something in the duty room." Drawing from their previous experience searching for weapons at the precinct, Chen Yi believed the backup key was likely with the supervising officer on duty. "All right." Zhang Ye nodded in agreement. Exiting the armory, the two hurried towards the office building. Uncertain of whose possession the key might be, they could only search room by room, temporarily excluding the bulk of soldiers in the cafeteria. Their movements were swift. Having scoured the first floor, they ascended to the second. Upon reaching the second office, they discovered the door locked. Exchanging glances, they raised their feet and kicked. Bang! With their combined effort, the door barely held for a few seconds before being forcefully kicked open. Swiftly scanning the room, Wang Chenghu took the lead, stepping inside first. Whoosh! In the next moment, a gust of wind whistled past his ear. Wang Chenghu seemed to be prepared as he thrust his short spear sideways like a striking serpent. However, this seemingly assured thrust met only empty air. Not good. Wang Chenghu's pupils suddenly constricted as he realized that his adversary was not a zombie. Indeed. One hand seized his wrist, gripping the short spear he held, while the other hand ascended his arm with a vice-like grip, the thumb pressing firmly into his armpit, twisting with unyielding force. In an instant, Wang Chenghu was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that surged to his brain. Enduring the agony, he swiftly twisted his torso and raised his left arm to deliver an elbow strike. However, his opponent had anticipated this maneuver, quickly releasing his arm and crossing both hands to intercept the blow. This was no ordinary fighter. A jolt of alarm surged through Wang Chenghu as he recognized the peril he was in. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his adversary transitioned seamlessly from defense to offense, delivering a powerful kick to the back of his right knee. The force was tremendous, striking precisely at the vulnerable spot, causing Wang Chenghu's knee to buckle, collapsing him to one knee on the ground, an involuntary response of his body, beyond his control. Simultaneously, the hands that had thwarted his elbow strike slithered around his neck like a venomous serpent, establishing a rear chokehold. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When Chen Yi grasped the gravity of the situation, Wang Chenghu had already been subdued, drawing his firearm with haste and chambering around. He finally discerned that the assailant was, astonishingly, a woman. Clad in military fatigues, she was tall and robust, standing at approximately 175 centimeters. Her face tanned from the sun, and the arm that constricted Wang Chenghu's neck displayed prominently defined muscles. An undeniable aura of ferocity emanated from her. Lower your weapon, or I shall take his life. The woman coldly fixed her gaze upon Chen Yi, simultaneously crouching subtly to conceal her head behind Wang Chenghu's. Chen Yi's expression remained calm as he said, I cannot say whether he will live or die, but your fate is undoubtedly sealed. Are you threatening me? The woman replied, her arms gradually tightening. In that moment, Wang Chenghu's face swiftly turned red, and he struggled to breathe. Chen Yi's expression remained unchanged as he aimed his weapon, a light chuckle escaping his lips. You may attempt it. I do not believe your movements can outpace a bullet. At that moment, as the two found themselves in a standoff, Wang Chenghu struggled to clear his throat and spoke, Ahem, joint techniques, are you from the Special Operations Battalion? The joint technique employed by his adversary left a deep impression on him, having suffered from it several times during previous military competitions. Eh? The woman's eyes flickered with intrigue, her arms that gripped his neck loosening slightly as she inquired, which unit do you belong to? Wang Chenghu, with a defiant tilt of his head, declared, I am from the 78th Army's Reconnaissance Company. Internally, he lamented his misfortune at encountering a member of the Special Operations Battalion in Amir County Brigade. The woman scoffed. Oh, so you are merely a little rat from the Reconnaissance Company. No wonder you are so inept. Clearly, the two branches of military service held a mutual disdain. Wang Chenghu, indignant, retorted, what are you pretending for? If I hadn't just fought off dozens of zombies and exhausted my strength, would you dare to be so arrogant? Let me go, and I'll take you on one-on-one. As if he were a fool, the woman let out a cold laugh, glancing at the gun-wielding Chen Yi before exerting her strength once more. Wang Chenghu immediately succumbed to a fit of suppressed coughing. Throughout this, Chen Yi's gaze remained unwavering, seemingly indifferent to Wang Chenghu's life. This realization weighed heavily on the woman's heart. Taking a deep breath, she proposed, I know what you are seeking. Let us make a deal. Go on, he replied. Chen Yi said with keen interest, secretly adjusting the angle of his firearm, searching for a decisive opportunity to strike. However, his opponent, seasoned and experienced, skillfully concealed vital areas behind Wang Chenghu. The woman spoke with a serious demeanor. I will reveal the location of the armory key to you. But upon acquiring the weapons, you must provide me with an armored vehicle and a Type 95 automatic rifle. At that moment, Chen Yi noticed Wang Chenghu giving him a subtle signal. Recognizing the cue, he feigned contemplation for a few seconds before nodding and agreeing, it's a deal. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Chenghu suddenly exerted force with his crouched left leg. Propelling himself backward with the intention of catching the woman off guard, and using his weight to knock her down. This would allow Chun-Yi to swiftly advance and control her with his firearm. Yet, to his dismay, his attempt failed to budge her. How embarrassing. Damn. How could this woman possess such strength? The woman let out a cold laugh, tightening her grip once more, and commanded, "No tricks." Realizing that prolonging this standoff was futile, Chun-Yi spoke up. "I can provide you with the vehicle, but not the gun. Alternatively, you may wait until we leave and retrieve it from the armory yourself." It would be sheer folly for Chun-Yi to agree to give a weapon to someone capable of easily subduing Wang Chenghu. As for what might remain in the armory after their departure, that was another matter entirely. Sensing the sincerity in Chun-Yi's words, the woman contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. With that, she gradually released her grip. Once freed, Wang Chenghu inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. The sensation of being choked was decidedly unpleasant. "Now, tell me, where is the key?" Chun-Yi did not lower his weapon, still aimed at her. The woman seemed unperturbed. Amidst Chun-Yi's astonished gaze, she reached into her pocket and retrieved a set of keys. The keys were actually on her person. Not only was Chun-Yi perplexed, but even Wang Chenghu was taken aback, unable to restrain himself from inquiring, "Aren't you a specially appointed instructor from the brigade? How could you possess the keys to the arms depot?" The appearance of special operations personnel in the small county brigade only indicated one possibility. They had been specially appointed as short-term instructors. After all, he had been externally recruited before and possessed relevant experience. The woman cast him a sidelong glance. "You need not concern yourself with that." Her disdainful gaze ignited a surge of anger within Wang Chenghu. Taking the keys, Chun-Yi commanded, "Old Wang, bind her." "You." The woman's expression shifted dramatically. Wang Chenghu, brimming with pride, retorted, "What do you mean by you? This is merely a strategy in warfare. Do you think everyone in your special operations unit is merely muscle-bound?" As he spoke, he rummaged through the office and produced a belt. The woman glared at him in fury, several times on the verge of retaliating. Yet, with the ominous barrel of the gun persistently directed at her, she ultimately succumbed to the humiliation of having her hands bound. Once the binding was complete, Wang Chenghu grinned as he rubbed his arm, which had just been captured. Observing this, Chun-Yi inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "It's just a minor inconvenience. I'll be fine in a moment," Wang Chenghu nonchalantly replied. In truth, the situation had been exceedingly perilous, and he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of joint locks. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, opting for an elbow strike the moment he was seized, his arm would have been rendered useless once his opponent exerted full force. The woman coldly remarked, "I should have broken your arm earlier." "Humph." Wang Chenghu let out a smug grunt, choosing not to elaborate further as he ushered her out of the office. They made their way to the arms depot, and Zhang Yi merely cast a glance at the captured woman before retracting her gaze, inquiring, "Have you found the keys?" "Indeed." Chun-Yi nodded, retrieving a key to unlock the metallic door. As it swung open, a pungent scent of gun oil assailed his senses. The aroma was peculiar. Those unaccustomed to it might find it unpleasant, while those familiar would relish it. Such was the case for Wang Chenghu, who inhaled deeply, a look of sheer enjoyment gracing his features as he remarked nostalgically, "It has been years since I last encountered the scent of gun oil." After cautioning Zhang Yu to remain vigilant, noting the woman's inherent danger, Chun-Yi stepped inside. Before him lay an array of gun racks lined against the wall, each firearm meticulously arranged. For someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, this sight was nothing short of a revelation. Grasping a Type 95 automatic rifle, Wang Chenghu expertly inspected it. Offering his appraisal, though it bears the marks of time, it has been well maintained. Chun-Yi meticulously recalculated and found that there were only 5 Type 95 automatic rifles, a rather scarce quantity. In contrast, the older Type 81 assault rifles were abundant, boasting a total of 20. The coveted Type 88 sniper rifle, which Qin Hao longed for, was limited to a single unit, alongside 2 Type 79 submachine guns and 5 Type 97 riot guns. These riot guns, colloquially referred to as shotguns, were the most frequently employed weapons by escort personnel. At close range, a single shot could render a person into a sieve. In close-quarters combat, aiming was often unnecessary. The wide spread of dozens of steel pellets meant that if the opponent was struck by just a few, they would likely lose their fighting capability. Crucially, these weapons could not only fire shot, but were also equipped to launch tear gas, rubber bullets, and breaching rounds, making them exceptionally versatile. Based on Chun-Yi's experience, in a post-apocalyptic scenario, the Type 95 automatic rifle was indeed less effective than the riot gun. The remaining equipment included the same model of the Type 92 police pistol that Chen Yi carried, as well as standard gear such as riot helmets, bulletproof vests, and police walkie-talkies. A bountiful haul. These weapons and equipment would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of their team, particularly for Wang Chenghu. The distinction between armed and unarmed scouts was monumental. Retracting his gaze, Chen Yi commanded, "Old Wang, go fetch a riot vehicle." He had coveted the riot vehicle for quite some time, as it was far sturdier than their own modified vehicles and came equipped with a police radio. Its transmission capabilities were robust, with a stable signal output that could cover a range of up to 2 kilometers, even without a repeater. Naturally, within the densely built urban streets, the communication range would be limited to merely 300 to 500 meters. Understood. Wang Chenghu nodded, turning to exit the armory. Chen Yi seized the opportunity to remove his chest protection and donned a bulletproof vest, accompanied by a bomb-proof helmet. This particular soft-body armor allowed him to move freely, unencumbered by any limitations. Subsequently, he secured a tactical belt around his waist. With this addition, he was finally liberated from the discomfort of a handgun chafing against his skin. Previously, for the sake of convenience, he had attached the firearm to his waist. While this arrangement offered ease of access, it became a source of irritation during vigorous movements, as the gun incessantly rubbed against his flesh, causing pain in his hips. Before long, the growl of an engine echoed from outside. Almost immediately, the excited voice of Wang Chenghu rang out. "Wow, this team is indeed wealthy. Not only can they hire external instructors, but they even have a saber-tooth." Saber-tooth? A surge of ecstatic joy welled up within Chen Yi. Initially, he believed that acquiring a modified Jiangling van as an armored vehicle would suffice, considering it was merely a small county's task force. To his astonishment, however, he was met with an unexpected delight. The saber-tooth, although designated for police use, remarkably met the ballistic standards of military-grade armored vehicles. Suppressing his elation, Chen Yi called out, "Time is of the essence. Quickly load the firearms and ammunition onto the vehicle. Yang Ilian, stop dawdling and come help." Before long, with the concerted effort of the three, rifles and boxes of ammunition were swiftly loaded onto the vehicle. Chen Yi did not take all the firearms. Primarily, the 7 of them could not possibly utilize such a multitude of weapons, especially the Type 81 assault rifles. Having already acquired the Type 95, what need did they have for such an antiquated relic? Thus, only 5 Type 81 rifles were taken as a mere formality. However, they did seize all the micro-submachine guns and riot guns, as well as over a dozen Type 92 handguns. As for the ammunition, they took as much as they could carry. After the transfer was complete, Chen Yi approached the woman and stated, "In accordance with our agreement, I have left you a Type 95 rifle along with 100 rounds of ammunition. I shall not assist you with the belt. I trust you can manage that yourself." The woman gazed silently at him and inquired, "What is happening outside?" Chen Yi invited, "It is worse than you can imagine. Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing this, the woman shook her head, her tone resolute as she declared, "I must return to the army." His anticipation for her refusal was unfounded. She was, after all, a soldier through and through. Best of luck. After offering his well wishes, Chen Yi turned and exited the armory, climbing aboard the saber-tooth. As he observed the armored vehicle slowly depart, he noticed the woman deftly wriggling her hands, effortlessly freeing herself from the restraints of her belt, rubbing her wrists. She turned and re-entered the armory. What a remarkable transformation! Inside the armored vehicle, Wang Chenghu had donned a bulletproof vest and was gleefully loading bullets into the magazine of a Type 95 rifle. In the back, Zhang Ye and Yang were similarly engaged, also changing into their gear. Now they were truly prepared for battle. As Chen Yi drove the saber-tooth to the entrance, he immediately spotted Qin Hao, whose face was a mask of vigilance. "Get in," Chen Yi called, lowering the window. "Goodness, the saber-tooth," Qin Hao exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rushed to the vehicle. Once the door closed, Chen Yi pressed the accelerator, steering back in the direction they had come. The saber-tooth armored vehicle. The zombies, initially attracted by the firecrackers, gradually returned to the street. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, they surged towards the saber-tooth. However, in the face of this 9-ton behemoth, equipped with a 6.8-liter V10 engine, the 100 or so zombies were utterly insignificant. The saber-tooth bulldozed through the horde, sending countless zombies flying and crushing them beneath its weight. What an exhilarating experience! In that moment, Chen Yi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Compared to his previous Range Rover, this was a mere toy. Inside the vehicle, Chen Hao cradled his long-desired Type 88 sniper rifle as if it were a precious treasure. The feel of a real gun was incomparable. It was 100 times more gratifying to touch than an air gun. He gently caressed the rifle, his eyes brimming with delight. Observing him, Wang Chenghu couldn't help but scoff. Stop being so melodramatic and put on your gear. We will be switching vehicles soon. Switch vehicles? Chen Hao paused. Confusion etched on his face. Isn't the Sabertooth good enough? Why would we need to change? Wang Chenghu clarified. It's us who will be switching. Despite having the Sabertooth, they could not simply discard the other two vehicles. After all, considerable effort had gone into modifying them, and they were laden with valuable supplies. Chen Yi's plan involved Wang Chenghu driving the BMW X3 with Chen Hao, while the Tyran couple would navigate the Cadillac, thus forming a small convoy. Essential supplies were stored within these two vehicles, with the saber-toothed tiger serving as an arsenal. This was also one of Chen Yi's methods to maintain control over them. He would provide them with firearms, yet the ammunition would remain firmly in his grasp, at least until he fully trusted and accepted the trio of Tyran. He would impose such restrictions. The BMW X3 and Cadillac stood quietly by the roadside, with Hu Yun and the Tyran couple patiently remaining inside the vehicles. Even as zombies began to appear on the streets ahead, they refrained from departing. They understood that this was both a collective mission and a test. However, as time passed without the sound of gunfire, coupled with the increasing number of zombies on the streets, Hu Yun felt an unsettling apprehension. Old you. Do you think they will? Don't think aimlessly, Tyran interjected sternly. Did Wang Chenghu not say that there would only be 40 or 50 zombies at most in the team? Yesterday, we managed to handle over 100. Today, they are clad in full protective gear. Yet Hu Yun remained concerned. What if? Tyran sighed, expressing his helplessness. What else can we do? In this world, can we even survive? He was a pragmatic individual, often possessing a clear perspective. With zombies even appearing at that remote farmhouse, where could they possibly hide? Furthermore, he believed that without Chun Yi and the others, their chances of survival would dwindle to less than 3 days. True, Hu Yun replied with a bitter smile, then silently prayed for their safe return. Just then, a roar of engines broke the tense silence. The two were startled, and through the windshield, they observed a black armored vehicle barreling through the horde of zombies, hurtling toward them. It appeared to be the team's bomb-proof vehicle. Recognizing the imposing machine, Hu Yun's voice trembled with anxiety. Old you, do you think they were captured, and now the team has come to apprehend us? Tyran found the notion both amusing and absurd. In the current situation, where were the team members? If it were truly the team's armed police coming to arrest them, he would actually be overjoyed, as it would indicate that civilization had not entirely collapsed. And there was still hope for this world. His greatest concern now was whether the approaching vehicle belonged to another ruthless band of survivors. Although Chun Yi initially presents an unapproachable and frigid demeanor, after spending 2 days in his company, Yu Tyran discovers that he is, in fact, a person of considerable principles. As long as one adheres to his rules, matters can be easily negotiated. However, the same cannot be said for the other survivors. The armored vehicle draws ever closer, ultimately halting beside their car. Just as the couple's hearts race with anxiety, the door of the armored vehicle swings open, revealing Wang Chenghu and Chen Hao. Clad in full combat gear, both are outfitted in bulletproof vests and riot helmets, with a 92-style pistol secured on their tactical belts and a rifle slung across their backs. This appearance starkly contrasts with their previous selves. Old you, what are you dawdling for? Let us go. Wang Chenghu gestures towards them before swiftly entering the BMW X3. Coming to his senses, Yu Tyran exhales a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, they have finally returned. Hu Yun also breathes a sigh of relief, quickly starting the Cadillac and deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to turn around, following the two vehicles as they drive off into the distance. The sun sets toward the west, casting a golden glow. On the secluded country road, the three vehicles race past with a whoosh. Chen Yikai's progress was rather slow. Throughout the day, he managed to cover less than 200 kilometers. The poor road conditions necessitated frequent deceleration to navigate around stranded vehicles, and at times, he had to divert through the adjacent farmlands. Additionally, he was engrossed in familiarizing himself with the vehicle's equipment. The Sabertooth was not merely robust and durable. It was also equipped with an electric winch, searchlights, elevating lamps, sonic dispersers, an infrared recording system, and a 38mm caliber 9-barreled tear gas launcher. The plethora of auxiliary devices rendered the control panel exceedingly complex. After an entire day of meticulous practice, Chen Yikai finally mastered the operation of these instruments. It must be said that he was thoroughly satisfied with this vehicle. Its only drawback was its insatiable thirst for fuel, gasoline. To be precise, with a consumption rate of 26 liters per 100 kilometers, and that was without utilizing any auxiliary devices. If those were employed frequently, the fuel consumption would likely soar to 30 or 40 liters per 100 kilometers. What is a fuel guzzler? This was the epitome of one. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Chen Yikai grasped the onboard intercom and announced, "We are approaching a village. Prepare for combat." The next moment, the voices of Wang Chenghu and Yu Tairen crackled through the intercom. Steering the wheel, Chen Yikai maneuvered the saber-tooth onto a side road leading into the village. Dozens of zombies, drawn by the noise of the vehicle, began to howl and charge forward. After colliding with several of them, Chen Yikai halted the vehicle in front of a courtyard, grabbed his spear, and exited the vehicle. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. In just a few minutes, dozens of corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Nowadays, 100 zombies posed no significant threat to them. Once the zombies were dispatched, Wang Chenghu, at Chen Yikai's signal, drew his pistol and, accompanied by a German shepherd, swiftly entered the house. Soon after, Wang Chenghu's voice came through the intercom. All clear. Upon hearing this, the group stepped into the house. Once inside, Hu Yun, the logistics personnel, immediately dashed into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. After a brief respite, Chen Yikai took Qin Hao outside to scavenge for gasoline. There was no alternative. The armored vehicle was excessively fuel-hungry. With both the primary and auxiliary fuel tanks filled, it could barely travel 500 or 600 kilometers, illustrating just how extravagant its consumption was. Moreover, when the vehicle had departed from the brigade, the fuel tank was not even full, and after a day of travel, it was now nearly empty. As they walked along the rural path, Qin Hao's youthful exuberance began to surface. Clutching a Type 92 pistol, he struck a pose reminiscent of a Special Forces operative. Surprisingly, paired with his professional gear, he did indeed look quite impressive. In contrast, Chen Yikai, though carrying a Type 79 submachine gun, still held onto his spear. Observing Qin Hao's animated antics and various poses, Chen Yikai curiously inquired, "With your fondness for firearms, why didn't you enlist in the military?" 2 years ago, I registered, but I was advised to withdraw due to failing the medical examination. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao awkwardly offered an explanation, then inquired with curiosity, "Brother, don't you already possess a submachine gun? Why are you still resorting to a short spear?" Chen Yi countered with a question, "What do you think of Wang Chenghu's marksmanship?" "It's remarkably impressive," Qin Hao replied with admiration. During the lunch break, while everyone was resting and enjoying their meal, Wang Chenghu took the opportunity to educate Yu Tai and the other novices on the proper usage of firearms. He also showcased his remarkable shooting skills. From a distance of 30 meters, he fired 10 shots in succession, each one hitting a running zombie, with 3 of those shots striking the head. This exemplifies the profound expertise possessed by an elite reconnaissance soldier who has participated in numerous military competitions. Chen Yi chuckled softly. "Did you see him use a gun just now?" "No," Qin Hao replied, shaking his head thoughtfully. Patting him on the shoulder, Chen Yi said earnestly, "If one cannot achieve a precise shot to the head, then firearms are less effective than a short spear when dealing with zombies. Of course, heavy machine guns of large caliber are an exception." He added, "The true power of such weaponry is far more exaggerated than depicted in films. A standard handgun or rifle merely creates a small bullet hole when striking a limb, but a heavy machine gun can shatter limbs entirely, even severing a person in half." Suddenly, Qin Hao inquired, "Brother, how many zombies do you think exist in our country?" "At least 1.3 billion, I suppose." The number of zombies is impossible to quantify, but by understanding the survivor ratio in each city and county, we can make a rough estimation. Are there 10 million survivors? Not just that, currently, there are at least 30 to 40 million. Chen Yi stated that at the current stage, this number would continue to dwindle over time. After muttering to himself for a moment, Qin Hao, with a serious expression, remarked, "Brother, I've noticed a problem. Excluding the elderly, women, and children with low combat abilities, there should be at least 10 million adult male survivors. If we calculate it this way, each person only needs to slay 130 zombies. And wouldn't that mean our country would be free of zombies?" This statement left Chen Yi momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he gazed at Qin Hao with an odd look and raised an eyebrow, saying, "You truly are a little clever one." At first glance, this argument seemed quite reasonable. Indeed, if everyone were to eliminate 130 zombies, even if one could only slay a single zombie per day, in 4 to 5 months, the nation would be devoid of zombies. However, upon deeper reflection, the absurdity becomes apparent. The degree of absurdity is akin to the notion that if every citizen contributed just 1 yuan, I would instantly possess over 1 billion in assets. A single yuan is not much. Everyone can afford it. The logic holds, yet there is no further development. Not everyone can overcome their inner fears, nor is everyone willing to actively hunt zombies. In truth, if the zombies were to maintain their current state, this catastrophe would ultimately subside. Although the government and military have collapsed, the ember of hope still flickers. For instance, the Bohai Bay Sanctuary is one such bastion. It merely requires the continuous acceptance of survivors, from which promising individuals can be selected, spending a year or two to cultivate a cadre of soldiers before reclaiming equipment from several military districts. All issues would then be resolved with ease. Against a well-organized mechanized armored force, a horde of zombies is merely a flock of sheep in greater numbers. Equipped with tactical nuclear weapons, cluster munitions, high-explosive shells, white phosphorus munitions, and other weapons of mass destruction, this calamity could be thoroughly quelled in less than 6 months. Unfortunately, zombies are not static. They undergo secondary and even tertiary evolution. Chun-Yi had never encountered a fourth-stage evolved zombie in his past life. However, based on the current trajectory, it was certain that such creatures would emerge in the future. As they spoke, the two individuals discovered a sedan parked in the courtyard. Chun-Yi bent down, locating the fuel tank beneath the chassis. He drew his pistol, aiming it directly at the tank, poised to fire. Observing this, Qin Hao hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "Brother, it will explode. Have you watched too many movies?" Chun-Yi replied with irritation and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a small hole appeared in the fuel tank, and clear gasoline began to flow out through the breach. Grabbing the prepared fuel canister, Chun-Yi collected the gasoline and stood up, brushing his hands together. What was happening? At that moment, the walkie-talkie at his waist crackled to life with Wang Chenghu's vigilant voice. He must have heard the gunfire and was inquiring. Chun-Yi felt a sense of satisfaction at Wang Chenghu's alertness, pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie, and replied, "It's nothing." Strange, it hadn't exploded. That was rather unscientific. Qin Hao tilted his head, scrutinizing the fuel tank, his mouth making a sound of curiosity. "Let us go." Chun-Yi, disinclined to elaborate, merely acknowledged and resumed the search for automobiles. This village, modest in size, yielded only 4 vehicles after the duo meandered about. They managed to gather a total of 80 liters of gasoline, barely sufficient for the needs of the saber-toothed tiger for the following day. As dusk approached, the two returned to the courtyard, each carrying 3 barrels of gasoline. In the yard, Wang Chenghu was assuming the role of an instructor, guiding Yu Tairan and Zhang Ye in their grip on the firearms. Chun-Yi did not disturb them. After refueling the saber-toothed tiger, he made his way to the well for a refreshing bath. "Dinner is ready." Hu Yun's voice resonated from the living room. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly made their way toward the dining area. In a post-apocalyptic world, the prospect of enjoying a warm meal is undoubtedly a source of immense joy. The 7 individuals sat around the table in silence, partaking in their meal. Wang Chenghu, after finishing 2 bowls of rice, picked up a generous piece of crispy rice, slathered it with fermented bean curd, and took a hearty bite. Chewing on the crispy rice, he relished. There is nothing quite like rice cooked over an open fire. Yang Yiran, who had already satisfied her hunger, found herself salivating at the sight of him devouring the crispy rice. After a brief moment of hesitation, she ultimately succumbed to temptation, rising to the kitchen to fetch a small piece of crispy rice. Imitating Wang Chenghu as she spread on the fermented bean curd and nibbled delicately, it was evident that after enduring a few days of hunger at the farm stay, she had developed an almost pathological obsession with food. Lighting a cigarette, Chun-Yi proclaimed, "Tomorrow, we shall venture into the city of Yantai." This statement rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Throughout their journey, they had made every effort to avoid urban areas and towns, opting for secluded country roads. Thus, while they encountered occasional setbacks, they had not truly faced any real danger. However, tomorrow, they would be entering Yantai, a coastal city with a permanent population of 7 million. "Brother, I have a question." Qin Hao raised his hand, his tone filled with curiosity. "Why are we going to the city of Yantai? Let us set sail for the northeast." Chun-Yi offered little explanation. Wang Chenghu, chewing on a crisp rice snack, added, "You only need to understand that our ultimate goal is to survive." The simplicity of those 3 words effectively dispelled the doubts lingering in Yu Tairan and the others' minds. As night enveloped the earth, the group gathered around the campfire, silently tending to their firearms. With deft hands, Chen-Yi meticulously cleaned the final component of the Type 92 pistol before reassembling it. After pulling back the slide for a feel, he inquired, "Who among you is familiar with the Yantai route?" "I am." Yang Iran raised her hand. Securing the firearm back into his tactical belt, Chen-Yi stated seriously, "How many ports along the Yantai route are designated for passenger transport?" "This includes both cargo and passenger services. Any port not servicing this route can be disregarded." The reasoning is straightforward. Without satellite navigation, one must rely on the captain's extensive experience, complemented by sextants and nautical charts for navigation. A captain unfamiliar with this route at the helm could easily encounter mishaps. The sea is vastly different from land, offering scant reference points. Thus, even a slight deviation from the course could yield drastically different outcomes, such as arriving at Tianjin or drifting into neighboring nations, or even running aground, resulting in shipwrecks. Yang Yiran replied candidly, "I am not well versed in cargo routes, but there are 5 passenger terminals along the Yantai route." Producing a map, Chen-Yi handed it to her, instructing, "Mark these terminals according to their distance from the city center." Taking the map, Yang Yiran glanced around and then picked up a small piece of charcoal from beside the fire, methodically marking the terminals as instructed. At that moment, Yu Tairan interjected, "If we are merely taking a boat to Yantai, it is unnecessary to exclusively use Yantai. Penglai also has dedicated passenger services to Yantai. Albeit the Penglai terminal is situated quite far from the city, at least several kilometers away." Hu Yun countered, "However, the Penglai terminal only operates 2 trips daily. If there are no vessels available, wouldn't that be a futile journey? Conditions are no longer as they once were. In the past, if you missed a trip, you could simply wait for the next boat. Nowadays, if the port has no boats, there will be none to follow. No need for debate. We shall proceed to Yantai." As Chen-Yi made a decision, Yu Tairan and the others ceased their debate. Retrieving the map, Chen-Yi and Wang Chenghu huddled together to devise the route for the following day. Ultimately, they resolved to first head towards the Salvage Bureau's dock. Although this dock was situated within the urban area, its location was somewhat remote, being the farthest from the city center. Consequently, the number of zombies encountered along the way would be minimized. If there were no boats at the Salvage Bureau's dock, they would promptly proceed downwards to the 3 docks of the same category. The remaining 3 docks, the closest to the city center, served as their last resort. Chen-Yi was reluctant to venture into the heart of the city unless absolutely necessary. After finalizing the route for the next day, the group conducted a thorough check of their equipment. Unbeknownst to them, time had swiftly progressed to 9 p.m. After organizing the night watch schedule, Chen-Yi instructed everyone, "Make sure to rest early. Whether we can enjoy a good night's sleep tomorrow depends on luck." The night passed without incident. The following day, the group arose early. However, judging by the expressions on Yu Tairan and his companions' faces, it was evident that they had not rested well the previous night. After a simple breakfast, Chen-Yi donned his protective gear, ensuring his 92 Type pistol was fully loaded and secured on his tactical belt, while the 79 Type submachine gun on his back was similarly equipped. Sharpening the tip of his spear, he surveyed the group and proclaimed, "Let us depart." Yantai was the first obstacle on their path to survival. Overcoming this hurdle was essential for their continued existence. With a roar, 3 vehicles slowly exited the village, navigating the roads towards Yantai city center. Before long, they transitioned from the rural road to National Highway 206. As they approached the urban area, the number of abandoned vehicles increased, as did the presence of zombies. Fortunately, with the armored vehicle, the Sabertooth, leading the way, they plowed through countless zombies without issue. Had they been in any other vehicle, the front bumper would have undoubtedly been shattered by now. At 11 a.m., the 7 of them officially entered Yantai city center. Upon entering, they adhered to their plan, proceeding along the coastline while attempting to avoid residential and commercial districts. On the rooftop of a hospital in the Jifu district, a young man with a buzz cut was scanning the surroundings with binoculars. Suddenly, 3 cars approaching from afar captured his attention. After scrutinizing them closely, the young man immediately picked up his walkie-talkie and reported, "Boss, 3 vehicles are heading our way on the national highway. The lead vehicle appears to be a police armored car. Continue to monitor their movements." Soon, a raspy voice crackled through the intercom. On the 5th floor of the hospital, in a VIP room, 2 men stood before the window. On the bed lay a young girl clad in a nurse's uniform, sprawled out in a starfish position, her limbs bound and her attire in disarray. At that moment, she stared vacantly at the ceiling, resembling a lifeless husk. Before the window, one of the men, a tattooed giant adorned with a large gold chain, expressed his concern. "Brother, could that be a special police vehicle?" "What of the special police?" replied the man referred to as the elder brother, who was slender and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, appearing somewhat cultured. Yet, a ruthless glint shone in his eyes. With a derisive chuckle, the bespectacled man exclaimed excitedly, "This time we've hooked a big fish. If luck is on our side, not only will we acquire an armored vehicle, but perhaps we may also procure some firearms." The giant furrowed his brow. "If they have guns, are we not walking into our demise? Let those zombies test the waters first. With 3 vehicles, there are at most 10 people. The best outcome would be for them to be devoured by the zombies, allowing us to claim their equipment." Having said that, the bespectacled man inquired, "Did you scatter the tire spikes?" The giant nodded. "The sickly girl has already done it." "Very well, let us watch the spectacle from above," the glasses-wearing man said with a slight smile, glancing at the woman on the bed before frowning. "How many times has this happened? You will inevitably meet your end on a woman's belly." The giant laughed awkwardly. "Isn't this rather dull? With nothing else to do, we can only seek a bit of amusement." Inside the saber-toothed tiger vehicle, Zhang Ye could not help but ask, "How far are we from the salvage bureau's port?" "Not far, approximately 10 kilometers. Upon hearing Chun Yi's words, he noticed a hospital ahead and immediately pressed the accelerator, intending to speed towards it. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted from behind. Almost instantly, the voice of Wang Chenghu crackled through the intercom. "Lao Yu's tire has burst." Yu Tai ran, and Hu Yun hastily set about changing the tire, while the others remained on alert. Chun Yi swiftly pressed down on the brake, grasping the walkie-talkie to issue commands with urgency. Once the vehicle was parked, Chun Yi and his companions hastily disembarked. As they exited the car, the unmistakable low growl of the undead echoed in their ears. In an instant, dozens of zombies surged forth from the hospital, while scattered figures of the undead emerged from the shops lining the streets. Chun Yi sighed inwardly, lamenting his unfortunate luck. It was neither early nor late for trouble to arise, yet it inconveniently erupted near the hospital. As he closed the car door, several individuals promptly assumed a defensive formation around the Cadillac. In the next instant, the zombies had already surged forth. Uffed. Chun Yi grasped the short spear firmly, thrusting it precisely into the eye socket of a zombie. With no time to withdraw the weapon, he swiftly kicked down a second zombie that lunged at him. The horde of zombies was growing increasingly formidable, with creatures surging from all directions. Jin Hao shouted, "Old Yu, are you ready? Don't rush me." Yu Tai ran beads of sweat, frantic yet aware that haste often led to mistakes. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anxiety and continued to tighten the bolts on the tire with his wrench. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling everyone. It was Wang Chenghu who fired. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand the pressure. Rather, it was Yang Yiran and Zhang Ye, the 2 women, who were struggling to cope. Despite their fierce spirits, they were at a disadvantage physically. Especially Yang Yiran, petite in stature, found herself akin to a fragile boat amidst a tempest, at risk of being overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the undead. Wang Chenghu held his Type 95 assault rifle with impeccable form, continuously pulling the trigger. He did not fire indiscriminately. Instead, he waited for the opportune moments to assist Yang Yiran and Zhang Ye, using precise bursts to alleviate their peril. At such close range, he seemed to embody the essence of a marksman. With each gunshot, another zombie met its demise. However, this could only provide temporary relief, failing to alter the dire situation fundamentally. Stealing a glance at the approaching horde, Chun Yi inquired, "Old Yu, can you finish it in a minute?" "A minute?" Yu Tai felt an urge to curse. Manually changing a tire was a task that couldn't be completed in such a brief span. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi made a swift decision. Reluctantly, he resolved to abandon the Cadillac. If they delayed any longer, the overwhelming tide of zombies would soon encircle them, rendering escape impossible. "Retreat." Before he could utter the command, a deafening explosion erupted from the distance. Boom. A vast inferno of flames surged in the distance. The sound of the explosion rang in their ears, causing a sharp pain, as Chun Yi felt the ground tremble violently beneath his feet. The windows of distant buildings shattered like fragile glass. In an instant, the fierce battle that had raged moments before seemed to have been abruptly paused. Regaining his composure, Chun Yi swiftly took up the submachine gun slung across his back, disengaged the safety, and unleashed a hail of bullets at the heads of the zombies before him. At that moment, the dazed zombies were akin to live targets. Moreover, the accuracy of the 79 submachine gun far surpassed that of the 92 pistol, almost at point-blank range. He swiftly dispatched 5 or 6 zombies with precise headshots. The gunfire roused the others from their stupor. prompting them to grab their weapons and swiftly eliminate the zombies in front of them. In the next moment, the zombies in the distance turned their attention toward the source of the explosion and began to charge in that direction. However, those zombies relatively close by could not resist the temptation of the prey so near, howling as they lunged toward the group. Fortunately, the remaining number of zombies was not substantial, significantly alleviating the pressure on Chun-Yi and his companions. A few minutes later, the battle concluded. Observing the scattered corpses strewn across the ground, Chun-Yi gasped for breath. Yang Yiran had completely exhausted herself, slumping to the ground in a disheveled state. After a brief moment to regain his breath, Qin Hao could not help but inquire, what was that explosion just now? Wang Chenghu surmised, based on that fire cloud. I estimate the explosion occurred roughly a kilometer away from us. At such a distance, it must have been either a gas station explosion or a high-yield explosive. Otherwise, such devastation would be impossible. As a reconnaissance soldier, he was acutely aware of distances, and upon witnessing the fire cloud, he instinctively deduced the proximity, regardless of the costs. It had inadvertently aided them. Chun-Yi smiled faintly and inquired, Lao Yu, is it ready? It's done. Yu Tai-ran nodded, his expression serious as he added, however, there seems to be something amiss. Chun-Yi furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, what is the matter? Look, Yu Tai-ran exclaimed, as he pulled out an oddly shaped steel nail from the discarded tire. A puncture nail. Chun-Yi and Wang Chenghu instantly recognized the steel spikes. These tire-puncturing nails require no technical expertise. Anyone with the right materials can create them. Some unscrupulous tire repair shops scatter these spikes along nearby roads to exploit the situation for profit. Here, too, lay a tire-puncturing nail. Qin Hao scanned the road and soon spotted another one. The group, not lacking in discernment, quickly understood that this tire blowout was no mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate act by a survivor. Yu Taiyan furiously exclaimed, what purpose does this serve? It is entirely detrimental to others without any benefit to oneself. Who says it is not self-serving? Chun-Yi let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping towards the hospital nearby. He explained, once we perish, these weapons will merely become a bargain for them, given that the adversary could scatter spike strips on the highway amidst a horde of zombies. They surely possess the means to recover their weaponry. In this apocalyptic world, there exists neither love nor hatred without cause. After expending such effort, it is inconceivable that their intentions are merely malicious. As guests in this realm, it is imperative we reciprocate the hospitality extended to us. Chen-Yi's tone was frigid, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Are they in the hospital? Wang Chenghu inquired calmly. It was highly probable. The hospital was undoubtedly the most suitable location to serve as a base. After a brief explanation, Chun commanded, do not alert the enemy. Let us reorganize our equipment and feign our departure. Old Wang, take this opportunity to ascertain their position. Understood. Wang Chenghu nodded in agreement. Damn it. Inside the VIP room, the bespectacled man's face darkened as he slammed his fist against the tempered glass. The group had been on the brink of collapse under the zombie assault, but the sudden explosion had diverted a significant number of zombies. Now, they could only watch helplessly as their hard-won prize slipped away. A burly man beside him advised, forget it, boss. There's no need to be angry. Once we bolster our ranks, we can launch a direct assault on the armed police headquarters. At that point, we won't just have guns. We'll have rocket launchers as well. Indeed, the bespectacled man nodded, discreetly shifting his stance 2 steps away from the burly man. The odor emanating from him was quite repulsive. Observing this, the burly man couldn't help but smirk. His leader had many admirable qualities, but he did possess a touch of obsessive cleanliness. Following the earlier battle, Chun-Yi and his companions had completely exhausted their ammunition. At present, they were busy reloading their magazines. Found it. Suddenly, Wang Chenghu's voice rang out with excitement. Chun-Yi inquired where? Wang Chenghu replied, in the inpatient department. I noticed someone on the top floor peering through a telescope. Very well, let us return the favor in grand style. Chun-Yi let out a cold laugh, loaded his firearm, and donned a gas mask. This particular mask was an integrated design, complete with goggles, and featured a valve at the jawline that could connect to a positive pressure air breathing apparatus. Upon seeing him put on the mask, Wang Chenghu surmised his intentions. Although Zhang Ye and the others were filled with confusion, they obediently followed suit, wearing their own gas masks. Seated in the driver's seat, Chun-Yi activated the control panel. In the next moment, the 9-barreled tear gas cannon atop the vehicle slowly pivoted, ultimately aiming towards the inpatient building. Adjusting the cannon's angle, Chun-Yi decisively pressed the launch button. Boom, boom. Boom. 9 successive blasts echoed as tear gas shells hurtled towards the ward, shattering glass windows. Soon, thick clouds of smoke billowed from the openings. Observing this, Chun-Yi waved his hand vigorously, commanding move. At that moment, chaos erupted within the inpatient building. The white smoke released by the tear gas rapidly spread through the corridors and various rooms. Although 2 canisters were hastily thrown out of the windows by quick-thinking survivors, it proved futile. In the sealed indoor environment, the effects of the tear gas were maximized. Within mere seconds, the 3rd to 5th floors of the ward were engulfed in smoke. The tear gas did not merely obscure vision. The noxious substances within the smoke caused a burning sensation on the skin, eyes, and respiratory tract, inducing involuntary tears and coughing. It was nearly impossible to even open one's eyes, let alone mount a counterattack. It was over. Upon witnessing the tear gas cannon on the roof of the saber-toothed tiger vehicle rotate, the bespectacled man sensed impending doom. He realized he had encountered a formidable obstacle. The counterattack from the adversaries had commenced. Damn it, they really think we are easy prey. We shall retaliate. With a grim expression, the bespectacled man drew a handgun from his waist, instructing, "Old Third, you and the brothers hold the line. I will take a few men around through the underground garage to flank them." This was a Type 54 pistol, long since discarded by military and police forces. Commonly referred to as the 54 Black Star. The black paint on the grip and bolt had worn away, revealing the metallic surface beneath. It was likely that out of 10 shots, 5 would jam. Before Chun-Yi and Wang Chenghu, such an antiquated weapon would likely be met with disdain. Yet, at this moment, the brawny man adorned with a gold chain gazed at the pistol with envy. Hearing his leader's orders, the muscular man hesitated, saying, "Boss, you saw how fierce their firepower is. They even have submachine guns. We only have over 30 brothers and 5 or 6 compound crossbows. We cannot withstand them. Who said you should confront them head on? Use your brain." The bespectacled man pointed to his head, expressing his frustration. "You block that group of useless fools on the 2nd and 3rd floors in the corridor, and you hide behind them. They are not special forces. I refuse to believe they dare to indiscriminately kill innocents." Indeed, the burly man's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He patted the shoulder of the bespectacled man, who, with a flourish of enthusiasm, proclaimed, "This is an opportunity. If we can subdue them, we will completely upgrade our arsenal. Rest assured, boss." The burly man replied with a sinister grin, swiftly exiting the room. Once he had departed, the demeanor of the bespectacled man shifted dramatically, losing the calm and ruthless facade he had previously maintained, revealing a flicker of panic in his gaze. Special forces? Avoiding indiscriminate slaughter? Huh. Such words could only deceive his dim-witted subordinates. In this world of crumbling order, one must never wager on the opponent's morality or limits. Concealing a firearm within his pocket, the bespectacled man hastily donned a doctor's white coat and a mask. He cast a fleeting glance at the woman lying on the bed, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, after slipping on a pair of medical rubber gloves with a look of disdain, he approached her, untying the ropes binding her limbs and lifting her out of the room. As he exited the ward, a wave of tear gas immediately engulfed him. The entire corridor was shrouded in a dense white haze, visibility reduced to less than 2 meters. Cough, cough. Despite wearing a mask, he could not suppress a couple of coughs. His eyes burned painfully, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Squinting, the bespectacled man hurried down the fire escape, clutching the woman tightly. After leaving Hu Yun on guard in the car, Chun-Yi and the others hastened to the ground floor of the inpatient department. The tempered glass doors were locked, further barricaded by a pile of office desks inside. Chun-Yi raised his firearm and pulled the trigger towards the glass door. Bang! The tempered glass door shattered instantly into countless fragments. He then kicked over the office desk. Meanwhile, Wang Chenghu and his companions remained vigilant, ready to pull the trigger without hesitation should any survivors appear in the hall. The group filed into the hall, and Chun-Yi commanded, "Zhang Ya, you and Yang Yiran guard the back door. The rest follow me forward. Any survivors who resist must be dealt with ruthlessly." Understood. Zhang Ya nodded and led Yang Yiran directly to the back door. At this moment, Qin Hao felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins, with adrenaline surging, placing him in an intensely euphoric state. There was no way to contain his exhilaration. This was far more thrilling than any game. "Advance!" Chun-Yi gently waved his hand, leading the way with his Type 79 submachine gun. The hall was in disarray. Everything movable had been taken away, and tear gas canisters had not impacted the 1st or 2nd floors. Apart from the dim lighting, visibility remained unaffected. The quartet swiftly scoured the first floor, and upon finding no survivors, they made their way to the second floor. As they arrived, a throng of survivors rushed towards them. These individuals appeared exceedingly disheveled, their eyes red and swollen with tears. Some wore masks, while others simply covered their mouths and noses with the corners of their clothing. Upon seeing the group, the survivors momentarily froze, but as they recognized the gear worn by their visitors, expressions of excitement began to surface. Special Police. Is this the government's rescue team? Oh, how wonderful. The rescue squad has finally arrived. A miracle has occurred. We are saved. In that moment, the survivors surged towards them as if they were long-lost kin. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, halting the crowd in their tracks, fear etched on their faces. After firing a shot into the ceiling, Chun-Yi gradually lowered his weapon and bellowed, "Everyone, crouch down with your hands on your heads." Hearing his command, the survivors exchanged glances, hesitating slightly before they complied, crouching down with their hands clasped atop their heads. "Are you truly the government's rescue team?" A middle-aged man cautiously inquired from the crowd. The quartet's attire suggested they were Special Police, yet their demeanor carried an air of menace, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Chun-Yi disregarded the other party, his tone frigid as he stated, "Now, I shall pose a question, and you will respond. How many of you are there in total? It is none of my business. I was deceived into coming here. I am the victim." Indeed, the misdeeds were all perpetrated by Li Long and Lei Lao San. Amidst the cacophony of voices surrounding him, Chun-Yi coldly commanded, "Silence." In an instant, the crowd fell mute once more. Casting his gaze over the survivors huddled on the ground, Chun-Yi pointed at a chubby fellow with a naive demeanor and inquired, "You, what are you staring at?" The one referred to as the little fatty, stand up. The chubby man trembled as he rose to his feet. "How many of you are there?" I haven't counted carefully, but there are probably around 80 or 90 of us," he replied cautiously, fearful that any displeasure from Chun-Yi might result in dire consequences. Chun-Yi continued to inquire, "Who is the leader?" "Li Long, and then there's Lei Lao San," came the reply. Through this exchange, Chun-Yi began to grasp the situation at hand. While questioning, he remained observant of the others' gazes and the subtle shifts in their expressions, allowing him to surmise that the chubby boy was indeed speaking the truth. After all, it is relatively easy for one individual to fabricate a story, but for a multitude to do so simultaneously is a far more arduous task. The power structure is headed by Li Long, with Lei Lao San as the second in command, commanding a following of over 30 individuals. Yet, fewer than 10 can be deemed true confidants. They are unarmed, possessing only 5 or 6 composite crossbows, along with makeshift spears and watermelon knives. The remaining 50 or so individuals include some who are survivors from the hospital, while others have been either deceived or captured from the vicinity. These individuals occupy the lowest echelon of the hierarchy, typically tasked with menial and arduous labor, often serving as cannon fodder. Chun-Yi continued to inquire, "What is the current situation above?" Upon hearing this, the stout boy shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. The smoke above is so dense that visibility is severely compromised. I could no longer endure it and took the risk of descending." "I know." At that moment, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier raised his hand. "Speak." Chun-Yi shook the gun barrel, gazing down the dark muzzle aimed at himself. The middle-aged man swallowed hard and replied truthfully, "Old Lei is up there capturing people, saying he wants to use us as shields to absorb the bullets." "A human shield?" A flicker of intrigue passed through Chun-Yi's eyes. Quite astute indeed. In a situation where the equipment is utterly disadvantaged, such a strategy proves to be somewhat effective. Had it been an official rescue team, they might have truly been deceived by this ruse. Chun-Yi scanned the crowd and spoke. "I have one final question. Who among us can operate a boat?" The seemingly nonsensical inquiry left the survivors perplexed, exchanging bewildered glances. The decision to assault the hospital was motivated by various factors. However, Chun-Yi also harbored a flicker of hope that he might encounter a survivor skilled in navigation. After all, the proximity to the coastline, with the salvage bureaus docked merely 10 kilometers away, offered a glimmer of possibility. He was not a naive fool swayed by emotions. Having navigated the trials of this apocalyptic world for several years, Chun-Yi had distilled several golden rules, one of which was the principle of equivalence. Before embarking on any endeavor, one must weigh the potential gains against the costs. After a brief pause, as silence enveloped the group, a hint of disappointment flickered in Chun-Yi's eyes. Suddenly, a middle-aged man hesitantly interjected, "I recall that Old Li seems to have some experience with boats." Chun-Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Is Old Li a subordinate of Li Long?" "No. He was originally a patient in the hospital, the middle-aged man explained. After surveying him carefully, Chen Yi, intrigued, asked, "What is your name and what was your profession before?" Unlike other survivors, this middle-aged man exuded a calm demeanor, seemingly well acquainted with the hospital. "My name is Liu Yongqiang, and I am an outpatient physician in the traditional Chinese medicine department of this hospital. A doctor. Moreover, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine." Chen Yi and even Wang Chenghu, who stood nearby, couldn't help but glance over in surprise. What an unexpected delight. In this apocalyptic world, a physician holds immense value. Yet, doctors vary significantly in their expertise. Fields such as pathology and dentistry are deemed less prestigious, while traditional Chinese medicine stands out as particularly sought after. This is primarily because Western medicine is heavily reliant on medical equipment. Many Western physicians cannot diagnose ailments without consulting test reports. In contrast, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners can ascertain conditions simply by feeling the pulse with 2 fingers. Furthermore, the shelf life of Chinese medicinal herbs far surpasses that of Western pharmaceuticals. In situations where ready-made medications are unavailable, traditional Chinese medicine allows for the on-site preparation of remedies using readily available materials. Of course, traditional Chinese medicine is not without its drawbacks. For instance, in cases involving acute trauma, such as severe arterial bleeding, surgical intervention by Western medicine is often more immediate and effective. Overall, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Casting a penetrating gaze at Liu Yongqiang, Chen Yi commanded, "Everyone, remain in your positions. Huang Mao, keep a close watch on them. If anyone stands up, shoot immediately." Upon hearing this, the crouching survivors felt a surge of anxiety. Uncertain of what fate awaited them next, they had just driven away a pack of wolves, only to find themselves facing a few tigers. Yet, at this moment, they had no course of action. Escape? That was a jest. With so many zombies outside, where could they possibly run? After issuing his instructions, Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu stealthily ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor. Just as they peeked around the corner at the stairwell, a crossbow bolt shot towards them. The bolt struck the wall merely 20 centimeters from Chen Yi's head. With a resounding bang, the wall's tiles shattered, creating a small crater, and the arrow was deflected away. Chen Yi quickly glanced at the situation on the 3rd floor before retreating to the 2nd floor. "What is the situation?" Wang Chenghu inquired. Just as described by the doctor. They had cornered the survivors at the staircase, while themselves concealed behind, launching surprise attacks. Chen Yi analyzed. As long as these individuals are not fools, they must have already disposed of the tear gas, and it will not be long before the smoke dissipates. Therefore, we must act swiftly while the effects of the tear gas still linger and resolve the situation. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu pondered, "In that case, you should feign an assault with Huang Mao and Lao Yu, while I stealthily ascend through the ventilation shaft." Chen Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Can you manage on your own? After all, there are more than 30 opponents, armed with crossbows." The potency of the crossbow had already been demonstrated with that single arrow. In close-quarters combat, its power rivaled that of a handgun. They were clad in soft body armor, which offered minimal protection against bows and crossbows, and could even be pierced directly. Rest assured, Wang Chenghu signaled an okay with his hand. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Chen Yi reluctantly nodded in agreement. Soon, the two discovered a ventilation shaft. Wang Chenghu climbed up to take a look and shook his head, exclaiming, "Damn, this hospital's ventilation shaft is far too narrow. There's no way to crawl in." Chen Yi suggested, "Why not launch a direct assault? No one is willing to act as a shield when the gunfire erupts. I doubt those survivors will have the audacity to remain standing there. As for collateral damage, that is an unavoidable consequence." Suddenly, Wang Chenghu smacked his forehead, recalling the existence of the elevator shaft. The two approached the elevator entrance, where Wang Chenghu pried open the doors and peered inside. He turned to Chen Yi and exclaimed, "Absolutely no issues. All right, 1 minute from now, I shall commence a feigned attack from the front." Chen Yi nodded and beckoned Yu Tairan to assist him in dismantling a door to serve as a shield. As the minute passed, the 3 of them swiftly carried the door up the staircase toward the 3rd floor. Bang! 2 crossbow bolts struck the door with tremendous force, piercing through the wooden panel and revealing the sharp tips of the tri-blade arrows. The power of these projectiles was certainly beyond the protective capabilities of their bulletproof vests. On the 3rd floor, behind a barricade of bodies at the staircase, a group of over a dozen individuals brandishing various weapons lay in wait. Among them, a bald man wielding a compound crossbow exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Ha ha, third brother, It seems these SWAT officers truly dare not fire their weapons. Initially, he had felt a twinge of anxiety, for the opposing side was equipped with submachine guns, a league above their own arsenal. While the compound crossbow could match the power of a handgun at close range, it lacked the capability for rapid fire, requiring considerable effort to recock. In contrast, the submachine gun could unleash a hail of bullets with ease, rendering their firepower vastly superior. Now, witnessing their adversaries hesitantly shielding themselves behind the door, his apprehension began to dissipate. "These fools," sneered Lei Laosan, followed by a fit of coughing as he cursed, "Damn it, didn't we throw all the tear gas? Why hasn't the smoke cleared?" Rubbing his sore, teary eyes, Lei Laosan resolved to take action. His leaders should have circled around to the back by now soon. They would face retribution. Bang! A gunshot rang out abruptly on the third floor. It was over. They had been caught off guard. The thought flashed through Lei Laosan's mind as a burst of blood erupted from his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. "Third brother," the bald man shouted in terror, his face a mask of fear. Before he could raise his compound crossbow, gunfire erupted once more. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the gunfire, all 5 armed with crossbows fell to the floor. "They've opened fire, run. Help. Please don't kill me." Chaos ensued on the third floor as the gunshots shattered the tense atmosphere, particularly among the survivors who had been forced to stand at the stairway as human shields. Under the threat of death, they frantically scattered in all directions. Spotting a group of survivors rushing downstairs, Chen Yi aimed at the ceiling and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire instantly froze everyone in their tracks. Chen Yi shouted loudly, "Everyone, put your hands on your heads and crouch down, or face dire consequences." Upon witnessing this, Yu Tairand and Qin Hao joined in the outcry. However, Yu Tairand and Qin Hao, harboring reservations about injuring the innocent, appeared somewhat hesitant. In contrast, Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu showed no such qualms. They opened fire on anyone who failed to comply with the directive. This chaotic situation necessitated a forceful suppression. For if they were struck by a hidden arrow, it would be their lives at stake. Soon, the turmoil was quelled, leaving the corridor on the third floor filled with crouching individuals. Chen Yi held a submachine gun and commanded, "Wang Mao, confiscate all the composite crossbows." "Understood." Qin Hao's adolescent bravado resurfaced. He stood at attention and saluted, then proceeded to retrieve the composite crossbow from the hand of a fallen foe. Wang Chenghu's marksmanship was impeccable, swiftly eliminating all those wielding composite crossbows. Although the Type 95 rifle had its share of minor flaws, its lethality was indisputable, surpassing that of the M16 and AK-47. The 5.8mm caliber bullets produced a cavitation effect, ensuring that a shot to the torso would be fatal. Thus, even without a headshot, the adversaries could still be dispatched instantaneously. Chen Yi, without casting a glance at the crossbow piled at his feet, commanded, "Lao Wang and Lao Yu, ascend to the upper floor and bring the remaining individuals down." "Understood." The two replied in unison, swiftly brandishing their weapons as they hurried upstairs. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire and cries echoed from above. The gunfire soon subsided, and before long, the two returned, escorting over 20 women downstairs. "Damn it, what a wretched bunch." Yu Tai ran with a gas mask obscuring his expression, yet the tone of his voice betrayed the depth of his fury. Chen Yi cast a brief glance at the disheveled appearance of the women, instantly discerning the grim reality they had witnessed. Such circumstances are all too common in a post-apocalyptic world, where the absence of law and order renders women's lives exceedingly precarious. Not every woman possesses the fortitude of Zhang Ya, nor does every individual enjoy the serendipity of encountering Chen Yi, like Yang Yiran did. Wang Chenghu reported, "There are a total of 12 bandits on the upper floor, all of whom have been eliminated." 12? Yet, there lie only 8 or 9 corpses upon the corridor floor, suggesting that approximately 10 of Li Long's subordinates remain, concealed among this group of survivors. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Chen Yi's mouth as he spoke. "Now, everyone, lift your heads and observe those around you. Identify the subordinates of Li Long." No sooner had his words faded than 2 figures surged forth from the crowd, racing towards the staircase. Bang, bang, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. 2 bodies crashed heavily to the ground. This spectacle seemingly imbued the survivors with immense confidence, prompting a flurry of accusations. "He's an accomplice. There's another one over here. Quick, do not let him escape." Chen Yi showed no mercy, eliminating one after another. Initially hesitant, Yu Tai ran. But after witnessing the horrific state of the woman on the 4th floor, he raised his weapon and shot 2 bandits. The 32 corpses aligned perfectly with what the plump man had stated. "Commander, there is another one here." At that moment, a young man stood up, shouting angrily as he seized a frail youth clad in a hospital gown from the crowd. The young man in the hospital attire appeared weak, and despite his taller stature, he could not break free, helplessly asserting, "I am not one of them. I was coerced. They threatened me with my grandfather. Besides, I have never harmed you." The youth retorted angrily, "Nonsense. You are the one who lured me here." Enraged, the young man countered, "I shouted for you to run, yet you foolishly approached. Who can be blamed?" Silence. Upon Chun Yi's command, the two instantly fell silent, lowering their heads like quails. He had observed the expressions of the other survivors and noted that they neither expressed hatred nor anger towards the young man, but rather wore complex expressions. Something was amiss. However, Chun Yi chose to disregard these thoughts for the moment and instructed, "Huang Mao, go summon Lu Yongqiang and the others." Soon, Qin Hao led Lu Yongqiang to the third floor. Pointing at the corpses on the ground, Chun Yi inquired, "Take a look. Which two are Li Long and Lei Laosan?" "This one is Lei Laosan." Lu Yongqiang rubbed his swollen eyes and pointed at the corpse adorned with a large gold chain around its neck. After scrutinizing the area, he frowned and said, "Commander, I cannot find Li Long's body." Qin Yiyang lifted his chin, suggesting a visit to the fourth floor. Lu Yongqiang nodded, hastening towards the upper level. A minute later, his voice echoed down from above, "Commander, there is no one on the fourth floor either." Did someone escape?" Wang Chenghu furrowed his brow. Just then, a resounding gunshot reverberated from below. In the next instant, the intercoms at their waists crackled to life with Zhang Ye's voice. "One bandit has been neutralized." 1 minute earlier, Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran stood guard at the back door, weapons at the ready. The continuous gunfire from above stirred a restless eagerness in Yang Yiran's eyes. Though she hesitated to voice her thoughts, she yearned to ascend and confront the enemy, rather than merely serve as a sentry. Despite having dispatched numerous zombies over the past few days, Yang Yiran felt that eliminating a human foe was far more exhilarating. After all, zombies are devoid of fear. Lacking the capacity to emit heart-wrenching screams, they merely charge forward with guttural howls. It felt somewhat unsatisfying, akin to the distinction between a doll and a living being. However, upon meeting Zhang Ye's gaze, she suppressed her agitation and remained steadfastly in place. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs. The two women's eyes narrowed. Raising their weapons toward the fire escape, they spotted a man in a white coat, cradling a woman, rushing down the corridor. Upon seeing the two women guarding the entrance, the bespectacled man's pupils constricted, though he feigned urgency, exclaiming, "Quick, make way. The patient is suffering from respiratory distress and has been incapacitated by tear gas." Zhang Ye inquired, "Are you the doctor here?" "This is not the time for such questions. The patient's condition is critical. Could you please assist?" His refined features, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, lent him an air of gentility. Coupled with his anxious demeanor and tone, he resembled a dedicated physician. Zhang Yi scrutinized him thoughtfully and instructed, "Yang Yiran, please assist this doctor." At her words, Yang Yiran cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Ye but stepped forward nonetheless. Witnessing this, the bespectacled man felt a surge of elation. He had achieved half of his goal. If he could seize one of them in the moment of distraction, he would easily escape. "How may I assist?" Yang Yiran asked. With the acrid scent of tear gas still lingering, the man replied, "First, help me carry her outside to a shaded, ventilated area." As he spoke, he pressed forward, having already bypassed Zhang Ye and successfully crossed the threshold of the inpatient department. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out. Blood sprayed from the chest of the bespectacled man, splattering onto Yang Yiran and the woman beside her. With a series of anguished cries, the bespectacled man slowly turned his head, his gaze fixed intensely on Zhang Ye. He could not comprehend, even in his dying moments, why the other party had suddenly opened fire when everything had been proceeding so smoothly. Wiping the blood from his goggles, Yang Yiran curiously asked, "Sister Zhang, how did you discern that he was a bandit?" "Too clean," Zhang Ye replied with a calm demeanor. "Too clean?" Yang Yiran was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly grasped the implication. Indeed, this individual was excessively pristine. A survivor trapped in the city for over half a month appeared cleaner than the two women, which was profoundly illogical. Only one possibility existed. This man held a position of great stature among the survivors, perhaps even as a leader, which would allow him the luxury of using precious fresh water to bathe without restraint. In the lobby of the first floor of the hospital, more than 50 survivors crouched on the ground, hands clasped atop their heads. Some tentatively raised their gazes, anxiously observing Chen Yi and the others, uncertain of the fate that awaited them. Is he truly Li Long? Are you certain? Absolutely. Lu Yongqiang affirmed with conviction. Excellent. With this confirmation, all the bandits have been eliminated. What remains are the oppressed survivors. Chen Yi pointed towards the previously mentioned frail young man and inquired, what is his condition? Lu Yongqiang sighed and began to recount the young man's plight. His name was Li Chao, afflicted by an exceedingly rare ailment known as progressive osseous heteroplasia. Since its discovery, there have been fewer than 600 documented cases over the span of several centuries. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, amidst a global population of nearly 8 billion, only 3 living instances existed. This disease is extraordinarily unique, verging on the fantastical. The muscles and soft tissues of the afflicted gradually undergo ossification over time. Ultimately, the individual transforms into a mere skeleton, with survival beyond the age of 40 being exceedingly rare. Currently, Li Chao's shoulder and knee soft tissues have begun to ossify, rendering his movements painfully arduous and exceedingly rigid. Each step he takes is accompanied by the agony radiating from his joints. However, as the adage goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Despite being burdened with this rare affliction, Li Chao has stumbled upon a peculiar advantage. The zombies exhibit no interest in him. Unlike Chen Yi, who camouflaged himself as one of the undead by smearing zombie blood and entrails upon his body, Li Chao remains entirely overlooked by the zombies. To them, he is neither kin nor sustenance, but a remarkably distinct entity. Li Long and Lei Laosan recognized this peculiar trait and took control of Li Chao's grandfather, coercing him to venture out in search of food and water, while also engaging in unsavory dealings. For instance, he would scatter tire spikes along the highway to lure other survivors to the hospital. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire hospital's survivor population relies solely on Li Chao for sustenance. Without him, others would have to risk their lives to procure food and water. Thus, despite his involvement in numerous nefarious acts alongside Li Long and his cohorts, the survivors could not harbor animosity towards him. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the young man who had earlier dragged him out. Upon concluding Lu Yongqiang's account, Wang Chenghu could not help but exclaim, indeed, the world is full of wonders. It is astonishing that someone can elude the notice of zombies. Chen Yi spoke with a calm demeanor. It is quite normal. In a vast forest, one can find all types of birds. Quantitative changes inevitably lead to qualitative transformations. With millions of survivors across the nation, it is only natural that a few extraordinary individuals will emerge. For instance, the infant zombie we encountered at the Reservoir Management Bureau previously. That particular infant zombie evidently underwent a secondary evolution due to some unique circumstances. However, this is merely an exception. After all, with over 1.3 billion zombies, there will inevitably be a handful of exceptional cases. Qin Hao mused, how impressive. If I possessed such abilities, it would surely be exhilarating. Why don't you consider swapping with him? Chen Yi cast a fleeting glance at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Qin Hao chuckled softly, perhaps it's best to leave it be. The mere thought of transforming into a skeletal figure sent a shiver down Qin Hao's spine. This peculiar affliction was exceedingly unsettling. As he scrutinized Li Chao, Chen Yi hesitated, contemplating whether to include him. Although he possessed a method to blend in with the zombies, the associated risks were daunting. The raincoat drenched in zombie blood served as both a protective shield and a harbinger of doom. Those who frequently traverse the riverbanks are bound to get their shoes wet. The recent incident involving Zhang Yi stood as a stern warning. Fortune favored her, as the steel bullet struck precisely where the raincoat had not been tainted by zombie blood. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the second evolution zombies would also disregard Li Chao. If they did, this individual could prove invaluable. However, if they did not, bringing along a frail companion would merely add to the burden. At that moment, Lu Yongqiang interjected, by the way, the old Li I mentioned earlier, who can navigate a boat, is his grandfather. Well then, there was no need for further deliberation. It would be prudent to bring both grandfather and grandson along. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi inquired, who is old Li? No sooner had he spoken than an elderly man shakily rose to his feet. Can you steer a boat? Chen Yi straightforwardly inquired. Old Li wryly smiled and replied, I've spent my entire life operating fishing boats. Fishing boats? Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment swiftly crossed the eyes of Zhang Yi and her companions. Chen Yi, undeterred by the type of vessel he commanded, continued to inquire. Have you ever ventured to Dalian? Indeed, I have, Old Li replied, a cunning glimmer in his eyes. In the past, during the fishing ban. I would stealthily join a few old mates to fish in the waters off Dalian, and afterward, we would sell our catch locally. Is it still feasible now? Without satellite signals? When we didn't have such gadgets, we managed just fine, Oldly remarked, his eyes sparkling with confidence, clearly dismissing the relevance of modern satellite navigation systems. All settled then. Chenison felt a surge of joy. It appeared that fortune was favoring them this time. Upon entering the city of Yantai, they encountered an experienced old captain. Although he was operating a fishing boat, he pointed at Lu Yongqiang and his grandson Li Chao. And Chen Yi inquired, "We shall not linger here. Are you three willing to accompany us?" Such matters could not be forced. A doctor and a captain. Should they resort to coercion, it could engender resentment with dire consequences. "I will go with you," Lu Yongqiang replied without hesitation, the first to agree. In recent days, he had come to realize that remaining in the city was not a sustainable option. Though this group was not an official rescue team, their capabilities were remarkably formidable, ensuring a degree of safety in their company. Moreover, as a doctor himself, it was reasonable to expect that they would treat him with respect. Upon Lu Yongqiang's agreement, Li Chao and his grandfather exchanged glances and nodded in unison. For them, location was inconsequential. Li Chao's unique abilities guaranteed their sustenance. However, both of them were afflicted by ailments. Old Li, having spent years at sea, suffered from severe rheumatism, and Li Chao's condition was no better. Thus, their reliance on a doctor was paramount. If Lu Yongqiang chose to leave, they would naturally follow. "And what about us?" A timid voice emerged from the crowd. A woman asking. Before Chen Yi could respond, Wang Chenghu interjected, "We are not an official rescue team. We have no obligation to assist you. You must fend for yourselves. No, you cannot take Li Chao away." This proclamation rippled through the crowd like a small stone, creating waves. Survivors, realizing the implications, began to voice their concerns, including the young man who had previously singled out Li Chao. "What will we do if he leaves? We still rely on him for food and water. Are you condemning us to death?" The words that reached Chen Yi's ears prompted a cold smile from him and the others. This is human nature. Li Chao looked at the crowd in disbelief, desperately explaining, "You can search for food yourselves, but it's dangerous outside. What if we encounter zombies?" "Exactly," they retorted. "It's easy for you to say." Seeing their self-righteous attitudes, Li Chao trembled with rage. Lu Yongqiang was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from these people. Why should Li Chao be obligated to find food for them? He was not their father. The disgraceful expressions on their faces were both unfamiliar and repugnant to Lu Yongqiang. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A piercing scream echoed through the hall. The young man who had accused Li Chao was now clutching his bloodied left ear, wailing in agony. Chen Yi spoke with a voice as frigid as ice. "If you continue to make noise, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you all." As the final words resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the entire hall. The young man gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the excruciating pain emanating from his wound. His gaze filled with venomous resentment directed at Li Chao. Indeed, his ire was aimed at Li Chao, not at the gun-wielding Chen Yi. Illogical, yet profoundly human. Surveying the room filled with quaking survivors, Chen Yi turned and commanded, "Lu Yongqiang, you have 5 minutes to gather your belongings." "Understood." Lu Yongqiang nodded and swiftly ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Li Chao and his grandson remained motionless, for they had little of value to collect. Before long, Lu Yongqiang descended, cradling a box of acupuncture needles and a stethoscope. "Let us depart." Chen Yi waved his hand. A group of individuals briskly exited the inpatient department under the scrutinizing gazes of dozens of survivors. Upon reaching the hall, Yutai ran his eyes back with a tone filled with reflection, remarking, "I finally understand what it means that those who are pitiable must have their own faults." Truthfully, these individuals were rather absurd. Qin Hao could not help but shake his head in amusement. In response, Chen Yi merely smiled and remained silent. This was merely the beginning. Far more absurd occurrences lay ahead. As they passed by the outpatient department, Lu Yongqiang suddenly spoke up, suggesting, "Commander, I would like to take some traditional Chinese medicine with me." Indeed, it was quite necessary to bring along some herbal remedies. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi inquired, "Where's the pharmacy?" "Right in the outpatient department." Lu Yongqiang pointed towards the adjacent building. Hearing this, Chen Yi instructed, "You all head to the vehicle first. I will accompany him to fetch some medicine." "Understood." Wang Chenghu responded, leading the grandfather and grandson, Li Chao, towards the convoy. Lu Yongqiang skillfully guided Chen Yi to the traditional Chinese medicine dispensary, only to find the entrance firmly locked, with an iron grill welded across the dispensing window. However, this posed no challenge for him. He removed the riot gun from his back and switched it to a breaching round. Pulling back the bolt, Chen Yi aimed the gun at the door lock and commanded Lu Yongqiang, "Stand back." Oh, in truth, there was no need for the reminder, as Lu Yongqiang instinctively retreated several meters. Boom! With a resounding gunshot, a small hole was blasted through the door lock. Undoubtedly, when it came to versatility, the riot gun proved its worth. With a swift kick, Chen Yi forced the door open and gestured for him to enter. The dispensary was filled with a wide variety of herbal materials. Even if only a small amount of each type was taken, it still amounted to a substantial bundle. Fortunately, traditional Chinese medicine was predominantly dehydrated and sun-dried, making the seemingly large package lighter than anticipated. "Commander, it's done." Lu Yongqiang emerged from the dispensary, laboriously carrying a large bag of herbs. "Let us go." Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. As they exited the hospital, Wang Chenghu and the others had already boarded the vehicle. "Get in," he called out, leading the way by opening the door of the saber-toothed tiger. Seeing this, Lu Yongqiang hurriedly followed suit. The interior of the saber-toothed tiger was quite spacious, accommodating up to 10 individuals. Due to its design as an armored vehicle, a portion of the space needed to remain clear for ease of entry and exit, resulting in seats being installed along the sides of the cabin. At that moment, Li Chao sat across from Zhang Ye, visibly uneasy. Upon noticing Lu Yongqiang's arrival, Li Chao promptly gestured, "Dr. Lu, over here," placing his firearm in the passenger seat. Chen Yi started the engine and drove towards the salvage bureau dock. A few minutes later, Old Li assessed the buildings flanking the road, pondered for a moment, and then inquired, "Commander, are you heading to the salvage bureau dock?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there a problem?" The officer replied, "There are no boats over there." Lao Li explained, "We only have ferry service to Dian in the morning and evening. During the rest of the day, the dock is occupied solely by cargo ships, which I am not capable of operating. Do you have a solution?" Zhang Ye asked with a half-smile. Lao Li chuckled. "In our village, we may lack many things, but we certainly have an abundance of boats." Chen Yi discerned the implication in his words and added, "We cannot take the fishing boat. We intend to bring all 3 vehicles along." Setting aside other considerations, he was exceedingly pleased with the saber-toothed tiger. Possessing it afforded him an additional layer of security during their flight. Thus, barring extreme necessity, Chen Yi would not abandon this vehicle. Old Li furrowed his brow slightly, his mind beginning to ponder. At that moment, Li Chao interjected, "Grandfather, I recall that Uncle's son has a small roll-on roll-off ferry, does he not?" Upon hearing this, Old Li's face brightened with realization. "Ah, you mean Sun Chang. A few years ago, he seemed to have purchased a roll-on roll-off ferry. Such vessels, commonly referred to as RORO ferries, generally consist of 2 decks, with the upper level accommodating passengers and the lower level designated for vehicles. Of course, some smaller RORO ferries possess a single deck, with vehicles on one side and seating on the other." Upon learning of the small RORO ferry, Chen Yi hesitated momentarily. "Is it reliable?" Old Li offered a wry smile. "Who can guarantee that? Once at sea, it all hinges on fate. Bad luck can cause even the mightiest of vessels to capsize. Indeed, in the face of nature, humanity appears exceedingly insignificant." Chen Yi remained silent, driving quietly. Out of caution, he resolved to first inspect the salvage bureau's dock. Old Li said nothing in response. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, 3 vehicles successively entered the ticket office of the salvage bureau. "Stay put in the car." Chen Yi glanced at Zhang Ye, picked up the short spear, and descended from the vehicle alone. The apocalypse erupted at 3 in the afternoon, seemingly confirming Old Li's assertion that only a scant few vehicles remained in the yard before the ticket office. The number of zombies was also limited, merely 20 to 30, with a significant portion being former dock workers. Collaborating with Wang Chenghu and the others, they swiftly dispatched the undead and proceeded into the ticket office, traversing the waiting hall until they reached the dock. Gazing at the desolate pier, Chen Yi succinctly recounted Old Li's earlier words. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu sighed in resignation, remarking, "It appears that the situation at the other pier is likely the same. We must place our trust in that old man. Otherwise, we shall have to venture to the city center and gamble on our luck." The city center, once the most vibrant area of the metropolis, had now transformed into the depths of hell, evoking fear in all who spoke of it. No one dared approach the city center, a region that harbored no fewer than 200,000 to 300,000 zombies. With no alternatives left, They sighed softly and returned to their vehicle. Seated in the driver's seat, Chini fastened his seatbelt and inquired, "Old Li, where is your village?" Old Li replied, "It's Zhaiqian village, just beyond Dalangangzi." Chini momentarily froze, for this location was less than 20 kilometers from the Yintai nuclear power plant. Chun Yi has endeavored to steer clear of the nuclear power plant, yet fate has conspired to render that impossible. Now he faces a perilous choice: venture into the city center or approach the vicinity of the nuclear facility. Alternatively, he could abandon his 3 vehicles and embark on a fishing boat to set sail. Each decision bears its own inherent risks, and the weight of choice rests upon Chen Yi's shoulders. "What is it?" Zhang Yi inquired, sensing something amiss as he hesitated to start the car. "The nuclear power plant." Chen Yi uttered only 3 words, yet Zhang Yi immediately grasped his concern. She was unaware of the phenomenon of the zombie's secondary evolution, but the mere notion of radiation stemming from a nuclear power plant leak was enough to instill apprehension. Drawing upon the catastrophic events of Chernobyl and the Fukushima nuclear accident, it was clear that a radius of 30 kilometers surrounding a nuclear facility was inherently unsafe. Pressing her lips together, Zhang Yi spoke, "The decision is yours." At this moment, he chose to place his unwavering trust in Chen Yi. According to the account of a nuclear power plant worker from his previous life, following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the power plant systems would detect anomalies in the power grid and automatically initiate a shutdown procedure. However, this did not imply that the nuclear power plant was rendered safe. In truth, even after the shutdown, and with control rods fully inserted, the radioactive materials within the reactor would continue to emit substantial heat for an extended period, necessitating the constant infusion of coolant to maintain a safe temperature. Moreover, the backup diesel generators and UPS systems within the plant could sustain operations for no more than 5 days. After this period, should no fresh coolant be introduced, the temperature of the reactor would escalate dramatically, inevitably leading to a core meltdown. Once a meltdown occurred, a nuclear leak would be unavoidable. The Fukushima incident was a quintessential example of how electrical issues could precipitate a core meltdown. The sole consolation was that the nation now utilized 2nd and 3rd generation nuclear power plants, boasting multiple layers of safety containment, mitigating the risk of an explosive event akin to Chernobyl, which allowed radioactive materials to be swiftly dispersed by the wind. Following a core meltdown, the complete breach of all safety containment would require a certain amount of time before radioactive leakage ensued. The question remained, how long exactly would that time frame be? No one could ascertain. The worker had vaguely mentioned that the interval from the outbreak to the nuclear leak was approximately a month. Presently, more than half a month had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. It was certain that core meltdowns would transpire at various nuclear facilities. The uncertainty lay in whether they had resulted in nuclear leaks. Contemplating this, Chen Yi inquired, "Old Li, will we be able to set sail immediately after locating a vessel?" "No." Old Li shook his head, explaining, "Given that so many days have passed, the ship must undergo maintenance. Otherwise, venturing out to sea would be far too perilous." "How long will it take?" Chen Yi pressed for more details. Old Li pondered, "If it were just me, I estimate it would take at least 5 to 6 hours. Zhang Yi frowned. "Is it really that long?" Of course, it was. Boats and vehicles are not the same. Especially when it comes to the crew and boiler, carelessness is simply unacceptable. Otherwise, if an issue arises at sea, it would be as if the heavens and earth have turned a blind eye. Old Li's expression was grave, even disregarding Chun Yi and the others. He had to exercise utmost caution for the safety of his grandson. 5 to 6 hours? It was a gamble. As he started the vehicle, Chen Yi, under Old Li's guidance, drove towards Zhaiqian village. At that moment, Wang Chonghu and Yu Tairan were still unaware of the nuclear power station's situation. But upon seeing the Jianxi Tiger rev up, they immediately followed suit. Zhaiqian village, located by the sea and adjacent to the nuclear power station, enjoyed the advantage of being remote. They encountered hardly any broken-down vehicles or zombies along the way. Half an hour later, the 3 vehicles slowly approached the dock along the road. Beside the highway lay a bustling village, not small in scale, while across from it was a quaint little dock. At this moment, various fishing boats of differing sizes were moored at the dock, occasionally mixed with a couple of small passenger ferries. Though they were small, they measured over 30 meters in length. Given the spacious parking area on the deck, accommodating 7 or 8 vehicles posed no challenge. According to Old Li, these small passenger ferries did not operate on major routes but rather served nearby tourist islands such as Kondong Island and Changdao. The noise of the vehicles attracted the zombies from the village. In an instant, over 100 zombies surged forth from the once quiet village. As Chen maneuvered the saber-toothed tiger onto the dock, he meticulously observed the approaching horde of zombies through the rearview mirror. Fortunately, these undead creatures exhibited no noticeable changes in appearance, nor did their speed differ from that of their counterparts. It seemed the nuclear power plant had yet to commence leaking. Or perhaps the leakage had occurred for too short a duration, insufficient to induce a second evolution among the nearby zombies. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for Chen Yi and his companions. Watching the relentless zombies pursue them, Lu Yongqiang swallowed hard, his expression betraying his anxiety. "You three stay in the vehicle," Chen Yi commanded, firmly pressing the brake and unfastening his seatbelt. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yongqiang and Old Li couldn't help but exhale in relief. It appeared that these individuals were quite discerning, sparing the logistics personnel from disembarking to confront the zombies. Grasping their short spears, the trio of Chen Yi, Wang Chonghu, and another companion exited the vehicle. The positioning of their three vehicles was deliberate. They formed a protective triangle, each car flanking the others. Viewed from above, the arrangement resembled an equilateral triangle, with a gap wide enough for two individuals between the saber-toothed tiger and the BMW X3. Emboldened by their protective gear, Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu positioned themselves at the narrow opening, relentlessly wielding their short spears to dispatch the encroaching zombies. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye and the others stood guard nearby, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. While the notion of facing over 100 zombies seemed daunting, in reality, the horde comprised a mix of genders and ages, their combat capabilities varying significantly. Furthermore, they astutely utilized the vehicles to construct a makeshift barrier, with only 2 or 3 zombies posing a direct threat through the narrow gap. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed continuously, harmonizing with the rhythmic crash of ocean waves, as if composing a symphony of the apocalypse. As time passed, the zombies from behind closed in, surrounding the trio of vehicles. Some attempted to ascend the hoods, but before they could leap down, they were met with the deadly thrusts of short spears, which had long been poised for the attack. Minutes later, the battle came to a close. Chen Yi panted heavily, surveying the crowd before him, and inquired as per usual, "Is anyone injured?" The group exchanged glances, subsequently shaking their heads in unison. In truth, their preparations had been meticulous. They donned blast helmets, with neck braces secured around their throats, and their arms were enveloped tightly in protective sleeves. Their upper bodies were shielded by bulletproof vests, while their lower halves were encased in leg protectors. Even their hands were clad in rubber gloves. Frankly, such nearly comprehensive protection rendered it quite difficult to sustain an injury, unless one were exceedingly unfortunate and suffered a bite on an unprotected posterior by a zombie. After a brief respite to regulate his breathing, Chen Yi rapped on the car window, signaling for them to disembark. Observing this, Lu Yongqiang and his companions promptly opened the doors and exited the vehicle. Once outside, they were immediately assaulted by the pungent stench of blood. Gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn about, Lu Yongqiang's complexion turned ashen, his eyes meeting Chen Yi's with a mixture of admiration and a tinge of fear. 7 individuals, confronting a horde of over 100 zombies. Setting aside all else, merely the audacity displayed was worthy of reverence. Had it been Li Long and Lei Laosan and their ilk, they likely would not have possessed the courage even to step out of the vehicle. Contemplating this, Lu Yongqiang felt a sense of relief, sensing that he had indeed aligned himself with the right individuals. Pointing towards the vessels anchored offshore, Chen Yi inquired, "Which one is Zhang Chang's ship?" "It seems to be that one," Old Li remarked, surveying the scene and gesturing towards a roll-on roll-off ship. In fact, there were only 2 roll-on roll-off vessels at the entire dock. Aside from the one Old Li indicated, the other could not strictly be classified as such. It was more accurately a cargo ship, incapable of transporting vehicles. Chen Yi proposed, "Let us ascend and take a look." With that, the group made their way towards the roll-on roll-off vessel. As they walked, Qin Hao suddenly had a thought and inquired, "By the way, how will you start the ship without a key?" Upon hearing this, Old Li cast him a quizzical glance and clarified, "Ships differ from cars. Aside from certain small yachts and sightseeing boats, most cargo and passenger ships do not operate like automobiles that require merely inserting a key to ignite the engine." "And how does one start it then?" Qin Hao asked, his curiosity piqued. "For instance, to activate this roll-on roll-off vessel, one would need to coordinate the control panel and the crew simultaneously. Merely preparing for ignition could take upwards of 10 minutes. If it were a large ocean-going freighter, the process would be even more complex. It would require dozens of personnel to get it underway." Raising an eyebrow, Qin Hao remarked, So if there's no key, can anyone just take the ship? Old Li found himself momentarily at a loss, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the question. Ignore him. At that moment, Chun Yi interjected, coming to Old Li's aid. Observing this, Qin Hao fell back a couple of steps and, somewhat dejectedly, turned to Wang Chenghu, asking, "Was there something wrong with what I said?" Wang Chenghu smirked and retorted, "If these ships lack keys, then go ahead and try to start one. I can't operate a ship." Qin Hao raised his hands in surrender. "Then that settles it." Wang Chenghu replied curtly, "Those who can't drive a ship can't steal one. And those who can navigate a vessel would need to resort to theft to make a living." Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words, realizing the folly of his earlier question. Meanwhile, the group had arrived at the vessel. From a distance, it appeared modest, but standing beside it, the scale became apparent. Old Li adeptly climbed aboard using the mooring ropes and then lowered the gangway. With a thud, the heavy steel ladder crashed onto the dock, producing a resonant sound. As he stepped onto the deck, Chun Yi surveyed the surroundings, inwardly nodding in approval. The ship appeared quite new, exceeding his expectations in several aspects. The vessel was divided into two sections. The left side featured an expansive open-air parking area, while the right side consisted of two levels. The lower level housed the crew quarters, control room, kitchen, and other facilities, whereas the upper level was lined with rows of sightseeing seats, topped with a plastic canopy. Old Li approached the door to the control room, crouched down, and lifted a carpet. Beneath it lay a solitary key, resting quietly. Picking it up, Old Li couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Chong has the tea changed a bit. Upon seeing the key, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Didn't you say it didn't require a key? Young man, this is the key to the control room." Old Li spoke as he unlocked the hatch. Upon entering the cockpit, Qin Yi was immediately confronted by the control panel, a bewildering array of buttons and gauges that made his head spin. Fortunately, they had found an experienced captain, otherwise they would have been utterly lost. Subsequently, Old Li proceeded to the crew quarters, and after a thorough inspection, he remarked, "We are out of fuel. We need to procure some. How much do we need?" Qin Yi inquired. Old Li pondered, "For safety's sake, let us go for 15,000 liters." "How much?" Wang Chenghu was taken aback. Previously, when driving, filling the tank would only require a few dozen liters. Even the fuel tanks of a beast like the saber-toothed tiger would total just over 100 liters. Hearing the figure of 15,000 liters now truly startled him. Old Li, slightly bewildered by his reaction, wondered if he had miscalculated, quietly reasoning. 89 nautical miles, at 11 knots, roughly 7 hours, 15,000 liters should suffice. He patted Wang Chenghu on the shoulder and explained, "Don't take offense. He's just accustomed to driving." "Oh, I see." Old Li waved his hand and chuckled. "Young man, operating a ship is quite different from driving. This is still on the lower end. A vessel weighing 10,000 tons consumes at least several dozen tons of fuel in a single day." Beside them, Qin Hao exclaimed in disbelief. How many large fuel tankers would need to be dismantled to gather such a quantity of diesel? "Not diesel." Old Li interjected with a wave, jokingly adding, "If it were diesel, those ocean-going freighters would have long since gone bankrupt, losing everything. This type of ship runs on heavy fuel oil, which is both economical and efficient." Chun Yi inquired, "Where can we obtain it?" I suggested, "Let Xiao Chao guide you. He is familiar with the way." "Agreed." Chun Yi nodded and instructed Zhang Ya and the others, "Please wait here and lend a hand." With that, he led Li Chao and Wang Chenghu out of the crew cabin. Upon disembarking, Chun Yi inquired, "Is it far?" Li Chao replied truthfully, "Not far, less than 2 kilometers." It made sense, given the number of vessels at the dock. If the distance were too great, refueling would be quite inconvenient. The trio mounted the saber-tooth and, as Chun Yi ignited the engine, they rolled over the lifeless bodies, returning to the roadway. Soon, a modest gas station came into view. The station was quite small, equipped with only 2 pumps, one for diesel and the other for gasoline. Beside the station, a fuel tanker was parked in the open space. The entire establishment was eerily quiet. Seemingly startled by the commotion of the vehicle, from the convenience store within the station, a few wild dogs bolted out, darting into the underbrush. As they opened the car doors, Wang Chenghu frowned and remarked, "The gas station is currently out of power. They can't dispense fuel. Even if there were power, they likely wouldn't operate it." At this, Li Chao, somewhat awkwardly stepping out of the vehicle, clarified, "The heavy oil isn't stored in the underground tanks. It's kept in the warehouse." Wang Chenghu, intrigued, asked, "Isn't it dangerous to store it directly in the warehouse?" "Heavy oil is quite safe. You'll understand shortly." Li Chao responded with a smile, leading the way into the warehouse adjacent to the convenience store. Inside, large iron barrels were neatly arranged. Seizing a crowbar, Li Chao pried open one of the barrels and declared, "This is heavy oil." Chun Yi and Wang Chenghu approached, and before them stood a metal barrel filled with a viscous substance of a deep black hue, resembling asphalt. This material could not be ignited by fire. It required heating in a boiler to soften it before it could be utilized, for otherwise, the diesel engine would not ignite at all. After hearing Li Chao's words, Chen Yi finally comprehended the remarkable safety of this substance. "Let us get to work." Chen Yi clapped his hands, beckoning Wang Chenghu to assist in moving the oil. The iron barrel appeared modest in size, yet it weighed several hundred pounds, making it quite impossible for a single individual to lift. Chen Yi estimated that he would need at least 7 or 8 barrels to suffice. Fortunately, the space aboard the saber-toothed tiger was ample, and the seats on either side of the carriage were foldable. Otherwise, he would have had to make several trips to complete the task. Upon returning to the dock, Chen Yi drove the vehicle directly onto the roll-on roll-off ship. As he unloaded the heavy barrels of oil and transported them into the engine room, he inquired, "Is this enough?" At that moment, old Li was busy with a wrench, tapping on the 2 diesel engines. He glanced up briefly and nodded, "It's sufficient." From the moment he stepped onto this vessel, an inexplicable sense of urgency enveloped him, lingering like a heavy mountain pressing upon his chest. This feeling of urgency had only occurred once before, when he had just been reborn and learned that the apocalypse would descend in 3 hours. As someone who had navigated the trials of the end times for 5 years, Chen Yi did not perceive this sudden urgency as a result of inner repression. If it were truly due to overwhelming oppression, he would have long since crumbled in his previous life. Thus, he chose to trust his instincts. He resolved to assist Old Li in swiftly checking the equipment and then set sail without delay. With this thought, Chen Yi took a deep breath and asked, "Is there anything else I can assist with?" Old Li pondered for a moment and replied, "You are unfamiliar with the generator and boiler. I will have Xiao Chao guide you to inspect the sealed chamber and lifeboats." Although Li Chao could not operate the ship, he had grown up by the sea and had absorbed some knowledge through osmosis. "All right." Chen Yi nodded and instructed Qin Hao, Huang Mao, "Please bring the other 2 vehicles aboard." "Understood." Qin Hao saluted sharply before turning to leave. "Commander, what about me?" Since boarding the ship, Lu Yongxiang had found himself at a loss, not for lack of desire to contribute, but rather due to his unfamiliarity with the tasks at hand. Observing the flurry of activity around him, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In response, Chen Yi patted his shoulder, smiling. "Your idleness is a cause for our greatest relief. When the medical personnel aboard find themselves with nothing to do, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance." With that, Chun Yi led Li Chao out of the crew cabin. The pre-departure inspections of the vessel proved to be even more intricate than he had anticipated. Beyond the core areas of the crew and control console, there were also checks for the deck, emergency lights, lifeboats, watertight doors, and anchor chains, among others. Once this comprehensive round of inspections was complete, Li Chao guided them in securing all 3 vehicles. The deck was equipped with specialized clamps to secure the wheels of the vehicles. It was imperative that these vehicles were firmly anchored to the deck, otherwise, in the event of turbulent winds and waves, they could shift dangerously with the vessel's tilt, while falling into the sea would be a minor concern. The potential of colliding with a person or damaging the cockpit would lead to serious repercussions. After their busy preparations, the evening drew near. The setting sun hung low on the horizon, casting a warm glow that transformed the sea into a dazzling expanse of gold, accompanied by a refreshing sea breeze. The atmosphere was invigorating. Aside from Hu Yun, who was occupied in the kitchen, everyone gathered on the deck to admire the breathtaking sunset by the shore. "How beautiful!" Yang Iran exclaimed, stretching her arms wide as she inhaled the slightly briny air. Beside her, Li Chao chuckled, shaking his head. "It loses its charm after a while." Noticing Chun Yi lost in thought, Zhanya playfully brushed aside her wind-tousled hair and couldn't help but inquire, "What's on your mind?" "Nothing." Chun Yi shook his head. As time passed, the sense of urgency did not diminish. Rather, it grew increasingly intense. This predicament was difficult for him to explain to Zhangya. Even if he attempted to articulate it, it would only serve to heighten her anxiety. In the next moment, a pair of delicate and gentle hands enveloped his own. He slightly turned his head and was immediately met by a pair of clear, luminous eyes. Zhangya gazed at him and softly said, "Whatever decision you make, I will support you. So, do not feel any pressure. Dinner is ready," came Hu Yun's voice from the kitchen at that moment. Chun Yi gently patted her small hand, returning a reassuring smile to indicate her tranquility. With the addition of Liu Yongqiang and the others, the team had now swelled to 10 members. However, for the logistics personnel, Hu Yun, it made little difference. It merely meant adding a bit more rice to the pot. As for the vegetables, there was but a single basin of stir-fried, pickled greens. Yet, even so, everyone relished their meal with remarkable delight. The German Shepherd had been somewhat despondent in recent days. Ever since the Land Rover broke down, its diet had taken a nosedive. Previously, at the agritainment site, it enjoyed meat, but now there was none to be had. At noon, it nibbled on compressed biscuits with them, and in the evening, it was merely white rice mixed with vegetable soup. Holding a bowl, Qin Hao pointed toward a distant sandbar and proposed, "Brother Wang, there should be plenty of seafood by the seaside, right? Let us go beachcombing tonight to enhance our meals." Wang Chenghu scoffed, "Have you been watching too much Douyin? There is not that much seafood lying around for you to collect. Those beachcombing videos are all staged. One person is in front placing the seafood, while another is behind filming. Don't kid yourself, only a few are genuine." After Qin Hao retorted, he curiously asked, "Brother Wang, what do you usually watch on Douyin?" "I typically watch videos of people racing their bikes, trimming cow hooves, and, oh yes, the knife-making competitions," he replied. Ignoring these two jesters, Chun Yi turned to Old Li and asked, "How much longer will the inspection take?" Old Li swallowed his mouthful and replied, "The checks on the machinery and boiler are complete. This roll-on roll-off vessel is relatively new. Many components are still in pristine condition. Only the magnetic compass and the electronic compass remain, but those rarely encounter issues." Chun Yi nodded and commanded, "Once you have completed your inspection, we shall set sail." "Is it really so urgent?" Old Li responded, taken aback, and advised, "Commander, the wind is picking up now, and the waves tonight may be rather formidable. I suggest we postpone until tomorrow." As an experienced fisherman, he possessed an acute understanding of the coastal weather, a fact that Chun Yi was well aware of. Nevertheless, he stubbornly insisted, "We will not wait. We shall depart right after dinner." Neither Wang Chenghu nor the others expressed any dissent regarding Qin Yi's resolve. For this was the established protocol of the team. Suggestions and opinions could be voiced, yet ultimately, it was Qin Yi's decision that prevailed. Indeed, every choice he had made throughout their journey had proven to be astute, earning him the heartfelt respect of Wang Chenghu and the others. Observing this, Old Li could only acquiesce, saying, "Very well then," swiftly concluding their meal. Old Li hardly had time to sip water before he hurried into the cockpit to inspect the two compasses. Following the failure of satellite navigation, the vessel relied primarily on magnetic and electric compasses, supplemented by sextants, nautical charts, and other tools. Additionally, there was the ship's radar, which operated independently of internet and satellite signals. However, the detection range of the radar on such a small vessel was limited, extending merely a few kilometers at most. Before long, Old Li exited the cockpit and called out, "Commander, all checks are complete. Shall we set sail now?" "Set sail." Qin Yi spoke with unwavering determination. In the next moment, the individuals on the deck became bustling with activity. A vessel of this kind cannot be operated by a solitary individual. It necessitates a collaborative effort. For instance, the initiation of the engine requires preheating the heavy oil in the boiler to transform it into a liquid state. Subsequently, the air compressor must be activated to purge the engine, expelling residual impurities and accumulated water from the cylinders. Following this, diesel fuel is employed to preheat the engine. Thankfully, they had walkie-talkies, though it placed a burden on Old Li. He monitored various instruments in the cockpit while remotely instructing Qin Yi and the others on their operations. At times, when clarity eluded him, he had to make a trip to the engine room himself. After nearly an hour of effort, the entire vessel finally roared to life. Under the shroud of night, a rolling ship slowly departed from the dock, heading toward the distant sea. On the deck, Yu Tairan grasped the railing with both hands, gazing at the receding dock with a complex expression, exclaiming, "I can't believe we are truly setting sail." In response, Wang Chenghu raised an eyebrow and queried, "What do you mean by that, Old Yu? It just feels a bit surreal." Yu Tairan, with a dazed countenance, replied, "It feels almost too simple." At that moment, Qin Yi chuckled lightly and remarked, "Do you find it too easy?" As the rolling ship commenced its journey away from the dock, the overwhelming sense of urgency that had weighed heavily on his heart began to dissipate, replaced by a liberating sensation of relief. This affirmed that his decision had been astute. Indeed, Yu Tairan scratched his head, his tone reflective as he continued, "Yesterday, upon hearing we would enter the city, I hardly slept a wink. My mind filled with visions of countless zombies charging toward me. I admit, I even wrote a farewell letter, thinking if I didn't make it, I would have you all deliver it to my wife. To his surprise, the journey had unfolded so smoothly that he was still a bit bewildered. Hu Yun playfully thumped him on the shoulder, chiding, "Oh, come now, what farewell letter? That's inauspicious." Qin Hao seized the moment to tease, "If you ask me, we should be grateful to that bunch of fools, Li Chao and his crew. If they hadn't scattered tire spikes on the road, we might have found ourselves at the city center, taking our chances." "That makes sense. You should help him burn some paper later." Wang Chenghu patted Qin Hao's shoulder, feigning seriousness. "Haha." This exchange elicited hearty laughter from the group. Chen Yi lamented, "The twists of life are truly wondrous." Indeed, what was it that was said? Fortune does not come in pairs, and misfortune does not arrive singly. Before Qin Hao could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Chenghu, who retorted, "If you can't articulate your thoughts, then remain silent. It is said that fortune depends on misfortune, and misfortune conceals fortune." Just as they exchanged banter, a colossal fire cloud erupted in the southwestern direction from the shore. In an instant, everyone turned their heads. The fire cloud did not linger for long. It vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Another gas station explosion, perhaps?" Wang Chenghu shook his head, analyzing. "I fear that is not the case. The absence of an explosion sound after such a duration suggests that the site of the explosion lies at least 10 kilometers away. At such a distance, witnessing the flames could indicate the presence of a high-yield airburst bomb." However, he quickly dismissed the notion, saying, "No, that cannot be right. The fire cloud from an airburst bomb does not dissipate so quickly." Unbeknownst to them, Chun Yi's eyes were wide with horror, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. That direction pointed to the nuclear power plant. He finally comprehended the source of the earlier urgency. Boom. The sound of the explosion finally reached them. Even at such a distance, their eardrums were assaulted by a sharp pain. At that moment, Li Chao reacted, his face reflecting sheer terror. "That seems to be in the direction of the nuclear power plant. Could it possibly have exploded?" The moment those words were uttered, a chill ran through the group as they turned to look at Chen Yi, their gazes filled with both relief and dread. If Chen Yi had not decided to set sail immediately, they would likely remain oblivious to the danger, potentially spending the night within the radius of a nuclear leak. Regaining his composure, Lu Yongqiang furrowed his brow. Did not experts previously debunk the notion that the new generation of nuclear power plants could experience a nuclear explosion? You actually believe what the experts say? Qin Hao responded, his tone dripping with disdain. Chun Yi elucidated that a nuclear explosion would indeed not occur. However, during the core meltdown process, a reaction with the coolant would ensue, releasing vast quantities of hydrogen gas, which could trigger a hydrogen explosion. Ultimately, whether it is a nuclear or hydrogen explosion, the outcome remains the same. The safety containment of the nuclear power plant would be breached, resulting in the leakage of nuclear radiation. Upon hearing the mention of nuclear radiation, Hu Yun immediately became alarmed and inquired about their current safety. It is not entirely secure. Should a leak occur at the nuclear power station, the area within a 30-kilometer radius would be classified as hazardous. Fortunately, the wind is currently blowing towards the nuclear plant, preventing radioactive dust from drifting in this direction for the time being. As soon as Chun Yigong finished speaking, Wang Chenghu urged, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Li Chao is calling for you to accelerate. Do not spare the fuel. Go as fast as you can." Oh. Li Chao nodded fervently, disregarding the pain in his joints, and hurriedly dashed toward the cockpit. Before long, everyone felt a slight tremor beneath their feet as the vessel suddenly surged forward. Typically, the cruising speed of such a roll-on roll-off ship is maintained at 11 to 13 knots, with a maximum speed reaching 20 knots. However, few dare to operate at full speed. This is primarily due to the exorbitant fuel consumption that escalates 2 to 3-fold when at maximum velocity. Yet, at this moment, Old Li was clearly unconcerned with these considerations, intent solely on reaching a safe distance as swiftly as possible. His decision was indeed prudent. Numerous experts tend to downplay the terrifying nature of nuclear radiation, often motivated by political factors. Do not be misled by claims that nuclear leakage is only dangerous within a 10-kilometer radius, and that brief exposure beyond 20 kilometers poses no threat to health. Such assertions are utterly fallacious. In the event of a nuclear power plant explosion, a substantial amount of radioactive dust is inevitably expelled, carried by the wind to disperse widely. Once inhaled, this radioactive dust becomes an unwelcome companion for life. The dangers of nuclear radiation are insidious and long-lasting. One may exhibit no immediate symptoms, yet the body has already sustained damage. For instance, the likelihood of developing kidney disease, organ failure, or cancer can increase dramatically, as can the probability of congenital deformities in future generations. When Li Chao finally emerged from the cockpit, he discovered that Wang Chonghu and the others had already donned gas masks. Chun Yi did not wear a mask. He was acutely aware of the perils posed by nuclear radiation, yet he deemed it unnecessary at this moment. Firstly, the distance was considerable. Secondly, the wind was quite strong and blowing in the direction of the nuclear power plant, making it improbable for radioactive dust to reach the vessel in the short term. One could only say that Wang Chonghu and his companions were perhaps being overly cautious. Qin Hao, with a deep voice, advised, "Brother, are you truly not going to wear a gas mask?" "No need," came the reply. Chen Yi smiled faintly and casually lit a cigarette for himself. Noticing that both Chen Yi and Zhang Ye were unmasked, Wang Chonghu pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to remove his gas mask. He believed that given the cautious nature of these two individuals, they would not take unnecessary risks. On the other hand, Yu Tai and his wife, along with others, were adamant about keeping their masks on. After all, aside from being somewhat stifling, the masks posed no other issues. After sailing at full speed for approximately an hour, Old Li reduced the speed to 11 knots. Bored in the cockpit, Chun Yi inquired, "Old Li, how long until we reach Dalian?" Old Li replied, "About 5 hours. I suggest you all take a nap." At that moment, a voice filled with excitement rang out from outside. "Haha, brother, look what I've found." Chen Yi leaned out to see Qin Hao holding 2 fishing kits. Unable to restrain his amusement, he remarked, "Wang Mao, you truly are a clever little fellow. In weather like this, coming up with the idea of fishing is no small feat with nothing else to occupy their time. Fishing seemed like a delightful diversion. If they caught something, it could even enhance their meals." Qin Hao then proposed, "Brother, why don't you give it a try? Go find Wang Chonghu." "I plan to take a short nap." Chen Yi waved his hand, dismissing Qin Hao. This ferry primarily traversed several tourist islands along the coast, with each journey lasting approximately 2 hours. Thus, there were no passenger lounges on board. Even in the captain's cockpit, there was merely a single chair. Consequently, Zhang Ye and her companions could only find respite in the observation seats on the second floor. When Chun Yi ascended to the second floor, he chanced upon Lu Yongxiang attending to Zhang Ye's injured calf. After scrutinizing the wound for a while, Lu Yongxiang inquired, "How long has it been since your surgery?" "Approximately 10 days, Zhang Ye nodded in response. Lu Yongxiang furrowed his brow and continued, "Who performed the surgery?" "A dentist," came Zhang Ye's reply. Lu Yongxiang was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in indignation, "This is utterly absurd." Upon adopting the role of a doctor, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Zhang Ye managed a wry smile, explaining, "The steel ball in the wound caused an infection and persistent high fever. I was fortunate to find a dentist at all." Lu Yongxiang fell silent, contemplating her words. After a brief observation, he expressed his confusion. "This shouldn't be the case. 10 days is an unusually slow recovery." Zhang Ye clarified, "A few days ago, the wound reopened." "No wonder," Lu Yongxiang remarked, gently pressing around her injury while asking, "Does it hurt?" "This spot hurts a bit." "The quality of this surgery is appalling. The suturing technique is inadequate, resulting in excessive proliferation of subcutaneous connective tissue, which is compressing certain blood vessels and nerves. If left untreated, it will undoubtedly lead to lasting complications." Chun Yi inquired, "Can it be cured?" Lu Yongxiang turned his head at the sound and nodded, saying, "No problem. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and the connective tissue has not completely hardened. I will use acupuncture to help her regulate her condition, combined with traditional Chinese medicine. It should be resolved in a month or 2. He then added, "Moreover, you seem to be somewhat deficient in qi and blood. Has your menstruation not arrived?" "Yes," Zhang Ye replied, unembarrassed, nodding confidently. She had no intention of shying away from her ailments. Besides, given the current circumstances, having a professional clinic doctor to assist her was a reason to feel fortunate. Lu Yongxiang mused, "I will prescribe you a formula to invigorate your energy and replenish your blood." At that moment, Hu Yun quickly interjected, "Dr. Lu, please check on me as well." "Sure. Since I'm free, I might as well examine you all," he replied. Thus began a consultation in traditional Chinese medicine. At this juncture, the advantages of TCM were evident. There was no need for blood tests or urinalysis, just 2 fingers placed on the pulse, accompanied by a stethoscope, and a clear diagnosis could be made. None of them had significant health issues, though minor complaints were not uncommon: irregular menstruation, weak spleen, and stomach. The most amusing was Yu Tai Ran. After Lu Yongxiang felt his pulse for a considerable time, he finally uttered two words. Kidney deficiency. Surely not. Dr. Lu, are you mistaken? Every time I visit the foot bath, the technician presses the kidney acupoints on my feet, and there is hardly any reaction, Yutairan protested, striving to maintain the last vestiges of his masculinity. Before Lu Yongxiang could respond, Hu Yin seized Yutairan's ear, smirking, "You still go to foot baths to see technicians? No wonder you always seem to be working overtime. Occasionally, socializing with colleagues is unavoidable," he defended. "What kind of socializing requires a foot bath?" Chun Yi and the others burst into laughter, enjoying the unfolding drama. Just then, Qin Hao ambled up the stairs to the second floor. Zhang Ye teased, "Old you. In an attempt to cover up your kidney deficiency, you've inadvertently revealed it." "Kidney deficiency? Aha." Qin Hao chuckled, taking a seat opposite Lu Yongxiang, extending his hand. "Old you are too weak. Dr. Lu, please check on me." Lu Yongxiang, ever accommodating, placed his fingers on Qin Hao's pulse. After a moment, he wore an unusual expression and remarked, "You too." Zhang Ye couldn't contain herself, bursting into laughter. Chun Yi expressed his confusion, stating, "It is understandable for an older man to experience kidney deficiency. After all, it is quite normal for individuals in their middle age to feel overwhelmed." However, Wang Mao, as a young man without a girlfriend, Qin Hao, feeling agitated, retorted, "Who says I don't have a girlfriend? For instance?" Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. Qin Hao, with a serious demeanor, began to enumerate, "For instance, Kli, our king, Xiong, Asuna." "Huh." Yang Yaran emitted a cold, slightly sardonic laugh. Qin Hao retorted angrily, "What do you mean, little one? You may insult me, but you shall not disrespect my girlfriends." The term little one irked Yang Yaran, who shot back. "Every otaku claims they have their own waifus. By that logic, the green hat you wear must be capable of breaching the atmosphere. You know nothing." Qin Hao's face flushed crimson, and he began to mutter obscure phrases like pure love invincible and bull-headed be starred. With a huff, it was clear he wished to abandon the topic, turning instead to Chen Yi, saying, "Brother Wang has run out of cigarettes. Let me fetch some." "Go ahead." Chen Yi tossed a pack of cigarettes over with a wave of his hand. Yu Taiyan secretly sighed in relief, thinking he had managed to evade trouble. But Hu Yun clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook, dragging him to a corner seat at the back. Chen Yi could not help but shake his head in amusement, then reclined in a chair, closing his eyes to rest. The sea breeze was strong that night. Yet the warmth of the air, coupled with the protective gear he wore, kept the chill at bay, instead providing a refreshing sensation. The ferry sailed steadily through the waves, the constant motion of the vessel oddly conducive to sleep. Before long, Chen Yi drifted off. In a haze, he lost track of time, only to be jolted awake by a violent shaking. With eyes wide open, he observed Zhang Ye and others gripping their seats tightly, their expressions tense. Waves crashed against the hull, sending countless droplets flying. The howling wind caused the plastic canopy above to flap ominously. Boom! A massive wave struck. The entire ferry rocked violently, and a multitude of sprays erupted. Wiping the seawater from his face, Chun Yi retrieved the walkie-talkie from his waist and inquired, "Old Li, what is going on? It seems we're in for a storm." Soon, Old Li's weary voice crackled through the device. "Is everything all right? Rest assured, the ferry is sturdier than you think. But do not wander about, and fasten your seatbelts. If you fall into the sea, rescue is nearly impossible." Just as Old Li finished his warning, another colossal wave hit. The wave, towering at 3 meters, smashed against the bow, sending torrents of water crashing onto the deck. As time passed, the winds and waves intensified, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Suddenly, rain poured down in torrents. Only amidst the vastness of the ocean can one truly grasp the insignificance of humanity. Faced with the tempest and the surging waves, they could do little but silently pray. Creak! The vessel emitted a series of mournful cries, startling everyone on board. In contrast, Li Chao remained remarkably composed, as if such occurrences were nothing new to him. He even took the time to reassure his companions, saying, "Do not be anxious. Modern ships are exceptionally sturdy, and a disintegration is out of the question." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp sound resonated from the deck below. Chen Yi leaned forward to observe, only to discover that the securing rope of the Cadillac's rear wheel had snapped. With the loss of one securing rope, the entire vehicle swayed even more violently. The saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle remained largely unscathed, its considerable weight allowing it to sway only slightly with the motion of the ship. At this moment, the expertise of an experienced old captain became evident. In the cockpit, Old Lee gripped the steering wheel firmly, his feet positioned in a stable stance, embodying a seamless unity with the vessel. In the face of wind and waves, Old Lee continuously adjusted the ship's course, ensuring that the bow maintained a 15-degree angle with the waves, thus navigating the tumultuous waters. When a ship encounters turbulent seas, the gravest error is to sail sideways against the waves. This is especially true for vessels under 500 tons. Excessive wind and waves can easily lead to capsizing and ultimately disaster. Bang! At that moment, a sharp sound echoed from the deck once more. Another securing rope of the Cadillac's rear wheel had snapped. Old Wang Chun-Yi grasped the front row seat, shouting towards Wang Chonghu. Upon hearing this, Wang Chonghu immediately understood and cautiously rose to his feet, struggling to navigate towards the stairway while holding onto the railing. The Cadillac could not be neglected, otherwise, once all 4 securing ropes snapped, they would be in dire straits. Falling into the sea was not the worst outcome. The greatest fear lay in colliding with the crew cabin or the cockpit amidst the turbulence. In such tempestuous weather, if the crew and control panel were damaged, it would spell doom for them all. Thus, even though descending to the lower deck was perilous at this moment, it was imperative that they proceed. "Brother, wait for me." Qin Hao's voice echoed from behind. Chun-Yi turned his head, his expression grave as he commanded, "Stay put." 2 individuals were sufficient. An excess would only invite chaos. Moreover, given his slight stature, Chun-Yi genuinely feared being swept away by the wind. Nevertheless, the performance of the young man pleased him immensely. Previously, he had analyzed the personalities of this group, and Qin Hao was indeed a passionate youth, highly susceptible to the allure of charisma. During their days together, they had grown familiar with one another, having endured trials. And thus Qin Hao had clearly developed a sense of belonging. On the other hand, Yu Tai Ran was far more pragmatic, sitting there motionless while clutching his chair. However, this did not imply he would become a traitor. In fact, he and Hu Yun were among Chen Yi's staunchest supporters. The couple perceived the situation with clarity, understanding that following him would ensure their survival. The sea breeze was fierce, mingled with torrential rain that lashed against their faces, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Chen Yi could only squint his eyes, partially opening a narrow slit, as he cautiously inched forward, gripping the railing. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of illusion enveloped him. He felt that if he were to release his hold, he would be whisked away by the ferocious winds. A mere 10 meters stretched before them, yet it took the 2 nearly a full minute to traverse the distance. Carefully unfastening the cable that hung from the staircase, he slung it over his shoulder and gingerly descended the steps. Suddenly, the vessel lurched violently as it broke through a massive wave, causing both Chun-Yi and Wang Chonghu to be propelled upward due to the tremendous inertia. Fortunately, their hands remained firmly clutched around the railing. Otherwise, even if they had not plunged into the sea, they would have certainly sustained severe injuries. Nevertheless, Chen-Yi's arms ached intensely. Seizing the opportunity before the next wave struck, he hurried down the remaining steps, with Wang Chonghu closely trailing behind. Within a few strides, they reached the deck and immediately grasped the railing. As predicted, with the oncoming wave, the ship once again rocked violently, while the Cadillac swayed incessantly, its tires screeching against the deck, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. Struggling to detach the cable from his shoulder, Chun-Yi secured one end to the railing and firmly tethered the other around his waist. After giving the rope a reassuring tug to ensure its security, he gradually lowered himself onto the deck, inching his way towards the Cadillac. Truth be told, the sight of the 2 of them laboriously crawling along the ground was quite comical. Yet, at that moment, no one found amusement in the scene. The few individuals on the second floor watched them with anxious expressions. As the 2 approached the Cadillac, Zhang Ye felt her heart rise into her throat. They were now at the most perilous juncture. Should the cables securing the front wheels of the Cadillac suddenly snap, they could be crushed beneath the weight of the 2-ton vehicle. Their crawl was exceptionally arduous. The torrential rain rendered their vision nearly useless, allowing only a vague blur to penetrate through their squinted eyes. Moreover, the violent pitching of the ship meant that even after they managed to crawl a meter forward, a sudden jolt could send them sliding back 2 meters. At long last, they successfully reached the side of the car. Chun-Yi tightly grasped the tire rim with one hand, while with the other, he tugged at the frayed securing rope. Wang Chonghu, mirroring his actions, operated with one hand as well, coordinating their efforts to retie the rope and reinforce it with extra cable from their gear. After several painstaking minutes, they finally secured one tire. With the addition of a fixed point, the Cadillac's swaying diminished significantly. The 2 hastened to support the vehicle, climbing to the opposite side. Just as they began to retie the securing rope, the vessel suddenly lurched. The Cadillac rocked violently under inertia, crashing heavily against Wang Chenghu's head. Thud! Accompanied by the sound of the impact, Wang Chenghu let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, his entire body began to slide toward the edge of the deck. Chen Yi, quick-witted and swift, seized the cable around his waist with one hand while firmly grasping the tire with the other. Old Wang, Old Wang. The torrential rain obscured his vision, rendering it impossible to discern Wang Chenghu's condition at that moment, prompting him to shout out loudly. Rainwater surged into his mouth with the fierce wind. After a few seconds, he received no response. He spat out the rainwater, and with a sudden surge of strength, Chen Yi began to pull Wang Chenghu back inch by inch with the cable. Old Wang, wake up! He reached out to pat Wang Chenghu's cheek, only to immediately feel a warm liquid seeping through his hand. This was not good. His head had been injured. Chen Yi felt a heaviness in his heart and instinctively began to explore the contours of the man's face with his hands until he pinpointed the philtrum, where he pressed down firmly with his thumb. Hiss! The sharp sting jolted Wang Chenghu awake, drawing in a sharp breath. Hearing the commotion, Chen Yi quickly inquired, "Are you all right, Old Wang?" "Nothing serious, just a bit dizzy," Wang Chenghu replied as he struggled to rise, grasping the tire rim for support to steady himself. Observing this, Chen Yi let out a slight sigh of relief and instructed, "Hurry and finish securing it, then let Lu Yongxiang take a look at you." After reattaching the last tire, the two immediately ascended the stairs. Upon their arduous return to the staircase, Chen Yi called out, "Old Lu, come help." Earlier, on the deck, visibility had been poor, but now under the shelter, Chen Yi finally noticed a 5-centimeter-long gash on the left side of Wang Chenghu's forehead. The wound was gaping, with crimson blood steadily dripping down, rendering him somewhat grotesque. It remained uncertain whether the injury was caused by a collision with the vehicle or sustained during a slide. "Quickly, over here." After beckoning Wang Chenghu to sit, Lu Yongxiang promptly opened the first aid kit to tend to the wound. Given the roughness of the ride, stitching was out of the question. They could only perform rudimentary disinfection and stop the bleeding. Despite the simplicity of the tasks, the turbulence rendered even these basic procedures a considerable challenge. With assistance, it took nearly 5 minutes to properly address the injury. Due to the nature of the head injury, Lu Yongxiang was cautious. Once bandaged, he inquired further, "Do you feel nauseous, vomit, or experience chest tightness and palpitations?" Wang Chenghu replied, "No, just a bit lightheaded." "Dizziness is normal," Lu Yongxiang pondered. "For now, I can't detect any serious issues. You should rest, and I will check on you again tomorrow." Wang Chenghu nodded and turned to Chen Yi, asking, "Do you have a cigarette?" In response, Chen Yi retrieved a pack from his pocket, but as he did so, droplets of water cascaded down the side of the cigarette box. With a wry smile, he discarded the soggy cigarettes. "Brother, I have some here." Qin Hao chimed in from behind, offering a fresh pack. Accepting the cigarettes, the two lit one each. As he exhaled a ring of smoke, Wang Chenghu murmured, "Thank you. This is the second time you've saved me." Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Why so pretentious?" For a moment, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. After taking another puff, Wang Chenghu discarded his cigarette, cursing vehemently, "This damned apocalypse." It wasn't that he didn't want to smoke. Rather, the rainwater, driven by the howling wind, had soaked his cigarette. Fortunately, the torrential downpour did not last long. After an hour, the rain ceased. The waves on the sea gradually subsided, becoming less violent than before. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yi called Qin Hao to the deck and reinforced the tires of the 3 vehicles once more. Just as he was about to head back to the second floor, he noticed Qin Hao excitedly sprinting towards the edge of the deck. "Haha, this is quite something." Soon, Qin Hao returned, triumphantly holding a 20-centimeter-long fish. While this fish would be considered large in a river, it was undeniably diminutive in the vastness of the sea. Chen Yi inquired with curiosity, "Did you catch that?" "No," Qin Hao replied. "I just found it on the deck. It must have been washed up by the waves." He then gazed at the fish in his hand, licking his lips as he remarked, "Brother, this appears to be a wild yellow croaker. I've heard they are quite expensive. In the past, one of this size would have easily fetched over 1,000. Indeed, upon closer inspection under the light, the entire fish shimmered with a golden hue. Wild yellow croaker? The others on the second floor leaned in to listen to the conversation. After examining it for a moment, Li Chao scoffed, "This isn't a yellow croaker. It's a small yellow croaker." While outsiders might struggle to distinguish between the two, Li Chao, having grown up by the sea, could easily recognize the differences. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's expression fell slightly. A small yellow croaker? I suppose it isn't worth much, then. Chen Yi instructed, regardless of the type of fish. Hu Yun, please prepare a fish fillet porridge to warm everyone up. Certainly. Hu Yun readily agreed, and after descending from the second floor, she carried the fish towards the kitchen. Behind her, Qin Hao reminded, sister-in-law, do not discard the fish head and entrails. Save them for me as bait. Understood. Hu Yun waved her hand in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, the fish fillet porridge was completed. Given the limited conditions, there were no additional seasonings or vegetables, just the simple combination of fish fillets and rice porridge. Nevertheless, the aroma was still incredibly enticing. The porridge had been cooked long enough to form a gelatinous layer, appearing remarkably smooth. The mingling scents of rice and fish provoked everyone's salivation. The sole drawback was the fish's size, measuring only about 20 centimeters, resulting in merely 2 or 3 thin slices per bowl, primarily for flavor. The recent storm had drenched both Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu completely, while even those who had sought refuge under the awning were not spared from the downpour, with the ocean breeze chilling them. The warmth from a steaming bowl of fragrant fish porridge felt heavenly in their stomachs. After savoring a few spoonfuls of the porridge, Wang Chenghu smacked his lips, reluctantly setting down his bowl, and declared, Huang Mao, let us go fishing. All right. Qin Hao immediately responded without hesitation. It was evident that the delicious fish porridge had stirred their appetites. Perhaps fortune was finally on their side. The two who had been empty-handed earlier were now exuberantly calling out, brimming with excitement. This was entirely understandable. Typically, after a storm, the temperature of the sea drops, and the oxygen concentration rises, prompting fish and shrimp to ascend, making it an opportune time for fishing. After providing this explanation, Li Chao expressed his regret. Unfortunately, we have no fishing nets on the boat. Otherwise, a single haul would suffice for several days' meals. Haha, I've finally stood up. Who dares to call me empty-handed again? Wang Chenghu's boisterous laughter echoed from the deck. Had this fellow lost his wits? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and leaned forward to glance below. There. He saw Wang Chenghu proudly cradling a large fish, measuring nearly a meter in length, radiating an undeniable sense of triumph. Beside him, Qin Hao's eyes glimmered with envy. Though he had caught a fair number of fish, they were mere small fry, rendering his catches utterly mundane in comparison to this impressive specimen. After sizing up the fish in Wang Chenghu's hold, Chen Yi extended his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, Old Wang, splendid. This is what they mean by surviving great hardships brings great blessings. Perhaps overwhelmed by his own exuberance, Wang Chenghu inadvertently tugged at a wound on his forehead, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. Nevertheless, the excitement in his eyes remained undiminished. What is all this commotion? The ruckus on the deck attracted Old Li from the cabin. With the torrential rain subsiding and the sea's tumult calming, he finally found a moment to rest. Wang Chenghu feigned surprise, saying, Oh, Old Li, how did you know I caught a fish weighing over 50 pounds? As someone seasoned by turbulent waters. Old Li took a brief pause before directing his gaze to the large fish in Wang Chenghu's grasp, offering his assessment, a golden pomfret, not bad. Wang Chenghu was displeased by Old Li's indifferent demeanor. After pouting, he called out to Hu Yun, sister-in-law, let's braise this fish and treat everyone to a meal. Upon hearing this, Old Li hurriedly interjected, golden pomfret should not be braised. When cooked, its flesh becomes tough and dry, best suited for sashimi. Sashimi sounds good. Wang Chenghu considered this and nodded in agreement. In matters of fish consumption, he regarded Old Li, the seasoned fisherman, as an authority. Preparing sashimi was quite simple, posing no challenge for Hu Yun. Soon, 3 large platters of sashimi emerged from the kitchen. Despite a shortage of condiments, Hu Yun managed to create 3 distinct dipping sauces. One must commend her competence in logistical support. The group, unconcerned with formality, gathered on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze while relishing their late-night feast. Old Li was indeed correct. Golden pomfret was indeed delightful when consumed raw. The fish, sliced into thick pieces, was refreshing and firm, with just the right amount of fat to enhance its texture without overwhelming the palate. After savoring 2 pieces, Chen Yi instructed, Huang Mao, I recall there is some liquor in the BMW X3? Yes, I'll fetch it now, Qin Hao replied, swallowing his morsel of fish before rising to retrieve the drinks. Upon receiving the liquor, Chen Yi poured a glass for each person, even serving Old Li a modest half glass. When it was Wang Chenghu's turn, Lu Yongxiang quickly interjected. He shouldn't drink. Just a small sip should be fine, right? The aroma of the liquor made Wang Chenghu unable to resist swallowing hard. Lu Yongxiang, expressionless, cautioned. Alcohol dilates blood vessels and accelerates blood flow. If you wish to avoid excessive bleeding from your wound, it would be wise to abstain. Wang Chenghu ultimately refrained from indulging in alcohol. Observing Chen Yi and others savoring their drinks alongside fresh sashimi, he suddenly found the fish in his mouth lacking in sweetness and flavor. This golden mackerel weighed over 60 pounds. Even after removing the head, entrails, and bones, there remained ample flesh for their enjoyment. Huyin had not forgotten about the German Shepherd and had prepared a separate serving for it well in advance. This dog was likely experiencing its first boat trip, having been unusually quiet since boarding. Particularly during the earlier storm, it had cowered beneath the seat, trembling and appearing utterly pitiable. Fortunately, Zhang Ye had consistently soothed it. However, at this moment, as it feasted on the delectable fish, the German Shepherd regained some of its former vigor, occasionally barking at Chen Yi for attention. Eat more. Chen Yi affectionately ruffled the dog's head and added 2 more pieces of fish to its bowl. Old Li did not consume much, after sipping only a couple of drinks. He rose and returned to the cockpit. Chen Yi was truly famished. Earlier, he had braved the tempestuous winds and torrential rain to reinforce the tires. Though it had only taken a mere 10 minutes, it had utterly drained his energy. By the time he finished his midnight snack, he was unaware that the clock had struck 12. The group returned to the second floor and reclined on the chairs for a brief respite. Time slipped away, and in a state between slumber and wakefulness, Chen Yi heard the bark of a German Shepherd. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, his right hand instinctively reaching for the pistol at his waist. Upon recognizing that it was Old Li who approached, he retracted his hand and sat up, inquiring, "What is it?" Gulp. Old Li swallowed hard. The fleeting chill he had seen in Chen Yi's eyes sent shivers down his spine. In that moment, it felt as though he were being scrutinized by a formidable beast. "Commander, we have arrived at Dalian." Arrived? Chen Yi felt a surge of joy as she gazed into the pitch-black expanse ahead and inquired, "Is this the port of Elshan?" The port of Elshan is notoriously crowded, and I deemed it rather perilous. Thus I navigated the vessel to the dock at Chenjikan instead. Old Li spoke with an anxious tone, apprehensive that his unilateral decision might displease Chen Yi. Sensing his unease, Chen Yi smiled reassuringly and said, "Well done." Observing her response, Old Li discreetly exhaled in relief and asked, "Commander, shall we disembark now?" "Not in haste." Chen Yi shook his head and glanced at his watch. Realizing it was now 2 a.m., he instructed, "Let's wait until dawn. Lao Li, you have worked hard today. Go rest for a while." Unbeknownst to him, the situation on Dalian's side was fraught with peril, making it unwise to disembark at such a late hour. Thus, it was better to conserve their strength and wait until morning. "All right." Lao Li, without pretense, found an unoccupied chair and lay down. Given his age and the severity of his rheumatism, managing to navigate the boat to Dalian was already a considerable feat. It wasn't long before the sound of his snoring filled the air. Upon learning they had reached Dalian, Chen Yi found his own sleep elusive. He carefully descended to the deck, opened the door of the saber-toothed tiger vehicle, took a pack of cigarettes, and made his way to the cockpit. From his pocket, he retrieved a map sealed in a plastic bag. With a cigarette between his lips, he focused intently on the mountain range depicted on the map. Now, their escape journey had progressed beyond the halfway mark, leaving only the final stretch of over 800 kilometers. Even if they managed a mere 100 kilometers a day, they could reach the uninhabited area of Chabai Mountain before September. The winter in Chabai Mountain arrives swiftly. By September, the weather begins to chill, and by October, snowfalls commence. A timely arrival before mid-September would afford Chen Yi and his companions ample opportunity to seek suitable refuge and gather supplies for the winter. However, they now faced one last hurdle. Dalian, a bustling coastal city with a nuclear power station. Due to its unique geographical circumstances, traversing the urban area was unavoidable. Alternatively, they could continue by boat, skirting the coastline of Dalian and heading directly to Donggang. Yet, this thought was quickly dismissed by Chen Yi. Firstly, the route was unfamiliar. Lao Li had never navigated this passage and was unaware of the hidden reefs or the current's patterns, making it excessively risky. Secondly, Chen Yi felt a deep-seated aversion to taking to the seas again. The recent storm had starkly reminded him of humanity's insignificance in the face of nature's might. On land, even in the face of danger, a retreat was possible. Yet on the ocean, once peril struck, one could only rely on the fickle hand of fate. Chen Yi harbored a deep aversion to the sensation of helplessness. He preferred to firmly grasp his fate within his own hands. With this thought in mind, he shifted his gaze towards Dalian, beginning to devise his route for the morrow. Why not indulge in a little more slumber? He mused. After an indeterminate passage of time, the melodious voice of Zhang Yi resonated in his ear. Turning to look, he found Zhang Yi leaning against the doorframe. Her enchanting eyes fixed upon him. I cannot seem to find sleep, he replied. Chun Yi spoke as he took a cigarette from the pack and placed it between his lips. Observing this, Zhang Yi stepped forward, gently removed the cigarette from his mouth, and softly said, "Do try to smoke less. It is not good for your health." Chun Yi smiled faintly, teasingly remarking, "It feels a bit like an old married couple." How shameless. Zhang Yi shot him a glare, holding a cigarette between her lips as she picked up a lighter to ignite it. After taking a deep drag, she removed the cigarette and placed it back into Chun Yi's mouth. Glancing down at the map, she suddenly exclaimed, "It seems that Changbai Mountain will see snowfall in October. We could go skiing then." "No way," Chun Yi teasingly remarked. "This statement evokes a sense akin to after the battle. I shall return home to wed." Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from making such declarations. Uffed. Zhang Yi stifled a laugh, her eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. The atmosphere, unbeknownst to them, had turned subtly intimate. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, Chun Yi discarded his cigarette and gradually lowered his head. In the next moment, his movement faltered. Ahem. Perhaps I should return for a brief nap? Wang Chenghu stood outside the door, his expression awkward as he observed the two. Chun Yi stood upright, his expression remaining composed as he inquired, "How is it that you are awake as well?" In response, Wang Chenghu curled his lip and remarked, Don't even mention it. Old Li's snoring is nearly as loud as a tractor, and the sound meanders in the most absurd manner. Since sleep eludes us, let us delve into the study of our route together," Chun Yi remarked, casting the cigarette box aside. Catching the cigarette, Wang Chenghu squinted and said, "Isn't it a bit inconvenient?" Zhang Yi responded generously, "It's nothing. A few days don't make a difference." At 5 in the morning, a delicate veil of mist enveloped the sea. Qin Hao and his companions had risen early, currently inspecting 3 vehicles one by one. In the kitchen, Hu Yun busily prepared breakfast for everyone. After checking the saber-toothed tiger, Chun Yi closed the hood and curiously inquired, "Where is Yang Yiran? I haven't seen her all morning." Zhang Yi sighed. "She overindulged in sashimi last night and now has a stomachache. Dr. Liu is administering acupuncture to her." Upon hearing this, Chun Yi frowned. "You should keep an eye on her. She never knows when to stop eating, stuffing her mouth even when her belly is round." "I will," Zhang Yi nodded. The crux of the matter is that Yang Yiran's issue is not merely a penchant for food. It stems from deeper psychological troubles that cannot be remedied overnight. As the sun rose, the morning mist over the sea gradually dissipated. Breakfast consisted of simple rice porridge, given the prior evening's indulgence in sashimi. A bowl of porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables offered a unique flavor. Yang Yiran remained her usual self, unable to resist the allure of food despite her lingering discomfort. As she prepared to rise for a second helping, she caught Zhang Yi's cold gaze directed at her, causing the young girl to shudder slightly and pitifully settle back into her seat. At 6 in the morning, a roll-on roll-off ferry slowly approached the dock, its wide gangway crashing down heavily onto the concrete path. Following this, 3 vehicles sequentially traversed the deck and disembarked onto the pier. Chenjikin bears a striking resemblance to the village of Zhaiqian from which they arrived. Both are quaint coastal hamlets, where a plethora of fishing vessels, ranging from modest to grand, rest idly at the dock. The sound of the approaching automobile has drawn the attention of the undead inhabitants of the village. Chun Yi paid no heed, pressing the accelerator as he propelled numerous zombies aside, swiftly departing. Old Li's choice of this location as a resting point proved to be quite astute. After traversing over 20 kilometers along the highway, he encountered scarcely a handful of villages, and the zombies along the route were remarkably sparse. Thanks to the well-planned route, he managed to avoid densely populated areas throughout the morning's journey. At noon, 3 vehicles gradually approached a roadside cherry-picking orchard. Upon entering, 7 or 8 zombies came rushing at the sound. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Yi was so disinclined to exit the vehicle that he pressed down hard on the accelerator, mercilessly mowing down the horde of zombies, reducing them to mere remnants under the wheels. As he swung open the car door, a zombie, reduced to half its former self, held in agony while desperately attempting to crawl towards him. With a swift motion, he dispatched it. Chun Yi firmly pressed his foot upon the head of the zombie, plunging his short spear down with ferocity. The cherries in Dalian are renowned, large, sweet, and juicy, making cherry-picking orchards a common sight throughout the region. Alas, the cherry season has passed. Otherwise, they would have been able to savor them. After a thorough inspection, Confirming the absence of any further zombies, the group gathered together, nibbling on their compressed biscuits. After a few bites, Chun-Yi finished a bag of biscuits and unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, drinking it in one go. Almost immediately, he felt a sense of fullness in his stomach. Lighting a cigarette, Chun-Yi spoke. The journey this afternoon will be perilous. We must choose between the industrial park and the urban area. Is there no way to avoid it? Qin Hao asked, struggling to swallow the compressed biscuit in his mouth. Filled with confusion. There is no way to avoid it. Shen shook his head. The topography of Dalian resembles a slender peninsula, with a certain section characterized by its inwardly concave regions, precisely where the city center and industrial park are located. One can only strive to avoid the most densely populated areas, but to completely circumvent them is only feasible by taking to the sea. Peering intently at the map, Wang Chenghu pondered, shall we detour around the urban area? They had previously encountered a horde of corpses in the industrial park, and facing tens of thousands of zombies had left him feeling utterly powerless. For him, it was a harrowing memory. Chun-Yi contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement, stating, very well, but we must act swiftly to prevent the zombies from encircling us. In the heart of Dalian, within a towering skyscraper, an intense battle raged on. 8 fully armed soldiers took a stand in the corridor, repelling the relentless advance of the zombies. Behind them were 3 survivors. In stark contrast to the makeshift police gear worn by Chun-Yi and his companions, the soldiers boasted luxurious equipment, clad in sleek black combat suits. They donned individual helmets equipped with infrared night vision devices, wielding 20 series assault rifles and submachine guns, and even possessed individual rocket launchers. Set aside their impressive armaments, the soldiers' formation alone revealed the caliber of this elite combat unit. Bang, bang, bang. The 171 submachine guns spat fire, creating a lethal web of crossfire that successfully suppressed the incoming horde of zombies. Although headshots were rare, the terrifying power of the 9mm bullets shattered the limbs of the undead. In an instant, blood and gore splattered as severed limbs flew in every direction. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, rendering them impossible to eliminate completely. Moreover, the dismembered zombies did not perish. They continued to crawl forward, their eyes glistening with bloodlust. As more and more zombies surged from the end of the corridor, the captain signaled with urgency. Retreat. In an instant, the entire squad began a methodical withdrawal, maintaining their suppressive fire even as they fell back. 3 soldiers led the way, forging a path ahead, while 2 flanked the 3 survivors, ensuring their protection. The remaining 3 were tasked with covering their rear. Throughout the entire operation, not a single word was exchanged. Their exceptional tactical training and the camaraderie developed through countless drills were evident, showcasing their elite prowess. With the rocket launcher ready, one soldier crouched, shouldering the weapon. At his command, the 2 soldiers who had been providing crossfire immediately sheathed their weapons and dashed toward the corridors in without looking back. Without the covering fire, the zombies surged forward like unleashed beasts, lunging wildly. The soldier remained composed, waiting until his comrades had retreated 10 meters before decisively pulling the trigger. Whoosh! Smoke billowed from the muzzle as the rocket propelled into the throng of corpses. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a torrent of flames. Hundreds of zombies were instantaneously reduced to mere fragments. Even those further away felt the shockwave, their insides and brains obliterated. Ha ha ha! However, mere seconds later, the corridor echoed once more with the chilling roars of countless zombies. Damn it! The soldier uttered a curse, discarded the cannon barrel he held, and fled in panic. He hurriedly ascended to the rooftop, where 2 soldiers immediately secured the stairwell door, bracing their bodies against it. Meanwhile, the captain retrieved a flare gun from his tactical belt and aimed it towards the sky, pulling the trigger. The signal flare soared high, culminating in a resounding explosion in the heavens. Soon, an armed helicopter approached from the distance. Bang! At that moment, a violent crash reverberated against the door. The force was so tremendous that the 2 soldiers staggered, nearly losing their footing. Observing this, the captain gestured, and the 6 men promptly assumed combat positions, dividing into 2 small teams of 3. Boom! In the next instant, the door was forced open, unleashing a horde of zombies that shrieked as they stormed onto the rooftop. They were met with a barrage of gunfire from submachine guns. The first team executed crossfire, weaving a net of fire, while the second team, armed with assault rifles, provided precise shots to finish off the undead. As the first team's ammunition was depleted, the second team swiftly raised their submachine guns to maintain the fire suppression. Though only 8 in number, Their seamless coordination successfully contained the zombies in the stairwell. However, these creatures were as resilient as cockroaches, seemingly impossible to eradicate. As time passed, the soldiers found their ammunition dwindling. The captain, unable to withstand the pressure, shouted that they were out of bullets. One soldier, having emptied his last magazine, yelled towards the captain and quickly drew his pistol, firing in rapid succession. Casting a glance at the approaching helicopter, the captain gritted his teeth and declared that they would hold out, as the helicopter was nearly there. As the last submachine gun ran dry, the zombies, previously suppressed in the stairwell, surged onto the rooftop. Faced with this dire scenario, the 8 soldiers shielded 3 survivors behind them, retreating while firing their rifles and pistols. These soldiers exhibited remarkable marksmanship, achieving nearly 50% headshots in close-quarters combat. Yet, the overwhelming number of zombies rendered their efforts futile, as the stairwell seemed to be a gaping maw to hell, continuously spewing forth the undead. Unbeknownst to them, the 8 had been cornered against the rooftop's edge. At that moment, their surroundings were filled with zombies, evoking a sense of despair. Tat tat tat. Just then, the sound of machine gun fire erupted from above. In an instant, the zombies lunging at them were reduced to mere chunks of flesh. The devastating power of the heavy machine gun was unmistakable at that moment. Witnessing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the captain's eyes. Shortly thereafter, a rope ladder descended from the sky. According to the original plan, the helicopter was supposed to land on the rooftop. At this moment, the rooftop had been completely overrun by zombies, leaving them suspended in the air. The captain grasped the rope ladder firmly and, with a determined pull, addressed a refined woman beside him, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, saying, "Academician's son, you go first." All right. Academician's son understood that this was not the time for hesitation and, using both hands and feet, she cautiously ascended the rope ladder. Suddenly, a cry of pain pierced the air. The captain, startled, turned to see a zombie viciously biting the thigh of the soldier at the outermost edge. The helicopter was equipped with only one machine gun, incapable of providing comprehensive coverage. Inevitably, some would slip through. More and more zombies broke through the gunfire. And to ensure the safety of the 3 survivors, several soldiers, with unwavering resolve, stepped forward. They formed a human shield, standing in front to buy time for the 3 to reach the helicopter. As the last person climbed the rope ladder, a soldier turned and shouted, "Captain, hurry up. Lao Wu, come with us." The captain barked in a commanding tone, "Move quickly. We cannot let our brothers die in vain." No sooner had he spoken than a zombie lunged forward, its foul maw sinking into his throat. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Damn it! With rage-filled eyes and veins bulging on his forehead, the captain drew his sidearm and shot the zombie, obliterating its head. As he witnessed the light fade from Lao Wu's eyes, the captain gritted his teeth and ascended the rope ladder. Once inside the cabin, the helicopter immediately ascended, soaring towards the horizon. The zombies on the rooftop howled to the sky, helplessly watching as the helicopter receded into the distance. Inside the cabin, the captain stared blankly at the balcony below, his hands clenched into fists, the knuckles turning pale. After a moment, the refined woman adjusted her glasses. Her tone filled with remorse. "I am so sorry. So many brave soldiers have sacrificed their lives for us." Hearing this, the captain lifted his head and forced a bitter smile, saying, "Academician's son, there is no need for you to feel guilty. This is not your fault. When we received this order, we had already placed our lives on the line. As long as you reach safety, the sacrifice of Lao Wu and the others will have been worthwhile." Curious, Academician's son inquired, "Where exactly are we heading?" "I do not know." The captain shook his head, casting a veiled glance towards the cockpit. Upon witnessing this, Academician's son instantly understood and fell silent. Clearly, this combat team had been tasked solely with rescuing the 3 of them from the Civil Defense Project, with no knowledge of anything beyond that. Presumably, only the helicopter pilot knew the destination. This was entirely in line with the government's usual practices. Suddenly, a series of violent impacts reverberated, causing the helicopter cabin to shake violently. The captain's expression shifted as he became alert, asking, "What is happening?" Inside the cockpit, the anxious voice of the pilot resonated. "We've encountered a flock of birds and suspect that some carcasses may have been sucked into the engine." Upon hearing this, the faces of Academician's son and his companions turned pale. The team leader attempted to reassure them, saying, "Fear not. Armed helicopters are typically equipped with air intake covers. Even if a bird strikes the intake, it would only result in minor remnants, causing little significant impact." However, before he could finish his sentence, An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness gripped everyone as the aircraft began to plummet rapidly. The compressor had sustained damage, leading to a 40 reduction in rotor power. Brace yourselves. We must execute an emergency landing. The helicopter's noise was deafening, drawing the attention of the few survivors remaining in the city center. Initially, these survivors believed that a government rescue team had arrived, and they erupted into cheers filled with excitement. Some even took the perilous risk of climbing to rooftops, igniting smoke signals to attract the helicopter's notice. However, the subsequent scene plunged them into despair. The helicopter merely circled briefly over a skyscraper before veering away without a second glance. Damn it. Go to hell. They cursed, wishing ill upon the aircraft. Their hope had swiftly transformed into utter desolation as they unleashed a barrage of venomous curses. In the next moment, the helicopter trembled violently before plummeting rapidly from the sky. Heavy breaths echoed within the cramped, distorted cabin. Zhang Yang gradually opened his eyes, awakening from unconsciousness, the scent of rust enveloping his senses. He raised his hand to touch his cheek, only to find it smeared with warm, sticky blood. A sharp pain radiated from his right leg. The cabin was shrouded in darkness. The blood-stained vision afforded him only a blurred outline of his surroundings. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he struggled to sit upright and called out, "Academician's son? Dr. Nye? Are you all right?" In response to his query, silence enveloped the space. He reached out, fumbling over the soldier's helmet, pressing the switch for the illumination light on the right side. A brilliant beam of light pierced the darkness, transforming the cramped cabin into a constricted space. Opposite him, a soldier lay prostrate, shielding Academician's son with his body. A shard of glass, no larger than a palm, had embedded itself into the soldier's neck, crimson blood oozing from the wound, staining the area that had long since ceased to breathe. Below, Academician's son remained motionless, her fate uncertain. To his right, Dr. Nye's head was crushed beneath the contorted cabin door. Another individual, Zhang Yang vaguely recalled, bore the surname Zhou, an esteemed expert in genetic inheritance. Yet, at this moment, he was impaled through the chest by a steel rod that had penetrated the cabin from outside, succumbing instantly. As for the two pilots in the cockpit, the brutal impact had likely reduced them to mere pulp. A bitter smile tugged at Zhang Yang's lips. After exerting such effort and sacrificing so many brothers, the mission still ended in failure. Grasping the steel pipe embedded in his right leg, he gritted his teeth and pulled it out. With a squelch, a small spurt of blood erupted from the wound. He retrieved a first aid kit from his waist, hastily bandaging the injury before laboriously turning over the lifeless soldier. "Rest in peace, brother," he murmured sorrowfully, then glanced down at Academician Sunday. At that moment, her gold-rimmed glasses were nowhere to be found, her hair disheveled across her face. Placing his fingers gently before her nose, he felt the faintest breath, causing his heart to leap with joy. After a thorough examination confirmed no apparent injuries, he softly called out, "Academician's son, wake up." Sun Miao emitted an unconscious groan, gradually opening her eyes. Seeing her awaken, Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the mission had not yet culminated in utter failure. "Academician's son, how do you feel?" he inquired. "I'm all right," Sun Miao replied, shaking her heavy head, revealing a 3-centimeter gash on her forehead. To be honest, given the circumstances, sustaining only a forehead abrasion was remarkably fortunate, largely due to the brave soldier's selfless act in a critical moment. Once she regained some clarity, Sun Miao asked, "What about old Nye and the others?" "They're dead." A profound silence fell over the cabin. Half an hour later, the two finally emerged from the wreckage. Gazing at the utterly damaged satellite phone in his hand, Zhang Yang's eyes reflected confusion. Sun Miao was alive, yet he was at a loss as to what to do next. With the two pilots who knew the destination deceased and the only satellite phone rendered useless, he pondered his next steps. Proceeding into the urban area ahead, "Stay close." On the saber-toothed tiger, Chani gripped the steering wheel with one hand while raising the walkie-talkie with the other. In the next moment, responses from Wang Chenghu and Yu Tairan crackled through the device. Setting it down, Chun Yi pressed the accelerator with fervor. The V-10 engine roared to life, and the saber-toothed tiger surged forward into the urban landscape like a ferocious beast. Speed was of the essence. They must traverse the city swiftly to prevent the zombies from encircling them. Should they allow the undead to converge into a horde, they would face a dire scenario reminiscent of the recent siege in the Economic Development Zone. Unlike that area, the city was devoid of expansive farmland and open terrain. Being cornered in the urban sprawl would signify a death sentence. Even if they managed to escape unscathed, the losses would be substantial. At least 3 vehicles would be irretrievable. Inside the vehicle, Lu Yongxiang and the others wore expressions of anxiety. Through the windows, they observed zombies emerging in droves from both sides of the street. The sight of the relentless horde was akin to walking a tightrope at 100 meters high, causing their hearts to race and palms to sweat. The thuds of collisions began the moment they entered the city, nearly ceaseless. Fortunately, the saber-toothed tiger was an armored vehicle. Its front reinforced and the entire body constructed from bulletproof and blast-resistant materials. Had they been in a different vehicle, the front would have crumpled long ago. Leading the charge was the saber-toothed tiger, with the BMW X3 and Cadillac closely trailing. This demanded exceptional driving skills from Wang Chonghu and Yu Tairan. The distance between their vehicles could not be too great, lest they be separated by the encroaching horde. Both vehicles were significantly inferior in power and other attributes compared to the saber-toothed tiger. If they were to become isolated, the inevitable outcome would be a forced halt. Yet, they also had to maintain a safe distance. Should the leading vehicle slow down or brake, a rear-end collision would be disastrous. At that moment, Chen Yi furrowed his brow at the sight ahead. At the intersection, dozens of vehicles were entangled in a chain collision, completely blocking the crossroads. Inside the cabin, Li Chao noticed the situation and suggested, "Commander, should I get out and move a vehicle?" However, Chen Yi shook his head, his tone calm as he replied, "No need. Buckle your seatbelt and hold on tight." With that, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Li Chao possessed a unique constitution that rendered him invisible to the zombies, making his suggestion to exit and move a vehicle seem like the best course of action. Yet, in reality, they could not afford to stop. The only reason they could push through the city was due to the tremendous inertia of the saber-toothed tiger at high speed. Once halted, restarting amidst a sea of zombies was nearly impossible, unless they could replace the V10 engine with an enormous torque engine akin to a tank. Amidst the horrified gazes of his companions, the saber-toothed tiger roared toward the intersection. Closer and closer it approached. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the vehicle jolted violently. The saber-tooth did not disappoint Chen Yi, effortlessly sending a Toyota sedan flying several meters away, akin to a robust man hurling a child aside with ease. Remarkably, no warning lights illuminated on the dashboard. Truly, this was armor of Class C protection, its strength nearly rivaling that of military armored personnel carriers. Through the rearview mirror, as he observed the tumbling Toyota, a smile crept across Chen Yi's lips. Madman. Lu Yongxiang swallowed hard, this thought flashing through his mind. It was sheer madness. Should the impact cause a malfunction in the engine, their situation would become perilously dire. The sheer terror had him nearly wetting his pants. Yet the other party still managed to smile. Damn, that's impressive. In the BMW X3 behind, Qin Hao, having witnessed the entire spectacle, could not help but exclaim a curse. His gaze lingered enviously on the saber-tooth armored vehicle ahead. A real man ought to drive such a machine, in comparison. Their BMW X3 appeared as diminutive as a mere toy. Wang Chonghu remarked enviously, "Damn it, I've got to get myself a saber-tooth." To this, Qin Hao eagerly implored, "Brother, make sure to get one for me too." What a ridiculous notion. Wang Chonghu shot him a glance, retorting, "You can't even handle a sniper rifle. How do you expect to manage an armored vehicle?" Qin Hao's expression turned awkward, a sheepish grin forming as he replied, "I did some research later and decided that a sniper rifle isn't quite suited for me. The 95 model is much more user-friendly, with less recoil. And in burst mode, it can even function as a submachine gun." Burst mode? Wang Chonghu raised an eyebrow, scoffing, "You, with that scrawny frame. Be careful not to dislocate your arm. The recoil of the 95 automatic rifle is manageable, but only in single-shot mode. In burst mode, exhausting a magazine would be overwhelming for an ordinary person." Qin Hao chuckled, "But we have Dr. Lu, we needn't worry." 20 minutes later, under the saber-tooth's imposing presence, Chen Yi and his companions successfully broke free from the urban confines. At this juncture, they found themselves at the outskirts of the city. Although residential areas and streets still sporadically appeared along the roadside, the number of zombies had diminished significantly compared to before. Just then, a pet store sign along the street caught Chen Yi's attention. Gradually pressing the brake, he parked the vehicle at the roadside and turned to instruct Li Chao, "Go into the pet store and grab some dog food and canned goods. Don't forget the nutritional paste." "Understood." Li Chao nodded, swiftly exiting the vehicle and making his way into the pet shop. The zombies wandering the street paid him no heed, instead howling as they lunged towards the 3 vehicles. Chen Yi observed the scene with keen interest. He was certain that the vision of these zombies was intact, for as Li Chao exited the vehicle, their gazes immediately fixated upon him. Clearly, they had perceived Li Chao. Yet, inexplicably, these zombies chose to disregard him, exhibiting no signs of hesitation or pause. This was intriguing. Neither a fellow being nor sustenance. What, then, did Li Chao represent in the eyes of these zombies? A mere walking log? Should Li Chao's abilities remain effective against the second evolution of zombies, then this young man would undoubtedly surpass the value of his companions within the team. With this thought, a flicker of anticipation sparked in Chen Yi's eyes. Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran, witnessing this phenomenon for the first time, leaned closer to the car window, expressing their astonishment. Ha ha ha. Hundreds of zombies encircled the three vehicles, incessantly waving their arms, eager to breach the confines of the car and savor the delectable offerings within. Observing the relentless assault on the windows by the zombies, Chen Yi could not help but smirk. What a jest! The bulletproof glass, impervious to an AK-47 at a distance of 20 meters, would surely not succumb to the feeble attempts of zombies. If it were to shatter, it would indeed be a candidate for the year's greatest joke. As for the two vehicles behind, there was no cause for concern. Their windows were fortified with welded wire mesh. Even if the glass were to break, the occupants would remain safe for the foreseeable future. Time trickled by. The outermost zombies gradually dispersed, leaving only 20 or 30 relentless ones, still persistently pounding against the car windows. 3 minutes passed. Yet Li Chao still had not emerged from the pet shop. Something was amiss. Chen Yi furrowed her brow slightly and picked up the intercom, commanding, "The situation is amiss. Prepare to disembark for battle." Received. The group inspected their firearms and ammunition, then armed themselves with short spears before pushing open the door to exit the vehicle. The remaining zombies were immediately met with a massacre. After swiftly dispatching over 20 zombies, Chen Yi ordered, "Prepare tear gas for a strong assault." Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu and the others promptly donned their gas masks. Although tear gas was not particularly effective against the undead, it proved remarkably potent against survivors, especially within enclosed spaces. A single canister could effectively have the opponent's combat capabilities. Regrettably, they lacked individual helmets equipped with infrared thermal imaging. Otherwise, the efficacy of the tear gas would have been significantly enhanced. After loading the tear gas canister into the riot gun, Chen Yi had just raised her weapon when three figures emerged from the pet shop. Leading the charge was Li Chao, hands raised high. A dark 92A pistol pressed against the back of his head. The gunman was a soldier, flanked by a sultry woman with squinting eyes. Casting a glance at the group and then at the saber-toothed tiger vehicle, Zhang Yang boomed, "To which mobile battalion do you belong?" Chen Yi remained silent, his tone indifferent as he declared, "I shall grant you 3 seconds to lower your weapon." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Wang Chenghu and his companions swiftly raised their Type 95 automatic rifles, aligning their sights upon them. Witnessing this, Zhang Yang felt a profound sense of foreboding. Alas, his earlier suspicions had proven correct. These individuals were not armed police, but rather a band of survivors. Just as he hesitated, Wang Chenghu suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, and a bullet whizzed past Sun Miao's ear, eliciting an involuntary gasp from her. This shot bore a heavy warning. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, gradually lowering his weapon, and then raised both hands in surrender. If he were alone, he would have had the confidence to negotiate using the hostage as leverage. However, with the presence of Academician's son, he dared not take any risks. Zhang Yang sensed the killing intent emanating from the speaker. This man had undoubtedly taken lives, and not just one. Find them. Chen Yang lifted his chin. Wang Chenghu immediately stepped forward, confiscating the firearm from the other party's grasp, and then skillfully began to search him. Quite a trove of valuable items, indeed. As he spoke, Wang Chenghu extracted 2 grenades, a flashbang, and a Type 99 paratrooper knife from the individual. Zhang Yang could not help but inquire, "Which unit are you from?" The proficiency displayed in the search indicated military training, showcasing an intimate familiarity with the positioning of weapons and equipment. "Be honest," Wang Chenghu retorted, drawing the belt from the individual's trousers and binding his hands together. Observing this, Sun Miao took a deep breath, suppressing his trepidation, and willingly extended his hands to be restrained as well. "Zhang Ye, lead them to the vehicle and keep a close watch," Chen Yi promptly instructed, beckoning Li Chao to re-enter the pet shop to begin loading dog food onto the vehicle. Zhang Ye then escorted the two back to the saber-toothed tiger vehicle. The quality of the equipment clearly indicated that he was undoubtedly a soldier of official standing. However, this was not the moment for interrogation. After loading the dog food, the three vehicles resumed their journey, departing the urban area along the highway. At 5 in the evening, they arrived at the Erlong Mountain National Forest Park. After traversing a wooded path for a while, they eventually halted beside a small convenience store not far from the park entrance. This location was suitable for an overnight stay. Nearby lay a natural lake, surrounded by mountains and water, crucially distanced from the urban sprawl, alleviating concerns of nighttime zombie attacks. Furthermore, the convenience store could replenish their supplies. Once it was confirmed that the store harbored no zombies or survivors, the others disembarked from the vehicles, methodically attending to their respective tasks, cooking, washing the vehicles, and gathering gasoline. A bucket of water was poured over the front of the car, and blood mixed with fragments of flesh immediately coursed down the seams. Chen-Yi meticulously examined the front of the vehicle and noted that the previous collision had indeed inflicted some damage upon the saber-toothed tiger. The high-strength steel plates on the protective barrier displayed several conspicuous indentations. Nevertheless, the impact was not of great consequence, for even if the barrier were to fail, there remained a 1.5 centimeter thick C-class bulletproof steel plate beneath it. The design of the armored vehicle had taken into account various unforeseen circumstances, including the possibility of collisions. So, is everything all right? Wang Chonghu inquired as he approached, having just finished washing his BMW X3. Chen-Yi shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, just a minor bump. Truly resilient," he praised. Wang Chonghu discreetly glanced at the two individuals seated by the door and inquired in a hushed tone, "Those two must be government officials. How do you intend to handle them?" Chen-Yi replied, "Let us engage in some small talk first. I am eager to learn about the current state of the provisional government." His curiosity was shared by many others. For who would wish to struggle for survival in this apocalyptic world if there remained a glimmer of hope to return to a civilized era? At that moment, Qin Hao and Li Chao returned, each carrying 4 barrels of gasoline. After setting down the barrels, Qin Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brother, we discovered a peach orchard over by the parking lot." "Excellent," came the response. "Go and take a closer look. If there are plenty of peaches, be sure to gather a good amount." Chen-Yi instructed Demu to accompany him, to assist in keeping watch and maintaining vigilance, ensuring the successful completion of their mission. Qin Hao, in a moment of youthful exuberance, rendered a military salute before hastily departing with Demu. As the sun descended, casting a golden glow upon the landscape, they arrived at Dalian, where the temperature was noticeably cooler. Although the day remained warm, it was no longer as oppressive as before, and the uncomfortable situation of sweating profusely even in the shade was alleviated. It was anticipated that the climate would be even more refreshing upon reaching Chaobai Mountain. Soon, Qin Hao returned with Demu, carrying a substantial bag of yellow peaches. Dalian is renowned not only for its cherries, but also for its yellow peaches, a key ingredient in the popular canned peach products that have gained fame throughout northeast China, with a portion of these peaches sourced from Dalian. Chen-Yi peered into the bag, noticing the large, vividly colored yellow peaches, each one ripe and succulent. The mere thought of their sweet and tangy flavor caused his mouth to water involuntarily. "Dinner's ready," came Hu Yun's enthusiastic call. At her words, the group swiftly gathered around. Lacking a kitchen, Hu Yun had ingeniously constructed a makeshift stove. The evening meal consisted of plain rice accompanied by pickled vegetables. The convenience store offered an array of pickled items, and these vacuum-sealed delicacies could last 2 to 3 years, provided they were kept out of direct sunlight. Despite the seemingly meager dinner, the group devoured it with fervor. Simply being alive and able to enjoy warm rice was a profound blessing. Zhang Yang and Sun Miao squatted in a corner, watching as the others voraciously consumed their meal, unable to suppress their own salivation. After the meal, Chen-Yi lit a cigarette and gestured towards Zhang Yang and Sun Miao. Hu Yun, instantly understanding, filled 2 bowls with rice and a portion of pickles, delivering them to the pair. Upon seeing the food before him, Zhang Yang momentarily froze, then eagerly lifted the bowl, eating heartily. Observing this, Sun Miao also picked up her bowl. It was evident that she was quite hungry, though her movements were graceful. Noticing Zhang Yang's ravenous appetite, Chen-Yi chuckled lightly. "It seems the living conditions of the official government are rather dire." Zhang Yang glanced up at him before returning his focus to his meal. He finished an entire bowl in barely a minute. Setting it down, he inquired, "Could I have a cigarette as well?" In response, Chen-Yi produced a cigarette and handed it over, asking, "So, what is the current situation with the government?" Yu Tai Ran and the others, already aware of Zhang Yang's identity, approached and gathered around. Chen Yi remained unfazed by their presence, with Chabai Mountain looming nearby. The choices made by Yutai Ran and his companions held no bearing on him. It was undeniable that they had provided assistance during their escape. However, it was clear that they needed Chen Yi far more than he required them. The hierarchy was unmistakable. As he lit a cigarette, Zhang Yang took a deep drag and gradually spoke. The government has collapsed, though they had suspected this earlier. Hearing it confirmed by a soldier still brought a wave of disappointment to the group. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he continued, currently, there are 3 known provisional governments. I belong to the Bohai Bay Sanctuary established by the central government. Chen Yi, intrigued, inquired further, what about the other 2? In his previous life, he had never heard of any officially established shelters, let alone 3 provisional governments. Zhang Yang answered candidly. The other 2 are located in the southern province of Zhejiang and the western province of Qing. Upon hearing this, Wang Chonghu furrowed his brow. So, there are other provisional governments yet to be discovered? There is a possibility, Zhang Yang responded. The other 2 provisional governments were recently uncovered through long-wave radio communications. It is conceivable that more such governments may come to light in due time. After a brief pause, he continued, I cannot disclose any classified information, and given my rank, my access to such matters is rather limited. Beyond that, feel free to ask any questions you may have. Yutai ran eagerly. What is the exact location of the Bohai Bay shelter? Zhang Yang replied truthfully. It is situated at Huanghua Port in Sangzhou, currently housing 60,000 survivors. In addition to 10,000 government personnel and military. No wonder he had never heard of the Bohai Bay shelter in his previous life. Its location was indeed quite unfortunate. Adjacent to Tianjin and Beiping, and disregarding the surrounding cities, the number of zombies in just these 2 cities had already surpassed 50 million. According to Zhang Yang, the military could muster no more than 5,000 personnel. Faced with tens of millions of undead, the outcome was all but predetermined. The same could be said for the temporary government in Zhejiang province. In contrast, the provisional government in the Western High Province was situated in a significantly more favorable location. Far removed from the central plains, it was vast and sparsely populated, with winters sufficiently harsh, as long as the higher-ups did not act recklessly. It should endure for a considerable time. The reason he had not heard of it in his previous life was likely due to its great distance from Jiang province. Flicking the ash off his cigarette, Chen Yi inquired, how many of you have come this time, and why to Dalian? Currently, I am the only one here. And I have come to carry out a mission, the specifics of which I cannot disclose. Through this exchange, Chen Yi had gleaned a substantial understanding of the current official situation. In truth, he held little hope for the government. His inquiries were merely to validate certain speculations he harbored. Fixing his gaze upon Zhang Yang, Chen Yi inquired with a measured calm, what do you need? The other party's candor was undoubtedly motivated by more than just a recent meal. They were clearly seeking something from him. As anticipated, upon hearing his question, Zhang Yang replied earnestly, I require a satellite phone. No, that is not possible. Chen Yi shook his head. This device is seldom utilized in everyday life. It is only essential for specific professions. Now, seeking a satellite phone is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhang Yang's expression darkened, and he continued. I need your assistance in escorting her back to the Bohai Bay Sanctuary. The driver has perished, and he is unaware of the mission's location. Lacking a satellite phone to communicate with the troops, he has no choice but to return to the Bohai Bay Sanctuary for the time being. Chen Yi suddenly smiled and turned to survey the crowd around him, saying, now, there is an opportunity to journey to the official sanctuary. Who among you is willing to go? Do not rush to a decision. Take a moment to ponder. I shall not go. Chen Hao immediately interjected as soon as the words left Chen Yi's lips. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired, have you made up your mind, Huang Mao? Indeed. Chen Hao replied gravely, nodding his head. During his time with Chen Yi, Chen Hao had transformed from an inexperienced novice into someone who had acquired considerable knowledge. After listening to Zhang Yang's account, he sensed something amiss, yet he could not quite articulate what felt off. Moreover, to be candid, seeking refuge in an official shelter might entail a degree of constraint, possibly even militarized management. It certainly lacked the intrigue of accompanying Chen Yi. What about old Wang? Chen Yi then turned his gaze towards Wang Chonghu. Wang Chonghu was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and said, I suppose I need not inquire further. Hu Yin appeared somewhat swayed, her expression marked by inner conflict. Just as she was caught in her indecision, her companion Yutai Ran suddenly spoke up. We shall not partake either. Hu Yin slightly furrowed her brow, only to notice Yu Tai ran offering her a reassuring glance. Upon seeing this, Hu Yin promptly sealed her lips. Following suit, Lu Yongxiang and his grandson Li Chao also shook their heads in refusal. Chen Yi turned his head and chuckled lightly, apologies. But no one is willing to go to the Bohai Bay shelter. But that is an official shelter, well-stocked and exceptionally secure. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He had expected this group to react with enthusiasm upon hearing about the official shelter. Instead, they remained indifferent, decisively rejecting the idea of heading to Bohai Bay. Hearing this, Li Chao smirked. Oh please, with your dismal rations, how can you claim it's well-stocked? You must be joking. Indeed. This was the very reason he had chosen to remain. One could discern from their eating habits that the Bohai Bay shelter was not as splendid as portrayed. After all, if even the soldiers could not enjoy a warm meal, one could hardly expect ordinary survivors to fare any better. A Zhang Yang's expression stiffened as he attempted to explain, this is just temporary. We received an influx of survivors recently. So food is a bit scarce for now. However, the higher-ups are planning to reclaim the city's granaries. Once we regain those, the issue of basic sustenance will be resolved. Forget it. We are doing quite well now, Li Chao replied, shaking his head. He was genuinely content with their current situation. After spending the last couple of days together, he discovered that Chen Yi and his group were quite easy to get along with and had shown considerable care for him and his grandfather. Whenever danger loomed, it was always Chen Yi and his companions who took the lead. Zhang Yang inquired, if you're not going to the shelter, where do you plan to go? Wang Chenghu, fearing that Qin Hao might inadvertently divulge something, interjected, that's not a concern for you. Assessing him closely, Zhang Yang replied earnestly. It's evident that you are a soldier as well. The government is currently in a dire situation. Why not lend a hand to help in this disaster sooner? As soon as Wang Chenghu sensed the emotional appeal, he was about to retort, but Chen Yi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, treating you to a meal is already a contribution to the government. Now that the meal is over, you may take your leave. Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. He had come to realize that this group harbored no hope for the interim government and seemed to have a clear objective, utterly resistant to persuasion. Contemplating this, he glanced at Sun Miao beside him and declared, we intend to follow you. With his right leg injured and accompanying a frail woman, it was impossible for him to return alone. Though this group was obstinate, they possessed formidable strength in Sun Miao.